Hello and welcome to our playthrough of Policenauts. I'm your host, as always, Jorin Lee of Futura Sound Productions. Yeah, I'm really excited to show you guys this one. I'm still kind of recovering from my cough or whatever, so I'm sorry if I sound a little gnarly, but yeah, it's a very cozy thing to be able to just sit down and play these games with you guys. I hope that you enjoy watching them as much as I enjoy playing them. Now, this is a big one. You're going to see a lot of familiar names in the credits. Many of the same people who worked on this game went to develop Metal Gear Solid 1, and some of them stayed all the way to Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. The technology that was used to make this game, technologically, there's bits of Policenauts literally in Metal Gear Solid 1, Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid 3. So, yeah, it's, and the crazy thing is that they make hints that Policenauts is in the same universe as Snatcher. So it's just sort of like the Kojima verse, I guess you could think of it as. Okay, let's get going. Oh yeah, recognize the jingle? It's from the very, very beginning of MGS1, right? Well, not a lot of people know. It's actually originally from Policenauts. Alright, new game.
大変長らくお待たせいたしました。ただいまよりポリスノーツを上映いたします。最後までごゆっくりとご鑑賞ください。
2010年、人類初のスペースコロニービヨンドコーストが完成し、人類の宇宙への本格的進出が開始された。2013年、コロニーへの一般市民の移住に伴い、数十万の移住者たちの治安を守るため、俺たち5人の宇宙訓練を受けた警官が選抜された。イギリス・スコットランドヤードからゲイツ・ベッカー、日本の警視庁からジョセフ・貞興徳川、アメリカ・ニューヨーク市警からサルバトーレ・トスカニーニ、そしてロサンゼルス市警から俺とエド・ブラウン。世界中の警察からえりすぐられた俺たちは、警察権限を持つ宇宙飛行士としてポリスノーツと呼ばれた。
"25 years later." In the SpongeBob voice. Konami presents. It's like the Kojima Productions logo, right? Yeah. Policenauts. There you have it. Prologue. Home.
俺はジョナサン・イングラム。30年前スペースコロニーのビヨンドコーストでポリスノーツとして働いていた。もっともエンプス事故で宇宙をさまよっていた俺にはわずか数年前のことにしか思えない。まだ生々しい記憶だ。妻や友人、仕事、何もかも30年前に置いてきてしまった。あの事故で過去を失った俺はこの汚れた街オールド LA でネゴシエーターまがいの探偵をしている。幼児誘拐や人身売買のネゴシエート、身代金の仲介、脱獄犯の逮捕などヤバい依頼ばかりだ。だが俺みたいな過去をなくした男にはそんな世の中の海がなければ飯も食っていけない。せいぜい腹いっぱいになるまで頑張るしかないか。さて、依頼人が来るまで何をしようか。この部屋には俺の過去を示すものがたくさんある。前方の壁には新聞の切り抜きや写真が。机の上にはあいつとの写真。どれも記憶の空白を埋めるものばかりだ。
So, as I already sort of started to say with Snatcher, which first introduced this motif of the photograph, photographs are, like something we'll see recur in Kojima's games again and again. And in this one, I really like how they do this. Instead of just like a long cutscene, telling you the exposition, they fill in the backstory of Jonathan's life and everything. There's also stuff that you can do that's not directly related to the story, but like you can listen to these voicemails. Let's see. Play messages. I should check the machine. Maybe there's a call from someone with the case.
間違い電話とはバカにしてる。やっぱり事件の依頼は入ってないか。
Let's see what the next one says.
こちら水道局ですが、水道料金が未払いです。早急に納金してください。
汚染した水を飲ませてるくせに。やっぱり事件の依頼は入ってないか。
All right. So, we'll start with these cigarettes. This is an ashtray I stumbled across in an antique store. It wasn't easy finding one of these. You don't need an ashtray for bent cigarettes after all. Bent cigarettes are cigarettes that don't produce any secondary smoke, which you light simply by breaking off the end. I say light, but there's no actual fire involved. They work off a chemical reaction, and even the leaves are specially processed. They don't give off any smoke or ash and make a room more pleasant, but they're not my thing. The butts are starting to overflow. I guess I should empty it. Alright, so kind of like Jean-Jacques Gibson in Snatcher, Jonathan is an old soul. But in his case, he's literally an old soul because he was lost in space for 25 years or whatever. No. Okay. Take a look. This is my gun, a Beretta 92F. It's like snakes. I've had it since I was a cop. It's a bona fide recoil gun equipped with a laser sight. I use special 10-round magazines with armor-piercing rounds. But I don't carry so I can go around shooting everything in sight. She's strictly for protection. So can I access the encyclopedia? Yes, I can. Alright, check this out. Recent. Recoil gun. Recoil gun. A gun that fires powder cartridges and utilizes a blowback recoil gas or Gatling action. Once used extensively on Earth, they are now collectively known as recoil guns because when fired in zero gravity, the recoil launches the user backwards. This type of gun has fallen out of use as space expansion has progressed, as the recoil it produces cannot be suppressed in zero gravity. It is said that only collectors still purchase them. Furthermore, as recoil guns leave a traceable rifling mark on the bullets they fire, Whereas lift guns do not, they have become unpopular even among criminals. The production of powder cartridges used exclusively with recoil guns has also fallen dramatically, and like bent cigarettes, they are only available through special order. Jonathan Ingram's Beretta 92F is classified as a recoil gun. So yeah, he's got a thing for antiques. Beretta 92F, the last handgun Beretta manufactured that uses gunpowder. A recoil gun. This is Jonathan Ingram's weapon of choice. He has modified his with a laser sight and uses special 10-round magazines with armor-piercing rounds. So yeah, in Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, and in Metal Gear Solid 2, Snake uses a Beretta 92F. Alright, how about what's a videophone? Videophone, a communications device based on the videophones of the 20th century. Modern videophones also allow the user to disable the video feature, and it is possible to send image and text-only messages as well. Videophone adoption took off at the beginning of the 21st century, but due to privacy concerns and changes in communication habits, nearly all calls are now voice or text only, with video calls usually made only to the most trusted of individuals. Consumer versions are commonly integrated into a domestic information terminal as standard. Public videophone terminals are often vandalized, many having their cameras broken, with the result that some municipalities have decided not to install cameras on terminals. Today's videophone differs from previous videophones significantly in that visual quality is reduced to decrease processing time, and burst lines, which encrypt communications to prevent eavesdropping, are frequently employed. Burst lines, huh? Burst line, a private communications terminal that utilizes encrypted data and burst transmission. A burst line compresses and encrypts information in real time, transmits it, and then decrypts and uncompresses it in real time, with virtually no time lag between the sender and the receiver. Nearly all audio communication systems employ this method of coded communication, the world on the verge of yet another information explosion. In order to maintain a fast processing speed, video or images are not usually sent. Television stations such as BBC have set up their own burst lines as a means of obtaining information from confidential sources, and many businesses and individuals also use their own such network to collect information, rather than any public network. Okay. Go back. How about Old LA? OLA, acronym for Old Los Angeles. New Los Angeles is located to the north of OLA, or LA, as it existed until the early 21st century. As a result of the city's economic downturn, even its iconic rail system has been abandoned. Okay. Policenauts. Policenauts, the outer space police force established to provide security for those moving to beyond coast during the third wave of immigration, the first wave of general immigration, in 2013. Its purpose was also to lay the foundation for a permanent police presence on the colony. Police officers from around the world were recruited for the program in 2010. Officers with the skills required to become astronauts and act as a police unit on mankind's first space colony. 5 were chosen out of the initial selection pool and put through 3 years of intense training. Excuse me. Astronaut Gates Becker from Scotland Yard of the United Kingdom. Astronaut Joseph Sadawaki Tokugawa from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department in Japan. Astronaut Salvatore Toscanini from the NYPD in the US. And also from the US, astronauts Jonathan Ingram and Ed Brown from the LAPD. Becoming astronauts with police authority, they were regarded throughout the world as symbols of peace in outer space, and became the focus of a global media frenzy. Additionally, they are credited with revamping the image of space expansion, which had often been cast in a negative light. Also known as the Original Cops, as they were reminiscent of Project Mercury's Original 7. So Project Mercury, it comes up a lot, obviously, in Metal Gear Solid 3. I'm not going to go into that right now, what it is, because it will come up. Okay. Beyond Coast. Beyond Coast. Mankind's first space colony, completed in 2010. The first and only O'Neill. So in case it wasn't obvious, right, Policenauts is a lot more of like a visual novel, with a glossary and stuff like that. But it is still, you know, like I talked about with Snatcher, this thing that Kojima and his team would call the multi-process story, which, really quick, you know, the beginning, middle, and end stay the same, but there are these little variations throughout the game that add up to be your own thing. So that's the idea of a multi-process story. It's a pretty basic. I mean, it's become so widespread, that kind of a thing, that it's almost like weird to talk about it nowadays. But at this time, you know, game norms, game design norms, and so forth were still new. And I feel like it's one of the biggest things that Kojima has contributed to gaming in a weird way, is the multi-process story. And in his games, it's sort of like why there's this information overload, and there are so many things you can miss, and so many different tiny little variables in how it all kind of plays out. Okay. Beyond Coast, mankind's first space colony, completed in 2010. The first and only O'Neill colony, shaped like a cylinder, has a population of 1 million. Orbits around Lagrangian point L5, one of the two most stable gravitational areas around Earth in relation to Earth and the Moon, the other being L4. The circle it forms with the Moon and two of the other Lagrangian points, likened to the shore of the vast ocean of outer space, inspired the colony's name. Oh wow, so it's like the beach in Death Stranding. Makes a full rotation every 2 minutes, creating artificial gravity nearly equal to 1G. Has 3 mirrors for gathering solar rays and can produce the effect of night by closing them for 8 hours. The mirrors also serve as radiation shields. The other reason behind the colony's name is its climate is based on that of the west coast of the United States. Its energy needs are met by solar energy stations located outside the colony, in addition to nuclear reactors. Wow. The colony is approximately 4 miles in diameter and 20 miles long. The total surface area of any of its 3 surface stripes is 56 square miles. The combined 3.5 mile thickness of the cylinder and its atmosphere helps reduce the cosmic radiation gathered by the mirrors to 0.5 rem year-round. It is also equipped with shields that automatically lower during periods of intense radiation bombardment. Parts of the colony's outer walls and mirrors have deteriorated with age. The ISPA has devised a plan to replace all of the colony's parts over the next 10 years. What's the ISPA? ISPA, acronym for International Space Promotion Agency. Formed in the 21st century to help advance peaceful space exploration and development, it was set up as Beyond Coast's own space agency in the image of various space agencies on Earth, such as NASA, etc. However, financed mainly by donations from the Tokugawa group, it frequently acts more like a business than a space agency. Headquartered on Beyond Coast, with Joseph Sadaoki Tokugawa serving as its director. What's the Tokugawa Group? Tokugawa Group, a global Japanese conglomerate that can trace its origins to the 1950s, when Zenzo Tokugawa founded Tokugawa Industries, a small local factory. It manufactured products such as lathe machine parts, but Zenzo's foresight ushered in significant growth and eventually turned Tokugawa Industries into Tokugawa Heavy Industries, which, you know, it's a name that shows up in Metal Gear Solid 2, you'll remember, right? Like they kind of imply that Tokugawa Heavy Industries helped build the big shell. And also, I guess, isn't it also on Raiden's helmet in Metal Gear Solid 4? Anyway, the company went on to become a leading force in the Japanese shipbuilding and iron and steel industries. Tadashi Tokugawa took over the company in the 1980s, expanding it into semiconductors. Offshoot Tokugawa Electronics soon became the top electronics company in the world. In the 1990s, with its revolutionary biomaterials development and the business, rockets and satellites it built with technology purchased from Russia, Tokugawa led the charge into outer space, setting the benchmark for commercial operations there. It also actively participated in the free flyer experiments from their inception, these experiments being the forerunner to the made-in-space industry, now the key to survival in space commerce. Tokugawa acquired a number of foreign companies at the start of the 21st century, transforming itself from a pseudo-zaibatsu into a global conglomerate. It went on to post its then biggest ever earnings with the Third Industrial Revolution, following the birth of the Second Space Age. Joseph Sadaoki Tokugawa, the group's present head, resigned from BCP when Tadashi retired in 2020, becoming the new young leader of this empire. Taking advantage of his personal history as a policenaut, he revamped the company's image and eliminated so-called Japan bashing. There's a page 2. Wow. The group then expanded into markets that would become central to space development, such as satellites, rockets, spaceships, as well as the sensor and computer equipment these require. It also applied the high-tech architectural engineering experience it gained at places like Tokyo Waterfront and Zeofront to space base and space station construction, setting up the majority of space's infrastructure. These efforts had the added effect of lifting the construction industry out of depression and paving the way for fresh business models in space. Furthermore, Tokugawa established the first civilian base on the moon. Having devoted significant assets to space operations, Tokugawa proceeded into full-scale made-in-space development, manufacturing products in microgravity and extremely high vacuum environments, solidifying the conglomerate's dominance of outer space. It currently supports many areas of space development, not all of them for-profit enterprises. Tokugawa Group today is divided into 138 companies. Tokugawa Heavy Industries remains its primary focus, with some of its larger operations being Tokugawa Electronics, Tokugawa Construction, Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals, Tokugawa Foods, and Tokugawa Mining. The conglomerate's logo, the Mitsuba Aoi, or three hollyhock leaves, is regarded throughout space as a symbol of absolute power. That's badass. Alright. Okay. So, let's take a look at... There's a picture on the wall. I want to say this one. This is the picture from when I was in LAPD. Me and my partner Ed were always together.
エド・ブラウン。俺の人生で最も信用できる親友であり、良きパートナーだった。
A replica of my badge from then is sitting on my desk. Sure. I was in narcotics at the time. I was reckless with a pretty short fuse. I've carried my Beretta since then. So obviously there's a huge influence here of Lethal Weapon and Die Hard and movies like that, right? Me and Ed had been good friends since the academy. We were in a well-known team in narcotics. Ed was in the bomb squad before he joined narcotics. There was a lot of terrorist activity back then. Okay, so yeah, Metal Gear Solid 2, by the way, if you play it in Japanese, it is basically a reunion of Policenauts because it has all these voice actors reprising like the same or similar roles. Jonathan is actually the voice of Otacon, if you can believe that. Alright, so let's take a look at the date. March 12th, 2010. Me and Lorraine were a happy husband and wife. This is a photo of me and Lorraine at Lucas World. Lucas World was in Snatcher.
ロレイン、俺のワイフ。いや、それも過去のことだ。俺があの事故を起こした後、ビヨンドで再婚したらしい。今では他人のワイフだ。日本人とアメリカ人との2世。あいつにはどこか神秘的なところがあった。
Alright. Can I access the... I can, wow. So I wanted to know about the EMPS. It's an acronym for Extravehicular Mobility Police Suit. A mobile police suit for use both inside and outside space colonies jointly developed by Tokugawa Heavy Industries and BCP. Originally designed for tasks like preserving order and performing maintenance work outside Beyond Coast. Its bilateral master-slave manipulator allows for an unrestricted 7 degrees of freedom, just like the human body, and it also does not contain any singular points. It is a machine with its own sensory feedback said to feel no different from wearing a spacesuit, created by combining advanced operations robotics technology with feedback functions applied from VR and teleexistence. Having a human pilot compensate for a robot's cognizance time lag has made efficient advanced operations a reality. EMPS are equipped with various sensors and communication systems, as well as emergency rations. The Yuri model, piloted by astronaut Jonathan Ingram during a test spacewalk, was an early EMPS prototype developed as a successor to devices such as the Manned Maneuvering Unit and the Extravehicular Mobility Unit. Numerous improvements have since been made by incorporating technology from planetary exploration probes and other advanced operations robots, the results of which include the Goddard model, the primary EMPS in use by BCP, the Oberth model, an EMPS used for mining on the moon, and the von Braun military EMPS prototype. Tokugawa Heavy Industries has a monopoly on all EMPS development, production, and maintenance. Wow. Okay. So there's a lot of references here that I'm not really going to get into in terms of who Godard or von Braun were. I mean, we may discuss them when we actually get further into the game, but there's just so much to cover. I should also say that much more than Snatcher, this game does have sort of adult elements in it, adult content, and as I explained in the Snatcher video, it's just a sort of a cultural thing where over there, the home video market and the adult video market and the video games market, they all sort of, I mean, let's face it, it's the Yakuza, right? The Yakuza funded all these different mediums, and they all came of age around the same time. And so they're just, they have this incestuous relationship that we don't really understand in our culture. So I mean, that's just something I've learned over the years. But not saying you have to like it. I'm just trying to explain it. But yeah, there will be some fan servicey stuff in the game, and if that is not something you're into, I do apologize, but I will be having to do it because it's just part of the game. So, okay. And to understand that, you have to also get that the platform this game originally came out on, the PC-98, had erogaze, which is a genre of like erotic visual novels. And this is sort of a hybrid of different kinds of visual novels, and an erotic one is sort of in there, but there aren't any full-blown sex scenes or anything like that. So it's not anything too crazy. Okay. All right, so we're good with this part. We're good with this. So let's take a look at the date. December 24th, 2008. This was our first Christmas together. I've still got the watch she gave me. It's one of those radio control types. It was state of the art for the time. What do you mean radio control? Radio controlled watch. A wristwatch that automatically makes daily corrections to its time through an ultra-sensitive miniature antenna that receives a radio signal from an atomic clock. Its time base will fluctuate by only 1 second every 10,000 years. If a signal is momentarily unavailable, the watch automatically switches over to a time-based oscillator to maintain time. Found mainly on Earth, it is rarely used in space, where constant cosmic ray bombardment interferes with its reception. So I should mention that, the Metal Gear Solid series was heavily influenced by Neon Genesis Evangelion, which was made by the anime auteur Hideaki Anno, right? Well, before Evangelion, he made an OVA called Gunbuster, which was like, in some respects, hard sci-fi, mixed with this sort of like Sailor Moon almost type thing. And it was a major influence on the entire team when they were working on Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, and I think that it also informed the making of this game. Although Policenauts, like the whole thing with the space colony, is of course a nod to the Gundam series. Like, as you'll see, Beyond Coast, the space station, it looks like the types of colonies that we see in most of the Gundam varieties of shows that you see out there. Okay. Wait, did I finish reading that? Found mainly... Yes, I did. Okay. Alright. So this is Lorraine. Lorraine was a student at UCLA. We met after her place got broken into. That's adorable. She was so naive, the things she'd do sometimes. I was a cop fresh out of the academy. Look at us, young and in love. Okay. Look, this is me and Lorraine on our wedding day. I was still a cop here in LA. Lorraine dropped out of UCLA after we got engaged. I remember discovering right before the ceremony my rental tux didn't fit. I originally had a black tuxedo. Lorraine was dressed like an angel in her wedding dress. I still wear my wedding ring. That's so freaking sad. Alright, what's the date? August 24th, 2009. One day I'll never forget. That's Kojima's birthday, isn't it? Alright. Let's take a look. This This photo was taken to commemorate the selection of the Policenauts. 5 officers out of all the world's police organizations were chosen and trained. We were called the original cops after Project Mercury's original 7. We're wearing ejection escape suits here. These are obsolete now. Back then, everyone thought the orange-colored suits were cool. That said, he was chosen out of LAPD along with me. He looks thinner here compared to the LAPD picture. I was absolutely ecstatic, but Lorraine, she was against me going to space. So if you look close, Jonathan, he's like a spitting image of Gillian Seed. Like, they have pretty much the same face. The only difference is that Jonathan has more of a mullet, and he looks a bit more like, I guess he kind of looks like Mel Gibson, which Solid Snake also looked like. So in some ways, he's a mix of Gillian and Snake. At least in terms of the character design. And this is the first game that they worked with Yoji Shinkawa as well. Okay, I was absolutely ecstatic. But actually, I don't think that Shinkawa did the character designs yet. That wasn't until Metal Gear Solid. I think he worked on some of the visual effects for the game. But his participation was still, compared to where, what it would become, relatively minor. I think that's because they hired him late in the process. But anyway, I was absolutely ecstatic, but Lorraine, she was against me going to space. Then when I went to Mars, that was when we started to drift apart. Wait. After this was taken, I left Lorraine behind and moved to Beyond. I don't see a date on this one. That's Salvatore Toscanini. He came from NYPD. Apparently he resigned from Beyond Coast Police over 10 years or so ago. Oh, so that's BCP. That's Gates Becker. He came from Scotland Yard in the UK. I heard he's risen pretty high up through the ranks of Beyond Coast Police. Gates had a real passion for justice. He was always the leader. And in the middle, that's Joseph Sadaaki Tokugawa. He came from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department in Japan. He's now the head of the Tokugawa group. So this guy's name is Gates, right? Yeah, like Gates, Bridges, Doesn't he kind of look like Zero as well? That's what I'm saying. There are so many, I feel like I'm just a broken record, but I said this with Snatcher. You can't throw a rock and not hit another Hideo Kojima game when you play Snatcher and Policenauts. Like, they're so foundational to his entire, au revoir, I guess you could say. If you're pretentious like me. Sadaaki could be an intimidating dude at times. Is that right? Alright, let's go back. Have we looked at this one? I was given this award by the mayor back when I was a cop. Me and Ed were a well-known team in LAPD. Okay. Let's take a look at this one. This is a newspaper article written at the time of Beyond Coast's completion. The headline reads, Long Envisioned Colony Complete, New Era for Mankind. Is this one where you can see the newspaper is the Neo Kobe Times, one of Japan's biggest papers. This is the picture of Beyond Coast right after it was completed. The only thing they hadn't finished was the agricultural ring. So yeah, if you think about it, nearly all of Kojima's games either take place on an island or some self-contained, area like this. So, this is a picture of Beyond Coast right after it was completed. Right, that we just did this. Okay. Here they point out Beyond's location in space. It's in an orbit around the L5 Lagrangian point. It's the red dot. I'll read some of the article. Basic construction of the world's first outer space colony, Beyond Coast, underway for several years, near Lagrangian point L5, was completed yesterday. The first wave of specialized immigration will consist mostly of scientists and engineers, who will spend 14 months performing checks and gathering data. Immigration is scheduled to be open to the general public in 3 years' time. Okay. I have a model of Beyond on top of one of the filing cabinets. Oh yeah. This is a model of Beyond. Ed made it for me. That's adorable. Okay. Is this the same one? No. This is a newspaper article from when I was rescued from the EMPS's survival ball 2 years ago. It was written 28 years after the one about Beyond's completion. 25-year lost voyage. Policenaut Ingram's miraculous return. The date, 2038. I returned here after that unmanned ship picked me up in the heliosphere. The trip back took forever. Policenaut Jonathan Ingram, presumed dead after an accident during a spacewalk in an EMPS prototype 25 years ago, has been rescued by the unmanned exploration vessel Propaganda. His miraculous survival is being attributed to the fact that he transferred himself to a life pod at the time of the accident and remained in cold sleep the entire time. He's gaining attention as a living example of the effects of 25 years of cold sleep on the human body. It took over a year for my muscles to return to normal after I got back. Well, that's sort of like all the comas that we see characters in Metal Gear Solid experience, whether it's Big Boss, The Boss, or Venom Snake. This is a picture of me when I was taken when I was a Policenaut. I see. And then, no, we did this. Okay. I spent 25 years inside this thing waiting to be found. I've had cosmophobia ever since. I just can't go back out there anymore. Wow. There's so much of Policenaut's DNA in Death Stranding, I feel like, as well. This is a relatively small article in a corner of the newspaper. Okay. This is a newspaper article about my accident that occurred during the EMPS spacewalk outside Beyond. It was written close to 25 years before the one about my rescue. Wow. The headline reads, EMPS prototype malfunctions, Policenaut Ingram missing. The date is 2013. It happened just 3 months after I moved to Beyond. I'll read some of the article. A malfunction occurred in the vernier thrusters of the Yuri EMPS prototype during a test spacewalk of the device yesterday. The Yuri had been planned for use by the Policenauts outside the colony. The EMPS has since vanished without a trace. The Yuri is equipped with a survival ball, but because no SOS signal has been detected, the chances of test pilot Jonathan Ingram being found alive are thought to be slim. The official test was going to take place the day after. I remember what Salvatore said. Whatever you do, don't screw this up, Johnny boy. Everyone at home is going to be watching. There were still a lot of people opposed to space development back then. It all happened so fast. Before I knew it, the 4 of them were gone. Everything after that is a blur. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on a hospital bed. That's terrifying. So yeah, I mean, it sort of reminds me of like the tanker prologue. I mean, there's lots of examples where it's like, we know that he was sabotaged, right? We know that it was a setup or like a trap or whatever. And the game is going to be us trying to track down what the heck happened, right? I think Kojima would do that over and over again, really. Okay. This is a picture taken during the test spacewalk of the Yuri model EMPS. It was a prototype police suit for use outside the colony, the successor to NASA's MMU. This image was taken from a camera aboard a nearby space shuttle. This was me and the Yuri as we were released from the hangar. Spooky. Now this one? No. Back. This one. This is a newspaper article reporting on the success of the first manned mission to Mars. I took part in it while undergoing my Policenauts training. It was written the year before the article about the EMPS accident. I was a Russian. Man walks on Mars. Global collaboration makes history. It was a Russian newspaper. Paper of the CIS, the Commonwealth of Independent States. Wow. So it's subtle, but it's telling us, because all these different articles are from newspapers taken from all over the world, right? So it shows like in the 21st century or whatever that it, in the 90s they believed that in the 21st century it would be a totally globalized society. And that, of course, is a big theme in Policenauts, where we see it's speculative fiction, right? Like what would happen. I'll read some of the article. 4 astronauts, among them Policenaut Jonathan Ingram, one of the collaborative Mars project between Russia, Japan, and the US, touched down on the Red Planet yesterday. This new chapter in space history comes 40 years after man first set foot on the moon. So yeah, I'm also reminded of all the like emails and interviews that you get in Death Stranding. It's sort of similar to all the reading that you have to do in Policenauts, right? to get to the bottom of it. Okay, back. Oh, shit.
今日は運がいい。こんな早い時間に客が来るとは。どうぞ。鍵はかかっていない。
ジョナサン、久しぶり。
ロレイン。
そう、私よジョナサン。28年ぶりね。
今頃どうして？
私おばさんになったでしょ。あなたは変わらないわ、あの頃のまま。
ロレイン、なぜ今になって俺のところに？
許してもらおうなんて思ってないわ。厚かましいのも分かってる。でも頼れる人がいないの、あなたしか。
何があったんだ？
助けてほしいの、私の夫が大変なことに。
分かった。さあ入って。
いいえ、ここで結構よ。
ん？
あなたにこんな姿見られたくはないもの。
じゃあロレイン、いや依頼人さん、とにかく話だけでも聞こうか。
As a summary, Jonathan Ingram, after losing everything in an EMPS accident 30 years ago, now struggles to survive as a private eye in old LA. One day, Jonathan is visited by his ex-wife Lorraine, who wants his help with something related to her husband. He reluctantly listens to what she has to say. Alright. That whole system, of course, that would they'd reuse in Metal Gear Solid, right? The sort of like previously on. Okay, let's take a look at Lorraine. No doubt about it, it's really her. That necklace couldn't have been cheap. Yeah, it's Pearl. I thought it wasn't easy getting hold of pearls on Beyond. That's right, they haven't had any success with culturing pearls there, and the number produced here continues to drop every year. That's a nice coat you've got. Yeah, I guess. We do alright. You're best not wandering around this area dressed like that. Jonathan, don't look at me like that. I'm 55 now. Well, you can still get it, girl. Is that an L's? They cost a fortune here. Yeah, but this one's a little old. They're all the rage here on home, too. L's changes the design of its bag every year and produces it in limited numbers, then destroys the production materials. That's why they're so expensive, is it? I could never afford all those luxuries. They're not that expensive, at least not for us. Okay. Please, don't look at me that way. I want you to remember me the way I was when we were together. Okay, lady, let's talk. Lorraine. Talk about. Ask about her. Beyond. Let's start with that. Why don't we get to it then? What's Beyond like these days? Beyond's different. A lot different. You wouldn't recognize it either. Everything's settled down there. It's pretty much like any ordinary city now. Okay. Beyond will be celebrating its 30th anniversary this year. Things have slowly gone downhill over the years, though. You're always looking over your shoulder wherever you go now, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I get you. It's always been that way in the city. Beyond? Okay, yeah. Talk about old LA.
俺たちがいたあの頃から30年近く経っているが、何も変わっちゃいない。本当のロスは北に移転しちまったがな。ただ、たまに今日みたいに雪が降るんだ。異常気象らしい。
ロスに雪が降るなんて。
例の地下鉄もスラム化が進んだんで廃止になってる。
ビヨンドの発展とは対照的ね。
ここは時代から取り残されたところだからな。
Interesting.
あの頃の友人も知人もいなくなっちまったが、同じような仕事仲間はいる。
ジョナサン、結婚は？その指輪。
いや、自分のことで精一杯だ。この指輪は君とのその時のものだ。指輪の跡がかっこ悪くてね、取れずにいる。
まだ私の写真飾ってくれてるのね。
ああ、これ
なんだか嬉しい。
俺にとってはつい昨日のことなんだ。
ごめんなさい。
So he's had his whole life robbed from him, basically, by this accident. That's interesting. That does remind me a lot of, like, characters like Fragile. You know? Alright, well, why don't I tell you what's been going on with me? I've been working as a private investigator the past few years. As you've probably guessed, finding work can be a bit of a struggle. But I'm managing. I see, that's good to hear. There's still plenty of ways to make a buck around here for someone like me, I can imagine. They don't call it the Angel-less city for nothing. I plan on staying here the rest of my life. I have no intention of going back to space. Here on home, kidnappings are becoming almost as frequent as rapes and robberies. Trafficking people is more profitable than drugs or prostitution now. That's terrible. It's even more dangerous here now than it was when I was a cop. Just be careful, okay? That's sweet. Alright. Her family. Do you have any kids, Lorraine? I have a daughter. Her name's Karen. Ask about her daughter. Where's your daughter live? Karen's a news anchor on Beyond. A news anchor, huh? She's pretty famous there. Wow. She'll be 27 soon. Still single. Hard to believe you have a daughter that age. I'm in my 50s now, remember? Beyond? Alright, we already talked about Beyond, sorry. Her family. It's just the three of us, my husband, my daughter, and me. We all live together on Beyond. Alright.
で、君の夫がどうしたって？
夫の北条健三が3週間前、会社に出かけたきり行方不明なの。会社や警察に問い合わせても誰も取り合ってくれないの。
それで地球へ？
嫌な予感がするの。何かあったに違いないわ。
蒸発とかじゃ？
蒸発なんて考えられない。この地球ならともかくコロニーで行方不明だなんて、きっと何かの事件に。
脅迫みたいなものは？
いえ、何も。まるで神隠しにあったみたい。
金目当ての誘拐ではなさそうだ。君が再婚した北条ってどんな人物なんだ？
北条は日系2世で、あの徳川グループの徳川製薬に勤める技術者よ。生真面目で勤勉で、とても悪いことなんかできない人。そうだ、写真持ってきたの。これが彼の写真よ。
なるほど。どう見ても悪人には見えないな。幸せそうじゃないか。
ええ。この写真預かってくださるわよね。
強引だな。
Hojo's behavior. Let's ask about the requests. So you want me to look for him? Please help my husband. Hojo's behavior. You notice anything unusual about your husband before he disappeared? All the years I knew him, he'd been your typical company employee. He'd get up, leave for work, then come walking through the door at the end of the day. Same schedule, day in, day out. Quite a change from my hours. But the past few months he'd become more unpredictable, you might say. You can't really draw anything concrete from that. You think he'd become involved in something, though? That's my gut feeling, yeah. If there were indications of some sort of trouble beforehand, the chances of it being a ransom kidnapping are pretty slim. Ask about... he'd become angry and frightened. That wasn't like him. I'd never seen him break down like that before. So you're saying someone might have been targeting him for some reason? He never told me what was going on, whatever it was. How'd you guys meet? I moved to Beyond right after you went missing. After how much you hated it, I just wanted to be closer to you any way I could. Oh my god. I met Kenzo at that Nihonjin Matsuri, or festival, run by Tokugawa. Nihonjin what? It's a festival for Japanese people on Beyond. So why were you there? I have Japanese blood too, remember? Okay. Forgive me, Jonathan. I couldn't have survived on my own. I was lonely. I wanted someone to be there. That's when Kenzo came along. Clues. Well, he works at Tokugawa, right? The conglomerate's reach doesn't stop at Beyond. They more or less run space, and Joseph Sadawaki Tokugawa runs the group. He's just as well known at home as he is out there. If Hojo's a Tokugawa employee, I suppose we can't totally rule out he was kidnapped. You could get good money out of that, I'd imagine. No one on Beyond would even think of messing with Tokugawa. They're too afraid of the retaliation. It wouldn't be worth it. Wow, scary. They took advantage of the space development boom more than anyone. They essentially have the power to shape space's economy however they want. Is there a second wave of Japan bashing going on there? No, it's just the opposite. Thanks to Tokugawa, the colony's economy is flourishing, but everything else is another story. Okay.
ロレイン、君の勘だけではわからないな。何か手がかりになるようなものを。
北条から預かっているものがあるの。カプセル剤と葉の切れ端なんだけど。なんだかわからないけど、重要なものらしいわ。
カプセルと葉か。
自分に何かあったら、これを警察か信用のできる人のところへ届けるようにって。
信用のできる人か。
ね。蒸発なんかじゃないでしょ。
Okay. Ask about belief.
どっちからでもいいが、その葉の切れ端ってのは。
これがその葉よ。見たことのない葉だわ。
しかしなぜ半分なんだろう。
最初から半分だったわ。預かってくださる？それ。
Alright. See if you can get it analyzed. Okay. How about the capsules?
じゃあもう一つの。それは？
これがそのカプセルよ。
何の薬だろう。
わからないの。
徳川製薬に関係するものだろうか。
これ預かってくださる？
Okay. Will you try and get them analyzed as well? Alright.
その今預かった手がかりの品の他には。
口癖のように言ってたことがあるの。プラトーに何かあるって。
プラトーに何かある。何のことだろう。
Ask about Plato. Plato, could he have said Pluto? To be honest, I'm not sure anymore. We still haven't been to Pluto, though.
依頼の内容については君の話で大体分かった。確かにただの蒸発じゃなさそうだ。
ジョナサン、引き受けてくれるわよね。お金なら心配しないで。お金はドル？円？
待ってくれ、ロレイン。 ロレイン、悪いが他を渡ってくれないか。俺はもうビヨンドへ渡る気はない。もう宇宙へは。
ジョナサン。
この仕事は今の俺には荷が重すぎる。よければ他の同業者を紹介する。みんな少し気が荒いが信用できる奴らばかりだ。
ジョナサン、私あなたを苦しめるつもりで来たんじゃないわ。誰も頼れる人がいないの。週末までビバリーヒルズのホテルニューローズにいます。気が変わったら連絡して。ジョナサン、私許してもらおうなんて思ってない。あなたの帰りを待ちきれなかったの。ごめんなさい。あなたが救出された時、私心から嬉しかった。もっと早かったらすぐにでもあなたのところへ飛んで行けたのに。それが言いたかった。
ロレイン、ここへはどうやって？
ホテルで車借りたの。クラシックな感じの。
そうか。
会えてよかったわ。じゃあ。
I love this game.
ロレイン、俺も会いたかった。もっと早くに。ロレイン、車から離れろ。
That's so messed up.
奴はどこへ行った？撃ってきやがった。感触はあったな。見えない。早く行け。くそ、どこに隠れた？路地へ逃げ込んだな。逃がさんぞ。奴はどこへ逃げた？足の速い奴だ。それほど時間は経ってないはずだ。くそ、足跡が追えない。ここには雪が入ってこなかったのか。地面に何かこぼれている。 牛乳のような白い血。人工血液なのか。
This is blood? It leads further back. It continues further back. Where is he? More blood? He must be around here. He's bleeding a hell of a lot. The trail stops here, meaning he can't be far away. Okay. Those are wooden boxes filled with empty bottles. They'd be the perfect size for someone to hide behind. He certainly could be in there. There's something about it. I'd better be careful around there. It matches up exactly with where the blood stops. That other doorway is a possibility too. The alley goes back some more. He has to be around here. Let me check some more. This is where his blood stops too. This was done with spray paint. This definitely doesn't look like blood. Okay, so see, that's yet again the master theme of all Kojima games, right? That appearances often betray reality. So it looks like that was written with the blood, but it's totally unrelated. These garbage bags have been placed next to the dumpster. They're made out of biodegradable plastic. The plastic has started to decompose. They must have been here for a while. This wall's got pipes going up and down it. These pipes, they've got barbed wire on them. You couldn't climb these. More pipes. Same goes for these. They have barbed wire on them. I doubt anyone could climb them. There aren't any bloodstains on them either. There's no way you could have climbed these. There's a drum there.
Yes, sir.
Game that was a big inspiration on this called Lethal Enforcers, which was like a cop sim kind of a game. And then of course it was Virtua Cop, but I don't know how much of an influence. Well, yeah, I mean it's Sega, right? Got him.
なぜだ、手応えはあったはずだ。奴は不死身なのか。
Super soldier. I'm not gonna let you get away.
奴は恐ろしく足の速い奴だ。しかしこの先は行き止まりのはず。地面に何か書いてある。これは文字のようだ。さっきのゴミ箱の落書きとは質が違うようだ。なめた野郎だ。挑戦状のつもりか。
He left this message for me. He should still be around here, though. Be hiding in a spot like that again? You're gonna kill me, huh? So what's taking you so long? Show yourself, asshole. It's a concrete wall. I don't see anywhere he could hide. The only place someone could hide would be that hollow over there. Don't think you could climb this. There are more wooden boxes here. These are empty, though. Doesn't look like he's here. More boxes. There isn't enough room to hide behind these. Don't think you could climb this. Even if you use the boxes as a foothold, you still wouldn't get anywhere. Can't really tell from here. Wrote this in his own blood. The guy's a psycho.
またあなたと一緒に星が見られた。会いたかったわ、この28年間。
ロレイン、
その時計まだしてくれてるのね。
時間にルーズな俺に君がくれたものだ。
私たちの時間は止まっていたのに。ジョナサン、お願い、カレンは病気なの。助けてあげて。カレンは。
ロレイン、ロレイン、ロレイン。
知り合いか？
友人だ。古い。
かわいそうにビヨンドから来たんだろう。
いや、戻ってきたんだ。戻ってきたんだ、俺のところに。
本日は ASL797 便をご利用いただきまして誠にありがとうございます。当機はグラビティターンに移り、順調にビヨンドコーストへの軌道を飛行しております。なお、これより先は無重量状態となりますので、ご気分の悪くなられた方はウィンドウ脇の呼び出しボタンを押してお近くのスチュワーデスまでご連絡ください。
どうしたんですか？気分が悪いようですね。
宇宙は苦手で。
宇宙酔いですか？珍しいな。宇宙は初めて。
いや、昔事故で宇宙を漂流して、それで宇宙恐怖症に。
それは大変ですね。スチュワーデスに行って薬をもらったらどうです？コールボタンなら壁の赤いスイッチですよ。
いや、まだ大丈夫。
気を紛らわすには話すのが一番です。隣に座ったのも何かの縁です。よろしく。私はレッドウッドです。
ああ、イングラムです。よろしく。
You know, I think Kojima's best protagonists are people with flaws or, you know, weaknesses and stuff. Like if you think about Old Snake or even really Venom Snake, just not knowing who he is or what's going on half the time, or, you know, Sam with his phantom phasmophobia, or even in MGS3, you know, Naked Snake was just so green. And Jonathan is sort of like that too. He's the cosmophobia thing is an interesting angle. So let's see, what does it tell us about SAS, acronym for Space Adaptation Syndrome, a type of temporary sickness caused by exposure to a weightless environment. It is said that the cause of SAS is a vestibular disorder, whereby the vestibular system undergoes a paralysis, causing one to lose one's sense of balance. Symptoms include dizziness, cold sweats, headache, fatigue, vomiting, and in particular, a false feeling of falling over that does not occur with ordinary motion sickness. The most effective treatment is an intramuscular promethazine injection. Conversely, the symptoms experienced when moving from a zero-G environment to a 1G environment are collectively called Earth Adaptation Syndrome. Interesting. What's AS? American Space Lines, a space travel company that conducts flights between Earth and beyond Ghost, offering direct flights to the colony from cities such as LA and Chicago. Became famous for being the first space line to employ space stewards and stewardesses on its flights. It has also been praised for its response to passengers who experience SAS while on board. Its staff's uniforms, which have the added functional benefit of helping to maintain normal circulation and weightlessness, are highly rated by passengers. That's excellent. Okay. Wow. Okay. Yes. Remarkable, isn't it? An emotionless vacuum in which only the tiniest of organisms can survive. Beyond is still quite a distance away. Unlike an airplane, out here looking out the window doesn't help pass the time much. This is an air circulator. When you go to sleep in zero gravity, the carbon dioxide you exhale collects around your head, which can make it difficult to breathe. This device creates an airflow to prevent that. That's pretty cool. It's different from an air conditioner. Oh, yeah. Okay. What sort of badge is that? Oh, just this thing I have. Kind of a good luck charm. It's my Policenauts badge I always wear. My sweat. Jonathan Ingram, it's me. You see what I was saying about him looking like Gillian? Yeah, with just Mel Gibson's hair. So it's Snake and Gillian combined. What's that emblem on your jacket? This? It's the Policenauts emblem. The Policenauts? They're from back in the day. You must have a real thing for them. Yeah, you could say that. You don't see many watches like that nowadays. Is it a radio-controlled type? Yeah, this model is actually one of the first watches ever used in outer space. It's been modified into a radio-controlled watch. Okay. Let's see. Artificial blood. A type of blood developed to improve the oxygen and other nutrient transportation efficiency of blood, as well as to provide a solution to the lack of blood available for transfusions. Based mainly on substances such as perfluorocarbons and fluorescence diacetate, which were used in the latter half of the 20th century for storing organs. It's also called milk blood because its red blood cells are white in color. Though it does possess superior oxygen transportation efficiency and regenerative abilities, the strain it places on the kidneys makes it necessary for them to be genetically modified and for the user to undergo regular hemodialysis in order for it to be used for extended periods of time. For these reasons, it is not permitted for use by the general public. It is currently only used by members of the military and BCP's AP unit. In addition to milk blood, there is a second-generation powder type made with genetically modified hemoglobin and a third-generation type containing 100% artificial blood cells, but both types are still undergoing clinical trials. A person using artificial blood has their original blood placed in cryogenic storage and can switch back to it at any time. So obviously, Raiden by Metal Gear Solid 4, right, his blood is white, and that's a reference back to this. The Yuri accident. The accident that occurred with the Yuri EMPS prototype in 2013 during a test spacewalk. Said to be used by the Policenauts outside the colony, the unit's Vernier rockets malfunctioned, firing uncontrollably and propelling the unit out into space. A particularly strong solar wind at the time resulted in a temporary communications blackout and a delay of the rescue operation. The test was broadcast live around the world, and the accident dealt a shock only second to that of the Challenger disaster. This second space shock set EMPS development back by 5 years. The Yuri was connected to a survival ball, which had a built-in cold sleep module, but because an SOS signal could not be detected, it had been thought that all hope was lost for its test pilot, astronaut Jonathan Ingram. 25 years later, Ingram was miraculously rescued in the heliosphere by the unmanned exploration vessel Propaganda. What's interesting is that in the original Policenauts for the PC-98, they don't have that opening cutscene. You find out about the accident and everything just by reading. No, I actually don't know that they have the glossary either. I'm not entirely sure on that point. I think the glossary is just the Sega Saturn version that has that. But yeah, you found out about the accident in the beginning, you know, gradually after the fact. I'm curious. We didn't read about cold sleep, did we? An artificial sleep induced by lowering the body's temperature and having it expend only the minimum amount of energy necessary to sustain itself. As controlling the body's temperature is extremely difficult, this method requires a special capsule equipped with an electronic freezing device. Post-thaw muscle atrophy, among other issues, was a problem with early cold sleep techniques, but this has been overcome through studying the hibernation of bears. Thus, cold sleep is also now known as hibernation. However, because certain aspects of cold sleep, namely its safety, remain unproven, it is yet to be permitted for official use. Astronauts are therefore forced to endure long-distance space flights without this luxury, a fact that has contributed to the spread of illegal drugs throughout space. What? The Yuri involved in the Yuri accident of 2013 was tethered to an early version of the survival ball cold sleep unit. The accident proved to be valuable test data for cold sleep, helping to improve the technology. Jonathan Ingram's 25 years is the record for the longest amount of time a person has spent in cold sleep. Wow. So how does the survival ball work? Let's see. A one-man rescue pod designed to offer a lifeline to its occupant in the event of an accident in outer space, also known as a rescue ball. Devised during the shuttle era, all small spacecraft are required to have one, per the outer space safety regulations. Life pods, designed to hold 30 people and found on space planes and other spaceships, also contain survival balls as backup. Originally created only to shelter someone adrift outside Earth's atmosphere until they were rescued, as mankind's activities in space expanded, organizations began installing them with long-term life support devices employing cold sleep. The surface of the sphere is covered with neonorbornadine, a metal that absorbs solar radiation, allowing the ball to semi-permanently store energy and support its inhabitant. The survival ball used by astronaut Jonathan Ingram during the first test of the Yuri was a prototype containing an experimental cold sleep module. The Yuri and the survival ball were connected by a special umbilical cord with a two-way network, allowing for the transfer of power and data in the event of an accident. Upon activating a survival ball, the occupant must connect an attachment on their spacesuit to the ball's life support system and curl up into a rather uncomfortable position before entering cold sleep. Japanese astronauts liken it to the attainment of Buddhahood and look on it with an added degree of anxiety. Interesting. Okay. Back. We're good. Well, actually, what about cosmophobia? A fear of outer space. The darkness, cramped environments, and restricted access to oxygen experienced when in outer space can, either instantaneously or over time, trigger extreme unrest or panic in some people, and in severe cases can even lead to breathing difficulties or cardiac arrest. It is commonly reported among astronauts participating in long-distance flights and long-term space facility workers. Cosmophobia is one of the reasons use of narc and other illegal drugs has become so widespread in space, and one of the most fundamental issues to future deep space exploration is how to overcome such psychological hurdles. Jonathan Ingram suffers from cosmophobia as a result of his EMPS accident. Okay, what's narc? Narc, a semi-synthetic narcotic that is part natural, part synthetic, part hallucinogen, engineered through supercomputer-aided drug design, made by combining opium produced from black poppy pods with a pethidine-based synthetic drug, and to this adding a hallucinogen containing lysergic acid derivatives obtained from ergot alkaloids. So it's like LSA, which is a cousin to LSD. Mixing this potent genetically modified opium extract with a chemical structure non-existent in the natural world produces narcotic and hallucinogenic effects never before seen with any drug. Sounds pretty badass. Once popular, mainly among astronauts seeking to relieve the psychological strain of outer space activity, it spread quickly with the start of long-distance space flights and the completion of bases on the Moon and Mars, with users looking for a way to cope with extended periods of time in space. The drug is so potent that even a few milligrams can be fatal. Jesus. This makes it difficult to detect in drug tests, as users take it in extremely small doses, meaning it does not become very concentrated in the body. Okay, there's a direct reference back to this in Phantom Pain, right? Remember the archaea enriches the uranium, and until it does so, it can't be detected. NARC also attaches to opioid peptides, natural opiates produced by the body, doubling the effects of the morphine it contains. It has been speculated that the mafia is responsible for NARC. Nearly 20% of adults on Beyond Coast have tried at least one illegal drug, a rate second only to the United States, still fighting its war on drugs. Wow. Okay. I really love this game. I don't know. It took a while for me to get it, but like a lot of Kojima's games, like to be honest, like at first I don't get them and I'm like, what the heck is this? But the more I play them, the more that I'm just like, it's like a a unique tasting food or something that, like, you just start to crave it. All right, well, we've looked at Jonathan a lot. What about our companion here, our travel companion? Let's take a look. Oh, I see you injured your arm. I just burned it a little. Really? Must be painful. The best environment for treating a burn is zero gravity. Okay. There's a button to call the stewardess and a button for the TV there. Alright, in a bit. He's got a really pale complexion. Why is your skin that color? Because of my artificial blood. My red blood cells are actually white. White blood. I use first generation artificial blood, which is less complex than the third generation kind you see on home. He's kind of awkward to talk to. Okay. So he also has white blood. Sorry if I'm being rude, but what's that writing on your forehead? This is my tag. All Frozeners have one. Frozener? A person created from an artificially fertilized egg held in cryogenic storage by a government, which is later transferred to a surrogate mother for gestation and delivery. Alright, this is Death Stranding as hell. A Frozener's egg is inserted with genetic information that makes the individual better adapted to space's environment, allowing them to endure a wide range of activities in space that would give a normal person great difficulty. Since Frozeners are legally in a class of their own, they are tattooed with an identification code on their forehead. Frozeners are common on Beyond Coast and are not discriminated against in any way by other Beyonds. Many are employed by the military or work in government positions. Frozeners call the government which raises them the breeders. It is rumored they are also given anti-aging treatment through telomere lengthening. Isn't that... Do they shorten Solid Snake's telomeres? And that gives him rapid aging, right? I think? Telomere lengthening, a medical procedure developed in the 21st century that delays the aging process by manipulating telomeres, nucleotide sequences responsible for aging. Located at the ends of eukaryotic chromosomes and composed of a DNA sequence of TTA-GGG in humans, telomeres are highly conserved repetitive structures lengthened over time by telomerase reverse transcriptase, or TERT, in order to prevent cellular senescence. Although the actions of TERT is not enough to lengthen telomeres indefinitely due to the nature of cell division, by synthesizing telomerase and thereby lengthening telomeres as they naturally shorten with every cell division, it is possible to prolong an organism's lifespan. While prohibited by law, it is said that militaries and other government organizations have already started performing this procedure on individuals through genetic modification. Do you think that's why Code Talker lived so long? I mean, I know it's the parasites, but maybe... I guess we don't need this explanation, do we? He lives over 100 years because the parasites, like, do everything for him. Alright, a consequence of telomere lengthening is an increased risk of cancer, though this too is addressed through genetic modification. Okay, so Frozeners are kind of like snatchers. Further research is being conducted that attempts to turn normal cells into immortal cells without the aid of such regular procedures. That's crazy town. Okay. Cool. Let's talk. You mind if we talk? Ask about Beyond. Beyond is a very nice place. It has 1G artificial gravity and its own plant life. Terrestrials enjoy it a lot there too. If you want detailed information, you should talk to the stewardess. We're approaching its 30th birthday. There are festivities going on all over Beyond to mark the anniversary. Alright. Kojima loves his anniversaries, doesn't he? Artificial blood. What does having artificial blood do for somebody? Artificial blood has a higher oxygen transportation efficiency than normal blood, so it makes heavy blood loss less of a life-threatening condition. The body's functions aren't negatively effective in areas of low oxygen density either. Yeah, that's perfect for people working in space. So why hasn't it been adopted for widespread use? A normal person's kidneys and lungs wouldn't be able to process this type of artificial blood. You need to make slight improvements to the kidneys and lungs via genetic modification and also undergo regular hemodialysis. That requires incredible amounts of money and the proper facilities. Guess we can't really expect the public to be on it anytime soon then. So I mentioned this in the Snatcher video, but yeah, I mean, in Metal Gear, you know, you can call the codec numerous times and continue to get more information, and you never know what's like hiding in those games because of this, right? And so it makes replaying games like MGS 1, 2, or 3 like very fun, and it gives subtle variations to your playthrough, right? And all of that comes from his adventure games like Policenauts and Snatcher. So ask about frozeners. What do you mean by frozener? A frozener is someone created from an artificially fertilized egg held in cryogenic storage by the government, or the breeders as we call them. The egg is later transferred to a surrogate mother for gestation and delivery. Oh yeah, I've heard a little about them. There's still a severe manpower shortage in space development. You sound like I'm boring you. Okay, so they basically like clone people or make artificially inseminated humans. A woman who carries and delivers a baby created from an egg fertilized in vitro, often for financial compensation. Although surrogate mothers have no parental rights, many end up wanting to raise the baby as their own. Opinion is divided on using surrogate mothers for giving birth to frozeners. As development of an artificial womb is yet to be completed, however, there is currently no alternative. Oh, isn't that what the pod in Death Stranding is? Sort of like an artificial womb. That's awesome. I actually have not gotten a chance to play Policenauts since playing Death Stranding, so I'm noticing a lot of this stuff for the first time. Okay. Yes. This guy has real Squidward energy. His job? First generation artificial blood. Are you in the military? Something like that, yes. I am a frozener after all. So what about that injury to your arm? Yes, what about it? Never mind. Ask about his job. You must be a pretty busy guy. My job isn't that remarkable. Right. Well, check this out. A Policenauts photo. Why am I not surprised? You see that about as often as that emblem. You must have a real thing for them. You seem like an old-fashioned kind of guy. You could say I don't keep up with all the trends. So there's a fun dynamic here, mechanic actually, I mean to say, where you can take a pill which will make you go to sleep and like skip this part, but the game will kind of give you shit for doing it. So that's kind of a fun theme, I guess you could say. Okay, turn on TV. Let's see what's on the tube.
こんにちは。ニュースオーダーの時間です。現在ビヨンド内でのナーク中毒者が急増しております。事態を重く見た BCP ではビヨンドでのナーク根絶を図るため特別チームを編成。ホームからのナーク流入ルートの解明を急いでいるとのことです。ナークはアヘンから作られる合成麻薬で、モルヒネ型依存症状と LSD などの幻覚誘発症状をも兼ね備えた麻薬の帝王と言われるものです。宇宙推進事業団によりますと、宇宙開発におけるナークの依存度は 30% を超えると報告されており、宇宙でのナーク中毒者は増加の傾向にあるとの見解に達しております。以上、カレン北条がお伝えしました。
BBC どこのテレビ局だろ
う。今のはビヨンドのテレビ番組ですよ。ビヨンドコーストブロードキャスティング、つまり BBC ね。
Alright. Beyond is still quite a distance away. Yeah. Right. I'll call the stewardess over.
はい、どうなさいましたか？顔色が悪いですね。宇宙酔いですか？緊張なさらないで気を楽にしてください。
Really?
ありがとう。
何か私にできることございますか？
In zero gravity, the legs appear thinner than normal because your blood collects in the upper half of your body. It's called bird leg. Okay. Uniform's a nice color. It really brings out your curves. You may not know that we wear a rubber undershirt too. It helps prevent the muscles from atrophying in zero gravity. Well, that's very important. Now, you're really cute. Your face is a little chubby though. Well, I would disagree with that comment. In zero gravity, your blood collects in the upper half of your body, causing your face to swell. It's called moon face. That's crazy. That's an explanation of the emergency life pod. Be sure to go over it. A life pod? Is that like a survival ball? No, a life pod has room for 30 people. In the event we have to use the life pod, remember that you would be putting on your spacesuit first. Those are stored up above. What do you mean spacesuit? Semi-hard spacesuit. A fifth-generation extravehicular spacesuit developed in the early 21st century to overcome problems with soft suits such as long depressurization times and the requirement of extra ventilation equipment. By making parts of a spacesuit hard, it is possible to maintain the internal pressure of the suit at 55.2 kilopascals, which prevents the wearer from developing decompression sickness. The suit also allows for more freedom of movement by using soft carbon fiber resin and urethane resin in parts like the arms, legs, and boots. Oh, so like using the resins in Death Stranding, right? This has helped reduce the weight of the suit considerably, which is only 77 pounds under 1G. Inside the helmet is a heads-up display, an eye-tracking device, a VRE camera, a communicator, and a drinking tube connected to a water supply. Hard spacesuits, which are 100% hard, are used on Mars and other extreme areas, but all other extravehicular spacesuits, including those worn on the moon, are now semi-hard suits. Famously incorporated into the design of the Policenauts emblem in 2013. Okay. Miss? Yes? Let's, I'll have you know that this is me. You recognize this photo? Yes, I've seen it in textbooks. They were Beyond's original cops. Oh, shit. I feel old. Okay, well, what can you tell me about Beyond? Beyond Coast, mankind's first space colony, was completed in 2010. Since immigration was open to the general public in 2013, the colony's population has grown to approximately 1 million people. Nearly 1/3 of its current population is made up of second-generation inhabitants. Okay. Wow, you can ask a lot. Its environment isn't as alien as some people expect. It's an almost perfect recreation of Earth's. It has artificial clouds, various forms of precipitation, and even wind as well. The partial pressures of the oxygen and carbon dioxide in its atmosphere are also the same, though the partial pressure of the nitrogen is reduced by half to lower the risk of fire. Alright, I'm sure that if I knew anything about science and stuff, this would be even more awesome. I barely understand the books I read on this shit, honestly. Like, right now I'm working my way through the history of the atomic bomb. And I'm having to go very slowly just to make sure that I don't get confused. Alright, what else about Beyond? How about, you told me about the environment, what about the climate? That's what people tend to be the most curious about. By changing the angles of its 3 solar mirrors, Beyond is able to create the effect of a day-night cycle and maintain a comfortable temperature year-round. Its climate is virtually identical to that of the west coast of the United States. That's the other reason it's called Beyond Coast. Okay. Distance? It isn't as far from Earth as some people think. It's approximately 380,000 kilometers from Earth, which is about the same as the distance between Earth and the Moon. Okay. The plane. Oh, wow. Passengers? The fuel tank, which contains liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, is considerably big, so there's only enough seating space for 30 people, including crew. That's why the life pod holds exactly 30, huh? So isn't this spaceship almost a complete recreation of the one we see in 2001: A Space Odyssey, I think? At one point in the film, anyway? Alright, we're not going to ask for medicine. Let's let her go. Can I assist you with anything else? Thanks for your time. You're welcome. Call me again if you need anything. Geez, this game makes me feel like I need to take a shower sometimes.
少し眠ったらどうです？何かあれば起こしてあげますよ。それじゃあ。
Oh, okay. They're able to just sleep. That's nice.
お疲れ様でした。当機は間もなくビヨンドコースト宇宙港に到着いたします。到着ロビーにて国際宇宙検疫制度に従った消毒殺菌入国手続きをお願いいたします。なお、ただいまジュースと食塩錠剤をお配りしております。フライト中に体外へ流出した体液を補給するようご利用ください。本日は当 ASL のスペースプレーンをご利用いただきまして誠にありがとうございます。またのご利用をお待ちしております。まもなくビヨンド宇宙港に接岸します。
Yeah. Act 1. Beyond. Let's go.
Beyond ビヨンドコースト。天と地が一つに見えるところ。ここは本当のあの世、ビヨンドかもしれん。地球でのネゴシエーター特権もここでは通用しまい。一人で北条の行方を探すのは困難かもしれない。エド・ブラウンに協力を仰ぐのが賢明だろう。奴なら快く引き受けてくれるはずだ。エドはビヨンド警察 BCP にいる。奴も50代半ばのはず。ポリスノーツ時代からだから、きっと BCP でも出世してるに違いない。念のためにポリスノーツ時代の写真とロレインの写真を持ってきた。何かの役に立つかもしれない。BCP はこの宇宙港の近くにあるはず。まずはエドを探しに BCP へ急ごう。
So yeah, like I was saying during our Snatcher playthrough, I just love the vibes from the different levels or areas, I guess that you could call them, in his adventure games, Kojima's adventure games. Like, I could stay in this airport and just look around all day. Like, I don't know what it is about it, but Another game with really good vibes like that is Final Fantasy VIII. It's you know, that mid to late, well, I should say, I mean, FF8 came out in 1999, so that's late 90s, but just in general, this whole era has a lot of really good games for just like inhabiting spaces and stuff like that. I sound like such a hippie. Let's just look around a bit. Okay. This is one of the spaceport's information areas. There's a woman sitting behind the desk. A young woman sitting in information. Can I talk to her? No, I don't think so. That person looks like they're waiting for a flight. A jumbo TV screen is showing news from BBC. Oh, I can watch. Maybe I'll watch a little of the news first. They might have some new stories on.
こんにちは。ニュースオーダーの時間です。ビヨンド内でパーソナルバーチャルリアリティ用のわいせつアダルトソフトを違法制作・販売していたゴールド映像の関係者3名と PVR に出演していた AVR 女優2名が検挙されました。調べを受けたゴールド映像ではこれまで50タイトル以上もの PVR 用わいせつソフトを通信販売、年間50億円もの荒稼ぎを行っていた模様です。今回 AVR 女優までもが検挙されたというケースは初めてのことです。わいせつ AVR は手軽に家庭内で遊べることから未成年への悪影響が問題沙汰されていた矢先のことでした。
ここでもポルノ VR が流行してるらしいな。
以上 BBC からお伝えしました。
Well, they certainly saw the future, didn't they? Except nobody would care about its effect on minors, I don't think. There's passengers everywhere. Space is within everybody's reach now. What's this guy? It's a board displaying information about spaceplane departures and arrivals. I can't get over how many flights there are. They look like an employee judging from the uniform. Escalator goes up to the second floor. Alright. We've... a low-gravity escalator. Those plants have been selectively bred to photosynthesize artificial light as well as natural light. They're perfect for replenishing the colony's oxygen supply. That's pretty cool. Alright, let's go. Well, we got it. I mean, Jonathan said he wanted to talk to Ed first, right?
Yoshi. BCP へ急ごう。ここが BCP か。さあ、エドに会えるといいな。
As you'd expect for the headquarters of Beyond's Police, it's quite a building. Big change from that tiny makeshift setup we had when we were Policenauts. It reads BCPD. What the... These the police suits BCP uses? They look like something you'd take to war. Kind of pathetic they gotta depend on these. These the police cars they're using nowadays? They don't look any different from ones on home. They are more my thing than those suits. Those are more my thing than those suits. Yeah, sorry. Okay. That looks like the entrance. Guess I'll head inside.
ここが BCP のロビーか。広いんだな。おい、あんた、何の用だい？被害届でも出すのかい？
The call girl, a staple of modern society. You not from around here? Want to get away from here? A real good price, I promise. Wow. We are literally in the police station. Oh, I love this one. Remember the... I keep coming back to this theme, right? The appearance versus reality. Let me guess, undercover, and doing a pretty bad job of it. I'm looking for a guy who works here by the name of Ed Brown. You know him? I'm Detective Starsky. I'm waiting for Detective Foley and Sergeant Riggs. Don't know anyone by that name. Never heard of him. It's a BCP cop. He looks like the receptionist. Maybe I'll try asking this guy about Ed.
ああ、いいかな。俺はジョナサン・イングラム。地球で探偵をしてる。
それでビヨンドまでわざわざどうしたんだい？
昔ここに勤務してたことがある。
へえ、本当かい？ぶち込まれてたってわけじゃないだろうな。
警官をしてたんだ。当時の旧友に会いに来た。
なるほど。同窓会でもしようってわけか。それで話してみな。
I'll prove it to you. You know this picture, right? The Policenauts, no one remembers them anymore. Well, that may be true. I'm here to see Ed Brown. You know, the former Policenaut. Ed? Ed Brown? That's who you're here to see? Jesus, you came all the way from home to see him? He's in the dump. The dump? Yeah, Vice. BCP's dumping ground. He's in charge there. Vice. You said Vice. If guys like us get the BS work, you can imagine the fun they have. AP handles just about everything they used to do. I don't know why they still call it Vice. It's down in the basement. We call it the cave. Why's that? It's dark, smelly, and weird stuff grows in the walls. That's what Ed does now?
助かったよ。その言葉は風紀課に行ってからにした方がいいぜ。
Oh?
どうして？
聞かなかった方が良かったかもな。立ちの落ちぶれた姿は見たくないもんだ。
It's a map of Beyond Coast. The place looks like some sort of control room. Anyway, I set this up, but they didn't explain. He's not actually a cop. Or could what the receptionist said be true about Ed working that kind of job now? Alright, they look like bank tellers or something. Are they operators for this place? Didn't we get a new... Yes, we did. AP, acronym for Advanced Police. BCP's next generation police unit composed solely of government frozeners that is capable of operating in areas of extreme conditions in which a normal police force could not. Formed in 2020 as an experimental mobile police unit designed to operate outside Beyond Coast. All of its more than 50 members are Beyonds, born and raised on the colony. AP also carries out international rescue missions in lieu of a military unit, which is forbidden on any colony by the Outer Space Treaty. In addition to being fathered with sperm from past astronauts, its members are genetically modified, ensuring they possess genotypes well suited to outer space's environment. So they're sort of like the genome soldiers. They also use artificial blood, which has higher oxygen transportation efficiency than normal blood, invaluable in their frequent work in areas of low oxygen density. They have intraocular lens implants as well to prevent vision problems while working in areas of low atmospheric pressure. So whoever killed Lorraine must be a Frozener. With the introduction of the EMPS, AP's range and mobility have vastly expanded, allowing its members to operate in a variety of extreme areas. Alright, this reminds me of the, what is it, in the Constitution of Japan, that they're not allowed to have an army, right? Like in Peace Walker, they talk a lot about that, right? Outer Space Treaty, an international treaty that established standards for the exploration of outer space and celestial bodies, as well as all other applications for space. Its official name is the Treaty on Principles Governing the Activities of States in the Exploration and Use of Outer Space, including the Moon and other celestial bodies. Based on the 1963 UN resolution commending the efforts of the US and the Soviet Union to prevent the militarization of space, this treaty bans any country from carrying out off-Earth military activities, limiting the use of space and celestial bodies to peaceful purposes. It also states that no country can lay claim to a colonized celestial body, as it would belong to all mankind. Interesting. So you're saying beyond is beyond borders. It's beyond the era of nation states, kind of. Okay. BCP carries out all rescue operations in and around Beyond Coast in accordance with the agreement on the rescue of astronauts, the return of astronauts, and the return of objects launched into outer space, one of the three so-called space treaties. Okay, cool. Cool. They bring you in, did they? Something like that. So what do you say? Sorry, but I've got business of my own to take care of here. What? You're one of them too? I don't believe this. I must be losing my touch. This is some nice architecture. At least stations aren't as dreary as they used to be. Doesn't feel like any station I've ever been to, not with this many desk jobs. That's the colony age for you. Huh. A map of Beyond Coast. The place looks like some sort of control room. Now I see why they need so many operators. Alright. Let's move. Go to Vice.
地下だな、風紀課は。
あんた、エドに伝えてくれ。早くやめちまいなって。いつまでもただ飯食らってると惨めだってな。
俺は便利屋じゃない。言いたけりゃ自分の口で言うんだな。ここが噂に名高い風紀課か。なるほど。優遇されてる部署とは思えんな。
Oh man. Is that a Monster Garage kit? Yeah, it's from the 30cm King of the Monsters vinyl series. It's designed by Noboru Sakai III. I made this from a zero-G kit. By casting the parts in zero gravity, you prevent seams and air bubbles from forming. They even sell made-in-space garage kits now, huh? What is that? Made in space. I think we've read about this. No, we have not. The technique of manufacturing products using the microgravity and perfect vacuum of outer space. Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals was the first pharmaceutical company to develop made-in-space versions of drugs such as interferon and urokinase, achieving rapid success. Most of the microgravity manufacturing technology used to produce made-in-space products, everything from drugs to new synthetic materials and zero-G kits, is patented by Tokugawa. This new business, which has made products more desirable by virtue of being made under weightlessness, is known as the microgravity business, and attracts more investment today than any other industry, the biotech sector now coming second. Furthermore, applying the principles of microgravity to biotechnology has given birth to yet another industry, the space biotech sector. Tokugawa Group famously purchased the Mir space station from Russia at the beginning of the 21st century, using it to develop pharmaceuticals under microgravity. Wow. Okay. Let's... Are you seriously eating a hamburger? Yes, he is. I remember me and Ed used to hit the fast food joints all the time. You hungry or something? Forget it. Don't even ask. And of course, if you've played Metal Gear Solid, you might recognize her. She's quite a tall woman. Must be at least 6 feet. You got a minute? Is this Vice? What's it to you? Put a sock in it, tough guy. Take a walk back up the stairs while you're at it. This is Vice, BCP's dump. Interesting outlook. Alright. Is that Ed? I can't make out the face. Yep, that's Ed, alright. Hey, Ed. He's out cold. Unbelievable. Ed, wake up. Remember in Metal Gear Solid 2, you can call Snake when he's asleep. Alright. Yo, Ed, get up, damn it.
居眠りするにはまだ早いぜ。
ジョナサン。
30年も先回りしやがって。
ジョナサン。ジョナサン・イングラムか。懐かしいな。
エドも元気そうだな。
ジョナサン、よく来てくれた。ゆっくりしてってくれ。この通り俺の方は暇を持てましてる。そうだ、ビヨンドでも案内しようか。
エド、違うんだ。実は頼みがあってきたんだ。
頼み？
ああ、助けが欲しい。俺の捜査に協力してくれ。ロレインの夫、徳川製薬の北条健三という男がこのビヨンドで行方不明になっている。俺はロレインの依頼でその北条の消息を追ってるんだ。エド？
ジョナサン、すまんがそういうことなら力にはなれん。
エド、ロレインが殺されたんだ。俺の目の前で。何か大きな事件に巻き込まれたに違いないんだ。
すまん。 ジョナサン。
どうしちまったんだよエド。いつからそんなふぬけになった？
頭を冷やせジョナサン。この一件は我々の担当ではない。ホームの警察に任せるのが一番だ。
エド。
ジョナサン、 BCP で俺たちのことを何て呼ばれてるか知ってるか？ジャンク屋だ。ここはクズしか集まってこん。後がないんだ。
昔のエドはどこへ行ったんだ？俺の知ってるあのエドは。
ジョナサン、お前の知ってるエドは30歳も若いエドだ。今の俺は違う。守るべき家族もローンもある。年を取れば勇気もなくなる。失敗も恐れる。権力にも屈するようになるんだ。俺はゲイツのように器用ではない。
エド。
俺はここでこの汚い地下で机にしがみついているのが精一杯だ。今のこの地位もゲイツの情けだ。
分かった。それ以上言うな。
デカ長がやらないんなら私が手伝うわ。
メリルがやるって言うんなら僕もその話に乗った。
お前たちバカなこと言うな。こんなことが上にバレたら終わりだぞ。
終わりってデカ長、ここがその終わりなんじゃないの？
エド。俺は30年の間にいろんなものを失っちまった。ロレインも。だがこれで本当に全てを失っちまったってわけだな。無理を言ったなエド。じゃあな。
なんてこった。あと3年だぞ。あと3年で無事定年だってのに。たくジョナサン、表だっては協力できんからな。
エド。
それから無茶はごめんだぞ。無茶は
分かってるさエド。心配するな。
お前の心配するなが一番心配なんだ。それからメリルにデイブ、お前らこの件には手を出すな。いいな。この件は俺の個人的な問題だ。
了解デカ長、手は出さないわ。
口は出すけどね。
たく。あ、ジョナサン、遅れたがこいつらを紹介しておく。メリルにデイブだ。メリルはホーム生まれのホーム育ち。元ハイテク特殊部隊フォックスハウンドの最後の隊員だ。あのザンジバーランド陥落に参加した。
道理で地球なまりがひどいと思った。
よろしくポリスノーツさん。
デイブはビヨンド生まれ、ビヨンド育ちのビヨンズだ。
よろしくジョナサン。テレストリアルは大歓迎だよ。ホームはいいもんな。僕もホームの移住願いを申請中なんだ。
よろしくメリルにデイブ。
さてジョナサン、どうしよう。とりあえず BCP 内を案内しようか。お前もポリスノーツだったんだ。興味はあるだろう。
Alright, so one quick note. They localized it. They did a fantastic job on the localization. This is no shade on them. But it's actually the junkyard, not the dump. And that's only reason I say that is because it's a connection to Junker, and then there's also the junk dealer in Death Stranding. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, this is Meryl. Obviously, that's quite a knife. It's a Nishio combat knife. It's for protection. I've carried one ever since I was in the military. No one would ever go after you. Is that a real tat? No, just a paint tattoo. It stays on for about half a year. I am still a woman after all. My gun seems a little big for a woman. This is a Magnum Monster Special, the biggest lift gun in the world. So that's a lift gun. This kind of gun suppresses recoil, allowing you to use it in zero gravity. Almost all guns on the colony are lift guns. There's a second explosion the moment a bullet exits the muzzle, kind of like a rocket. That serves as the bullet's main propulsion. That's pretty cool. That's why there's so little recoil. Wouldn't another explosion right outside the gun throw off your aim? No. See, you have a laser that keeps you locked onto your target. It has other features that absorb the residual recoil anyway. I'll take my recoil any day. Have you practiced at the shooting range here? It's got several different programs. You should check it out sometime. Thanks. I'm a pretty good shot, but I guess it wouldn't hurt. You know, when I think about it, Jonathan kind of reminds me of Old Snake a little bit. They're both, you know what I mean, like relics from a much earlier time. And, you know, using the passage of time seems to be this way to show how much things change. Seems to be something Kojima does a lot. Thanks. I'm a pretty good shot, but I guess it wouldn't hurt. I haven't had a game over yet, mind you. I wouldn't mind watching you practice sometime. I'd love to see what that thing can do. Right. You really fill out that shirt. What do you expect? I'm a woman, even if I don't always act so ladylike. Why? You want to get to know me more? Nah, I'd probably break something, wimp. Damn. You want to touch these? You have to beat me. That's how I decide if someone's good enough for me. Alright, name your terms. How about beating my high score in the shooting trainer? Shooting? It just so happens that's my specialty. Alright, what do I do? What are you guys starting? Training mode level 2, any target you want. You get over 550 points, they're all yours. Keep in mind you'll need to hit each target at least twice. Over 550 points in the level 2 training mode, huh? Good luck, you'll need it. Yeah, I've done this before, and it took a while. It took a while. So this if you play Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, it's this is the color of his bandana, right? Like the whole game, like it uses this sort of like bluish green. Is that bandana for Zero Graph? No sweat. I got it from what? Oh no, sweat. I got it from one of the instructors in Foxhound. He said it'd keep the Angel of Death away. Okay, so Foxhound shows up in stature and Policenauts. Because remember, Chief Cunningham used to, wasn't he like the former commander of Foxhound? Anyway, this has saved my butt a number of times. Most of them have been for stopping bleeding. Alright. What? You can put that knife away, I won't fight you. Sorry, what? Wait, did you say you like me? I'm not even gonna try. So now that I think about it, because it's the same voice actor as Meryl in MGS1, and she plays Olga. Everything about Olga's like knife and her like tank top and like I don't know. It's you can see how if you're Japanese, like it's a lot more obvious that Olga is just like another version in a weird way of Meryl, I guess. Even though, of course, the Meryl we get in MGS1 is younger, and it's more like her first mission. She's like a rookie or whatever. I mentioned in a video that I feel like Raiden is the Meryl of Metal Gear Solid 2, because it's like his, or at least that's sort of how it's set up a little bit, because it's a similar thing where he has to learn on the field and all this stuff, you know, and Snake has to tell him what fighting is really like. So there's a lot of parallels there. But now I'm just ranting. Last thing I'll say before moving on is I'm much bigger of a weeb now than when I first played Policenauts. Like I really like anime now. More, I've always liked it, but like I have a Crunchyroll subscription now, and so playing this is a lot more fun, to be honest. All right, let's ask about Vice. What's it like working here? At Vice, pretty boring. Catching Johns and prostitutes with undercover stings, basic patrols of the colony, that kind of stuff. What do you mean boring? There is this big area for prostitution in the center of the colony called Kabuki Quarter. That's a reference to the Kabukicho from Japan. The tourists from home like to go there for the zero-gravity sex. We arrest them, they get out on bail, it's an endless cycle. I don't like it there because I get SAS since I'm a terrestrial. Why is it called Kabuki Quarter? There was this red light district in late 20th century Japan known as Kabukicho. There was an explosion in the number of cases of STBO in Japan back then. Wait, STBO I think is in Snatcher. It's a disease, right? Kabukicho was hit particularly hard. So our friends packed things up and moved them here. There are rumors Tokugawa helped fund the place as a gesture towards his employee. Wait, there are rumors Tokugawa helped fund the place as a gesture towards his employees. Okay. I could never work undercover because of my build, so I'm always the one making the bust. And don't even say it. I get it from the guys upstairs all the time. Okay. Have you seen this picture of... You look so young here, Chief. Cool. Her. Why don't you tell me about yourself? That's a surprise. No one's ever said that to me before. Not in person, anyway. I'm mainly into bikes and combat. I like men, but not in that way. What? Of course, ever since I came here, half of me's died. You can't ride bikes on the colony. Well, you can, but only electric ones. Okay, so there's elements of EVA in Merrill as well. That's cool. They don't let you import gas engine models. A bike's nothing without the speed. You wouldn't be much without the military either, huh? Okay. Now, if you recognize these glasses, or these goggles, Venom Snake wears them, right? And this vest, doesn't Merrill wear... I'll use the mouse. Doesn't Merrill wear this vest in Metal Gear Solid 1 at the end? Just saying. Alright. Is that a bulletproof vest? This is a life preserver. I just like the way it looks. Plus, like most of the people here, I don't know how to swim. Oh, like EE. So I guess you could say that's the other reason I wear it. You don't need to wear a vest on Beyond. They send EMPS to all the trouble spots. There's no such thing as safe to a cop. You can never be too careful. Relax, Jonathan. Do you like... That's a Maximum hamburger? They became famous after they set up that so-called drive-thru for astronauts. I used to eat a lot of them on home. This is the Beyond version of the 1G meal. I can't get enough of these. On Beyond there are two types of meals. The other one is the 0G meal. I like the 1G meal. Dave wants to try a carbonated drink on home. Things like carbonated drinks and beer don't taste very good in zero gravity, so they're impossible to come by here. And even when you try and get them shipped from home, they spoil along the way. Okay, so Dave is a repatriate, I think they're called? Like he wants... here, let's ask him about it. What's that shirt you're wearing? It's from the repatriatist movement. I'm a repatriatist myself. Mankind should return to home. We don't belong out here. Remember, of course... Raiden, as a former child soldier, is a repatriate, and Sam is a repatriate, which means something totally different in Death Stranding. And Dave is a repatriatist. So, alright. Mankind should return to home. We don't belong out here. Jesus, Dave, not so loud. You would kiss your job goodbye if the brass found out you're a repatriatist. A repatriatist? Yeah, a repatriatist. Outer space is becoming more and more polluted every year. The movement says we should cease all space exploration and development and return to home. Okay. It's a repatriatist shirt. Pretty nice, huh? Cool. Yeah? Him. Why'd you become a cop? Well, as you know, I was born here on Beyond. I've never been outside the cylinder. I became a cop because I thought I could get a transfer to home. It takes time for Beyonds to obtain an immigration visa. Sometimes years. It's not easy either with all the checks they do. You're lucky, Jonathan. Oh, I don't know about that.
ジョナさん、それじゃあ BCP 内を案内しようか。
いいのか？
いいんだよ。お前を一人にする方が心配だ。びっくりするぞ。ここはホームの警察とはかなり違う。さあ、どこへ案内しよう。
So obviously this is like in Snatcher, right? Where you can, you have to take a tour of Junker HQ, right? And yes, there is a shooting range.
ここが BCP の射撃訓練場だ。BCP では週2回の射撃訓練が義務付けられている。イヤープロテクターはその壁にかけてある。実弾を使うんでかなりの音になるんだ。
俺も使っていいのか？
構わんだろう。税関で銃の登録はしてるんだろ？
ああ、登録は済ませた。弾のライフリングまでな。
あの右の端末を使えば訓練プログラムが始まる。現れるマンターゲットの命中率と命中箇所が分かる仕組みになっている。ただしこのプログラムは無反動銃、つまりリフトガン用に設定されているからな。リフトガンはいかにロックオンするかが問題なんだ。実行プログラムはターゲットモード、 トレーニングモード、コンバットモードの計3モードが用意されている。それぞれさまざまな状況を想定した特徴のあるプログラムが取り入れられている。昔ながらのメカトロニクスと最先端の立体映像、エレクトロニクスを駆使している。
それじゃ VR なのか？
いや、実戦に近づけるために VR は使っていない。銃も実弾を使う。安全性の追求だけでは訓練にはならない。軍でも銃の訓練に VR を採用していないのと同じだ。ここでは撃てば現実に風穴が開く。見た目は少し古い感じを受けると思うが、そこいらのバーチャルリアリティとは違う。そこのインテリジェントターミナルで選択すれば作動する。
Alright, so obviously a lot of MGS2 in what he was saying.
なかなかやるね、ジョナさん。僕が見本を見せてやろう。
でいうか、珍しいな。お前がここに来るとは。
賑やかなんでね。トレーニングモードのレベル1か。楽勝だ。
Black show. Alright, Dave's going to show us how it's done. He's shooting him in the arm. It's like a pacifist or something. Nice. Pretty good, hotshot.
お見事。
人は殺さず最小限のダメージで逮捕することが重要さ。じゃあジョナさん。
It's cool. We're already getting a bit of Kojima's pacifism. The walls here are reinforced with chobum plates. Just so you know, fire at any of the walls during practice and your gun will reload automatically. I didn't know that shit. The walls have special sensors in them that link directly with your gun, even your recoil. Let's check out forensics. That's enough of that. Let's get back to things. Damn it, my ears are ringing. Of course they will if you don't wear the ear protectors. Oh.
ジョナさん、薬莢を拾っていけよ。リフトガンは薬莢が出ないんだ。苦情が殺到する。
なるほど。わかった。エドは訓練しないのか？
いいんだ。
どうして？お前の腕を久々に見てみたいな。
俺はうまくない。もう目が良くないんだ。
おかしなやつだな。
よう、ドクトル先生。
わしはビクトルじゃ。いつになったらちゃんと呼んでくれるんじゃ。
諦めた方がいい。エドは物覚えが悪いんだ。
お、誰じゃねその人は。
ジョナさん、紹介するよ。BCP の鑑識を担当しているビクトル・ユルゲンス先生だ。
よろしく。ジョナサン・イングラムだ。OLA で探偵をしている。
ほう、あんたがあの有名なイングラム飛行士？若い頃あんたの火星有人飛行の中継をワクワクして見ていたよ。そうか、戻ってきたんじゃな、あんたのホームに。よろしくな。
So obviously, in Death Stranding, you know, there's Deadman. And I feel like there's a lot of similarities between Victor and Deadman. There's blood on your clothes. I should think so. I've had this gown since my first autopsy. It holds the blood of every single body I've looked at over the years. Okay, is that sanitary, bro? Guess you could say a piece of their souls, too. Okay. Is that your ID? Yeah, I don't like my hologram, so I've got this sticker over it. causes problems with the readers whenever I have to scan it. Okay. It's Victor's medical gown. It looks more like military camouflage. Any fresh blood that gets on it blends right in. I haven't seen many people with glasses here. I like glasses. They have a certain je ne sais quoi. When I was younger, I would change mine whenever something big happened in my life. I think Kojima does that as well, but I'm not entirely sure. I just saw he changes his glasses routinely. Is that armband a mark of respect? Yeah, it's a crepe. It's for all the decedents I work with. Okay, so there's traces in a weird way, even if it's just like in the character design, referencing back, I guess, of Ocelot in Victor. Because he also has a black armband on, right? But his is for Big Boss. Alright, now what the heck is this thing? This is my AID analyzer. What you see on the monitor is a visual representation of the AID's AI. I named him Gorby. He responds to my voice. Okay, what the heck is an AID? An auto-analysis identification device. An analysis device equipped with various sensors, such as a spectrograph, a gas chromatograph, and a geotechnical sounder, as well as an AI system. Also contains 3D measuring instruments like optical and atomic probes, designed to assist with forensic analyses in response to soaring crime rates. Although it does not possess a complex AI with a personality and emotions, it is capable of compiling case facts, performing accurate analyses, making inferences, and drawing conclusions. Introduced at the beginning of the 21st century for cost reduction purposes, it later fell into disuse after all police stations on Earth became part of a single network and a centralized large-scale analyzer was developed. Whoa. Okay. What do we have back here? That, my friends, is a clipping of the thesis. To be specific, the thesis. It was in this famous academic journal on home. I decided to major in pathology after I read it. That paper changed my life forever. Okay, but what's it about? Alright. Where's this? It's Russia. Oh, Snatcher reference, obviously. The old Soviet Union, I should say. That's where I'm from. In case you didn't watch our playthrough on Snatcher, there are, without spoiling it, there are some characters that have important to the story pictures on their wall of Russia. Alright. Been about 50 years since the last time I was there. Okay. What's on these bookshelves? Them? Old books on anatomy and pathology. I brought them with me from home. You still use them? Of course not. I get all my information online. Nobody uses antique media like those anymore. So they're like mementos? I suppose. I could never bring myself to throw them away. I bet you know the feeling, don't you? Yeah, I guess we're both old souls. Those pieces of paper have chemical formulas for transferases on them. I discovered them myself not that long ago either. You're still using paper? It occurs to me that I guess it's kind of similar to the room in the very beginning of the game with the pictures and how in that one room there are all these moments in time and you can see them in any order. This reminds me of that because we're seeing pieces of his past in the background, and then over here he said it's in the more recent past. So we're getting a full picture of Victor through ostensibly, I guess you could say, environmental storytelling in a way. Writing out ring structures is complicated stuff. It takes longer trying to do them on computer. I don't like to waste any of my time. This is some amazing equipment you've got. Amazing? Think so? Well, amazing in the sense that they're all ancient analog devices. I've had these a long time. I still use them in my research. To be honest, I use my AID for most of my work. So they're more of a collection. You could say that. I have a lot of memories of these. Alright. Doctor, I'm listening. Ask about him. Are you a terrestrial? You'd have to be at your age, wouldn't you? I was born in Moscow, back when socialists ran the country. That picture was taken around the time I was born. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, I went to America to study forensic medicine and later became a medical examiner. I've done autopsies on over 30,000 bodies throughout my career. In my 40s, I became interested in studying bodies in space and came here. You should see the bodies you get in zero gravity. The decomposition stages are freaky stuff. Okay. Why'd you become a forensic pathologist? Doctors deal with the living. There's always the possibility they'll screw up and kill the guy. Can't kill someone if they're already dead, can you? Forensic medicine is less stressful than regular medicine, wouldn't you say? I've done this my whole life. I don't really have any other interests. I probably seem like some narrow-minded old fool to you guys. No, you're not, Victor. You're perfectly normal. You're just being yourself. I know how that is. Thanks. Maybe you and I have more in common than we think. My area of expertise is medical examinations, but with my AID I can perform most other analyses too. AP has its own science team, so we're on a shoestring budget here. It's just Gorby and me. The further computer analyses progress, the less use there is for people like me. Interesting. Frankly, AP gets most of the real work. I hardly ever get to do anything. I'm still just as good as any of them. All they ever do is throw things in their fancy schmancy analyzers. You sound just like Meryl and Dave. None of you guys are fans of AP. There's no substitute for experience when it comes to this stuff. I bet you I could outperform their supercomputers. No damn quantum flux parametrons are gonna outsmart me. So what if they've got ultra high-speed logic elements? They might be good at crunching numbers, but they can't think outside their box. How could they react to new types of cases? That's the thing, they couldn't. The most important thing in forensics is a good imagination. Can you tell me more about that aid, doohickey? AID is short for Auto Analysis Identification Device. It's an AI gadget for doing analyses. It's got a number of sensors, like a spectrograph. Oh, I know all this stuff. You make it yourself? You use a spectrograph, remember in Metal Gear Solid 2. That's what the sensor that you use to find the bombs is. Or at least that's one of the components of it. Are you kidding? I wouldn't even know where to start. AID and its analysis programs were created by this guy at home. Okay. Alright, check it out. I'm actually looking for a missing person. Supposing he's already dead, how possible would it be to transport his body outside the colony? You could never take a body outside beyond single-handedly. They've got a pretty tight security system in place. It would be easier to transport them out while they're still alive and kill them somewhere else. They're becoming stricter and stricter about space debris every year. Okay. What about getting rid of a body inside the colony? Say the person had been dead for several weeks. Burning it would attract too much attention. Dumping it underwater wouldn't work either. They'd detect the gases released during decomposition. Well, it's kind of crude, but burying it might be the best way. The colony has several meters of soil in its surface areas to help protect against cosmic rays. You wouldn't smell it if it was buried at least 20 to 30 centimeters down. Interesting. In any case, you could never hide a body or get it out without help from the Mafia. You have any leads or anything? I have a few things belonging to him. Let me take a look at them. Show the capsules.
ビクトル、調べてもらいたいものがあるんだが。
おお、なんじゃ。それか？
ああ、これもそうだが、もう一つある。
全部見せてみ。
Capsules and a leaf? Can you do it? I could never turn down a request from one of the Policenauts, could I? This stays between us, okay, Doctor? Give me a little time. It shouldn't take too long. Thanks, Victor. No problem. I'll get started right away. Okay, he's got it all. Cool. Alright, I guess we can now move to the AP room. I'll be back later, Doctor. My name's Victor.
すごい地球なまりだ。安心するよ。
ビヨンズは冷徹に話すからな。地球のように流暢なアクセントがない。ここが BCP を支える AP 隊員の部屋だ。時代の最先端を行く主力部署だ。正面にいるのが AP の隊長であり、この BCP の本部長でもあるゲイツ・ベッカーだ。
ゲイツか。偉くなったもんだ。
30年ぶりだろう、ジョナサン。 あいつも変わった。さあ紹介しよう。
ゲイツ、久しぶりだな。
ジョナサン・イングラム。ジョナサンじゃないか。いつこっちへ？
ゲイツ、BCP 本部長だって。出世だな。おめでとう。嬉しいよ。
いや、みんなのおかげだ。私一人の力ではない。ジョナサン、あの事故の件は残念だった。あの鉛筆事故がなければ君がこの椅子に座っていたかもしれん。
その話はやめてくれ。
ま、同じポリスノーツとして大歓迎するよ。どうだ、観光はまだか？
いや、観光で来たわけじゃない。
で、どうした？
実は
ジョナサン、
人を探している。名前は北条健三。ビヨンドの徳川製薬社員だ。
徳川
？3週間前にこのビヨンドから姿を消した。捜査を依頼に来た彼のワイフは地球で殺された。
穏やかではないな。本部長、私はジョナサン、徳川が絡んでいるとなればことは単純では済まない。悪いが BCP として公には協力できん。その代わり江戸を使ってくれていい。徳川に何かあれば最終的には我々が乗り出す。江戸、北条の捜査に全面的に協力してやってくれ。ただし内密にな。わかりました。
恩に着る、ゲイツ。
ジョナサン、歓迎はするが派手にはせんでくれよ。約束してくれ。
わかった。迷惑はかけない。
しかし久しぶりだな、まったく。
That's a nice beard. It suits you. I've had this since I was 40. Are you Scottish? Chief? What is it? BCP. The Policenauts eventually evolved into the proper police force we have today. AP do most of the work here now. They're our mobile police unit. Okay. What does AP stand for? Advanced Police. AP were created to be a new breed of space police designed around the special set of conditions you have on a colony. That's pretty cool. BCP as it existed before was simply unequipped to deal with space's unique environment. That's why we started using EMPS as well. Those big robots. The biggest mistake the Policenauts made was carrying over a police system from home to the colony. This isn't home. It's a space colony in the middle of nowhere. AP had given us a start in transforming our entire force into one fully adapted to beyond. In order to obtain financial support from home and various business sectors, we threw the word advanced in there, but they already formed the core of BCP. Okay. Cool. AP's members. We recruit AP members from government prisoners. It's dangerous work. Having family or friends is only a burden. That was one of the lessons of your accident. On top of that, they only use sperm-carrying genes well-suited to space's environment when they fertilize frozen or eggs. In other words, they select the fathers from past astronauts. Meaning we could be responsible for some of these guys? The possibility is there. You could say Frozeners are literally the sons of us astronauts. That seems barbaric in a way. Wow, I mean, obviously, it makes me think of Big Boss and how, you know, he gave rise to a whole, basically, generation of, well, the boss was the mother of Special Forces, right? And then Big Boss was her progeny, so, alright, ask about AP's members. AP also carry out a number of missions in zero-grav areas. In order to prevent calcium loss and weightlessness, they have hybrid artificial bones, joints, and auditory ossicles. Therefore, they don't need to worry about the effects of extended work there. They're indispensable around here. Ask about AP's work. In addition to their normal police duties, AP also use EMPS to perform rescue operations inside the colony. That's pretty cool. We conduct recognized peaceful operations outside the colony as well, in accordance with the agreement on the rescue of astronauts, the return of astronauts, and the return of objects launched into outer space. We have to tread carefully around this, however. Yunko Puos are always breathing down our necks. We could end up with an international incident on our hands if we're not careful. What the heck is that? Did we already... yeah, we read this already. Yeah. Alright. Chief? What is it? Ask about... I feel like he also kind of looks like Sean Connery, when you think about it. Let's go ahead and ask about the EMPS. EMPS are a type of mechanical suit used both inside and outside the colony, born from a cooperation between Tokugawa Heavy Industries and ourselves. They employ a bilateral master-slave manipulator, which allows for 7 degrees of freedom, just like the human body. The technology is a product of Tokugawa Heavy Industries' research on master-slave manipulators. That Yuri you had your accident in is a far cry from their performance and reliability. Why don't they just turn them into robots while they're at it? The visual sensors in today's robots take 1 full second longer than a human to process data. A second can make all the difference in the world out there. Teleexistence is a more feasible option. You mean controlling EMPS by remote? We wouldn't have to worry about exposure to cosmic rays that way either. Mind you, we still have problems such as communications interference and time lag to overcome first. Okay. In addition, EMPS don't possess any singular points. What are those? A singular point occurs when you have a limit to how far you're able to move a joint in a given direction. Previous manipulators have all had singular points due to shortcomings in their joint drive mechanisms. The moving body 3D analysis algorithm developed by Tokugawa Heavy Industries has succeeded in eliminating singular points from EMPS. Okay. Let's ask about the ex-Policenauts. What happened to the others? Tokugawa resigned from BCP 20 years ago to head up the Tokugawa group. Salvatore quit, I suppose 10 years or so ago, and apparently went back to home. Is that right? We've all gone our separate ways. The day you left us will probably be the last time we were together. Huh. Alright, Lorraine's murder. The police on home have been in touch with us as it involved the murder of a Beyond. What a senseless crime. Who would have thought something like that would happen to your ex-wife? What's OLA saying? They've concluded she was the victim of a bomb planted by repatriatists, or possibly eco-terrorists. But there's not much to go on. Well, obviously, MGS2 had, the theme of eco-terrorism was a big one in that game. Okay, so what is the Master-Slave Manipulator? A system for controlling a machine via a device that reads human movement. The introduction of EMPS has made this type of control a reality. Subtle movements of the operator's muscles are translated into mechanical movements. Conversely, it allows for more precise feedback by transferring the sensations of objects the machine touches to the operator's sense of touch. So it's sort of like your arm that wasn't there in Phantom Pain. I guess we're talking about cybernetics or whatnot. It also features a joint structure free from any singular points, which had imposed limits on the capabilities of previous manipulators. Originally developed to try to make teleexistence possible for work in extreme areas. Wow. Alright, eco-terrorists. Extremist individuals and groups in the environmental movement motivated by the pollution of outer space, most notably the accumulation of space debris, since mankind began exploring space. If you want to see a really good anime about this, it's called Planetis. And it is on Crunchyroll. Past eco-terrorist atrocities include indiscriminately attacking Beyonds visiting Earth, destroying space planes, destroying space colony facilities, and attacking ISPA members and buildings. Some of the larger organizations are the Repatriation Movement and the group calling itself On the Earth. Eco-terrorists have become more active with the start of Beyond Coast's 30th Anniversary Festival. Okay. Alright. Alright, that's good for now. Let's walk away from Gates. Cheerio, Gates. They keep their helmets on even when they're in the station. The helmets are linked to BCP's network. The visor displays a 3D image of whatever data they're working with. I don't know why, but AP kind of remind me of XOF. I mean, they're sort of like stormtroopers, aren't they? He's an AP officer. They can access any sort of data on Beyond from these terminals. I guess the days of hitting the streets for leads are over, eh? Yeah, you can do it all from here. Oh, so we're seeing the transfer, or the transition rather, from human to Sigint, like we see in Unaltered Solid. What's that thing there, that tube in their arm? It's part of the dialysis procedure for their artificial blood? Huh. You have to undergo dialysis every 240 hours with that type of blood. Human kidneys can't filter it. Must be a pain in the ass. 240 hours is 10 days. Meaning they could never go AWOL, huh? Exactly. Some people say they designed it that way. Oh, wow. That's a trip. So it's sort of like Huey Emmerich in Phantom Pain.
あの男どうした？
旅はどうだった？ポリスノーツさん。
AP だったのか。
トニー・レッドウッドだ。 AP の爆弾処理を担当してるが、エンプス乗りでは彼の右に出る者はいない。ミスター・ゴダードと呼ばれている。
宇宙酔いくらいで参るようじゃ、早くホームのママのところへ帰った方がいいぜ。ここはビヨンドだ。あんたのような古いテレストリアルには厳しいところだ。
俺はお前のようにゾンビみたいになるつもりはないがね。
ジョナサン、やめろ。相手にするな。
そうだエド。この次元装置の仕掛けわかるか？
なんだ、いきなり。
あんた、ホームで爆弾処理班にいたことがあるらしいな。
麻薬界入る前のことだ。
通常爆弾の設計者は解体されないようにいくつかの安全策を設ける。ここに赤と青のコードがあるだろう。最後のセーフティー装置だ。このどちらかを切断すれば解体できる。俺がセットしたとしたら、これはどっちだと思う？危険の赤か安全の青か。
レッドウッドのレッド。
ドカーン。アウトだ。コロニーに穴が開いたぞ。攻撃的な人間が常に赤を好むとは限らない。答えは青だ。俺ならいつも青にする。
ああ、覚えておくよ。
Well, that wasn't scary. This guy just seems like he is on some drugs, bro. These terminals display the data sent here around the clock by the operators. No, I'm not trying to look at the guys in the lobby, right? I'm trying to look at the bomb. I defused this earlier. Real state-of-the-art device. Terrorists have been using some pretty advanced components on their bombs lately, haven't they? It was a bomb that killed Lorraine. Why'd you ask me about it anyway? You never know when terrorists could strike. Even an old-timer like you should be prepared. That's BCP's holographic insignia. In addition to identifying the wearer as a police officer, it's also there to prevent counterfeiting. Who'd believe he's one of the good guys without the uniform? That's a body armor space suit APs use. It can take quite a number of hits. If they have their helmets on, they can go out into space just like that. So to me, the jump from Snatcher to Policenauts, and you know, the jump from a more simple adventure game to this point-and-click style, it kind of reminds me of how gradually more sophisticated Metal Gear Solid got with the situational codec calls, to the point where in Phantom Pain it was like where you were looking with your end scope, you know, and that process of like looking at specific things and then checking them, that feels right out of Policenauts. All right, got a minute, Redwood? What do you want? Ask about the space plane. On the space plane, you said you'd gone to visit some family on home or something, didn't you? It wasn't work-related, it was personal. I don't have to explain myself to you. Answer the question. I don't remember saying anything like that. Okay, jackass. What did you come here for, anyway? To talk to you. My commanding officer is the chief. My compatriots are the guys you see around you. You're neither of those. I don't have to answer your questions. He's a totally different person from the plane. That, in case it doesn't hit you, that was an act. What? We can modify our personalities anytime we need to. All part of our training. Okay, so you're like an ocelot type of bastard, huh? Him? No. He's stonewalling me. AP. I don't have to talk to anyone outside AP. That includes you, Ed. He really is like a completely different person. Ask about Lorraine's murder. Lorraine? Who's that? Don't know anyone called Lorraine. Do I look like I want to see that? Okay. You are a jerk, bro. These terminals output data on beyond. Alright. Move. So we've been to Vice, we've been to Forensics, we've been to the shooting range. I guess we can go to the lobby. No, we gotta go back to Forensics.
感じ悪いやつだな。一度も瞬きしなかった。
プローズナーはみんなだ。あれでノーマルらしい。
ノーマル？異常だぜ。
彼らは目に人工水晶体の眼内レンズを装着してるらしい。視力は常人の2倍はあるって聞いたがな。
あいつらが俺たちの子供かもしれんなんてな。
心配はいらん。少なくとも俺とジョナサンの精子は使われていないだろう。
だろうな。エドが遺伝的に優れてるなんて。
お前は宇宙恐怖症だしな。
それにしてもエド、奴に対しておかしくないか？
そうか？
奴と何かあるのか？
プロズナーとは合わないだけだ。
おう、ジョナサン、分析結果が出とるぞ。ゴールビーも頑張ってくれた。
えらく早いな。
当たり前じゃ。ゴールビー！まずジョナサンから預かったカプセル剤じゃが。ジョナサン、無駄足だったかもしれん。わざわざビヨンドまで来たようじゃが。4つのカプセルはどれも徳川製薬が扱う新薬じゃ。インドメタシン ZL。これはインドール誘導体を含む解熱鎮痛剤。次はパラディソン。これはペンゾジアゼジン誘導体を含む精神安定剤。そしてハイファイトミン。これは B12 を含む水溶性ビタミン。最後はフェドレジン。これは塩酸エンドルフィンを使った交感神経興奮性鎮害剤。
ビタミン剤、風邪薬、咳止め、精神安定剤。
麻薬の一種ではなかったのか。
どうやらそうらしいの。これは単なる薬じゃ。それも発売済みのな。
なぜ北条はただの薬を大切に持っていたんだ？
何か細工があるんじゃないのか？製薬会社の社員なんだろ？
カプセルにマイクロフィルムを隠すとか。
そうまで言うのならこれを見てみるんじゃ。4つの薬品の成分と化学組成の分析結果は数値も何もかも徳川が申請している薬と全く一致する。さらにあまりよく知られてはおらんが、正規の薬には全てその内容薬が何であるかを示す製剤識別コードというものが薬の表面か包装に記号化されて示されているんじゃ。この白い部分のマークが 徳川製薬製を示し、その横の数字が薬品名を示しとる。これらのカプセルもこの規定に従い製剤識別コードの表示と内容が一致する。つまりごく普通に大量流通している薬じゃ。どれも特別な薬ではなく何の共通性も見出せん。いや、ただ。
どうした？
一つ腑に落ちんことがある。これを見てくれ。これはカプセルのコードの拡大画像じゃ。こうしてみるとこのマークは確かに徳川製薬の識別コードなんじゃが、見るんじゃ。三つ葉葵の上の部分が欠けているじゃろ。今のプリント技術ではこんなミスは起こさん。
ああ、確かに欠けている。
しかもこの欠けている部分が右と左で対になってるんじゃ。4つのうち2つが左の刃が欠け、残り2つは右が欠けている。偶然じゃろうかな。
プリントミスでないとすると意図的な印。徳川製薬品の偽物じゃないのか。
それにもう一つ、このカプセルは封入式でなくキャップ式を採用している。キャップ式カプセルは半世紀も前に使われなくなってるんじゃ。
北条はどうしてこのカプセルを？このカプセルに何があるんだ？そしてこのカプセルのためにロレインも。
しかし徳川製薬が関係していることは間違いない。徳川製薬社員の行方不明、不可解な徳川製薬のカプセル。
ビクトル、葉の方はどうなんだ？
こっちの方はズバリじゃったよ。この葉はブラックポピーの葉じゃ。
ブラックポピー？
黒消しだ。合成麻薬ナークを作る原料となる。
ああ、ニュースで言ってたやつか。
そうだ。毎日合成麻薬ナークに関する事件は絶えん。
やはり麻薬絡みか。
ビヨンドにおける消し栽培は何年も前に完全に撲滅したはずだ。これはホームから密輸したものだろう。
となると北条は黒消しの密輸に関与していたのか？
それが見てくれ。これはこの葉の断面図じゃ。普通ホームで育った植物からは必ず大気汚染物質が検出されるんじゃ。じゃがこの葉はきれいなもんじゃ。きれいすぎる。
つまり地球外で栽培されたものということか。
さらに限定を裏付けるウイロイドの一種が検出された。
ウイロイド？
これがそうじゃ。植物細胞内に感染して増殖する病原体じゃ。しかもこれは5年前にビヨンド内だけで大流行したウイロイド S 型。
ということはこのビヨンド内のどこかで黒消しが栽培されているということか。密輸ではなく。
でこの葉が半分の意味は？
それは分からん。切断面から人工的に切断されているのは確かじゃが。
ナーク取引の際の割り符かな。
さっきの製剤コードと関係しているとは思えないか。
とにかく北条の失踪にはナークが絡んでる。そしてその舞台になっているのが徳川製薬。
ますます厄介だな。これまでにも徳川と麻薬の関係は囁かれていたんだが、上からの圧力もかかってうやむやになっている。数年前に本部長が AP を使って大々的に捜査を続けたが失敗に終わった。
それからか。ゲイツに根性がなくなったのは。
確証がつかめんことには手を出せん。ジョナサン、この件は思ったより根が深そうだ。下手すれば死人が増えることになる。
ともあれ徳川製薬へ行ってみようぜ。北条の勤めている会社だ。 何かわかるだろう。
徳川製薬なら案内しよう。ただし、慎重に行こう、ジョナサン。
他に質問は？
So real quick, I wanted to say, Lorraine, when she dies and gives you all these clues, it sort of like reminds me of in Death Stranding, like the future is in your hands, you know? I think that sort of theme will come up repeatedly in Kojima's games in a weird way. I was thinking about it, and the Frozeners, they have like white eyes, kind of like Code Talker and Miller. By the end, Miller develops through the course of Phantom Pain. He develops it, and by the end of the game, yeah, his eyes are white too. So it seems to be parasites. Maybe they give him parasite therapy so that he can live because he's badly wounded or whatever. But anyway, that's an interesting parallel. All right, I'm gonna save here. Okay, guys. So let's talk to him. Tell me more about NARC. What can you tell us about NARC? I saw a little bit about it on the news. It's a drug that first became popular with astronauts for relieving the pressures of the job. It's since spread throughout beyond and the rest of space. It's a semi-synthetic narcotic created through supercomputer drug design. Though black poppy opium serves as its base, of course. Even a few milligrams can kill you. It's difficult to detect in drug tests because it's taken in such small amounts. That's why it's so hard to prosecute users. They just need to look harder, that's all. We've had ways of detecting trace amounts of drugs for a long time. RIA testing, for example. Well, that's true, yeah. Some screeners have just stopped trying. Anyway, that's one of the reasons NARC's become so popular. People know the chances of being caught are next to none. That's interesting. I guess I should point out that I've read that that Hideo Kojima's dad, Kingo Kojima, was a pharmacist. So, for what it's worth. Alright, move to... actually, wait. Let's talk to him a little more. Ask about anything else you can tell me about NARC? NARC is made by first extracting opium from black poppy pods. After that, you combine it with a synthetic drug made from pethidine and other compounds, and then to that you add a hallucinogen. You end up with the effects of a natural opioid, a synthetic opioid, and a hallucinogen. One horrific combination. Some people call it the drug of the 21st century because of the way it was developed. It's been nearly 250 years since Sir Turner first isolated morphine from opium. You can blame all the advances in modern pharmacology for this monster. Ask about black poppies. The black poppy is a delicate plant, similar in some ways to some orchids. Cultivating them would require a lot of money, effort, and the right technology. It's more than a one-man operation. Okay. It isn't easy growing black poppies in space. That's why the Mafia gave up on it several years ago. You couldn't grow them in such a harsh environment without adequate facilities. So the Mafia isn't behind this? We can't say for sure, but it's not one of their main areas of interest. You'd need the most up-to-date equipment to do it. It wouldn't be like bootlegging during Prohibition. The risks would be too great, it wouldn't be good business. But nevertheless, someone's responsible for it. Right. Then who the hell could it be? NARC again? The number of NARC users continues to grow every year. It's just as big a problem on Beyond as anywhere in space. Alright, what about Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals? It's the Tokugawa Group's fourth biggest moneymaker after Tokugawa Heavy Industries, Tokugawa Electronics, and Tokugawa Construction. They were one of the first companies to expand into space development. They developed the first made-in-space versions of drugs like interferon and urokinase. They were practically an overnight success. The development of their immunosuppressive wonder drug, cyplusodine, used in organ transplants, revolutionized pharmacology. Though, of course, the development of mass transplantation, where you mask the organ's antigens with antibody fragments and avoid post-op rejection, ended the need for it. Okay. What is cyplusodine? An immunosuppressive drug, okay, able to completely suppress organ transplant rejection. It led to the widespread adoption of organ transplantation. Unlike previous immunosuppressive drugs, it contained no side effects and only acted on transplanted organs, widely used until the development of transplant technology that prevents rejection, such as mass transplantation. What the hell is that? A transplant method whereby the graft does not affect the recipient's immune system, performed by masking the organ's class 1 HLA genes with antibody fragments before transplantation. This method has eliminated the occurrence of rejection with organ transplants, previously their biggest problem. The development of mass transplantation, in addition to ending the age of Tokugawa's revolutionary immunosuppressive drug cypostoliodine, greatly improved the image of organ transplants as well. Alright. The Godard. They mentioned that. They called Tony Mr. Godard, right? A mass production IMPS model employed by AP. Named after Dr. Robert H. Goddard, one of the founding fathers of modern rocketry and astronautics. Uses a large removable hydrogen engine flight unit and is capable of hover flight within beyond coasts, enabling patrol of the entire colony in approximately 30 minutes. So it's sort of like a VTOL craft, maybe. Like the tricycle from Snatcher, or of course the Harrier 2 from Metal Gear Solid 2. It can also perform operations and medium-distance flights outside the colony. A parachute is used for landings inside the colony. The actual removal of its flight unit is an automated procedure performed with the press of a button, but a special collection team is required to gather the unit after separation. Equipped with various sensors, analyzers, and communication devices, fitted with heavy-duty Chobum armor and armed with a 9mm submachine gun capable of fully automatic or burst fire. Huh. Okay. Cool. So now let's go to the lobby. Thanks for your time, Victor. Yeah, you can kind of see how...
BCP の正面玄関のロビーだ。
One second.
大きさを無視すれば、ホームの警察と大差はないはずだ。
Yeah.
整然としすぎてるがな。
You can definitely see the through line from Snatcher to Policenauts, right? And remember, I said to remember the Chief's monitor. Well, that's... This, yeah, those are operators. They process all the information that comes in here. Our efforts to protect the public are based around this total information network. Let's see if I talk to him. I think you can see. Find what you were looking for, detective. Just getting started. Hey, Ed, now you can add babysitting terrestrial douches to your job description. Hey! You happen to know Agents Scully and Mulder? Got a bit of an unusual situation here. Don't talk to that guy. He's a police drama nut. He ain't one of us. This is what I was trying to tell you guys about earlier, but you need Ed with you to find out that he's not a cop. He just looks like he is. That's really funny. For God's sakes, don't get him going. He comes here every day babbling the same nonsense. We all know him. Alright, let's leave.
よし、ジョナさん、捜査に出かけよう。BCP 前だ。さあ、捜査に出かけよう。
足は
そこに BCP のポリスカーがある。あれで現場へ向かおう。
There we are. Get down. Wow. Get down. That's an officer's personal vehicle. These guys are painting everybody's ass parking here like this.
BCP の最新型ポリスカーだ。ビヨンド内では無公害車両しか走行してはいけないことになっている。排気ガス0、電気6、ソーラー4の併用車だ。
それでここにはガソリンスタンドがないのか。
充電スタンドならあるがな。ホームと違ってバッテリーの重金属回収も徹底されている。
Alright, lots of Death Stranding in that, of course. Let's see. Drive. Our car is the one next to that one. Okay. Well, eventually we are going to have to go to Hojo's house. That's a tough one. Let's start with Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals.
ジョナさん、乗れよ。
何年ぶりかな。エドの無茶な運転を体験するのは。
ホームのスポーツカーとは違う。そんなにスピードは出ん。安心しろ。コンピューターのサポートシステムを搭載した知能カーだ。
ちょっとは安心だな。なんだ？
あれが最新のパトロールの方法だ。コロニー内をわずか数十分で巡回できる。
俺たちはまさに時代遅れだな。
さあ、俺たち流の捜査に出かけよう。
These things are cool as hell.
ヨナさん、タバコはダメだ。
禁煙者か？
コロニー内での喫煙は禁止なんだ。
このタバコは副流煙の出ないものだ。肺がんになるのは俺だけです。
ここはホームとは違う。ここでの喫煙は立派な犯罪だ。しかも肺を提供するドナーにもなれん。道徳的にも恥じる行為だ。
火はつけん。口に加えてるだけだ。
しかしいつからだ？昔は吸わなかった。
迷惑はかけん。
ここにしばらくいればやめられるぞ。
そうかな。
そうさ、必ず吸わなくなる。そのうちな。ここが徳川製薬のビヨンド研究所だ。まずはここから捜査に取り掛かろう。
I fucking love this game. That's a Tokugawa Aoi? Okay, so my pronunciation is going to be ass, and I'm really sorry. The hollyhock leaves. It's the Tokugawa Group's logo, borrowed from the Tokugawa family crest. Look at how big they've got it up there. You can't miss it. Okay. It's the building's sign. It says Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals Research and Development Facility. It's written in Japanese, too. Look, they've got fish in here. They're koi. It's not uncommon for Japanese to spend money on things like this. Funny looking building. It's like some kind of palace or something. I've seen this design before in ancient Japanese architecture. Oh, interesting. This must be the front entrance. Hey, it's open. Let's go. Hey, what about these trees? Look at all the trees they've got here. It's almost a small forest. Jonathan, these trees are privately owned. They all belong to Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. How do you know? All plants on Beyond have control plates on them since they're monitored by a computer. They definitely don't skimp on amenities around here. Well, this is a space colony. It isn't like home. You have to stimulate the economy any way you can. I bet these cost a fortune. Alright. Let's go inside.
ヨナさん、それじゃあ中に入ろう。
ここは徳川製薬の研究開発ビルだ。関係者以外の立ち入りは禁止になっているんだ。悪いがお引き取り願おうか。
Well, one sec, sir. A surveillance camera? Lately, companies and whatnot have started monitoring surveillance feeds through computer instead. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Looks like a research lab. It says DDS on the glass. What do you guys want? This door looks pretty thick. You wouldn't be able to force it open. It's the type of door you get with a walk-in safe. Whatever's back there must be important. What do you guys want? Alright, pal.
BCP のものだが、ここで働いている北条健三のことで話が聞きたい。
警察？なんだ、はい、BCP か。俺はここの警備兼受付を任されている斉藤ってもんだ。で、どういう要件だ？
この研究所に北条健三という男が勤めてるはずだが。
ああ、確かに北条さんならうちの社員だ。何年も前からこの研究所で働いてる。俺なんかよりもずっと古いさ。
実は北条氏の捜索願いが出てるんだが。
捜索願い？そうか。それじゃあもうオープンなんだ。ん？
今なんて。
いや、会社の方から信用問題になるからしばらく様子を見るようにって言われてね。
マスコミに騒がれるとまたイメージダウンだからな。
まあ早い話がそういうこと。うちほどのグループになるといろいろと妬まれたりするから。
それで北条氏はいつから？
それがもう3週間にもなるかな。北条さん連絡もなしにぷっつりと来なくなったんだ。それでこっちも困ってるんだ。どうしていいものやら。家族の方からも問い合わせがあるし、会社からは口止めされてるしでね。
Okay. Can you give me Hojo's address? He lives in the most exclusive area of Tokugawa Hills. You can't miss it. Huge place at the end. Tokugawa Hills, huh? That's a high-priced residential area. A lot of Japanese live there. All right. What is this facility? What is it you guys do here? This is Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals Research and Development Facility on Beyond. Our main focus here is our DDS work. The other area of interest is the factory where we manufacture drug samples. I've mentioned everything I can. The rest is sensitive. What is DDS? It stands for Drug Delivery System. DDS development looks at new ways to deliver drugs. And so, obviously, this game is about, you know, the way that drugs move through your body. And Death Stranding, you're delivering things through the body politic kind of idea. So, that's part of the surrealism of Death Stranding, really. But that's for another video. DDS development looks at new ways to deliver drugs. Before, all drugs had to go through the process of absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion. That meant only a small amount of the drug ever reached the target area. You with me so far? Ed's a little confused. So the goal of any DDS product is to ensure the necessary amount of a drug is present in the target area at all times. You get all that? Not really. Okay, Jonathan's confused too. They did this in the past through ribosomes or microspheres in the case of cancer drugs, for instance, with their numerous side effects. This guy's a walking encyclopedia. In other words, a DDS treatment is like a targeting system that sends a drug exactly where you want it to go. It's also called the missile treatment. So it delivers a drug straight to the diseased area? Is it accurate? Of course. What's more, you can control how much is released and when. The artificial bones made out of bioactive cement used in people with osteoporosis and certain rheumatic disorders are also a type of DDS. Geez, what isn't DDS? It covers a wide area, yes. Injections and oral medications can be DDSs as well. Though I should mention that we don't conduct research on pro-drugs or anti-drugs here. What the heck is that? A type of DDS consisting of a drug in its inactive form that is converted into its active form in vivo by metabolic processes. Okay, so that's like the metallic archaea. By making a drug with the uranium enriching archaea specifically. By making a drug with particularly severe side effects into a prodrug, harmful effects on other areas of the body can be reduced. In contrast, anti-drugs become inactive upon leaving the target area. Okay. Let's continue our conversation with him. Ask about Hojo's disappearance. You have any idea what happened to Hojo? Well, he was a real workaholic. Maybe all the stress finally got to him? He was cooped up in here almost non-stop within weeks before he disappeared. He could have gone back to home. A lot of terrestrials do that. You mean return syndrome? That's when someone who can't cope with living on Beyond anymore leaves their family, job, and everything else behind and disappears to home. I've heard of something like this in Japan, where they have a service that will like disappear you. It happens a lot in our company since we have so many Japanese employees. Japanese people are prone to that. Huh. Hojo's job? What does Hojo's job involve? He's head of DDS development here, and also the sales rep for DDS products. The latter involves distributing information to hospitals and doctors about new drugs developed here. Okay. Anyone else work with him? Mr. Hojo ran just about the entire thing himself. Research, development, and marketing. I heard he had several assistants before, but they all left. He did it all himself? Yeah, at least nowadays. Only a very select number of extremely intelligent people work here. But still, it's like this. Our company is very paranoid. Mr. Hojo's work in particular is highly sensitive even within the company. So, I guess in a way this game is kind of about corporate, well, not espionage per se, but definitely corporate secrets. Ask about Hojo's behavior. How did Hojo seem before he disappeared? Anything unusual? He just finished work on a new product. Everything went well as far as I know. Did he appear worried about anything? If he was worried, I'd say it would be his daughter more than his work. His daughter? What? He said she was very ill. That she needed a bone marrow transplant, something like that. Her name's Karen. He said drugs couldn't cure her. Cruel irony for him. Alright, Karen is one of my all-time favorite Kojima characters. So, Mr. Hojo loves his daughter very much. He never stopped thinking about her. Hojo's job. Who's taking over for him? All DDS work was suspended after Mr. Hojo's disappearance. Who knows when it'll start back up? Wow. I'm sure there would have been word if he'd been involved in an accident or something. Maybe he really did just want to get away from this place? Alright. What's up there? That's a second floor walkway. It's probably used for giving tours or for the guards to move about. This place feels kind of like a military base with this layout. Now that you mention it, it's a little Shadow Moses-y, I guess. Alright.
その北条の研究室 DDS ルームの中を見せてもらいたいんだが、北条の足取りを探りたい。
頼む。何か手がかりがあるかもしれん。あんたら無茶言うな。無茶は承知だ。
こいつの言う通りにした方がいいぞ。かえって面倒になる。
待ってくれ。面倒はごめんだ。
悪いようにはしない。
参ったな。参ったんなら入れてくれ。DDS ルームだけなら構わないが、会社には内緒にしてくれよ。俺はビヨンズなんだ。こんなことが会社にバレたらここで働けなくなる。大丈夫だ。約束する。それじゃあロックを解除するから。さあ DDS ルームだ。北条さんがいなくなった時のままの状態だ。あんまり触らないでくれよ。
What's this? He's got a 2D photo here. Oh. Mr. Hojo always keeps pictures of his family around. That's unusual for a Japanese in the workplace. That's his wife. He talked about her a lot. It's the same photo Lorraine gave me. As you can probably tell, Mr. Hojo was a jealous person. He was very protective of his wife. Yeah, I can see that. Kenzo Hojo. He seems like a down-to-earth guy. Lorraine. That's Mrs. Hojo. Yeah, I know. What's this? That's the Tokugawa Group's network terminal. Oh, like the nodes in MGS2. It's called the T-Gear 99. All the computers in the group are connected via network. It's used by employees for correspondence and work. It's a special type of hardware not available to the public. If this wasn't connected to the network, it'd be totally useless. Well, can I use it? You mind if we check it out? Can't permit that. You would have access to sensitive information. Of course, you'd need to pass the security checks before you could get online anyway. Alright. What do we have over here?
ああ、それは北条さんが使ってたホワイトボードだよ。あの人几帳面だったからいつもそこに予定を書き込んでいたんだ。これは北条の筆跡か？間違いない。北条さんの字だ。確か北条が消息を絶ったのが15日。
15日。予定が書き込んであるぞ。
この100の下は日本語か？それはセットだ。
15日 K9 100セット BCCH。
BCCH 何の略だ？ うちが薬を卸してる病院さ。
この下の落書きは何だろう。なんかのマークかな。
猫の足跡みたいだな。
These cords on the ground remind me of Hal's Earth's, the Huey's lab in Phantom Pain. This display has holograms of various K-series products. They're all Mr. Hojo's work. The soundtrack in this game is really good. I almost said goated. K3 is a DDS that mimics contact lenses. It uses a transmucosal delivery system where the drug is absorbed through the ocular mucous membranes. It was the first product in our DDS line. It got a lot of attention at the time. K5 is a DDS that takes the form of a patch. It uses a transdermal delivery system where the drug is absorbed through the skin. So it's like an ordinary electroportation patch. The advantage of a transdermal system is that you can supply the drug for several weeks with one application. In the past, it was mainly used for delivering nitroglycerin and angina medication. They also use it to treat osteoporosis and asthma now. K6 is the DDS where the drug is absorbed through the buccal mucous membranes. It's frequently used to treat problems like stomatitis. That one's a little different from the others. That's a mosquito type micro machine that we tried to use for administrative injections. Remember, there's a character named Mosquito in Phantom Pain. The medical establishment fiercely opposed it, however, so right now it's only used for drawing blood in certain cases. Companies used to make a number of self-propelled micro-machine capsules for certain parts of the body, but it was too difficult to further miniaturize them for the circulatory system. Micro-machines aren't very common in medicine, at least when it comes to the general public. The use of nanomachines is even further down the line. Okay. Alright. What's this blank one for? That's reserved for K9. We haven't revealed it to the public yet. We're still gathering data at the moment.
ちょっと待った。K9100 セットだって。K9 ってまだ商品化されていないんだろう。どうして病院に100セットも。
新製品は許可が下りた時点で発売までの間にサンプルテストを行うんだよ。テストといっても副作用とかじゃなく二次的なデータを集めて生産や営業への参考にするためさ。
それで100セットっていうのは腑に落ちんな。
その病院で確かめてみた方がいいな。
そのサンプルはどこで作るんだ？
ここの試作工場さ。
そこを見せてもらえないか？
それは無理だ。
Okay. And what's this? It's a wall videophone. Videophones are, of course, from Snatcher. It isn't connected to an outside line for security reasons. We can see the reception area from here. Oh, I see. It's all medical texts and pharmacology files. I wouldn't have a clue what they say. They've got a lot of different machines here, just what you'd expect for a place like this. Mr. Hojo used these in his research. I don't know what's what, to tell you the truth. There's the master-slave manipulator, too. These cost a lot of money. Sure do, nothing but the latest and greatest. So yeah, obviously the master-slave manipulator is I think, a really good use of foreshadowing. Because as we'll see, Tokugawa are interested in manipulating the masses. It's not easy getting your hands on this stuff. Big difference from Victor's setup. Alright, we're gonna go back to reception. Finished? Yes. Let's go to BCCH before we go to Hojo's house.
BCCH へ行って、北条の担当していた薬局員に話を聞こう。
俺は病院と注射は苦手なんだが。
俺だってそうだ。患者じゃないんだ。気を楽に行こうぜ。しかし、あの DDS の話からすると、この先注射はなくなるかもしれんぞ。
そうなると困るな。
どうして？
病院を嫌う口実がなくなる。看護婦に甘える口実が減る。
たくましいやつだ。ジョナさん、これがビヨンド1のマンモス病院、ビヨンド中央病院 BCCH だ。
でかい病院だな。
さあ、北条の手がかりを探そう。
Okay, I'm just gonna save right quick.
よし、病院へ入ってみよう。 BCCH のロビーだぞ。
これだけのマンモス病院だ。北条の知人を探すのも一苦労だろうな。
しかし今はそれしか道はない。気を持ち直して北条の手がかりを探そう。
Check out that Chinese-looking dude. He's got a hand towel tied around his head. A lot of Asians do that to keep warm. Why would anyone in their right mind be doing that here? Talk. You want to talk to him? I don't like this. Hey, you with the towel. Napoleon. Achoo. The hell do you want? Let me guess. Friendly neighborhood law enforcement, am I right? I could pick you out from the other side of the cylinder with those outfits. Well, my associate is. Man, is it that obvious? Name's Napoleon. I'm an informant on home. Nice to meet you. You won't get much business from me. I don't use informants. Achoo! Wait, does that mean there are snatchers here? Technically, I'm on vacation anyway. I came here to see if they can do something about this Snow 9 allergy of mine. But look at me. Achoo! Damn thing's gotten worse. This place is a joke. Achoo! Space is California, my ass. Right. Well, good luck with your whatever's wrong with you. Wait a minute. That you, Gillian? Gillian Seed? What in God's name did you do to your hair, Gillian? Who? Gillian, it's me, Napoleon. Don't tell me you lost your memory again. Look, I don't know what your deal is, but you got the wrong guy, pal. My name's not Gilligan or whatever. Strange, your face. You guys could be twins. Oh my god. So not only is that a call back to Gillian, but in a weird-ass way, it's a call forward to Solid and Liquid. Leave him alone, Jonathan. I think we wasted enough time on that nut. Oh my god, what a great cameo. This whole scenario feels pulled right out of Snatcher a little bit, doesn't it? Like, there was that scene, remember, at the animal hospital. And we had to go up to the front desk and the whole thing. And in Outer Heaven, you know, there were characters from other Konami games like Napoleon from Snatcher here. So it's a whole thing. All right. May we speak with you a moment? Okay.
今日はどうされましたか？
いや、実は
初心の方ですね。こちらのアンケート用紙に症状を詳しくご記入ください。
違うんだ。俺たちはどこも悪くはない。
は？
俺たちはビヨンド警察のものなんだが、ちょっと聞きたいことがあるんだ。
警察の方？何でしょう？
Yeah, I'm not reading that. You guys are creeps. Don't fight it, Ed. Go with it. No, I don't know about that. I wouldn't mind getting a shot from her. Oh my god.
実は人を探してるんだが。
The way I said that.
徳川製薬のプロパーで。 この病院にもよく出入りしているらしいんだが。
徳川製薬のプロパーの方ですか？
知らないか？
プロパーの方は関係者用の通用口から出入りしますのでわかりません。
誰ならわかる？
そういう件でしたら当病院の理事長に相談されては。
理事長ね。
どちらにせよ理事長の許可が必要ですから。
I like how I'm talking mess as if I'm not the one who clicked on it, you know? It's the game's fault. It's not my fault. All right. I can ask about her. So, is there a name I can put to this beautiful face? Are you trying to hit on me? Destiny has obviously brought us together for some reason we've yet to understand. I'm just trying to get to know you, that's all. Those lines will get you nowhere, buddy. Okay, fair enough. Well, what if I told you I was a police snob? That's a really old picture. That's from before I was born. This keeps happening. All right, we can't use the photo. We cannot use the photo to hit on girls. It's not going to work. It's too old. You mentioned the director. Where do we go to see the director? Can be found in the director's office. Well, why do I feel like an idiot? Where is that? At the end of Block B, here on the first floor. I'll let her know you're coming. If you follow the green line, that'll take you straight there. Okay. What is this terminal? Okay. Do we move? Yeah, let's go. Oh, God.
うちが刑事さんね。受付から連絡もらったわ。
あなたがこの病院の理事長？
そうよ。女だとは思わなかった？
ああ、理事長って感じじゃない。
少しホームなまりがあるな。
私は BCCH 理事長のクリス・ゴドウィンです。
私は BCP 風紀課のエド・ブラウン。
俺はジョナサン・イングラム。OLA で。
ああ、そうだ。やっぱりそうだわ。どこかで見た顔だと思った。あなたたちポリスノーツのエドとジョナサン？
どうして？
私よ。覚えてないかしら？一度少女雑誌のカバーを一緒に撮影したでしょ？もう30年も前だけど。
おう、あのモデルのクリスちゃん？そうか、女らしくなって。
あのクリスか？
もうすっかりおばちゃんよ。そうね、あなたたちなの。会えて嬉しいわ。で、どんな用件？
Alright. I'm gonna save it this part. Wait, I think I have to. Yeah. Sorry. All right. So, before we get into this, guys, oh God, I was thinking about it, and I think I can't do this with her here. I was just gonna say that I've been kind of awkward about playing this because at the end of the day, it's got a lot of stuff in it that could get me in trouble. So I'm sorry if this kind of thing bothers you. If you're here, I would think it wouldn't, but I don't want to assume. And you know, the game was designed to be played by perverts at home, not necessarily broadcast on the internet. So that also adds a whole element to it that I didn't come here to get bogged down in that kind of stuff. I just don't want to come off as a creep, because as a creep, I have to work very hard to not seem like a creep. That makes sense, right? Okay. You've got a fantastic body. Those look absolutely delicious. I imagine saying this shit with a straight face. I dare you at home to say this with a straight face. I go to zero-G salons and spend time in the zero-G ward, so gravity hasn't had its way with me too much. Oh my word. You really gotta watch your words around this guy. That's just asking for trouble. Ed, shut up. If you told me you're still a model, I'd believe you. I don't think I've ever seen anyone look this good in a lab coat before. Oh, Ed, you've been taking notes from Jonathan? So this is where the Aerogay style stuff comes in, right? But see, the PC98, the platform that the game first came out on, had a lot of Aerogay on it, which just means like erotic game. It's a Japanese genre. But there isn't any like X-rated stuff in this, so you don't have to worry about that. It's just, it goes right up to the edge of it, I guess, a bit with some innuendos or just straight up, you know, sexual content. But you know, who cares? Let's just be adults about this, shall we? That's a nice chair. It better be. I spent half my life sitting on it. Okay, that actually isn't what I was trying to look at, but you've got legs from here to some wonderful place. That is negative Riz, Jonathan. Well, I can tell you they're not as nice as they used to be. Certainly nothing compared to any young girl out there. Oh, Chris. I wish she'd keep them in one place. Well, let's take a look over here. What is this? It's potpourri. It has a lavender fragrance. I get it sent to me by a friend on home. Go ahead and smell it. Sniff, sniff. Yeah, it does smell like lavender. Okay. Lavender is a nice smell. So this song is actually called Lavender, and lavender is kind of her theme scent. Hey, it's the cover of a teen magazine from 30 years ago. They've got us and the other Policenauts on the front. Seeing you guys brings back so many memories. I remember how cute you were, Chris. Yeah, real cute. I would have been 14 then. This was me before I lost everything. I was just a kid back then myself. Doesn't Snake say that in the briefing of MGS1? There's Gates. He was Mr. Popular. To me, Gates, especially when he's young, every time you see him, he looks a lot like Zero. There's Tokugawa. He never smiles for the camera. Oh, one thing I wanted to say also, it has to do with the medium that these games actually came on. So, I didn't get a chance to mention it, but the Sega CD version of Snatcher that we played was a port of the TurboGrafx 16 version, which was a Japanese one, and that one is the one Kojima was more involved with. He didn't really work on the Sega CD one itself, which was just a port of it. But those games, those iterations of Snatcher, were the first Kojima games to be on a disc, right? And with Policenauts, there's this whole subtle motif that's in play that makes more sense when you play it on the PC98, although unfortunately, because that game doesn't have subtitles, it's not really possible to translate, as far as I know, the same way that they did this one. But it is worth just looking up on YouTube if you haven't seen it. I really recommend it because the pixel art of Policenauts is incredible. It's so good. I mean, they did a good job with this version of it, but I honestly prefer the art style of the original. But that being said, the reason I'm bringing all this up is that the whole conceit of Policenauts is sort of like the disc is almost like, I mean, it sounds stupid to say it out loud, but it's almost like the disc is this other world, or it is beyond, or something. Like when you boot it up, you're going into space, and it was really cool in the PC98 version, right? Because everything had to move really slowly because the computer couldn't really render anything too complex. So that's why it was set in space, is because it looks like everything's moving as it would in space, like super slowly. I'll have to put it on screen so you can see what I'm talking about. But anyway, there's a whole lot of cool things. I feel like I'm just going on a long rant that doesn't make sense. There are a lot of cool things that they did with these games. Policenauts. Hold on. There were a lot of things that they did with Policenauts that was sort of a comment or like connected back to the fact that it was on a disc. You know what? I'm probably just going to cut this entire part out. I'll have to listen back and see if it made any damn sense, because this is why I have to write all my videos out in advance, of course, because if you just let me talk, I will just talk forever, and it really won't follow the most coherent logic, so I apologize. Let's just keep playing, shall we? Okay. Oops, there's Salvatore. He always joked around when we did pictures like this.
クリスの子供?
Oh?
それは他人の子供よ。
Huh?
君の子供じゃないの?
ジョナサン、よせ。
Yeah, what the hell?
悪かった。
Okay. It's a newborn baby. I don't even remember his name. So this isn't your baby. This blonde baby in your hands, and you look like you're in a hospital gown. You seem a little sad for someone your age. I was 19, if I remember right. It's Chris in her teens. She's holding a baby. Well, he's a cute little guy. Okay. What do we have back here? What are all these papers? Got things like my medical license and the hospital's accreditation up there. Okay.
その手に持っているものは？
マスキートよ。
マスキート？
ええ。小型の採血マイクロマシーンよ。このマスキート、プログラムがいかれちゃって制御できないの。ようやくさっき回収したのよ。
I can tell you more about it if you're interested. Oh, this part. Oh, God. This type of medical micro machine is used on the colony for drawing blood. So yeah, in case it wasn't obvious, there's a lot of Jesus. They use micro machines and stuff like that in this game, right? And they use nano machines in Metal Gear Solid. So there's a through line there. Oh. Oh.
1、2の3で遅くんだ。
わかった。1、2の3だな。
1、2の3。エド、見えたか？
ああ、見た。生きててよかった。
This is so cornball. He said before sniffing her. That's a nice smell. It's the same as that potpourri, isn't it? Yeah, it's lavender perfume. I just hate the smell of drugs. That's the only reason I wear it. You get about as many people wearing fragrances here as you do smoking cigarettes. Hey, nothing wrong with either. Okay, Chris, I think I've looked around enough. I would never ever guess you're in your 40s. What would you guess? Late 20s tops? That's awfully nice of you, Jonathan. I'm sure that there are actually women who would like a zero grav deal. I mean, they're under a lot of pressure to stay beautiful. You know what? This is not the time or place for feminism. Let's just plow through. All right. That's maybe not the best choice of words. Oh God, how am I going to get through this?
実は行方不明になったある人物の足取りを追っている。北条健三という。
北条？聞かないわね。ここの患者なの？
その男、徳川製薬のプロパーなんだ。徳川製薬でこの病院に薬を卸してるって聞いたんだ。
ここの薬関係の担当者を紹介してもらえないか？
ああ、それなら薬局の薬剤師に聞けばわかるはずよ。ここの薬の管理はすべて彼に任してるから。それで？
Yeah. All right, let's get serious for a second about this. Well, actually, we can't get serious because there's still this whole thing I have to do. Oh God. It's a mosquito type robot developed by Tokugawa Heavy Industries and Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. It's designed for drawing blood from people and animals and administering shots. With this, you can draw blood without the subject feeling a thing. It can also be used for donating blood. They received a lot of criticism, but these guys are one of the reasons we've been able to prevent AIDS and other diseases here. They fly by flapping their wings. They were designed through biomechanics. I don't know the details. We saw a hologram of it at Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. So while watching through the footage of Snatcher, what I realized is that I have to be careful when I play through these games with you guys, because I'll remember like part of a solution, but not in the right order. And I'll sit there trying to get this, like, I have to think a little bit better on my feet. So I do apologize. I tried to edit out anything that seemed too meandering in Snatcher, but I did leave a lot in just because I wanted to show the full game, and I thought seeing me like go through and struggle at times, it was sort of part of showing the game off in an honest way. So but yeah, ask about the pharmacy. You have your own pharmacy here? Beyond has the same medical system you find in Japan, where a doctor can also serve as a pharmacist. That's right, in Japan, yeah, I've heard that. When people get their prescription in a hospital, they'll receive their medication from his pharmacy. We have our own pharmacy since there's no separation between prescribing and dispensing in our medical industry. The profit margin for drugs here is astronomical. Doctors rake in an extra 20 to 30% by dispensing themselves. Hospitals and drug companies make a killing in this system because the price of drugs for patients is so high. One of the reasons Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals has become so successful is because it lobbied for the implementation of the Japanese system on Beyond in the early days of the colony. Plus there's the fact that people here prefer to take a drug for something even if they don't actually need it. All this has led to overprescription, a high drug profit margin, and a medical industry that benefits doctors and hospitals instead of patients. Wow, yeah, this is also very ahead of its time. I mean, it's a critique of the medical industrial complex, you know? Just as Metal Gear Solid is, of course, a critique of the military industrial complex. Personally, I'm against doing things this way. We should be working on separating the industry like places on home. But as a businesswoman, it's great for us. The hospital wouldn't be where it is today without this system. Yeah, I get all that, but what about the pharmacist? Oh yeah, the pharmacist. You mean Jun Ishida? Ishida. What can you tell us about this Ishida? Jun Ishida is an employee of Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals assigned to us here at the hospital. He can be a bit of an odd character, but he gets the job done. He works for Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. We have an important relationship with Tokugawa. A number of their employees work here. We could never just shut them out. Okay. He's a Nisei Beyond. He hasn't got much of a personality, really. None of them do. I only talk to him when it's work related. Alright, let's start asking her about Hojo. So you don't know anything at all about Hojo? The littlest thing could help. No, this is the first I've heard of him. I'm sorry. Alright, are you sure you haven't seen this man? I may have met him before. I'm not sure, though. Okay. Where is the pharmacy? Through that door there. The two rooms were originally one. It's a little inconvenient, I know. We split this room up, and that's where we put the pharmacy. The window's out in the hall, of course. You make sure no one steals anything, huh? Haha, I guess you could say that. Wow. We're planning on moving it soon, since it's been a pain having it like this for so long. And here we go.
大変! みんな捕まえて! 血を吸われるわよ! ジョナサン! 壁に止まったわ. そっと捕まえて、外に出すと大変だわ。
どうやって？カーソルでクリックするんだ。慎重にな。くそ、逃げられた。あ
あ、私の鼻に。
クリス、じっとしてるんだ。動かないように。
早くして。
また逃げられた。美味しいところに泊まりやがった。ジョナサン、俺に任せろ。
断る。俺が頼まれたんだ。
こいつ、また逃げられるのがオチだ。
二人とも、早く捕まえてよ。
申し訳ない。
Okay, I'm not trying to waste time. This is genuinely a difficult game.
くそ、また逃げられた。下手くそ。
やだ、こんなとこ
ろに。おお、今度は胸だ。5章だから、ジョナサン。俺の役目だ。俺は人生を恨むよ。
そう、また逃げられた。
ジョナサン、真面目にやれ。
お願い、早く捕まえて。
Well done.
やった！触った触った。
ありがとう、ジョナサ
ン。いや、こんなことならいつでも。
ジョナサン、お前な、後で感想を聞かせろよ。
本当におかしな人たちね、ポリスノーツさん。まるでバディ映画から抜け出たみたい。
まあ、大事に至らなくてよかった。
そうね。さあ、これからどうする？お二人さん。
Well, there you have it. Let's go to the pharmacy for God's sakes.
薬局を見せてもらうよ。
どうぞ、そこの扉よ。あ、ジョナサン。
なんだい？
そのタバコ、なんとかならない？
これか？
医者としては黙認できないんだけど。
香水好きの女性としてなら黙認できるだろう。
オッケーよ。脅迫がうまいわね。
男と女の駆け引きさ。
Still can't believe he's out of convent. That's crazy.
何の用だいあんたら。薬なら窓口で。心配はいらない。俺たちは BCP のものだ。理事長の許可は得ている。警察？
石田さんでしょ、薬局の責任者の。
はあ、僕が石田純だけど、一応ここの薬局を任されてるけど。で、どんな要件なんだい
？They want to be sure people remember who you work for, huh? Everything changes when you see this. It's a Tokugawa employee ID. You can't move about any Tokugawa facility or use any of our equipment without one of these. Talk about a bitch. Can we keep the chit-chat to a minimum and get down to it, officers?
今日伺ったのは徳川製薬の北条健三氏に関してなんだが。北条さん？あの人が何か？行方不明なんだ。そうなの。そういえばここんとこ見なかったな。知ってるんだな。知ってます。
Okay, let's start with Hojo's personality. What kind of person is Hojo? I couldn't tell you much about him. We only know each other through work. He's a traditional Japanese type of guy, different from Beyonds like me. It's not like him to just disappear. You might say he's a little too serious and that turns people off. For something like this to happen, we aren't that close. We've always stuck to business. Okay. Hojo's whereabouts. Any idea what might have happened to him? Not really. He's not the type to take off like that. But a number of the terrestrials who come here and end up going a little screwy and skip out. The rate of mental illness here is several times higher than the bases in Antarctica. Holy shit. The guy at Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals brought that up too. I'm a Beyond, so I don't get it. It's been a good while since the last time he was here. I wonder what happened to him. Also, Beyonds don't feel... That's interesting. Well, hold on, I'm just checking the glossary. Oh wow, we got some new ones. How about Micro Machine? A micro-sized machine. Did I read this one already? I don't think I did. A micro-sized machine, several hundredths of 1 millimeter to several centimeters in size, composed of micro-sized mechanical parts and drive mechanisms. Examples include various micro-sized medical robots, the Mosquito, developed by Tokugawa Heavy Industries, and Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals, is a type of micro machine. A more common type of similar machine is a nano machine. So a nano machine is a micro machine. Its use of organic parts allowing it to be even smaller than a micro machine. I see. Okay, wow. Pharmaceutical sales rep. A pharmaceutical company employee whose job is to convince doctors and hospitals to deal in their company's products, often called sales reps for short. A sales rep's job description includes promoting their company and increasing sales, as well as explaining the effects of their company's products to those in the medical industry. Kenzo Hojo is a sales rep in addition to his other duties at Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. Not only is he personally involved in the development of new drugs, but after a product is approved, he visits clinics and hospitals to promote it. Okay. Let's keep talking, big man. Mr. Ishida, what can I do for you? Have you tried checking the spaceplane passenger list? If he hasn't left beyond, something real bad must have happened to him. It's harder for someone to stay hidden here than on home. Close to impossible, really. I see. So if he doesn't show up in any flight logs, then he must have died here, or he's being held against his will. K9. It's Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals' newest DDS drug delivery system, remember? A capsule that's distributed throughout the body, even in weightlessness. How does it work? It uses the difference in osmotic pressure between areas of the body to control the release of a drug. Gravity doesn't play a factor at all. Hojo was bringing samples of it over. I wonder if that's what I got from Lorraine. Is it that big a development? Yep, well, something that uses osmotic pressure isn't that new, but the one in K9 is by far the most effective. Oh, okay. Maybe take a look at the K9 you have here? Unfortunately, there's none left. None left? Okay. The last time they met. When was the last time you saw Hojo? Let me think. It was the last K9 delivery, so that would have been the 15th. Delivery? I thought K9 wasn't on the market yet. They're only samples for data gathering. Only samples?
その日の北条は
あの時は K9 を3セット持ってきて。
ちょっと待った。3セットだって。徳川製薬のホワイトボードには100セットって書いてあったぞ。
そんなバカな。ただのサンプルですよ。100セットもどうするんです。患者に配るんですか、発売前の薬を。
なるほど。おかしいな。残りの97セットはどこへ。彼に変わったところは。
そういえば何か怯えていたような。いつもは冷静な人なんだけど感情的だったな。これから徳川会長に会ってくるって本人はそう言ってましたよ。
徳川会長、あの貞興か。
会長は僕らには雲の上の存在だよ。面識もほとんどない。でも北条さんは違ってたな。よく会長に食事に招待されてたみたいだから。会長は大の日本人びいきなんだ。
相変わらずレイシストだな。
昔からあいつはそうだった。人種に偏見を持っていた。
北条さんのこと会長なら何か知ってるかもね。
Ask about Tokugawa. Never spoken with him at length. We chatted briefly when I joined the company, but that's about it.
貞興にはどこに行けば会える？
会長なら徳川ビルにいるよ。コロニーの支柱が徳川グループのシンボリックビルになってるんだ。通常は支柱プロップって呼ばれてる。会長はいつもそこにいるはずだよ。
そのプロップなら知ってる。ビヨンドで有数の名所だ。
エド、そこへ行ってみよう。
Okay. It's the HQ of the Tokugawa Group on Beyond. It supports a set of the colony's surface stripes and windows, figuratively if not literally. I'm hardly ever there, got no reason to. If you're heading that way, be sure and ask about Hojo. That's where he met with the president that day. Okay. Anything else? Definitely acted different, but that's all that comes to mind. It's a worry for me too, we haven't finished the K9 study yet. The company won't talk to me, then the hospital's been on my case about it. This thing's all kinds of trouble. At least now I know why Hojo hasn't been around. Okay. I think we've asked him everything. Yep. Alright. And what's this? It's the same thing they had at Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals, isn't it? Of course, this link to Tokugawa Group via network. It's called the T-Gear 99. Everyone in the group uses it. Only Tokugawa employees can log on to it. Can we use it? Don't mind us, we're just gonna poke around a little. Yeah, nice try. I don't care if you are the police. If something got out, it's me who'd be on the chopping block. They didn't let us use it at Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals either. What do you expect? That's our R&D, for Christ's sake. Alright. That's a refrigerated storage closet. Unlike over-the-counter drugs, a lot of hospital drugs don't contain any preservatives. If you don't keep them in a temperature-controlled environment, they spoil pretty quick. Huh. Look at all the drugs in this place. We got almost all the hospital's drugs here. I take them over to the window whenever someone needs something. Okay.
どうも。これで失礼するよ。
出口はそっちだ。じゃ、刑事さん。
Bye. Pick up any leads? Talk. Chris? Yeah? It's the headquarters of the Tokugawa Group on the colony. You should go there sometime. It's one of Beyond's most famous places. I've been there a few times myself. It's an incredible place, Jonathan. You ever heard of something called K9? K9? Maybe it's part of Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals K series? I know about the ones up to K8, but this is the first I've heard of a K9. Tokugawa's DDS drugs became particularly famous after they developed the first SAS medicine for astronauts. It's a patch you stick behind the ear. The only thing, yeah, okay. Most medical products used on Beyond are made by Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. I'd be lying if I said we don't have some sort of relationship. You mean the hospital with Tokugawa, or? We do have a business relationship, but I don't know him personally. Okay. Okay. So how did the first Miss Teen Beyond wind up in charge of the colony's biggest hospital? I quit modeling 20 years ago. My parents were doctors here. But then they were killed in a spaceplane disaster. That's when I inherited this place. I'd gone to medical school, and this was the only thing that they left me. I'm always busy with something, whether it's here or somewhere else. Are you married, Chris? No. I've never had much time for relationships with work. I've devoted my life to my career. Guys stopped showing any interest in me a long time ago anyway. I find that very hard to believe. Oh, God. Are you saying you'd be interested? Honestly, no. Maybe if you weren't such a pervert. Oh, roasted. Alright. Tough but fair. So whose child is that in that photo? Son of a friend. You must have more important things to talk about than me, don't you? Oh, don't talk about yourself like that. And you really never met him? He would have dealt mainly with the pharmacist when he was here. Did you ask Ishida about him? He didn't seem to know him that well. You'd always try going to Tokugawa. Well, that's my next stop, Chris. Alright, it was lovely seeing you again. See you later, Chris. Oh, Jesus. We're back in the lobby. Let's go. Leave. We're outside BCCH. Can you believe Chris runs this entire place? I don't envy her. Alright, we're gonna drive. Before we go to the Tokugawa building, I really feel like we should go to Hojo's house.
いいか、ジョナさん。北条家へ向かうぞ。
北条の家か。
どうした、ジョナさん。
気が進まない。触れてはいけないのかもしれない。
ジョナさん、もう片足を突っ込んでるんだ。引き返さない。
は
あ。避けては通れん。
分かってる。北条家。ロレインの家。
ここが北条家らしい。
ここにロレインが。
娘のカレンがいるはずだ。彼女に話を聞こう。ジョナさん、娘のカレンは BBC の人気キャスターだ。カレン北条。聞いたことがあるだろ？
ロレインがそんなこと言ってたな。ニュースキャスター？もしや。
彼女はロレインの生き写しだ。
ロレインの娘か。
いいな、ジョナさん。30年も経っているんだ。お前にとっては3年前のことに思えるかもしれんが、冷静に受け止めるんだぞ。
Oh, perfect. Okay, here we are. No. These are some beautiful trees. Jonathan, these trees belong to the Hojos themselves. Wow. No control plates? Right. These don't belong to the colony. They're privately owned. The building's got a hint of Japanese architecture. This is just stunning. You don't see many houses this big on Beyond, especially the ones with non-standard architecture. What's that? All residential buildings on the colony have to follow certain architectural regulations. Even if you own the land, you can't just build anything you want. Sounds like fun. So is this place breaking the law? They'll get away with it because they're with Tokugawa. They make exceptions then. So obviously this is basically the same house as Sean Jack Gibson from Snatcher. And that's why throughout that playthrough I was saying to keep stuff in mind. Junker HQ with the monitors. I know I saw Nuts talking about this stuff because it's all, little details. And of course it's open to debate some of this stuff, whether it really is being referenced back to. But I think that if you just notice like how Kojima designs his games, he tends to be really, really into referencing back to his own stuff, and you can almost bet that that it's not a coincidence most of the time. But you know, I have definitely been wrong before. So, all right, we can't see inside for the adjustable glass. I didn't really look at it, but adjustable glass is from Snatcher as well. In the chief's office, I think you can look, if you look enough at the window, it'll tell you about it. With the colony shaped like a cylinder, normally both neighbors are able to see inside your house. It's one of Beyond's biggest problems. Interesting. Adjustable glass. Glass that allows the level of transparency to be adjusted. The molecules of liquid crystals shift direction according to ambient temperature and electromagnetic field, causing changes in properties such as color and transparency. With adjustable glass, a thin layer of liquid crystals is placed between two sheets of glass, allowing the user to freely change the amount of light that enters the room. In addition to liquid crystals, other substances such as oxidized tungsten are also used. So I could be wrong, but I think that even in Death Stranding, like Sam's mirror, isn't it like reversible glass or something? Okay. Look at all the windows they have. This place faces the central axis. It must have a nice view. You wouldn't normally have so many windows. It's the front door. They've got a security camera. No kidding. You ready? I'll ring the doorbell.
BCP のものです。ちょっとお話を伺いたいのですが。
BCP？ ちょっと待ってください。セキュリティを解除しますから、ID をカメラに向けてください。
こうかな？
ロレイン？いや、カレンさん？
ええ、カレン北条です。あなたは？ジョナサン・イングラム。あなた、イングラムね。
ああ、そうだが。
帰って。どうして私たちの家族につきまとうの？これ以上私たちを苦しめないで。お願いよ。
カレンさん、そんな気はない。俺はただ、地球でロレインに、君の母親に頼まれたんだ。父親を探し出してほしいって。
その母さんもあなたに会いに行ったばっかりに。どうして父や母が。どうしてなの？あなたよ、ジョナサン・イングラム。いつもあなたが原因よ。あなたが母を殺したも同然よ。付きまとうのはやめてください。父は私が探します。帰ってください。
カレンさん、あなたはジョナサンを誤解してる。
あなたは？
私は BCP の風紀家のエド・ブラウン。ジョナサン同様、君の母さんの古い友人だ。ジョナサンがロレインや君たちを苦しめるなんてとんでもない。俺はこいつと古い付き合いだ。こいつのロレインへの気持ちは誰よりも知っている。
知ってるわ。母さんもあなたのことをずっと思ってた。母は父にいくら言われてもあなたの写真いつも持ち歩いていたもの。父さんかわいそうだった。母さんは忘れなければならなかったのよ。そのことで父と母は喧嘩が絶えなかったわ。私はそんな二人を見て育ったのよ。幼い頃から。ジョナサン・イングラムを恨みながら。
知らなかった。すまない。
カレンさん、君の気持ちはよくわかる。だがジョナサンを恨むのは間違っている。こいつはつい3年前まで宇宙をさまよっていたんだ。
カレンさん、聞いてくれ。君も君の父さんも大変な事件に巻き込まれてるかもしれない。俺は君たちを助けたい。君たちの力になりたい。
カレンさん、どうか分かってくれ。
分かったわ。うるさくされると迷惑だから。中に入って。
ありがたい。
さて、どうしましょう、刑事さん。
へえ、内装も素晴らしい。
So, Karen Hojo is one of my all-time favorite Kojima characters. I just love her. What are those? These are medical bracelets. You're having problems with your health? You could say that, yeah. A DDS fashion accessory made from an alloy containing a drug, which is absorbed by the body at the points of contact between the skin and the alloy. Many types are available, including rings, bracelets, and earrings. A number of medical professionals are concerned that with conventional medical treatments such as pills, which require regular doses, there is the possibility that patients will miss a dose, reducing the effectiveness of the medication. With a medical accessory, all a patient has to do is wear it to receive the proper dosage of their medication. Oh, so it's somewhat reminiscent of the handcuffs from Death Stranding. The designs of medical accessories have gradually improved over the years to the point where they are impossible to distinguish from normal fashion accessories. Wow. Some are even more desirable than normal accessories, with one in particular, a bracelet for treating peptic ulcers made by a famous fashion company, achieving widespread popularity with its creative design. However, since they are only issued for medical purposes and are not sold to the general public, there have been numerous cases in recent history of young women intentionally developing an ulcer just to be able to wear one. What the heck? What's that you got there? This? My cell phone. You news anchors are pretty busy, huh? That's not the main reason I have it, actually. Before I go on, I just want to say, I really like how in this scene that starts this sequence, Ed really comes in clutch, and it shows that Jonathan was right, that he really did need Ed's help. Because without Ed there to sort of broker the peace between the two of them, you know, I don't think Jonathan would have been able to convince her. I also personally really prefer the art style of the PC98 original version of Policenauts. I think they're called AIC, is the studio who handled all the animation and stuff. And I think sometimes they don't make Ed look the best, but that's all I'll say about that. Okay. What's this? It's a biosphere. It serves as a model of this Celeste. Celeste stands for Closed Ecological Life Support System. You don't need to supply it with any food or oxygen. It's totally self-sufficient. Like this model, if the colony's balance were disturbed, it would become unable to support life. So this is just a master metaphor by Kojima that, I mean, the balancing act you have to do in Death Stranding, in a way, is a callback. No. Not walk away. Let's take a look. That's seaweed. The seaweed uses the carbon dioxide, inorganic compounds, and sunlight to carry out photosynthesis. That water is filled with a bacteria soup. The temperature is maintained at 25 degrees Celsius. The bacteria oxidize the inorganic waste, producing carbon dioxide and inorganic compounds. Wow, they kind of remind me of the cryptobiotes from Death Stranding as well. Those are baby shrimp. They're mates, are they? The shrimp receive nourishment and oxygen from the seaweed and in return produce carbon dioxide and organic waste. So it all fits together as one. Just beautiful. Okay. Looks like a comfortable sofa, nice color too. It's one of those chaos sofas, which is also, I believe, from Snatcher. Its firmness and texture change depending on who's sitting on it. It has built-in sleep sensors as well, of course. Built-in sleep sensors, well, I'll be. That's one of Mom's flower vases. She did a lot of flower arranging. Lorraine always did like flowers. This isn't a zero-gravity ceramic, is it? That's unusual for Beyond. Right, it's porcelain. Mom probably ordered it from home. Flowers and plants reminded her of home, I'm sure. So I think it's also interesting how, in a weird way, this game is about the immigrant experience. Because that's what all these people are. They're immigrants to space. You know, if you watch some of my videos on Policenauts, when they first started working on this game, it seemed like Japan was going to because Japan bought up a lot of the former Soviet space technology, and it seemed for a little while like Japan might become a major space power. And it was the optimism of that era and everything that sort of gave rise to this game. As well as a weird era of Japan bashing that was going on in America that actually led to a movie based on a Michael Crichton book to come out that is basically a big inspiration for Policenauts, where these two detectives in LA have to unravel a conspiracy involving a Japanese conglomerate. Let's see. What do these speakers belong to? They go with our home entertainment system there. Are these those new cordless speakers with biomaterials? Right, it's an infrared system with no dead areas whatsoever. They're ultra thin and you can even hang photos or paintings over them. Yes, but Dad has never been one to do that. Okay. It's a wall-mounted plasma HD TV. It's got a chaos system too. You can set the hue to change according to how you're feeling. Like if you're laughing or crying, for instance. Hey! MGS4? The laughing and crying and so forth, emotion bullets, right? Chaos again. I remember things heading this way in the 20th when they brought out washing machines and ovens with neural networks and fuzzy logic and so on. You're welcome to turn on the TV. All right, let's take a look.
こんにちは。ニュースオーダーの時間です。ビヨンド建設記念日を間近に控えた今日、地球へ帰ろう運動の決起集会が行われました。集会には約1万人以上のリーペイトリエイティストらが徳川ビル前に集まり、 BCP の間に衝突もありましたが、怪我人は出ておりません。 BCP では建設記念日に向けてテロ活動への警戒を呼びかけています。以上、カレン北条がお伝えしました。
Wow。
これ録画ですか？
いいえ、CG 合成です。私のデータからコンピュータが作り出した本物そっくりの映像です。
Wow, and this is here now. In our current era of AI, being able to just generate videos based on people from scratch, it's kind of scary stuff, actually. All right, well, we've looked around enough. So let's go ahead and talk to her. Is it all right if we ask you a few questions? What is it? Let's ask about... let's start by asking about her mom, right? Lorraine.
ロレインのことは？
母の仮葬儀は終わりました。母は友人も少なかったし、私だけの寂しい葬儀でした。
遺体は？
難しいみたい。せめてお骨だけでもって思うんですけど。
残念ながらビヨンドへの遺体の持ち込みは許可されないでしょう。
父が知ったらどんなに悲しむか。
遺留品は？
遺留品も無理らしいです。
そうですか。お気の毒に。
ロレインに君のこと頼むって言われた。
そうですか。
So the genre that Kojima actually came up, the genre name that he came up with to describe this was interactive cinema. And it just sort of occurred to me that in a way it's moving pictures. You know, every screen of the game is sort of a blend of a photograph and you know, a motion picture kind of a thing. Yeah, it was just a really experimental time for the medium and so on. But obviously, the ambitions that they had when they made Policenauts would be fully realized with Metal Gear Solid, and then especially Metal Gear Solid 2, which, as I think I already mentioned, is sort of works as like a reunion for a lot of the voice actors who worked on Policenauts. All right. Let's ask her a bit more about her mother. You were the one she really loved, and then she was so glad when they found you. But I wasn't very nice to her. I felt sorry for Dad and everything. So it's a trip because, you know, because you're playing as Jonathan, when you see Lorraine, you feel this regret and this, like, that you really missed out. But it turns out that you find out after she's already gone that a part of her died when you disappeared, and that she was just like you, even though you were apart. Oh, it's so sad. I get choked up thinking about it, man. It's just such a beautiful story, which is so weird to put in the middle of this, like, eroge, you know, this game with all of this pervy stuff in it. But that's the beauty of it, I guess, is it's just it's ticking a lot of boxes. Let's just put it that way. All right. Lorraine again. Mom didn't know very many people. I don't see how she could have had any enemies. Who could have done such a thing? The police in OLA are treating it as a terrorist bombing. That's ridiculous. It happened right in front of me. That wasn't some terrorist. It has to be related to your father's disappearance. Alright, so speaking of her parents. This can't be an easy thing to talk about, but it's necessary for our investigation. See, Ed is like better than Jonathan with people. What can you tell us about your parents? My father's a terrestrial who immigrated to Beyond shortly after it was completed. Your mother told me they met at Tokugawa's festival for Japanese people. Yes, that's correct. He said Mom was inconsolable after your accident. Lorraine. He devoted himself to her. They married 6 months later. Mom couldn't let go of you. The stronger Dad's love got, the more his jealousy grew. That's when their relationship turned sour. Mom still kept all the pictures she had of you. Oh my God. So we sort of ruined their chance. We sort of, not intentionally, but in a way we ruined Lorraine's ability to move on. One day Dad found them and burned every last one. She had no pictures of you left after that. Wow. Her parents, they argued constantly, but they stayed together for my sake. Oh, that's so sad. That's a real Japanese thing to do. Honestly, I didn't really understand them myself. Okay. So we're gonna pivot and ask about her job. I'm a news anchor with BBC. We always watch your program at my house. Are you off today? I'm taking some time off because of my health. I don't think anyone will realize it's CG they're watching. Let's go ahead and talk about it. Your mother was worried about an illness she said you have. Would you mind telling me about it? I have aplastic anemia. The hematopoietic stem cells in my bone marrow, the ones that create new blood, have become damaged and I can't produce blood cells properly. I can become anemic or get hemorrhages or be more susceptible to infection. Basically, it's a disease where you become unable to produce new blood. Its cause. How did you get such a serious illness? In my case, it was exposure to cosmic radiation here. So they don't really come out and explain how one gets dooms in Death Stranding, but I think it's a similar thing of like, they're just casualties of the future, sort of a thing, and that's what Karen is. I have secondary aplastic anemia. Unlike home, the surface of Beyond gets hit by a good deal of radiation. So the government must offer some form of compensation, right? Unfortunately, they haven't set up anything official yet, no. Anti-space groups like the Repatriatists do offer financial support, but I don't want to end up being used by the likes of them. Repatriate? Yeah, they were talking about them on the news. It was your show, actually. Treatment methods. How do you treat something like that? Someone at your father's work was saying you need a bone marrow transplant? Yeah. Dad talked me into getting immunosuppressive therapy. I can see why he wanted me to try it, but it's not doing much. Apparently in moderate to severe cases like mine, hormone therapy has no effect either. That bad, huh? My only remaining option is a bone marrow transplant. What does that involve? They replaced my damaged marrow with marrow from a healthy person. But in order to do the transplant, they need marrow from someone with the same HLA type as me. We still haven't found someone with my type. The transplant costs are enormous too. The transplant costs, hospitalization fees, immunosuppressants. I don't know where I'm going to get all the money even if we do find a donor. You don't look like you're strapped for cash or anything. It's more expensive than you think. Until recently, my priority level on the waiting list was 7, which is for people who can't even pay for the transplant. But last month I finally got some hope. That's why I'm always checking my phone here. So in the MGS5 debriefing, that it was one of the last things that I think Kojima was involved in with Konami after Phantom Pain came out. It was just a short little video, and he went and visited kids with terminal conditions and like told them secretly the ending so that they could die knowing the ending of Phantom Pain. It just reminds me of that. Transplant costs. It looks like Dad got me moved up. I'm so grateful for everything he's done. How did he do that? Okay, let's ask about his job. What does your father do at Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals? All I know is he's involved with developing new pharmaceuticals. Oh, so we have another character who, like Jamie. Jamie was a pharmacist, right? Or is that what you'd call it? Or would it be pharmacologist? If you're somebody who actually makes... I don't know enough about the field. To your understanding, what kind of work is it? I don't know. He never talked much about it. He never discussed his work at home? Not with me, anyway. Okay, how about his behavior? Did you notice anything unusual about your father before he disappeared? He'd been acting kind of strange lately. Maybe things weren't going well at work? Your mother said he would have these breakdowns. Yes, he did, now that you mention it. He's normally a calm person. So he definitely was different than usual? Yes, he does have a tendency to worry at times, but nothing like that. Okay. Please try to think, even the littlest thing might make a difference. In what other ways was he different? He would become very pensive and emotional. He was like somebody else altogether. I think he talked to Mom about something, but he never said anything to me. So Lorraine did know something. Mom didn't tell me anything either. His hobbies. What are your father's hobbies? Hobbies? Well, he likes listening to CDs. Compact discs? Yes, he has a lot of CDs he got when he was younger. Unusual, I know. I understand how that is. We come from the same time. So it's sort of like a callback to Jean-Jack Gibson, who, you know, was an avid collector of antiques, right? That's his only hobby, per se. He doesn't have any friends. So would he spend his days off here? He was almost never home since he and Mom didn't get along. The relationship made him into a workaholic. Oh my God. Whenever he was home, he would spend his time listening to music by himself. Dad's CDs are over on those shelves. Go take a look if you'd like. Ah, man. Let's ask about the disappearance. Do you have any theories about what might have happened to your father? He's not the type of person to disappear and not tell anyone. He must have become involved in something. Did he mention anything in particular before he went missing? Actually, yeah, the word Play-Doh, several times. I don't know what he meant by it. Again with this Play-Doh or Pluto, whatever it is. You can't recall anything else? I was away on assignment at the time. When I got back, Mom had already left for home. If I'd been here, I wouldn't have let her do something like that. I haven't talked much with Dad lately. What about the 15th of last month? The 15th? You mean the last time anyone saw Dad? Like I said, I was away on assignment. There's no sign of anyone having had contact with him after the 15th. Okay. Play-Doh. So you don't know what he could have meant by this Play-Doh or Pluto thing? Your mother mentioned it too. Wish I knew. There's nowhere with a name like that here. Maybe it's some sort of code name? Okay. I think that does it. So, we want to... Mom likes these. I want to move to Hojo's room.
王女さんの部屋を見せてもらえないかな。
父の部屋。ああ、書斎なら。
書斎があるんですか。
ええ。
それじゃあ書斎を見せてもらえますか。
どうぞ、こっちです。ここが父の書斎の日本間です。
Okay. Let's take a look.
日本古来の家紋表です。父はどうしてこんなものを貼っていたんでしょう。家紋の下に大役が書かれているわ。
The Tokugawa logo comes from their family crest, right? He had to have a reason for putting this here. Alright, so, like in Snatcher, we have to follow the clues left to us and put them together. Okay, let's see what it says. Ayasu Tokugawa, the Tokugawa Aoi, or hollyhock leaves. It says this because the Matsudaira family crest from their relationship with the Kamo shrines and was later inherited by Tokugawa. So we have them to thank for that eyesore of a logo. This is the Hojo one, right? Sun Hojo, the Hojo Uroko, or scales. It says the scales came from a dragon. This isn't my father's family crest. Even though his family name is Hojo, it's not the actual crest he uses. This is speaking in general terms. You know, there's a legend about this crest's origin. One night, the regent of Kamakura, Tokimasa Hojo, went to pray for the prosperity of his descendants at Inoshima, when a half-human, half-snake woman appeared before him and gave him 3 scales. He tried to ensure that prosperity by making the scales into his family crest. So these are snake scales? So, I'll probably look up a guide when I get there, but you have to, there's a puzzle later on where you have to use this, or like from memory. So yeah, it'll come back up then. Walk away from that for now. What do we have here?
そのカードは
父の ID カードじゃないかしら。それは確か予備のコピーカードです。父は用心深い人でしたから。
カレンさん、ちょっとこれ預かってもいいかな。
いいですけど、徳川には内緒ですよ。コピーがあったなんて知れたら大変ですから。
それはロレインの？
母さんの仏壇。まだホームから遺体が届いてませんけど。
遺体をビヨンドへ入れるには手続きが非常に難しいんだ。
母さんも日系人だから仏壇に。
ロレインが死んだのは俺の責任だ。彼女は助けを求めてきた。俺を頼って。しかし俺は彼女を追い返した。辛かったんだ。
でも母さんは幸福だったはずです。あなたに会えて。それが何よりもの慰め。
Man, that's rough. Alright, let's go to the living room and take a look at the CDs. These are the CD shelves. This is Dad's hobby. Listening to music is probably his favorite thing in the world besides work. He's got almost every genre you can imagine here. CDs are an antique media nowadays. Right, but Dad doesn't like the quality you get online. This is some collection. Your dad seems like a real audiophile. Would you like to put something on? As a matter of fact, here I'll show you guys a couple of these. These are tracks from the game. Dear Friend, written and performed by La Nakamura and Huggy. Let's hear it. So it's like your safe house in Death Stranding, right? You can listen to your tracks. That's a good one. All right, this is what we're here for. Mind if we put this on? Not at all.
おかしいな。音楽が鳴らない。
変ね。ほんとノイズばかりね。
This one doesn't have a title. It's just a bunch of noise too. The cover's blank. Maybe it's part of something else. So they had referenced back to this in Ground Zeroes, right? Because you get the tape that's not, it's not an audio tape, it's a data tape. And that's what this is. Maybe it's part of something else. All right, well, we come back to get that later, I think. All right, let's see if they'll let me leave. Yeah.
カレンさん、どうも役に立ちましたよ。
カレン、 すまなかった。
私、真実を知りたい。だから約束してくださる？どんなことが分かっても父に関すること、私に隠さないで教えてください。母に代わって依頼料は払います。
分かった。約束しよう。しかし金はいらない。この件はロレイン本人から頼まれたものだ。依頼人はロレインと俺本人だ。カレン、この写真。
この写真。
ロレインとの写真だ。処分は君に任せる。
どうして？
ロレインはここにいる。このビヨンドに生きている。俺のところじゃない。処分は任せる。
分かったわ。
うん。
ジョナサンって呼んでもいいかしら？
あ
あ。ジョナサン、私、さっきは言い過ぎたわ。ごめんなさい。
カレンさん、ロレインがあんなことになったんだ。あなたも安全とは言えん。何かあればすぐ BCP まで連絡してください。部下を送ります。
ありがと
う。じゃあ、カレン。
あ、ジョナサン。
なんだ？
あなたずっとタバコ加えてたわね。
こいつは病気なんだ。気に障ったのなら。
いえ、母からはそんな話聞いたことないから。
大丈夫。このビヨンドにいればやめるさ、きっと。
そうね。じゃあ。
失礼するよ。ジョナサン、気を落とすな。時間がかかるが、きっと彼女も分かってくれる。
だといいが。
見えるか？あの支柱が徳川本社ビルだ。
なるほど。確かにあの支柱にこのコロニーが支えられているように見える。
コロニーの地表面とウィンドウ面をつないでいる。
お前の言う通り、徳川は俺たちの手には負えんかもしれんな。
おじけづいたか、ジョナサン。
俺はビヨンドについても徳川についても何も知らない。
その分俺が知ってる。そのためのパートナーだ。
その根性なら安心だ、相棒。
Adorable。
ここが徳川本社ビル、通称プロップだ。
コロニーの天と地を支える支柱、プロップか。
Wow, look at that. Pretty overwhelming, isn't it? As you can see, it's more or less built into the colony, a pillar in more ways than one. Chris was right. There's no denying it's an incredible place. It's obvious why it's so popular. Alright, so we're at a landmark. And of course, you know how important landmarks would be to Metal Gear Solid 2. Okay. Prop's a good name for it, don't you think? What do we have over here? Beyond's the only place in the world where you look up and see something like this. That's the Tokugawa logo. They've borrowed the Mitsuba Aoi, or the 3 hollyhock leaves. There's the Tokugawa lettering. Okay, let's go in. Although, is that just space? You couldn't blame someone for thinking the prop structurally necessary. Ishida was right on the mark. It is like standing at the gateway to another world. So what I really like about the prop is that it's sort of foreshadowing. It's like setting up the theme that Tokugawa seems necessary, but in fact is decorative. But we'll have to wait to let the game sort of unfold. Alright, go inside.
それじゃ、徳川ビルへ入るぞ。ここが徳川ビルのフロントだ。建築史上有名なところだ。
何か騒がしいな。なんだろう。
What is this? It's an ad for Hotel California, Tokugawa's space hotel. It's the world's first hotel in low home orbit. What's over here? That's a byobu, a Japanese folding screen. They tend to have pictures or writing on them. I guess it would be a gilded byobu, since it's covered in gold leaf. There are 180-degree holographic portraits of the former heads of the Tokugawa group. Oh, that's a trip. What's this? A scale model of Tokugawa's moon plant. It's a multivision showing media related to the Tokugawa group. Something on the wall there. Maybe information about the building? I can't tell from here either. Well, I need to take a closer look. Okay. There's a girl sitting there. She must be the receptionist. Why don't we go talk to her? Approach.
いらっしゃいませ。ただいま徳川製薬新製品発表会を行っていますので、一般の方はご遠慮願っております。
ということは、貞興はいるってわけだ。
Yeah, I'm not. Wow. Oh, for God's sakes. Okay. We'd like to know about a man called Kenzo Hojo. He's an employee with Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. We need to know when he was last here. Oh, Mr. Hojo? Sorry, I don't know him. Do you know his employee ID number? No, but we have a picture of him. Yeah, this is the guy. This man is Kenzo Hojo. Do you recognize him? His face doesn't stick out in my mind. Well, we'd like to know about him. I'm sorry, I truly don't know anyone by that name. He may have been here before, but if he was, he didn't make a lasting impression. What about records of any visits? Yes, I would be able to check those. Okay.
重要なことなんだ。15日の午後、北条健三という人物がこのビルに来てるはずなんだが。
待ってください。何しろ来客が多いもので、一人一人については来客記録を見てみます。ここから中に入る人は必ず来社時間と退社時間を記録しているはずですから。ありました。はい。確かに15日の16時に北条健三さんが来社されています。記録によるとそのまま会長室にお通ししています。
ということは、貞興もその時間にここにいた。
退社時間は？
退社時間は、あれ？おかしいですね。消えています。退社時間は記録にありません。この記録によると、北条さんはまだこのビルを出ていないことになりますね。
他に出口は？
非常用の出入り口はいくつもありますが、チェックシステムを抜けることは容易ではありません。
つまり北条の痕跡はここでぷっつりと切れているってわけか。
このビル内に幽閉されているか、あるいはただならぬ方法で外に出たか。
ロレインが言ってたように、この状況で会社から捜索願いが出ていないのはおかしすぎる。
徳川が臭いな。
そんな、おかしいですね。
Okay. Are you implying President Tokugawa has broken the law? Okay, I'm pretty sure that it's kind of like in Snatcher when you can get thrown out of outer heaven. You can get thrown out of the drop. So let's be careful here. Can we just walk away and then... It's a high-speed linear elevator. You could call it one of the building's arteries. Same as the one we saw at BCCH, right? It goes directly to the center of the building. Apparently each way takes about 10 minutes. Let's see. Can we ask her? Miss, I'm really sorry for what I said. I didn't know that my guy was going to say that. The way he's looking at me, it's just like, sir, can you just go? I would, but I need to ask about Tokugawa's whereabouts. We'd like to speak with President Tokugawa. Where is he right now? President Tokugawa is currently attending a party being held in the garden. Okay, where is the garden? The garden is our zero-gravity event area located in the center of the building. It's accessible via linear elevator. There's a party going on there at the moment. Is that right? It consists of an open area covering 20 floors, offering unobstructed views of the entire colony. So one of the most mysterious things that Skullface says in Phantom Pain is he refers to the garden. It's sort of the code name for his, like, big plan that I guess we only get sort of in drips and drabs in the game. Anyway. He says it only once in the game, and it's in the secret recording of him and Zero. Anyway. It's often used for parties and other functions. Okay. We need to see him. He's in the garden above. However, I can't let you through without an invitation. Well...
これ、俺たちなんだ。徳川と知り合いなんだ。ポリスノーツでね。
そういうこと。
どうも失礼しました。すいませんでした。そちらのおひげの方はわかりますけど、あなたの方は？
若すぎるか？
ああ、長寿保証遺伝子の手術ですね。テロメアなんとかっていう。
違う。ちょっと寝坊しただけだよ。
We already talked about Old Snake's telomeres being shortened, right? In MDS4. Okay, ask. Okay, we're gonna go see him. Oh, I was gonna joke, like, finally, me showing a girl the Policenauts photo has paid off. Okay. Back. Actually, wait. Let's pump her for information. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Alright, no. It's too suspicious. It's too sus. Why did I just say that? Alright, we're getting in the elevator.
エレベーターに乗るぞ。
どうぞ、そのエレベーターで中心部のガーデンへお上がりください。
悪いな。無理言って。
いいえ。ガーデン内は無重量ですので、宇宙酔いには気をつけてくださいね。
大丈夫だ。今君に会えて夢心地だから。
まあ、お上手。それじゃ、ポリスノーツさん。
Did you really just say my lady? Oh my god. I want to crawl under my couch.
リニアモーターエレベーターだ。ホームのロープ牽引式や威圧エレベーターと違って超電導モーターを使っているので、昇降速度、乗り心地、着地精度も優れている。
Alright, cool. It's an ad for a Tokugawa shareholder tour. They show you around the Tokugawa moon plant. There's one every month. Sounds absolutely thrilling. That couldn't be foreshadowing. That's the elevator floor number. That's the elevator's floor number display. Thing goes up to 3 digits. Okay. It's off at the moment, but that's a monitor that shows live images of the building's exterior. It also works as a video phone. Hey, I'm sure I've already pointed out that video phones come from Snatcher. All right. This is the elevator's control panel. I'm going to think of it, the interior of this, does it kind of remind you guys of the elevator from Metal Gear Solid? I mean, I don't know. I can't say that for sure. I know that one is like all green, right? But well, at this point, we're just comparing elevators. It's kind of silly. Let's just hit the button. All right, garden, here we go. You never know what's silly in this line of work. At least I don't. Oh, I love this part. It's awesome.
Miro! コロニー内が一望だ。
すごい。
この疑似世界を我々人間が作ったんだ。この希薄な宇宙空間に。
人類の生命力は種の進化を超えているかもしれん。
いや、そうとも言えんよ。人類は十分自然のしっぺ返しを食らっている。今の人類には宇宙はまだまだ厳しい。気を抜けない危険なところだ。
俺たちが今の姿であろうとすればするほどな。
コロニーの 中心部に着いたぞ。ここは無重量だ。宇宙酔いには気をつけろよ。
分かってる。もう体が浮いてる。
Okay.
ここが徳川ビルの 0G ホール。ガーデンか。
まるでハーレムだな。
さあ、徳川を探そう。
Okay. I didn't even notice the mouse was saying. No, go away. Check out those two there. Let's go say hi. We should ask them if they've seen Tokugawa. Hey, you two. Okay, let's take a look around. What's that balloon for? Maybe a model of Hojo's new DDS? What are they doing here? Friends of yours? They're from various mafias on home. Why are they here? So I don't know if you remember, but in Metal Gear Solid 2, they kind of imply that the Patriots are in bed with the Russian mafia. But what's going on back here? Oh, I see. Okay. I'm not reading that. Guessing it's a cocktail. Alcohol and zero gravity don't mix, but try telling that to someone from home. That's what's-his-face Garcia from the Spanish Mafia. He's with a triad, but I don't know his name or where he sits. That's Wakayama Kumicho. He's Yakuza. Okay. Cool. These guys don't look like the best of friends. Well, they are from rival organizations. They almost never meet up like this. Must have been an offer they couldn't refuse. Alright, and what's this?
見たことのない鉛筆だな。
この兵装はただごとではない。軍用の鉛筆じゃないのか?
Where's my mouse? Okay, here we go. Its armor is clearly different from the Godard's. It's been coated with chaff, too. What's that? It's a countermeasure for disrupting electronic equipment. With this, they can turn it into one giant jamming device. A lot of the other machines that use it are also yellow. I'd say you're right. We're looking at a military imps. The last thing space needs is a war. That's one of the higher-ups of the ISPA, the International Space Promotion Agency. So yeah, I mean, obviously, with MGS2 on, you know, the Metal Gear Solid series would be about the rulers of society, the higher-ups, or however you want to put it. And I think Policenauts really got the ball rolling on that, even though obviously the Statures were infiltrating and trying to take the place of important people in society, but in Policenauts we're really getting to see how criminal, you know, networks and so forth kind of hide in plain sight and often, you know, utilize corruption of public officials to keep their drug or crime empires, you know, going. But let's keep looking around. I recognize all these faces. There we are. There he is, Jonathan.
Oi! Sadaoki!
行ってみよう。
Sadaoki, 久しぶりだな。
ジョナサン・イングラム。
お、サルバトーレか。
エド・ジョナサン、久しぶりだ。
あら、お二人さん。
こちらはドクター・ゴドウィン、 BCCH の理事長。
クリス、どうして？
奇遇ね。
ところで用件は何だ、ジョナサン。何か嗅ぎ回ってるらしいな。
さすがに情報には早いな。
Okay. You look dazzling, Chris. Thanks, it's nice to hear that at my age. That necklace must have been expensive. It was a small gift. Oh, don't. You'll see my wrinkles. They don't look like they're too wrinkly from here. Okay.
実はあんたんとこの徳川製薬の社員が先月の15日から行方不明なんだ。
うちの社員？誰だね？
北条健三、徳川製薬技術研究所 DDS 開発チーム主任。
北条君が行方不明。初耳だ。それで
？What are your thoughts about Hojo's disappearance? Hojo is one of my employees, yes, but I haven't heard anything about him being missing. I don't really know him that well either, but he's one of your employees. Yes, but we have tens of thousands of people working for us on the colony alone. Wasn't Sal supposed to be back on home? You.
久しぶりだな、サルバトーレ。ここでお前に会うとは思わなかったよ。
いつからビヨンドに？
ゲイツに聞いたら地球に帰ったって。
今俺は月にいる。今日はパーティーのために古巣のビヨンドに戻ってるだけだ。
どうしてこのパーティーに？
徳川とのしがらみさ。
Well, I heard you quit BCP. I just wasn't cut out for it. Police work ain't my thing, to be honest. One day I decided I'd had enough. That was 15 years ago. I was married twice, but neither of them worked out. Don't got any kids either. What are you up to these days? Tokugawa got me a job at his moon plant. I'm the head of security there. Glad I ain't a cop no more, but it's not like I got a PhD or nothing, you know? It's pretty basic stuff, just keeping watch over the place. Less pressure since you ain't wearing a badge either. It's one of Tokugawa's made-in-space factories. We mine lunar minerals and make drugs and rare metals under microgravity. It's located in Mare Imbrium? Mare Imbrium. Let me know if you're ever in the area, I'll give you a tour. I'm just here on the side. I only came because I happen to have some time off. Really? A little shindig Tokugawa's put together for everyone. Relax and enjoy yourselves. That is so nice. Lavender, right? It's not too strong. Odors tend to hang around one place in zero gravity. No, not at all. Women on Beyond never seem to wear perfume. It's nice to see someone doing it.
まさかこんなところで会うとは。
私もよ、ジョナサン・エド。何かの巡り合わせかしらね。
そうだな。俺たちはもうただの関係じゃないからな。
私のスカート覗いたものね。
すいません。
冗談よ。
May I have this dance, mademoiselle? That's what they would say in the 20th. Sorry, but maybe not right now. What, you want to do the tango in zero gravity? There's no floor. Tango, more like the lambada? Maybe some other time. Okay. She knows where your hands would end up. Are you mad about the other day? Oh no, not at all. Well, that's nice of you. I heard it's a launch party for their new drug capsule. I've seen all sorts of people here. Journalists, entertainers, politicians. I'm a little disappointed there aren't that many medical professionals, so... Sorry for being so personal, but what's your relationship with Sadawaki? Well, he's a business partner, a mentor, and I guess you could say my poppy? What? your poppy? That could mean more than one thing, Jonathan. I mean it in a paternal sense. What the hell? If what they say about it is true, it'll have a big impact on space development. I'll have to seriously consider whether it's something BCCH ought to be involved with. Well, that was ominously worded. I saw guys from Holmes Mafia here. The Mafia? Really? That's kind of scary. I wonder why they're here. Okay. I've been wondering myself whether we should carry this new product at BCCH. Okay. You. I still need to talk to you. Make it quick. I have a schedule to keep. Ask? The party. What's this party for? It's a get-together to unveil the latest product from our pharmaceutical division. We've invited various associates and clients. Doesn't look like your average batch to me. What's that imp's doing here? Go on, enjoy yourself. Don't forget you're at a party. Okay. I left BCP and took over Tokugawa 20 years ago. I finally feel like I've gotten the hang of things. It's far more entertaining than my previous career anyway. I saw the holograms on the lobby. Nice family tree. I'm a businessman now. No more police work for me. I don't plan on retiring anytime soon. I've got plenty of steam left in the engine yet. What's with that imps? You trying to start a war? What's it doing at a party? So obviously this game is also about, the military-industrial complex. It's just them spreading to space. That's a prototype military imps developed by Tokugawa Heavy Industries. It's called the Von Braun. It's going to be officially adopted by the military in 2 years' time. We invited several military officials here as well. It wouldn't have been possible without the data gleaned from AP's years of experience. What you see there will set a new benchmark for all future weapons development. So that's interesting because there's a merger, I guess, between the military and the police, which you see in 1930s Germany, 1930s, 40s Germany, if you know what I'm saying. Alright, what's this new product? It's a new drug capsule Hojo developed, a capsule for both terrestrials and beyonds. It allows you to evenly distribute a controlled amount of a drug throughout the body in weightlessness. Its osmotic pressure system is more advanced than any other drug on the market. It's also extremely heat and corrosive resistant. This capsule is going to be a huge success. Its applications are virtually unlimited. I'm confident it'll surpass every other product in the K series. It just occurred to me also that the glossary here is kind of like Jordan or Gowdy in Snatcher, But it's just exponentially increased the amount of pieces of information. The Von Braun, military imps prototype Tokugawa Heavy Industries began developing in 2035, named after Dr. Werner von Braun, an aerospace engineer regarded as the father of America's space program. He also came from Germany. Equipped with a machine revolver and a computer system that suppresses recoil when it's fired. The chest, the Goddard's weak point, is reinforced with additional Chobham armor for its planned military use. Okay. Let's keep talking. Ask about. This capsule is going to be a huge success. Its applications are virtually unlimited. So yeah, in case it wasn't obvious, just like in Snatcher, right, and in Metal Gear Solid, you ask multiple times the same thing, you get different answers. And so it rewards a lot of multiple playthroughs and really just sort of making it your own. It's part of the multi-process story, which I won't go back into because I already talked about it when we did Snatcher. Okay. But long story short, Policenauts and Snatcher and Metal Gear Solid are all multi-process stories. Okay. This capsule is going to be a huge success. Its applications are virtually unlimited. I think I already read that. I'm confident it'll surpass every other product in the K series. Okay, the Mafia. You mentioned associates. I counted several people from Home's Mafia here. Tokugawa is a business. Sometimes that involves interfacing with people like them. But you needn't worry, we're not breaking any laws. I give you my word, Tokugawa is a completely respectable business. We wouldn't go and ruin everything we worked for, right, Ed? That was a weird... Alright, let's talk about Lorraine. Did you know Lorraine was murdered on Home? Lorraine? Who's that? Hojo's wife, and my... Sorry to hear that. He has a daughter, doesn't he? I'll make sure she's taken care of. I'll get someone out there tomorrow. What do you mean by that? That's it? Best to leave it to the police. That isn't something amateurs like you or I should be sticking our noses into. I am a Policenaut, and so are you. Hojo's personality. What kind of person was Hojo? I remember he was serious about what he did. Real dependable guy. I ran into him a few times at meetings and parties and such, but that was it. I wonder what's happened to him. So I like how in this game it takes a long time for you to actually confront certain key characters. It kind of reminds me of in Phantom Pain how long it takes for you to finally like track down Skullface, and then he just divulges all his information. Ask about Hojo's personality. I'll have someone look into it right away. Ask about his activities. It seems you were the last person to ever see Hojo. On the 15th of last month, right here in this building, as a matter of fact. The 15th? I have no recollection of that. We haven't had any big meetings down at Pharmaceuticals lately either. I guess it's been maybe 6 months since I last saw him. "6 months, you say? You expect me to believe that, or have you gone senile already? I told you I don't know anything about it." Visitor log. We took a look at the visitor log at reception. On the day Hojo disappeared, the 15th, he came here to the Tokugawa building to meet you. To meet me? Well, I never met him. Are you sure it's not some mistake?
ジョナサン、いいかな。私は挨拶があるんでな。失礼する。
待てよ、貞興。まだ質問には答えてもらってないぜ。
もう話すことは話した。せっかくだからゆっくりとパーティーでも楽しんでくれ。
貞興、おかしいな。
何がおかしい？
北条の失踪、このうさんくさいパーティー。何もかもおかしい。
どういうことだ？
どこまでも白を切る気らしいな。いいか、徳川製薬の看板開発者が行方不明なんだ。会社にとってもあんたにとっても大きな損失のはず。それにしてはあんたらは妙に落ち着き払ってる。
何が言いたい？
匂うんだよ。このパーティー、逆人たち、北条の失踪に白を切るあんたたち。
ジョナサン、私を誰だと思ってる？私は徳川グループ3代目の。
そうだ。だからなおさら匂うんだ。プンプンな。
エド、こいつをつまみだぜ。それはできん。できん？エド、私の言うことが聞こえなかったか？もう一度言うぞ。この身寄りのない浦島太郎を連れて帰れ。今すぐだ。
俺が怖いか、貞興。
あまり調子に乗らんことだな、ジョナサン・イングラム。今の私はポリスノーツの頃の私ではない。徳川グループを、この宇宙を動かす徳川だ。
脅しか？
脅しではない。情けだよ。同じポリスノーツとしてのな。
お前はもうポリスノーツじゃない。金と権力に溺れる亡者だ。待ってろ、貞興。お前をきっとあげてやる。その化けの皮を剥いてやる。
どうだ、少しは落ち着いたか？奴らを怒らせると今より動きにくくなるぞ。
奴は何かを隠してる。絶対に北条の失踪やロレインの件に関与しているはずだ。
だが証拠がない。手がかりも。
手がかりならある。
なんだそれ？
たった今種をまいた。もし奴らが何かを隠しているんなら、北条の失踪に関係しているんなら動き出すはずだ。
それまで俺たちの命があればな。
すまないエド、巻き込んでしまって。
いいんだよ。俺もこのまま窓際で朽ち果てるわけにはいかん。それよりうちで飯でも食ってくか？娘の料理は最高だ。
いいのか？
もちろんさ、歓迎するよ。食事は多い方が楽しい。娘たちも喜ぶ。
エド、
それにお前が帰ってきてくれて嬉しい。
I love that Jonathan brings out, you know, the young Ed, who's still in there. All right, we're gonna stop here. For now. Okay, let's just go into it. Former police naut Jonathan searches for Genzo Hojo at the request of his ex-wife, Lorraine. Jonathan and Ed visit the Tokugawa building, where they get in a heated argument with Tokugawa. Although it appears that if they fail to obtain anything, Jonathan believes their actions will provoke a response.
ここが我が家だ。
いいうちじゃないか、エド。
地価の高いホームじゃこうはいかん。30年間の血と汗の賜物だ。北条の豪邸とは比較にならんが、交通の便はいいんだ。すぐ近くにリニアレールのサウスガーデン駅がある。リニアレールは浮上走行なんで、騒音や振動はそれほど問題にならないんだ。
帰るところがあるのは羨ましいよ。
そうだな。うちに帰るとほっとするよ。さあ、遠慮せずに入ってくれ。
Alright. These look like the houses you find in San Francisco. This is the standard type of house for residential lots here. It doesn't have a garden, but we do have 2 floors. I still have 5 years left on my mortgage. Is that part of your house too? That's the house on the other side. I'd prefer that one, to be honest with you. Houses here are built as close as they can get them to each other. Nice trees you got. Those trees are public property. They're part of the Celeste. They don't belong to us. Yeah, I see the control plates now. What about that one? That house belongs to this nice elderly couple. Alright. You can't make the lots that big since the surface of the colony isn't completely flat. That's why they're like the houses you see in San Francisco with all its hills. Oh, that makes sense. The entrance says a lot about a house, don't you think?
じゃ、入ろうか。
あらパパ、おかえり。
ああ、ただいま。ゼロ時体操の練習だったのか？
新しいユニフォームなの。どう？
ちょっと見えすぎじゃないのか。
もうそんなことばっかり。素材が決め手なのよ。流行の天然複合新素材。汗の吸収力がいいんだって。
俺は中身の方が興味ありだね。
ほら、ジョナさん、娘だぞ。
パパ、こちらはお客さん？
ああ、今日はパパの古い友人を連れてきた。夕食の用意大丈夫か？
ええ、いつも多めに作ってるから、足りなかったらパパの分減らすわね。
勝手にしてくれ。
アナです。
ジョナサン・イングラムだ。よろしく。
ジョナサン、あなたが。パパからよく聞いてるわ。
マーク、パパの友達のジョナサンだ。挨拶は？気を悪くせんでくれ。マークは精神的な病気なんだ。言葉を持たん。自閉症のようにな。さあな、着替えて飯の支度を頼む。
そうね、このユニフォーム1時以下で試着してると疲れるの。
残念だな。脱いじゃうのか？
まあ、パパの友達は理解があるわ。
アナ、早くしてくれ。
わかったわ。
困った娘だ。親をバカにしとる。
Mercy.
いい子じゃないか。
さあ、ジョナさん、ゆっくりしてくれ。疲れだろ。
Okay. Aww. I really miss those days. Everything just felt so right. I've still got this picture too. You made a copy for me. Man, 2010. Look at you. You look like you walked straight out of the photo. Look at that stud. Oh, Ed. you know, so obviously showing the same characters at vastly different ages and stuff is something that they would expand a lot in Death Stranding, of course. This thing recording? Yes, it is. Okay. I didn't just want to be talking to myself. Okay. Alright, man. Oh, this is your place. That's awesome. That's my wife, Catherine. She passed away 5 years ago. Aw, she's beautiful. I couldn't do anything for her. I promised her we'd take a nice long trip to home after I retired, just the two of us. Alright. I get wistful anytime I hear this song. He could like be reading the phone book and okay. Okay. We had this photo, poster made from a photo of Hannah. This is when she came in second in the ribbon event at a 0G gymnastics competition. Nice looking kid. Yeah, good thing she didn't get her looks from you. That would be one fugly poster. You'll be here all week, huh? Look at her, that's my girl. Alright, this is awkward. Let's stop looking at this poster of your daughter.
マークの描いた絵だ。この絵はコンクールで入賞したんだ。
何で描いた？
ああ、子供用のグラフィックノートだ。ピクノ8。これはそのデータをプリントアウトしたものだ。
しかしこの風景は地球のものらしい。
Wow. So, man, they predicted tablets, I guess. Let's see. Is this meant to be Mark? That's what his doctor says. It looks like he's trying to tell you something. Is this a horse? It's got wings. Is it supposed to be Pegasus? So I know this is a little nuts, but if you think about it, Phantom Pain has a Pegasus, and it's got a pig boss on Eli's jacket, right? And when you go to the village, Walla Yamasa, there's severed pig heads everywhere. And those trees kind of... I remember playing Policenauts when I was really tinfoil hat mode from Phantom Pain, and I've gotten better over the years at being able to figure out what's a good theory and what's not. But I remember it was almost like being paranoid schizophrenic, just seeing Phantom Pain everywhere, and I used to think, oh, those trees, man, they're just like the trees in Cyprus. It's just pretty silly now when I think about it. Alright, but obviously you guys aren't here to hear about times I was wrong. It's supposed to be about connections that actually are true. So, these are airplanes. You don't see planes here in Beyond, he means. This is the moon. It's a crescent moon. These look like skyscrapers, judging from their size relative to the mountains anyway. I guess these are mountains. I wonder which ones they're supposed to be. These are some kind of trees. They look like ones from home. You don't get trees this size on Beyond.
ジェット機といい、ビルといい、木といい、すべて地球のものだ。
そうなんだ。マークの想像がなんだが、マークは一度もホームに行ったことがないんだ。
こんな絵を描くとは訳ありだな。この少年がマーク本人だとすると、このビヨンドから出たいんじゃないのか？
はあ。
So I know Kojima said in interviews about this game that he really wanted, like the reason that he chose this setting for this hard science fiction story was that he really wanted to, as plausibly as possible, imagine what humanity would be like if it actually started to colonize space. And I think it's so strange how the game has such beautiful moments and set pieces like this in it. I think Kojima taking seriously the storytelling and the characters, regardless of the genre, regardless of if it's got eroge elements or, you know, it's a pulpy spy story, you know, it's really treating the material with this sort of elevated tone. I don't really know how to put it into words, but I think you probably know what I'm talking about. Alright, let's go back. So what's this?
アナの誕生日に買ってやったんだ。あの有名な LS の超高級バッグだ。
そういえばロレインも持っていたな。
So obviously, Anna is this game's Katrina, right? She's even got blue hair. So this is the in thing, apparently. I don't have a clue when it comes to this stuff. You can see it says L's on it. It's the real thing. L's is based on Beyond, so they're cheaper to come by here than home. They're a popular item with tourists. Yeah, I hear because the yen is so weak right now that a lot of people, a lot of tourists go over there just to get cheap retro games and stuff. But anyway, all right. Isn't there? No, I think we've seen everything. You get a lot of counterfeits floating around these days. What's this? Is that a TV? Ah, it's one of those old CRTs. You want to watch something? You hungry, Jonathan? Shouldn't be too much longer. Sure. I wonder what's on. So, again, some of the ideas that Kojima put in these adventure games, I feel like were really ahead of their time, and you'd see, weirdly enough, Rockstar. Not... it's probably a case of parallel thinking. I don't think there's any influence, especially since this game and didn't release at all in the West, and Snatcher barely did. But, you know, the idea that you could watch TV and that it would show different things and you're in different locations and you can watch it from anywhere. I mean, that's they obviously realized that much more fully in GTA 4 and to you know, I think 5 as well. But I like that this generation of game designers that Kojima came from are just so imaginative, and their imagination far exceeds what the technology at the time can do, and that's what makes these games, even though they're very quirky and sometimes you know, at this stage dated, they're still masterpieces in their own right, and I'll go to the grave defending them. I don't care how much stupid corn dog shit is in them. All right.
「こんにちは。ニュースオーダーの時間です。本日の太陽フレア予報です。昨日から今日にかけて大きな太陽フレアもなく、今日一日大量の放射線の心配はありません。放射線量も微量で安定しているでしょう。シールド注意報も解除されています。以上 BBC からお伝えしました。
Obviously, Policenauts is all about combining East and West.
これも CG だろうか。
彼女まだ復帰してないはずだからな。
As I was saying, yeah, this game is obviously all about combining East and West, and that stylistic conceit of Kojima just being a global artist, I think, is one of the reasons why his games have endured. And yeah, I think a lot of that really started here with Policenauts. Okay, so what is this? Just a chandelier? Oh, a solar chandelier Catherine bought. Who is late tonight? Wonder what's taking so long. Well, I haven't even gotten a chance to talk to you, buddy. What is it? Ask about... your daughter, sure. She really is a nice kid. I'm so proud of her. I know I can count on her. She takes after her mother. So, just in case I seem like an absolute perv, I've never, like, looked at the poster or looked at her, like, in front of Ed, or even when Ed's not there, because it feels creepy, right? Because, like, Ed's supposed to be Jonathan's best friend, and this is, I may be taking the opportunity in this playthrough to do things I don't normally do, but, I probably shouldn't. I should probably be on my best behavior and only show you guys, like, what's necessary, but I don't know. I mean, why fight the spirit of the game? You have to be able to put your historical hat on and just travel back to the 90s mentally. Maybe that's easier for some people like me to do than others, but Anyway, I don't mean to turn this into some political thing. Let's just have fun and play the game. I'm so proud of her. I know I can count on her. She takes after her mother. She must be popular with the boys, judging from that poster. Oh, boy. Alright, can I show... What do you think about the ID card? We've got Hojo's ID now. It'll probably be handy for something. Yeah, here's hoping. What do you suppose happened to the guy? You hungry, Jonathan? Shouldn't be too much longer. She does everything around the house now that Catherine's gone. I owe her a lot. So yeah, if you think about it in Death Stranding, you know, there are a lot of characters who, they're either divorced or they're estranged from their family or they lost a close relative. I think that, yeah, I mean, this is a whole side to Kojima that, in Metal Gear Solid, he didn't really get to express that much. And I think making heartfelt games like Policenauts, weirdly enough, is part of the reason why he wanted to get out of the, you know, just straight up spy, sci-fi action genre. Anyway.
マークはエドの？
見ての通り、マークは肌の色が違う。俺の子じゃない。マークは養子なんだよ。
Food's late tonight. Wonder what's taking so long. So I could be crazy, but I feel like this is also a weird theme. Is like that you see recur multiple times in Kojima's games. It's like obviously racial differences and there being like a white orphan. You know, if you think about like Eli in Phantom Pain or Raiden's background in MGS2 or Mark here. It's interesting. I think it's, you know, Kojima, for a Japanese person, is very, if I do say so myself, with my limited knowledge of the matter, is really invested in a global. I mean, yes, he talks about this in his book of essays, where he like has battled with himself about, well, am I a Japanese artist or am I a global artist? So I don't want to minimize his contributions to Japanese culture at all. But I really think that that he saw that the future was going to be racially diverse and so on. But anyway, I don't want to go on too much about politics. I guess that's considered political now. All right, food's late tonight. Wonder what's taking so long. Ask about Mark's background. So how did you come to adopt him?
マークはある事件の生存者なんだ。その時に本当の両親を失っている。
そうだったのか。
Tell me about it.
キャサリンが亡くなった暑い年だった。ナーク中毒者が正気を失って家族を襲うという事件が起きた。中毒者は自分の妻をナイフでめった突きにし、息子まで巻き添えにしようとした。俺は現場に居合わせ、その子を守るために男を射殺した。その子の目前で。
My God.
ああ、俺はあの時から銃を抜けなくなったんだ。デカとしては命取りだよ。
That's crazy. Yeah, characters with PTSD and really bad mental trauma in their past is also pretty much every Kojima game, when you think about it, has that. Except for maybe, what was Penguin Adventure? All right. So what happened to Catherine? She's the reason I stuck it out here. I miss her every single day. You saw her picture, didn't think I'd find a pretty girl to marry me, did you? After we got married and had Anna, she quit her job and started working part-time in a weightless area. She eventually developed kidney stones because of it. Part of the calcium that your bones lose in weightlessness collects in the kidneys. Are you hungry, Jonathan? Shouldn't be too much longer. Well, How do you treat something like that? The only thing they could do for her was a kidney transplant. It must have been really bad, because I know not everyone who has had kidney stones needs a transplant. But there was a serious shortage of organs back then, even greater than today. 80% of people on the waiting list died before a donor was found. It must have been terrible to have her die waiting for a transplant. Wow. So they just couldn't get her one in time. Wow. I met her at BCP. Oh, sorry. One day she comes along and gives me a ticket for parking in front of the station. Ooh, it's late tonight. Wonder what's taking so long. Oh. I always hoped you'd get to meet her. She was a great woman. Alright. I can't keep sighing with this music. It's like, it's too on the nose. Alright. They build stairs deep like this to conserve space. Damn thing gets tougher every year. Alright, kid. No. Is there anything else I'm supposed to ask you? Oh, of course. Mark's illness.
Mark はあの事件のショックで口が聞けなくなった。
Of course.
両親が目前で殺されたんだ。あの子のショックは相当なものだったに違いない。
さっき自閉症とか言ってたが、精神的なショックでは自閉症にならないんじゃ。
ああ、正確に言うと自閉症ではないんだ。わかりやすいと思ってな。緘黙症とか言うらしい。無理に話そうとすると痙攣するんだ。無言症とも言われるらしいが、マークは言葉では自分を表現できないんだ。
それで絵を描かせてるのか。
マークは一日中絵を描いてるか、古い映画を見ているかだ。
マークとはうまくいってるのか。
いや、俺のことを父親としては見てくれてないだろ
う。そうなのか。
マークは俺を憎んでる。
エド、いつかは心を開いてくれるさ。
そう思いたい。しかしマークは。
焦ることはないじゃないか。時間をかければ話せるようになるさ。エドはマークを
愛してる。
なら気長に待つことだ。
Now that I think about it, also, Gray Fox, wasn't there a whole thing in Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake that Big Boss adopted him and he was like persecuted for being white in Vietnam or something? And then Naomi, it's not, she wasn't white, but she wound up adopted by Big Boss. So as a racially ambiguous brown skinned person, or at least that's I think what they're going for. All right, food's late tonight. Wonder what's taking so long.
用意ができたわ。パパ、どうぞジョナサン。
Okay. So Mark's drawing. I gave Mark a graphics tablet to try and give him a way to express himself. Sounds like a good idea. That's quite a picture he drew. I actually knew somebody with selective mutism. It's a real thing. While she was waiting, she had to go on dialysis every 3 days for about 4 to 5 hours. She eventually developed amyloidosis because of it. That's when deposits of amyloids accumulate in your joints and tendons. God. It's extremely painful. I couldn't bear watching her suffer like that. That's awful. You probably know your immune system is considerably weakened in microgravity too. Wow. Humans just didn't evolve weren't selected for this kind of environment. Alright, so let's go to the dining room.
ジョナサン、飯にしよ
う。さあ、召し上がって。
Okay. Is that his tablet? It's a neat little gadget. He carries it everywhere, huh? Pictures are Mark's only way of expressing himself. I love Mark. A lot. He sort of weirdly reminds me in some ways of Venom Snake. Just because, you know, Venom Snake sometimes, well, I mean, just in general, rarely talks, you know? Looks like he keeps his tablet with him even at the table. About the only time he doesn't have it with him is when he's taking a bath. He's always off in his own world.
マーク、なかなか絵が上手だね。地球へ来たら一緒にスケッチしようか。おじさんも絵を描くんだ。今度見せてあげようか。
ジョナさん、マークお前に懐いているよ。普通なら他人と食事は一緒にしない。
そうか。
珍しいことだが、多分そのタバコだろう。
タバコ？
マークはタバコに興味があるんだ。
古い映画なんか見るとタバコ吸ってるでしょ。
はは、映画ファンらしいからな。
マークはあれに憧れてるの。
実際にタバコを加えた人間を見るのはお前が初めてだろう。
マーク、いい趣味してるよ。
So I hear you always carry that tablet around. I saw your drawing. That's home, isn't it? You know, I come from home. Maybe one day I'll show you the real thing. Hey, don't put ideas in his head. Okay, what do we got here? Why you holding back, Jonathan? Eat as much as you want. I made plenty for all of us. So what's the deal with these plates? They've got sensors in them that record the number of calories and portion sizes. So that's a trip. They beep if you go over the amount you set them to. I feel like a damn farm animal. Those are vegetables grown in Beyond's agricultural ring. They're ultra-high pressure sterilized, so they're pressure than heat sterilized ones. They don't use any pesticides or chemical additives here. They'd end up polluting the Celeste. They don't need to use them. We have virtually no insects that would damage any crops. So the Celeste... Hold on, is it sort of like... Remind me. It's like the artificial atmosphere, right? An acronym for Closed Ecological Life Support System. Regulates the internal environment of space colonies, space bases, and underwater bases, enabling them to function as an independent biosphere, totally unreliant on any outside assistance or intervention to sustain itself. Beyond Coast feeds its inhabitants and recycles its energy in accordance with this system. Okay. Cool. This is tempura. Tempura. Seafood is hard to get here, so it's a little different from the tempura on home. It consists mainly of micro-organic proteins. These look like they just came out the fryer. Let's try it.
よし、一つ食べてみよう。
熱いからやけどしないように。
なんだこれ。
what is this? Calcium milk, one of Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals' functional foods. It's got casein phosphopeptides in it, so it's a good source of calcium. But to be honest, it's actually soy milk. So, you know, you think about a Metal Gear Solid, Naomi, it's like the way that it's got this hard science fiction quality to it, you know? Like Naomi will call you and talk to you about all the ways that smoking can give you cancer and stuff. I feel like it's a holdover from Policenauts. Like they go so hard with the research and stuff in Kojima's games. That's a soybean and seaweed stew. It's packed with calcium. That's unohana, also called okara. It's soybean curd. Excuse me. Ah, sorry for coughing. Okay. Oh yeah, there seems to be an awful lot. Yeah, I think I made too much. Oh, great. Alright, let's try it.
食べてみようか。まずい。
Okay. What's this? Just looks like salad. Okay, yeah, I don't mind a good Caesar salad, but this, I mean, how bad can it be? A salad. I love that he's even smoking at the dinner table. There's something really funny about that. Like, did they comment on that? If I...
ジョナーさん、食事の時もタバコを加えてるつもりか。
これは俺のトレードマークだ。加えてる方が安心する。
タバコ吸ってる人なんて初めて見るわ。
吸ってるんじゃない。加えてるだけだ。
元ポリスノーツなのにどうして？
そうだ。あの頃はタバコを吸ってるだけで先行から漏れた。
それじゃあ
理由なんかない。
Okay. You're really cute, Anna. You look just like your mother. Try telling my dad that. Eat! Hey, Anna. The salad's nice and fresh, huh? I'm not gonna ask about that. Her.
Anna, 好きな人いるのかい？恋人とか。
おらんおらん。
もうパパったら今まではいなかったけど好きな人できたわ。
こら、こいつはダメだぞ。
Ask about school? You like school, Anna? What's your major? You do any sports? Yeah, it's great. I go to UCBC. My major is bioethics. As for sports, I do zero-G rhythmic gymnastics. With all of the advances in science over the years, like organ transplantation and genetic modification, we've entered territory some say is reserved for God. We study other issues as well, like artificial fertilization, surrogate mothers, cloning, and the relationship between comas, persistent vegetative states, and organ transplantation. So I already did a whole video where I talked about a PVS, punished venom snake, persistent vegetative state. I have a theory on why this condition in particular comes up a lot in Kojima's games, but I don't wish to share it because it's just, even for me, it's speculation. It's too much. But that being said, yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that Policenauts has a huge influence and importance for Metal Gear. Okay, the cooking. Do you always do the cooking? Yeah, I love to cook, but on Beyond, nutritional balance is more important than taste. Especially when it comes to calcium. Oh, that's why it tastes like garbage. I thought she was just a fat cook. You have a job? I used to be a guide at the Astronauts Memorial Museum until last month. I was majoring in space history before, so it was a good experience for me. History of space food. Since you know so much about space history, you mind if I pick your brain? How about a story related to food? It said the first person to use chopsticks in space was astronaut Onizuka. Or is it Onizuka? Who later died in the Challenger disaster. Oh. The interesting thing is he didn't use them to eat Japanese food. The first people to eat solid food in space were astronauts Young and Grissom aboard Gemini 3. They smuggled sandwiches aboard. Yeah, this kind of reminds me of how you can just call Nastasha Romanenko over and over again to get more and more, you know, intel on nuclear proliferation and underground testing and all that stuff. How do you like my cooking? Not bad for someone my age, huh? This would be considered space food to someone from home. Yeah, I can tell. How does calcium fit in with your diet here? What's important isn't so much the amount of calcium, but the balance between the calcium and the phosphorus. If there's too much phosphorus, your body won't be able to absorb the calcium. Okay. Hey Ed, what is it? His family.
エド、本当にいい家族だな。
俺の唯一の自慢だ。ただ、マークのことはあるかな。
大丈夫さ。時間が解決してくれる。
だといいが。
What do you think about everything that's happened? Well, we haven't really got any physical evidence or leads. But I'm with you, the whole thing stinks. Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals is hiding something. Hojo. Something tells me he's already dead. That's the feeling I get. Who knows what happened, but Hojo must have gotten in their way somehow. Can't you forget about working at the dinner table, Dad? Lorraine. That guy followed Lorraine all the way to home. He must have known something, too. They wanted to shut her up. Those capsules were obviously worth killing for, but why? Why don't you guys just try and enjoy your dinner? You think they'll go after Karen? It doesn't look like she knows anything. She's probably safe. As long as she doesn't do anything to arouse any suspicion. Dad, work and wait, can it? It looks like this thing goes way beyond Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. Tokugawa himself has to be involved, too. Oh, he's definitely involved. This ain't gonna be easy going up against a group like this. We have to think about how we're gonna handle this. All that talking will give you indigestion.
さて、これからどうする？
奴らも動き出すはずだ。徳川の出方を見張ろう。
どうもこういうじれったいやり方は性に合わない。
仕方がない。ここは OLA じゃないんだ。
ジョナサン、どんどん食べてね。冷めないうちに。
ああ、遠慮せんとな。お前は俺と違ってまだ30代だからな。
けど。
はい、ブラウンです。え？どちら様ですか？ええ。はい。はい、そうです。お待ちください。パパ、ビデオフォンよ。ちょっと変なの。音声信号だけで、カプセルのことで話したいって。
カプセル？はい、エド・ブラウンだ。誰だ？
誰でもいい。あんたらの損になる話じゃない。いいか、よーく聞け。AMM に来るんだ。あの探偵も連れてこい。北条健三のことについて嗅ぎ回ってんだろう。
どうしてそれを？
なことはどうでもいい。来るのか来ないのか。
わかった。AMM だな。
いい話が聞けるぜ。AMM のパイオニアの前だ。
パイオニア？
来ればわかる。俺の名はナインスターズ。じゃあな、ポリスノーツ。
Okay.
ジョナサン、撒いた種が芽を出したぞ。タレコミだ。
餌にかかったか。どうだ？
AMM 宇宙飛行士記念博物館。
AMM か。アナがバイトしてたという。すぐ乗り込もう。
待って、全部食べてからにしてよ。まだ時間はあるわ。
アナ、ごちそうさま。美味しかったよ。
ジョナサン？
また今度。
もう知らない。
マーク、今度絵を見せてくれよな。
行くぞ、ジョナサン。
誰だろ
う？行けばわかる。しかしあのビデオ本、聞いたことのある声だった。
いいタイミングでタレコミが入って助かった。アナには悪いな。
お前はいい。俺は毎日だ。毎日わけのわからんものを食わされてる。
エド、お前が作るよりマシだろ。再婚でもするか？
これ以上厄介はごめんだ。
なら我慢するんだな。
ここが宇宙飛行士記念博物館 AMM だ。
タレコミ屋の指定場所にしては賑やかだな。
週末だから観光客も多い。その方が安全だと思ったんだろう。
信用して大丈夫だろうか。
ここで思案してもどうにもならん。さあ、そろそろ約束の時間だ。指定の場所へ急ごう。
Alright, I'm gonna save here. No need. Here we are at the Space Museum.
このロケット群は宇宙開発に貢献したロケットの展示だ。本物もあるがほとんどがレプリカだ。
地球にもこんな感じのところがあったな。
そうだ。ケネディ宇宙センターのロケットガーデンだろ。確かあそこからも何台か持ってきてるはずだ。
I've actually been there. They're talking about NASA. Just outside of basically Houston, which is where I live. That Space Shuttle Discovery, also known as Orbiter Vehicle 103. It flew more missions than any other shuttle. It also carried the first Japanese mission specialist into space. It's cool seeing all these. Makes the place look like some space base from an old sci-fi movie. That's the Russian Proton rocket. It launched the Salyut space stations, among a ton of other stuff. Do they have the one that Sokolov designed? The Space geeks must freak out when they see these. That's the Saturn V. Yeah, I believe this is the one. No, Jordan, what are you saying? Saturn V is for the Apollo. It's not. You're thinking of the Vostok rocket. It's the largest rocket of the 20th century. The one that for the Apollo missions. Okay. That's the Russian Soyuz 11A511. It played a huge part in space exploration. We owe a lot to it. Yeah, it launched all of Russia's Soyuz flights. More flights than any other rocket. What's that one there? That's right, I remember now. That's the Chinese FP-1 rocket. That's Europe's Ariane 1 launcher. The Arianes were used a lot for launching business satellites. Okay. That's the H.Q rocket built by Japan's NASA, now known as JAXA. It was developed solely with Japanese technology. Yeah, this was before Japan bought up all of Russia's space technology. Its first launch was 1994, a precursor to Tokugawa Heavy Industries' current domination. And over here, that's the Titan 34D rocket. That's the Atlas D rocket. It was used for part of Project Mercury. Of course, the boss was part of Project Mercury in Metal Gear Solid 3, and they really talk about it a lot in Peace Walker as well. It's the rocket that launched craft like Friendship 7 and Aurora 7. Those are palm trees selectively bred for Beyond. All plants here are resistant to ultraviolet radiation and have high photosynthesis rates. That's how we have plenty of air to breathe with so few of them around. Oops. This is part of Beyond's artificial sea. Oh, that's awesome. Anything live in it? You bet. It contains the same amount of salt as the seawater on home. They regulate the water's evaporation rate and salinity by producing waves to circulate the water. What's inside it? Plenty. On top of the fish, it's got seaweed and all sorts of other marine plants. They let you fish and swim in it if you want. We even get floaters in it every now and then. Wow. Okay. It's AMM sign, Astronauts Memorial Museum. They're open right now. Hey, we're in luck. It says admission's free during the anniversary commemoration period. The building is modeled after Kennedy Space Center's Vehicle Assembly Building. The scale and interior are totally different, but its outside appearance is an exact recreation. I thought it looked familiar. Launch Complex 39. We went to the Kennedy once for part of our training, remember? That's the main entrance there.
それじゃ入場しよう。
博物館か。ワクワクする。
勘違いするな。タレコミ屋に会いに来たんだぞ。いいな。ここがサンゴホールと呼ばれているロビーだ。
なるほど。でかいサンゴだな。
これはホームから取り寄せた本物のサンゴ礁の化石だ。この中にはホームの大気中の CO2 が大量に溶け込んでいる。セレスのシンボルとしてこのホールに置かれている。
人間には真似できない自然の脅威か。
苦労したらしい。ホームからここまで運んでくるのに。
Fossilized coral reef. It's the main attraction in the hall here. This is the only place on Beyond you can see a coral reef. I don't have to point out that Death Stranding has... I mean, I don't really know that the scene is a coral reef per se, but it's certainly a very aquatic game. Okay. That's Project Mercury's Friendship 7, which carried the first American into orbit around home. Astronaut Glenn's mission lasted 4 hours 55 minutes, taking him around home 3 times. It was launched by an Atlas rocket like the one outside. This is in pretty good shape for something that old. It's only a replica. The real one was burned to a crisp when it re-entered the atmosphere. Is this that Russian?
ロシアのミーロ宇宙ステーションのミニチュアだ。
宇宙長期滞在記録を出したり、日本人を初めて宇宙で迎えたり、よく覚えてる。旧ソ連が崩壊してからしばらく放置されていた。
そうだ。その後日本の企業に売却された。後の徳川だ。実物はまだ地球軌道を回っている。今では宇宙博物館として使われているらしい。
あの頃は旧ソ連が蓄積した宇宙技術を日本企業に売却するニュースを毎日のようにやっていたな。
宇宙開発後進国であった日本がここまでなったのもあの技術売却があったからだ。
日本企業が初めて宇宙に実質的なビジネスを持ち込んだ。
Alright, so let's move. The moon corner.
ここはアポロ計画を中心に月面関係が展示されているコーナーだ。
月面のセットがそのまま再現されてる。
That's the lunar EVA suit used during the Apollo program. That's the lunar roving vehicle that was taken aboard with Apollos 15, 16, and 17. It was electric powered with a top speed of 14 kilometers an hour on a flat surface. Kind of like an IMPS for the guys back then. But didn't Huey have something to do with this? I don't know if it was designing this one specifically. I think it was a Mars rover that he was helping design. I can't remember now. I'll have to look that up. So-called Genesis rock that Apollo 11 brought back from the moon. It's not as special now as it was back then, of course. Is this the real thing? Yeah, moon rocks are a dime a dozen now, but I suppose you could call this a first edition moon rock. I saw them selling them at the spaceport in OLA. That just sucks all that was special right out of them. Lunar regolith was once heavily sought after for experiments since there was so little available then. That all changed with the 21st century. People would even go to the trouble of making their own regolith. That's how valuable it was. Okay. Wait. That's a life support device on its back. You'd be like a hunchback with this thing on. Probably couldn't even bend over. It contains things like communications equipment, a telemetry device, and its own power supply. So obviously, as the logo of Kojima Productions shows, I believe Hideo Kojima is still a space head, or a space otaku, however you want to put it. Move to the space corner.
ここが宇宙探査に関する展示がされているコーナーだ。
Okay.
パイオニア10号、11号に積まれた ET へのメッセージ用プレートだ。
So this is one. That's very funny. The man raising his right arm as a sign of friendship. You can also tell its shape, the way it would move, and the number of fingers on the hand. Alright, I won't sit here reading this all day. I realize that if I read every single thing in this game, this is going to take like 20 hours or something. That's one of the Viking landers. There were 2 landers that landed on Mars as part of the Viking program. This is a replica of the Viking 1 lander, which touched down in Chiris Planitia on July 20th, 1976. I saw what was left of it when I was there. The media dubbed it a reunion. Wait. I feel like there's something... Oh, wow. Where's the informant? Let's go to the Beyond corner.
ここがビヨンド関連の展示コーナーだ。
あ、エド。
俺たちポリスノーツの人形が並んでるぞ。
驚いたか？このビヨンドコーナーではポリスノーツであった俺たちはヒーローってわけだ。
この若さで歴史上の人物とは。
そう言うな。俺たちも宇宙開発に少しは貢献したんだ。光栄じゃないか。
少しはか。
ビヨンドの模型だ。俺たちが今いるコロニーのな。
世界で最初で最後のシリンダー型コロニー。なぜこのタイプのコロニーは作られないんだ？
これには技術的な問題もあるだろうが、コロニーの建築業者が絡んでいるんだ。
政治的な問題？
まさに今コロニー建設のシェアは徳川建設が独占している。もともと徳川のコロニー技術はトーラス型のものだ。ここのオニール型は欧米の技術。
つまり癒着。徳川がオニール型を排除した。
そうだろうな。徳川が自社のトーラス型を売り込んだ結果だろう。もちろん大型オニールコロニーの欠陥も発見された上でのことだ。
ビヨンドがオニール型の欠陥を自ら証明した。
そこへうまく徳川が介入したんだ。
しかしこのコロニーを作った欧米企業も黙っちゃいないだろう。コロニー建設といえばオリンピックより儲かる。
それだけではない。オニール型のコロニーを推し進めていた欧米企業もコロニーの部品を徳川に依存していたからなんだ。
徳川抜きではコロニーは作れない。
そういうことだ。最近ではこのトーラス型を徳川型と総称するらしい。
Well, what is the Taurus type then? Donut-shaped ring space colony. Smaller scale habitat with a maximum population around 30,000. Okay. Okay.
ユーリーが積載していた脱出用ポッドのサバイバルボールだ。コールドスリープの機能も搭載している。実物はもう少し大きいがな。
俺はこの中で30年間も宇宙をさまよっていたんだ。そのために宇宙不適応者になった。
ジョナサンの生命を30年間維持し続けたんだ。よくできたカプセルだよ。
コールドスリープとしてはまさに実験段階だった。救出された時は寝たきり老人と変わらなかった。
今じゃ筋肉の低下もあまりない。
俺は1年以上も歩けなかった。
熊の冬眠の研究の成果だ。
熊？
人間は筋肉を使わなければ3日で衰える。しかし熊は冬眠中半年以上も筋肉を維持できるんだ。
なるほど。熊の方が宇宙飛行士に向いてるようだ。
今やこのコールドスリープを熊の冬眠と呼んでいる。
It's a replica of the Yuri, the forerunner to the modern imps. Its emphasis was on mechanical work outside the colony, so its armor is thin and it's only lightly equipped. Totally different setup from today. He was hailed as a successor to NASA's MMU. Hard to imagine this is where combat imps evolved from, huh? Still better than the suits at the moon corner, though. You can't really compare this to the old lunar suits. Yeah, I suppose that's true. This is what I had my accident in. Really sent me on a one-way trip to nowhere. I can't stand the sight of this thing. You had that survival ball with you too. Good thing I did. Yeah, after all, the Yuri didn't have its own life pod. You made me take it, just in case, he said. The Yuri by itself would only have kept you alive for 3 days. So obviously, you know, in Phantom Pain and Ground Zeroes, it's a similar thing, right? Where you come out of a coma that you were in for 9 years. Jonathan was essentially lost in space for, what, 25 years? And there's even, of course, that scene in Phantom Pain when he's getting out of the bed and everything, and it's still a very weird sequence because I don't know. Some days I wonder if Venom Snake is some kind of half of a cyborg or something. But anyway, this is me in my younger days. I'd never recognize you. Come on, I hate when people say shit about my age. These are really well done. They're like our doppelgangers. They got the best in the business on these. They were given every piece of data they had on us. Body measurements, hair samples, everything. They knew us better than we know ourselves. I remember them going over our bodies with a fine-tooth comb when we applied for the Policenauts. I heard they're going to replace these with animatronic robots soon. They're going to have us moving around like idiots. Using hydraulics and air pressure, yeah, and will even talk. The same Japanese company that made those animatronic dinosaurs is gonna make them. You know the ones I mean, right? Who will decide how we move? They've already got all the necessary data. They're working with the ISPA on them. They'll end up being some live-action show, almost indistinguishable from the real us. Oh, that's freaky. This is your figure. I think it's slightly better looking. Look at how they got me smiling. I never smile like this. God damn it. Minor details aside, they did a good job on these. They did an amazing job with these. It's scary. A figure of Tokugawa. Sometimes I forget he used to be one of us. Now he's practically some kind of god. He knows what he's doing. He's used the Policenauts to promote the group a number of times in the past. It's a figure of Salvatore. It looks a little big for some reason. Well, he's the kind of guy who seems smaller than he actually is. Yeah, that's true. Sal's made some mistakes in his life, just like us. Ended up better off than us. At least he's got a decent job. The figure of Gates. Of the 5 of us, he was most likely to end up chief. Yeah, now he's my boss.
このビヨンドの位置が記されてるマップだ。
ラグランジュポイントが L5。
そう。この地球と月の重力バランスの均衡位置にコロニーは浮かんでいる。
It's a diagram showing Beyond's position. Okay. A small monument built in honor of the Policenauts. It's even got our autographs on it. So it does. Makes you feel kind of stupid, don't it? Let's see. We're like some Hollywood stars. Alright. Now let's go back to the space corner.
探査コーナーだ。
あれ？この宇宙服は何だ？月面服がどうしてこのコーナーに？
ジョナサン、中に誰かいるぞ。
これは動く展示物か？
そうじゃなさそうだ。ようやくデートの相手に会えたようだ。
お前が電話の男か？顔を見せろ。
静かにしろ。そのままの格好で俺の話を聞け。騒ぐと怪しまれる。
うまく考えたな。音声も書いてある。
お前だな。俺たちを呼び出したのは。
そうだ。さすがはポリスノーツ。すぐに分かったようだな。
こんなところに立ってりゃ子供でも分かる。
あんたら北条を探してんだろ。
北条の行方を知ってるのか？
どこにいる？奴は生きてるのか？
一人ずつ順番に話せ。いいな。
Look at this guy. Calls us out here and then turns up in this. It's basically from the Apollo program. The museum probably uses it for events. It will be easier to move in than the displays at the moon corner. Yeah, the real ones weigh well over 100 pounds. Alright, guy. Alright, what have you got for us? What happened to Hojo? He betrayed them. He started selling it behind their backs. Them? It? What's the it? Narc, the semi-synthetic drug. So I realized while watching it this time around, or rather playing it this time around, that Narc is what it basically kills Mark's parents, right? Because and it's the reason why Ed has to shoot him. And the Narc user was his father? Is that right? So that's crazy. Okay. They've been using DDSs to develop the Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals to circulate Narc. That's the real purpose of the K series, to get Narc out there without the authorities knowing. The newest one is K9. It's nothing more than a vessel for Narc. Holy. I thought the selling point behind K9 is the even distribution of a drug and weightlessness. That's the official story, but a capsule with an osmotic pressure design is nothing special. K9's real purpose is concealing Narc. Hojo and I started selling it on our own. Oh, it's like Breaking Bad now. It was my idea, everything was going to plan. Nobody should ever have suspected what we were doing. We don't believe you, we didn't find anything in the capsules we got from Hojo. And who's to say your deals couldn't somehow be traced back to you? You guys aren't seeing the bigger picture. Look, I don't want to end up like Hojo, alright? I'll point you in the right direction. I'll let you in on the secret behind Narc. To be precise, where that secret is. Hojo made a copy of the CD-ROM containing a video on NARC. He created the original to show to the Mafia and other organizations. It explains the trick behind the capsules in plain English. A CD-ROM? So the CD explains everything about them? Right, including how to use them. Why a CD in this age of optical computing? That's the point, to limit where you can read it. And so it's a callback, you know, to the floppy disk in Snatcher, right? It wouldn't stand as evidence in court either. That's why Hojo uses CD. It's an archaic data format. So it's another fourth wall break, because obviously Policenauts is on a CD-ROM. Where is the CD-ROM? Hojo would have stashed it somewhere. I bet they don't even know that copy exists. If I had to guess, I'd say his house. There was that CD that didn't have any music on it. Could that be it? The CD can only be read on a T-Gear 99, Tokugawa's network terminal. In addition, it works off a special boot method. You can't load it on any other read device. So obviously, now that I think about it, in Metal Gear Solid 1, right, you have to get the MO disc. And the MO disc shows up again in Metal Gear Solid 2, and then there's the microfilm in Metal Gear Solid 3. You can't load it on any other read device. The CD uses state-of-the-art encryption, too. Even BCP couldn't read it. You guys get most of your technology from Tokugawa, don't you? Whatever you have, they're already on something better. Yeah, that's true. Almost all our equipment is patented by Tokugawa. They own the know-how as well. None of it's public. We need to go to a Tokugawa facility to load the CD. We can't just waltz in there and expect them to help us. Who says we're gonna ask? There are a few steps you have to go through to get into the system. We'll need a Tokugawa ID card and employee ID codes for this. First, it'll do a card check. We have Hojo's card. So then what? Then it'll run a check to see if the person using the card really is a Tokugawa employee. Every employee has an ID code given to them based on family crests. You mean those Japanese things? Right. Select the ones it asks for, and you're in. After that, insert the CD. This is how they protect their data. So you can't access any of their files if you're not an employee, supposedly. Exactly. If you don't clear the checks, you'll be staring at a blank screen. Remember the order. First the card, then the crest, then the CD. Load the CD and it'll explain what you need to know. That's all I can say for now. If you help me get to home, I'll tell you everything once my safety's been guaranteed. Okay. So where is Hojo? He was eliminated a long time ago. That's what happens when you cross these guys. I'm gonna end up just like Hojo and that woman. Oh, he means Lorraine. You're saying Hojo's dead? They've already taken care of his body. You'll never find it. Don't waste your time looking. Who is then? I can't say. Not out here anyway. Is it Tokugawa? Is Holmes Mafia involved? It's not that simple, okay? Obviously, this reminds me a lot of an MGS2 with characters like Ames or EE, like they can't say out loud. But of course, in that game, it's because the nanomachines, right, obstruct you from saying or hearing certain words, depending on your security clearance. We saw a politician at Tokugawa's party. Are guys like him involved too? Were Hojo and Lorraine killed by this then? Yeah, screw with these guys and you're done. Done. You can't even begin to imagine. Sound like the Patriots to me. Who's that woman? Hojo's wife. I think her name was Lorraine. Nobody's safe with these guys. Was Lorraine involved with drugs? Hojo probably told her something he shouldn't have.
いいか、覚えたか？カモンチェックで T ギア99が使用可能になる。それから CD ロムをロードする。また連絡する。俺を信用しろ。言っておくが、俺の後をつけたりすんなよ。
待て、まだ聞きたいことがある。
北条の剣は氷山の一角に過ぎん。奴らはもっと恐ろしいことを行ってる。
もっと恐ろしいこと？
奴らはあんたらが思っている以上に根が深い。BCP にも仲間がいる。用心するんだな。また連絡する。じゃあな。
That was a good ass game.
尾行するか。
待て、ジョナサン。まずは CD ロムだ。あの男の言っていることが真実かどうか。あの男の正体についてはそれからだ。ホームなまりがなかったとすればビヨンズだ。ビヨンズならどこにも逃げやしない。しかし、
どうした？
タバコ臭いな。ひょっとしてお前タバコ吸ったか？
いや、手違いで火がついたんだ。もう消した。
危ないな。先折りタバコか。
ああ、先を折るだけで発火する。消すのも簡単だが。
気をつけろよ。人に見られたら通報されるぞ。
マークには一度見せてやりたい。
バカな、許さんぞ。ま、それはいいとして。
情報の真意の確認だな。
Snapchat reference, obviously. Okay, I'm gonna save here. The man in the spacesuit. Have you seen a man in a spacesuit here? You mean for an event? We're not holding any today. We only have those on select dates. It probably is an event costume he was wearing, isn't it? Want to ask her if they're missing any? Have you by any chance had any lunar suits go missing lately? I don't know anything about that. Oh, beautiful. So obviously MGS2, the day passed, you know, well actually in MGS1 as well, right? And 3, all 3 in Metal Gear Solid, the original trilogy or whatever. The day passed in this similar way, right, throughout the game. No sign of him, whoever he is. I literally just said I was going to stop doing this. Whoever he is, we better keep a closer eye on Tokugawa. I'll get Meryl and Dave on it. Okay, let's go. That's our car. We really do stick out in this thing. Reminds me of my uniform days. I park a little away from the building as a precaution. Let's go. To Hojo's house. Think that's where it'll be? Yes, I do. The Sega Saturn version added a lot of extra little cutscenes or like angles like this. I don't remember that scene.
大丈夫だ、ジョナサン。
タレコミ屋が言っていた CD ロムを探そう。
I don't remember that scene being in the PlayStation version. Alright, so yeah, here we are. Let's ring the doorbell. You ready? I'll ring the doorbell. Oh, Jonathan, Ed, come on in. Watch your step. What is it, Jonathan?
実は借りたいものがあるんだ。
ええ、何？
It's over here. Look at this. Man, a high-fidelity, all-in-one home entertainment system employing 3D sound mapping and VR. With this system, composers are able to create a truly immersive sound experience that blows that old surround sound stuff out of the water. It's made by Tokugawa Electronics. Dad was able to get it at a reduced price. Alright, well, let me... Here we are. You want to listen to some music? No, we didn't come here for no sound test. The CD the informant was talking about should be here. Which one was it again? Try to remember. It was definitely here. I already mentioned the thing about Ground Zeroes. You mind if we put this on? Not at all.
エド、これだ。これが CD ロムに違いない。ほら、見てみろ。
ケースの表面に家紋が書いてある。
北条家の家紋だわ。どういう意味かしら。
カレンさん、これを少し貸してもらえないかな。
ええ、どうぞ。役立つのなら。
よし、これを持って徳川製薬へ行くぞ。
社員 ID の家紋表も見たことだしな。
これで ID チェックはパスできるだろう。
Okay. Bye. I will find your father, Karen, I promise. I believe you, Jonathan. I'll put my feelings about you behind me for now. You can count on me for help. Aww. Sweet kid. We're outside Hojo's place. Alright, let's go. We are going to Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals.
徳川製薬のパソコンを拝借しよう。
うまく忍び込めればな。
maybe this was on the PlayStation, and I just don't remember it right. That's the other scary thing about doing this commentary, is it's only as good as my current memory.
徳川製薬に着いたぞ。よかった。誰もいないみたいだ。
こんな時間まで会社で残業してるやつなんかいないぜ。
そうとは限らん。日本系企業はそれで当たり前なんだ。24時間体制で働いてる。
じゃあ今日は
ビヨンド30周年記念の準備で休みなんだろう。
まあいい。早く作業を済ませちまおう。
ジョナサン、北条の CD ロムをロードするだけだぞ。絶対に無茶はするな。
分かってる。長いはしないさ。
Go check the door. I'd be surprised if it's open at this time of night. Let's go. Oh. Wait.
いいか、ジョナサン。徳川の連中にこんなところ見つかるとことだぞ。どう見ても不法侵入だ。
見つからなければ問題はない。だろ？
昔、そういうセリフ何度か聞いて失敗しなかったが。
じゃ、エドはここにいろ。
分かった。行こう。お前を野放しにする方が危ないからな。フロントだ。ガードマンはいないぞ。
It's the lock system for the DDS room's door. It opens when it's read an ID card with the required clearance. We can get in here with Hojo's card. Try Hojo's card.
よし。ロックシステムに ID を差し込んでみよう。ID を差し込んで。よし。開いたぞ。入ろう。DDS ルームだ。暗いな。
早いとこ例の CD ロムをロードしちまおうぜ。
そうだな。俺もこういうところは苦手なんだ。
エド、見ろ。端末がなくなってる。
なんてことだ。危険を冒して忍び込んだのに。
そういえばどっかにも同じ T ギア99があったな。
そうだ。あそこへ急ごう。
Okay. We can't get into the back room. We're outside. We're going to BCCH. Let's get over to BCCH and try the pharmacy's computer. Hospitals are bad enough during the day. We don't have a choice. This can't wait. There was a scene like this, sort of, that I cut out in Snatcher when you're looking for Katrina, where you have to go all over.
BCCH に着いたぞ。この時間だ。診察はしていないようだ。
That's a side entrance. Let's check out the front door. Well, the door's open. We can enter through there. How can something like this happen with the place supposedly run by computer?
いいか。
Okay.
病院へ入るぞ。
令状もないんだ。見つかると大事だ。気をつけるんだぞ。
もし見つかっても大丈夫だ。
どうして？
エド、どっか具合の悪いところあるだろ。この際だから見てもらえ。
入院するくらいなら捕まった方がマシだよ。
さあエド、行くぞ。
Could always wind up in both.
BCCH のロビーだ。誰もいないな。
その方がいろいろと都合がいい。
こんな時間に捜査の許可が出るとは思えんしな。
Okay.
薬局には理事長室を通らないといけなかったな。
クリスには悪いが無断で入るしかない。
よし、行こう。クリス！クリスさん、いたんですか？
ちょっと残業してたものだから。それよりもどうしたの？こんな時間に。もしかして不法侵入？
申し訳ない、クリスさん。
どうしても調べたいことがあったもんで。 それに扉が開いてた。
理由はどうあれ、これはやりすぎね。
クリスさん、どうか署には通報しないでください。お願いです。
そうはいかないのよね、経営者としては。
クリス、こんなことがゲイツに知れたらますます立場が悪くなる。
本当に黙って侵入したりしてすいませんでした。
そうね。私に捜査の立ち会いをさせてくれるなら許してあげようかな。
本当？
ちょっと私も興味あるのよね、こういうのって。推理小説みたいでしょ？
わかりました。じゃあクリスさん、捜査に立ち会ってもらえますか？
Alright. Sorry we tried to sneak in here, Chris. There was something we just had to check. Yeah, you told me, so what's going on? The CD. What's with that? Well...
実は CD ロムをロードしたいんだが、ここに徳川の T ギア99は。
T ギア99は徳川グループ独自のネットワークコンピューターの端末よ。この病院のコンピューターとは異なるわ。そうね、でも薬局にならあるわ。石田が薬の管理を徳川とネットでつないで行ってたから。
閉めた。これでやっとロードできる。
Okay. Let's go.
クリス、T ギア99を使わせてほしいんだが。
大至急、重要なことなんだ。
そう、捜査令状か何かある？
もちろんない。
そうあっさり言われると。分かったわ。私見なかったことにするわ。
ありがとう、クリス。
いいのよ。私あなたたちを見てると昔の頃を思い出して、ずっと昔のこと。さあついてきて、ロックを解除するわ。さあ薬局よ。石田はいないわ。
ジョナさん、CD ロムを早くロードしよう。
That's a Snatcher calendar. Of all the... It's a calendar. Wait, the year on this is 2047. That's 7 years from now. Oh, he told me he got that as a prize from somewhere. I don't know the details, but apparently if you mailed in those tokens, this company would send you that or some other prize. That's right, I think it had to do with some video game. Yeah, that crowd does this kind of thing a lot. Collect all the tokens in a set and they give you stuff in return. Why do you think it's for 2047? An attempt at postmodern art? Hey, check out the guy in the middle. He looks a little like Jonathan, don't you think? If you change the hair and the clothes. Come to think of it, that strange dude in the lobby thought you were somebody else, didn't he? Yeah, something C. Real weird first name. I guess you just have one of those faces. So I don't have to tell you, obviously, like every Kojima game, pretty much, since this one has a poster in it that refers back to another Kojima game. Okay.
あったぞ、エド。
確かに T や99だ。
使い方は分かってるの？この端末は徳川の人間にしか使用できないって聞いてるけど。
任せとけ。偉い先生にじっくりと個人授業を受けたからな。
宇宙飛行士のな。ジョナさん、端末を使おう。
Oh boy.
じゃ、見ててくれ。今から面白い魔法を見せてやる。
ワクワクしちゃう。
ジョナさん、電源を入れよう。
The power? It's the kind of machine you can picture them making. I expected the logo to be bigger. The power button is... Yeah.
よし、電源を入れるぞ。
ID カードを入れてください。
In the Japanese version of MGS2, I think even the computer voice that you hear when you have to do the biometrics part is the Policenauts voice, I think. Okay, so we got to put in the ID card. I'm guessing here. Yep.
ジョナさん、北条の ID カードを入れるぞ。
Like Gaudi, right? Or Jordan.
ID カード確認。
よし、ID カードのチェックをパスしたぞ。次はこのカードの使用者が本人かどうかのチェックが入る。
なんだかドキドキしちゃうわ。
社員コードのチェックを行います。次に挙げる人物の徳川社員コードを順に選んでください。指示された人物の徳川社員コードをモニターから選び、該当する家紋をクリックしてください。
いわゆる徳川社員しか知らない暗号ってわけか。
社員コードなんてあなたたちわかるの？
任しといてくれ。予習済みだ。
Totally. Okay, hold on a sec. Well, everyone knows that Takeda is this one. Mori? This one, Tokugawa, is the Hollyhawks, right? It's this one, Ishida, what? Ishida's this one. We did it. We're in.
確認しました。あなたを徳川グループ社員として認めます。
やったわ。嘘みたい。
見せ物はこれからさ。
それでは CD ログを入れてください。
Okay. So now that's where we insert the CD.
Hojoの CD ロムを入れるぞ。
徳川製薬 DDS チームプロパー用ディスク極秘 K9-00150
CD を読み込んだぞ。
やるぞ。見ろ。
これまで徳川は皆様に数々の麻薬偽装輸送システム DDS を K シリーズ中心に提供してまいりました。 K1 から K8 までさまざまな DDS を使った麻薬の偽装に精力を注いでまいりました。しかし残念ながらこれまでの商品はナーク麻薬を公に販売、誰にでも入手可能な DDS を作り出すというコンセプトを満足させる結果には及びませんでした。しかし今回の K シリーズの最新作 DDS はこれまでのそういった問題を全てクリアしうる可能性を秘めた商品です。ナーク麻薬を安全に、そして自在に売買できる、それが徳川の新製品ナークカプセル K9 なのです。では K9 の優れた偽装システムをご説明しましょう。ナークカプセルの特徴は薬剤を包むカプセルのゼラチンの中にナークをプログラムしているところにあります。ですから新薬大衆薬を問わずデザイナーズフードや機能性食品といったあらゆるものに偽装流通させることが可能なのです。つまり内容物を変えることで流通経路はどのようにもなります。 病院、薬店、スーパー、内容物にあった公の販売ルートがいくらでも広がるわけなのです。ナークカプセルは封入式ではなくキャップ式になっていますので、個人でも簡単に中身を取り出すことができます。そしてもう一つの偽装安全策を用意しております。いくらカプセル側にナークをプログラムしたところで公的な市場で流通させるにはあまりにも危険です。そこで徳川の最新テクノロジーはナークそのものを科学的に2つに分離することに成功。これらを別々のカプセルにプログラムすることにより、これらのカプセルを同時に服用して初めてナークの効果が得られるようにしたわけです。私どもではこれをバイナリー麻薬と呼んでおります。カプセル自体へのプログラム A、B2 つのカプセル同時服用という2ランクの安全システムにより偽装効果はほぼ完璧となります。これでもう麻薬取り締まりによる妨害も損失も恐れる必要はなくなりました。しかもナークカプセルは無重量化でも均等に素早く溶解する性質を持っております。宇宙での使用も問題ありません。それでは次に A、B の分離されたカプセルの見分け方をご説明しましょう。その見分け方はいとも簡単。それぞれのカプセル表面には製剤識別コードを兼ねた目印がつけてあります。この徳川のマークが目印となります。徳川の三つ葉葵の一部が欠けているのがお分かりでしょう。この欠けた部分を持つカプセルを割り符のように対にして服用するとナークとして作用する仕組みとなっています。これらはそれぞれ片方だけを服用してもナークの作用は全く現れません。したがって危惧される一般市場での事故は心配ありません。組み合わせのキャッチは徳川を一つにです。そしてこの形態ではあらゆる麻薬探知機にも反応しません。現存する探知機ではこれらを探知することは不可能なのです。いかがです？これが徳川のハイテクノロジーが生んだ DDS K9 ナークカプセルです。我々はナークカプセルを自信を持ってお送りします。どうぞこの K9 をあなたの取引に利用してみてください。皆様の良きご理解を期待しております。
A nice sales pitch if I've ever seen one.
なるほど。あのカプセルはやはり麻薬か。ロレインが預かったあの葉はこのトリックを伝えるものだったんだ。
徳川め、うまいこと考えやがったな。
こんなバカなことって。
これは一致製薬会社だけの犯罪じゃないぜ。ましてや北条の個人プレーなんかじゃな。大きな組織がついてる。徳川にマフィア。
証拠がないぞジョンさん。相手が徳川となるとそれなりの切り札となる証拠がな。こんな CD なら誰にでも作れる。
証拠ならあるぜ。鑑識に預けたあのカプセルを調べ直そう。今度は中身ではなくカプセルの方をな。ロレインが命がけで守ったものだ。
この CD の内容が事実かどうか、もし本当なら大変なことになる。
大変だわ。こんな麻薬が私の病院から大手を振って売買されてたなんて。なんてことなの。この CD が事実なら病院だけじゃなくて
あらゆる薬にナークを隠すことができる。
薬店や薬局で売られたら止めようがないわ。
徳川とマフィアの狙いはそこだ。クリス、K9 のサンプルがないか調べてみてくれないか。
分かったわ。でもここに置いていくほど彼らはバカじゃないと思うけど。
石田も来るだろうか。
可能性は高いな。北条側か徳川側かは分からんが。
どちらにせよここにいれば K9 の正体を知らなかったはずはない。
問題は石田が北条の共犯だとすれば徳川もマフィアも石田を消しにかかる。
BCP へ戻ろう。カプセルを調べ直すんだ。 BCP に帰ったぞ。監視課へ急ごう。
おお、おかえり。どうした、そんなに慌てて。
ビクトル、例のカプセルのトリックが分かったぞ。
カプセル？ああ、あの風邪薬か。
中身ではなく、中身を包むカプセル自体にナークが仕込まれていたんだ。ゼラチンの中にな。
なんとカプセルにか。それは思いつかんかった。
しかも A と B のカプセルを同時に服用して初めてナーフとなる仕掛けだ。片方の服用だけでは作用しないんだ。
バイナリー麻薬、そんなことが可能なんじゃろうか。
それを今から証明するんだ。ビクトル、例のカプセルをもう一度分析し直してくれ。
残念じゃがそれはできん。あのカプセルも AP が持っていった。あいつじゃ、あのレッドウッドとかいうフローズナーじゃ。
なぜ AP が？
あんたらがあいつらに頼んだんじゃないのか。わしはてっきり。
おかしいな。あのカプセルのことは AP には言ってないはずなんだが。
エド、AP へカプセルを取り返しに行こう。
取り返したらわしにも見せてくれ。
Okay. Thanks for your time, Victor. Let's see if we can get the capsules back.
おい、エド、ちょっと来てくれんか。ジョナサン、エド、派手にやってるらしいじゃないか。いえ、その徳川のパーティーを台無しにしたそうだな。
久しぶりに会ったんで盛り上がったんだ。
徳川は BCP とジョナサンを訴えるところだったんだぞ。もみ消すのに骨を折った。何度も言うが相手は徳川だ。慎重に行動しろ。今度こういうことがあれば抑えきれん。分かったな。以上だ。さあ、もう行っていい。くれぐれも面倒は起こすな。
やれやれ、これぐらいで済んでよかった。さあ、どうする？
You. Let's go ask him about the capsules. This should be fun.
あんたらの探してるものはこれか？このカプセルだろ？
そのカプセル？
あの老いぼれは信用ならねえ。で、俺がここの最新設備で調べてやったんだが、何も出なかった。単なるカプセル剤だ。人騒がせな奴らだ。ナーク騒ぎだとはな。
どうしてそれを？
みんな知ってるさ、この騒ぎだからな。しかしとんだ猿芝居だ。
こいつ。
言わせておけ、ジョナサン。
ほらよ、返すぜ。
さあ、ビクトルに調べ直してもらおう。
待て、エド、よく見ろ。この製剤識別マーク。これはロレインから預かったカプセルじゃない。
製剤識別コードの一部が欠けてないぞ。
何言ってる。これはあのじいさんから預かったカプセルだ。間違いない。
レッドウッド、いい加減なことを言うな。
俺はあんたらと違って忙しいんだ。ビヨンド30周年記念パレードの警備の打ち合わせもしなくちゃならん。こんなつまらんことにいつまでも関わってる暇ない。じゃ
やられた。唯一の証拠だったのに。
くそ、この BCP に奴らの犬が。
ビクトルかレッドウッドか。
いや、味方がいるかどうかだ。
さて、あのタレコミ屋の裏は取れなかったが、どうする？
Let's go back to forensics. Did you get the capsules back? Victor, hit me with it. Well, the capsules have been switched. The ones we got back are fakes. Blah! I should never have handed them over to them. Think you can make a fool out of Victor Jurgens? A binary narcotic, who would have thought? I figured we were years away from that. Sorry, guys, it was my fault. You gave them to Redwood personally, Victor? Yeah, it was him. No doubt about it. Must have been him that switched them. Bastard, trying to blame me. I'm sorry, guys, I really am. You suspect Tokugawa really are behind these capsules? Only an organization with some hefty resources could come up with something like that. With everything Tokugawa has at their disposal, I figure it's totally feasible. I can't imagine any other company or the Mafia being able to pull it off and make it look like Tokugawa's work. It's definitely their drug code on them, but we need more proof than that. It's one of their employees, and it's their capsules. There's no way they've got absolutely nothing to do with it. I'm sure they're involved in some form. In any case, you could never hide a body or get it out without help from the Mafia. The Mafia? What about Tokugawa? It would be extremely risky for them to get involved with something like that, but it's certainly not out of the question. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to remember what I do here. Let's see. Move? I want to say that we go home? Lobby? Yes, or in the lobby. Leave? No. There's something we're overlooking. It must be in the AP room. Maybe I can get something out of him. Let's go talk to him. Yo, Gates. Any developments? Hey, Gates. Go ahead. We believe the capsules we got from Hojo have been switched by Redwood. Switched? Now why would he do something like that? Are you sure you're not mistaken? I won't have you throwing accusations at my men without any proof. How much do you trust Redwood? Redwood is an outstanding officer. I've known him since he was a boy. There may be questionable aspects to him, but that's not unusual for Frozeners. He undergoes regular psychological examination. The results say he's perfectly normal. Okay, I can tell you with all certainty that guy is not normal. He was different from us before, but is even more different now. He can be a dangerous man. He's nearly destroyed us on more than one occasion. His power here is absolute. He'll put pressure on you from every imaginable angle. I could easily be on the chopping block myself if we're not careful. There's no doubt he's involved in what's going on. I know he's connected to it. Jonathan, if you don't have any evidence, you can't say you know anything, especially when it comes to Tokugawa. You need proof in order to act, for God's sake. Doesn't look like the inquiry's going anywhere. We're not on the greatest of terms with the police there. We're trying our best to get them to move things along, but ultimately it's beyond our control. Sure. Alright, I think we gotta go to Vice. Home sweet home. Pick up any leads? How are things looking out there, Chief? What? Capsules? Capsules? What are you talking about? I honestly don't know anything. Any news on the Tokugawa front? Something's going on for sure. Their monthly festival has been cancelled, meanwhile Pharmaceuticals is way behind schedule with their anniversary prep. There was something strange about Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals, too. It was too quiet, even for the middle of the night. Definitely more to this than some missing employee. I don't know him that well, but I still wouldn't like to have that guy for a partner. So the Chief could tell you more about them. Him. That's true? No, I don't know him either. Okay. Sup? Capsules? That reminds me, there was a call from a Chris at BCCH. She said to tell you I couldn't find those capsules anywhere. What? What capsules was she talking about? What did you find out about the people at Tokugawa's party? Like you said, Jonathan, there were various mafias on home. Word on the street is that some big deal was going down, but it seems they've all left already. I wonder what's going on. This is Tokugawa. Guy keeps his cards pretty close to his chest. From what we know, we can't conclusively prove Tokugawa is connected to the Mafia. I checked all the spaceplane passenger lists for the last month, but I didn't see Hojo's name or any that looked like a possible alias. There might be a lot of truth to what the informant was saying. But I did catch one surprise. What? Redwood left on a flight for home the same day as Hojo's wife. That sort of thing happens nearly every day on home. No one's that interested. We would need to go to home ourselves to get anything done. We can't count on the guys in OLA for any favors. I'll try expanding the search, but I don't know how much luck I'll have. This is a colony. It's like any spaceship. It's got all sorts of sensors and observation equipment. It's just not possible for someone to disappear like this. The informant said he's already been killed. Still, it would be impossible to hide a body here and not have it be discovered. Okay. Alright, let me see. No, I'm missing something. I have a feeling... is there something I haven't asked him about? Damn. Think, Jordan, think. Vice? Why do I even bother? Hold on. Okay, let's go back to AP and see if there's anything else. Where did he go? Looks like Redwood's away from his station. Damn it, where the hell is he gone? These terminals output data on Beyond. That's also an AP. You know anything about our capsules? What do you want? This look like Vice to you? Sure. Okay, pal. What is it, Jonathan? Chief, go ahead. Show the CD? This CD contains the secret behind Tokugawa's NARC capsules. We need to find out where that came from and get hold of evidence to back it up. I'm recording, right? Yes. Tokugawa runs a huge empire. He's got a lot of enemies. Any one of them could have made that. Are you serious? We can't build a case against them solely with that. But I had to go through so much proprietary stuff to use it. It has to... Okay. Is that a Tokugawa ID? No need to worry, we're only borrowing it. God. Okay. I don't know if the case is ever going to be solved at this rate. Okay. Damn. Where could I possibly have to go? Okay. Okay. I thought so. What's up, you two? Alright. Meryl. Not bad. It's Tokugawa ID, isn't it? Listen up, guys. You're looking at the CD containing the secret behind NARC. It explains everything. It's in a CD? Doesn't seem very professional, if you ask me. Unfortunately, we can't prove anything with just that. The informant said Hojo's already been killed. I figured the same, that's why I checked the list. Well, that means if he's dead, his body hasn't been discovered yet. I also checked the list of all waste leaving Beyond, but I didn't find anything suspicious. If you wanted to, you could smuggle a body out by covering it in paraffin or chopping it up. Victor was saying the best way to hide a body would be to bury it. They've got a bunch of sensors in the ground all over the colony. It doesn't seem very likely to me. I think it'd be safer and easier to hold someone alive somewhere rather than kill them and try to dispose of the body. Victor was saying the same thing. Okay. The OLA police are still trying to write it off as a terrorist bombing. A lot of Beyonds have been the targets of eco-terrorists lately. Apparently it was a special type of bomb that was used. Oh? What do you mean a special type of bomb? According to the report, it wasn't your everyday device. Some of the parts they picked up at the scene are only available to the military and the police, beyond any ordinary terrorist arsenal. Why would the perpetrator use parts that could be traced? As a warning. That whole thing was a warning. Oh, that's... wow. Just like Dave said, on Home they're looking the other way because the victim was a Beyond, while BCP isn't interested because it happened on Home. Neither one is conducting a real investigation. I see. Okay. Okay. Meryl, did something happen between Ed and Redwood? Well, no, nothing happened. Just drop it, alright? What do you mean? Anyway, be careful with him. You don't know what he might be up to. Something happened between you two? Dave. Redwood arrived on Home on an American Spaceplanes flight the day before Hojo's wife was killed. And apparently, the Tokugawa group paid for his ticket. I happened to sit next to him on my flight here. He said he'd gone to visit some family or something. That's weird, he's from Beyond. I've never heard of him having any family on Home. The possibility of his involvement in Lorraine's murder has always been at the back of my mind. It's only speculation, but he was in a position to go after Hojo's wife.
あ、そうだ。デカ長、ジョナサン。パイオニア10号の9スターズってやつから伝言があったわ。
パイオニア10号？
やつだ。あの AMM のタレコミや。
状況が変わった。今日のビヨンド時間04時に例のパイオニア前へ来いって。女の声だったわ。
女の声？映像は？
いいえ、音声信号だけだったわ。プロテクトされてたから録音もできなかったし。
やつは女だった？
わからない。機械的に音声を変調してたかもしれない。
最近のプロテクトって強烈なんだ。BCP なんかより一般の技術の方が進んでるんだ。
エド、今度こそ奴を捕まえようぜ。ナークカプセルがなくなった今、頼りは奴しかいない。
デカ長、そろそろ僕らの出番かな。
まあ、待ってろ。
ジョナさん、いつでもいいよ。あんたの助けならいつでも OK さ。
ありがとうデイブ。その時は頼む。
ああ、任せてくれ。
Okay. Let's get to AMM. Our guy must be in trouble. Go to the lobby. It's the lobby. Leave. I'm worried about the informant. We better hurry. Alright, let's get to AMM. Drive. AMM.
よし、タレコミ屋が待ってる。AMM へ向かうぞ。
今度こそ正体を掴んでやる。
夜の AMM か。不気味だな。
おかしいな。奴らしくない。こんな寂しいところを指定してくるとは。
状況が変わったとか言ってたが、何かあったんだろう。
とにかく嫌な場所だ。昼間賑やかな博物館ほど、夜は気味が悪い。
Let's go.
なんだ、鍵がかかってないぞ。
当たり前だ。俺たちは9スターズのご招待だぞ。
なるほど、奴を待たせてしまったな。
9スターズか。ふざけたやつだ。今度こそ正体を暴いてやる。
行こう、ジョンさん。
Hilarious.
サンゴホールだ。誰もいない。
気味悪いな。静かすぎて。
Alright, let's go to the space corner.
ジョナさん、探査コーナーだぞ。
タレコミ屋はまだのようだ。
A hologram of the solar system. Replica of the Galileo. famous for launching a probe into Jupiter's atmosphere in 1985 and performing an analysis of it. It then did flybys of the 4 Galilean moons. I remember watching it when I was a kid. Now that was exciting. It's a life-size model of the Viking 1 lander. That's the Voyager 1 interplanetary spacecraft. It traveled to the outer planets Jupiter and Saturn. It discovered Io's volcanoes and Jupiter's rings, as well as new moons around Saturn. It'll be making its way to the far reaches of the heliosphere about now. Inside that display case is a copy of the gramophone record carried on Voyagers 1 and 2. Really? Okay, let's go to the moon corner.
月面コーナーだぞ。静かだ。本当に月面にいるようだ。
何か気配がしないか、エド。
This is the type of suit the informant was wearing. Doesn't look like he's inside here, does it? No, it's just a figure. Could this be him? Nope. Another Apollo Eva suit, same as the informant's. It doesn't look like the informant's inside here, does it? Nope, just a figure. That's Surveyor, the lunar probe that was used to scout for landing sites for the Apollo missions. Surveyor 1 got there several years before the first humans arrived. The Surveyor program ended with Surveyor 7 18 months before the first manned mission. The American flag. The Apollo astronauts planted one on the surface after each landing. When you think about it, planting a national flag in space like that does seem pretty ridiculous, even if it was smack in the middle of the space race. That was back when America was still a superpower. She needed a way of flexing her muscle. Space was dominated by a handful of countries in those days. Yeah, and now business dominates it. Beyond corner? Oh!
Beyond corner だ。見ろ。俺たちの首が切り取られてる。
悪質ないたずらをする奴らがいるな。
嫌な予感がする。早くナインスターズを探そう。
A diagram showing Beyond's position. Okay, looks like it's been cut with a laser. Whoever did this went to a lot of trouble. I don't think it was a bunch of high schoolers. This was clearly aimed at us as some kind of threat. Same for this one. Nice clean cut. The Yuri was the first imps ever made. Figure of Tokugawa. Nothing wrong with Sadawaki's. Big surprise. Everyone else is fine. Now we go back to the space. Oh!
探査コーナーだ。
あ？この宇宙服、あのタレコミ屋の。
ジョンさん、首がない。俺たちポリスノーツの人形と同じだ。ん？
パイオニアのプレートにも何か書いてある。
その宇宙服にも書いてあるぞ。
They wrote something?
この件から手を引け、ポリスノーツ。だとさ。
俺たちへの脅しか？ん？
どうしたジョナサン。座り込んで。
いや、ちょっと調べ物さ。
Oh my god.
血だ。人間の血だ。
なんだ？血が太陽系を指してるぞ。これは何かのメッセージだ。
木星のあたりか。木星？
あのホログラムだ。あそこに太陽系がある。
それだ。後ろのホログラムを見てみよう。
As I thought.
ジョナサン、おかしいぞ。
どうかしたか？
惑星が一つ多いんだ。惑星が10個置いてる。
一つ多いって？なんだろう、この惑星。これだけホログラムじゃない。
よくわからん。何か動いてるぞ。石だ。なんてこった。タレコミ屋は石田だったのか。これは。
見ろ、この惑星の形。上から見るとちょうど石田の家紋 供養になる。ナインスターズってのは石田の家紋、つまり社員コードだったんだ。そうか、北条のホワイトボードにあったマークはこの供養だったんだ。
ジョナサン、感心してる場合じゃないぞ。徳川の殺人マスキートだ。俺たちも石田のように一滴も残らず血を吸い取られるぞ。
罠か。
ジョナサン、マスキートが攻撃してきたぞ。撃ち落とせ。放っておけばどんどん血を吸われるぞ。
ダメだ、キリがない。
ジョナサン、逃げよう。このままではやられてしまう。
Let's go. Roll. This is still recording, right?
ロビー。Yes. どうする？入り口まで走るか。
ダメだ。こいつらを外に漏らすと大変だ。
じゃあどうする？犠牲になれとでも？
何か方法があるはずだ。考えろ。考えるんだ。
マスキートのセンサーは
単純なものだ。蚊と同じで CO2 を感知して寄ってくるようプログラムされている。
ということは俺たちの吐く息の他に CO2 を多く含んだものがあれば、
うまくいけばそれでマスキートを一箇所に集められる。
この AMM で CO2 を含んだもの、確か最初に来た時説明を聞いたような気がする。
CO2 か。ドライアイスがあればいいが。
ドライアイスはないだろ
う。よし、 CO2 を含んだものを探そう。
このサンゴはどうだ？石灰質だ。
そうだ、いいぞジョナサン。サンゴは大量に CO2 を吸収してる。このサンゴ礁を溶かそう。そうすれば CO2 が発生する。
どうやって？
塩酸で溶かす。塩酸。
酸なんてどこにある？
どこかにあるはずだ。酸、あるいは酸を触媒として使う何かが。
強い酸ならいいんだな。
そうだ、ここは博物館だ。何かきっとあるはずだ。探そう。
What?
月面コーナーだ。撃て、ジョナサン。まずはな、ジョナサン、早く逃げよう。マスキートが追ってくる。
しかしエド、本当に撃てないんだな。
すまん、援護はできん。消火器、これは酸アルカリ型の消火器だな。
ああ、説明書にそう書いてあるな。
酸アルカリ型は中心の硫酸と外側の炭酸ナトリウムを反応させて使うんだ。
つまり俺たちの求める酸が手に入ったわけだ。しかしそんな手間はいらないぞ。消火器を使えば二酸化炭素を発生させられる。
見てみろ、ジョナサンの弾が長弾して外側の炭酸ナトリウムが漏れてしまってる。消火器としては使えんだろ。
さっきの打ち合いでか。それじゃ酸としても
大丈夫だ。中の硫酸は漏れてないようだ。
よし、外すぞ。よいしょっと。手が滑る。
ジローさん、ロビーへ急ごう。消火器を投げる。中心を撃ち抜いてくれ。
分かった。射撃なら任せろ。何万年も閉じ込められていた古代の CO2 だ。
やったぞ。うまくいった。ジローさん、今のうちに脱出しよう。
よし、扉を閉めてこいつらを隔離するぞ。
Okay.
危うく奴らの罠にはまるところだった。
BCP に連絡して中に閉じ込めたマスキートの処理を頼もう。街に出たら大惨事だ。
これまでの状況を考えると、石田が北条をそそのかして徳川のナークカプセルを横流ししていたようだな。
うん、ちょっと整理してみようか。石田は BCCH 出向の件で会社に対して不満を持っていた。
もちろん金もあるだろうが、徳川への怨恨もあったろ
う。そこで石田はこれまでの K シリーズに目をつけた。新製品である K9 のサンプルを BCCH の薬局を利用して売りさばいていたんだ。徳川に内緒で。
徳川もバカじゃない。ナークカプセルが外に漏れるとすぐにわかる。おそらくナークカプセルを徳川から購入しようとしていた組織の連中も不審に思ったはずだ。
組織を通さず市場の末端にナークカプセルが取引されることを最も嫌うのは彼らだからな。
つまり石田たちは徳川と組織の両方から命を狙われていた。
北条は行方不明になり、恐ろしくなった石田は俺たちに助けを求めてきた。
徳川と組織が相手じゃあいつには勝ち目はない。
石田は俺たちを使ってビヨンドを離れるつもりだったんだ。しかしどうしてあの時奴の声に気がつかなかったんだ。
どちらにせよ石田はまずい立場になった。徳川や組織を敵に回し法も犯している。
あの宇宙服で姿を隠して現れたのもそのためだろ
う。そして石田は口を封じられた。
しかしあの時の男と石田が同一人物だという確証は。
あの時男が着ていた宇宙服は間違いなく首なし死体が着ているものと同一だ。
同一？
男とコンタクトした時こっそり宇宙服に印をつけておいたんだ。
印？
タバコで服をちょっと焦がしたのさ。
なるほど。そのくわえタバコも役に立つことはあるんだな。さっき調べたのはそれか。で、あったか？
印は確かにあった。中にいた人物が石田であったかどうかまでは確証できないが、同じ宇宙服であることは言える。
まず石田と思って間違いはないだろう。
カプセルを持ち出した北条は行方不明となり、カプセルを売りさばいた石田も殺された。
石田の言っていたやつらって
麻薬絡みの組織か徳川、あるいはその両方か。
それも AMM に転がっている死体の身元を調べれば明らかになる。
どのみち奴らに雇われた殺し屋たちだろう。俺たちが追っているのは背後で操っている黒幕だ。しかし俺たちをおびき出した女って。
ジョナサン、
どうした？
ポリスカーの下を見ろ。誰かが細工してる。おい、お前、そこで何をしてる？
奴だ。ロレインを殺した男だ。今度こそ逃がさん。エド、行くぞ。
よかった。まだ細工されていない。あのバイク、ここでは違法のガソリンエンジンだ。追いつけるかどうかわからんぞ。
何としても追いつくんだ。
なんてこったい。こ いつはただでは済まなくなったぞ。ジョナさん、市民だけは撃つなよ。追いついたぞ、ジョナさん。よし、集め、見てろ。ジョナさん、落ちるなよ。エド、もっと近づけろ。これ以上は無理だ。なんとかしろ。
確かに命中してるはずなのに。
生活エリアに入るぞ。メール、エドだ。今容疑者を追っている。もうすぐ生活エリアに入るところだ。大至急そっちに来てくれ。
大丈夫か、エド。
いててて、くそ、奴はどこだ。
バイクを置いて逃げた。走れるか、エド。
大丈夫だ。さあ、行こう。リニアレールの駅だ。奴め、どこへ逃げた。
リニアレール。
反発式磁気浮上方式のハイスピードインテリジェントビヨンド交通システムだ。最高速度時速500キロ。コロニー内の全域をカバーしている。
It's a convenience store. He might be inside there. Wait, let me save because I don't want to do that again. Okay. It's a linear rail station. This is beyond the one and only mass transit system. Anna takes the linear rail to school. Or that Anna. Hold on, he might be somewhere around here. Oh!
見ろ。白い血。奴の血だ。駅の方へ伸びてる。
ビクトリーに分析してもらおう。AP のどの部隊の誰の人工血液かわかるはずだ。
エド、採取しておいてくれ。
よし、採取したぞ。
奴め、この辺りに隠れてるはずだ。もう動けんだろうしな。
うん、この辺りを探そう。
Might be hiding behind there. I'm sorry, I can't help you, Jonathan. It's up to you. Okay, there's some bushes. Could be in there. Might be hiding in there. Be ready if he makes a move. A sign promoting Beyond's anniversary festival. He could be hiding behind there. Hmm? Eh? Ah! Come on, fucker. Oh, make my day. Get your...
なんてやつだ。撃っても撃ってもヒルマン。奴は不死身なのか。
おそらく麻薬中毒者だろう。追いかけよう。
Oh, shit.
ジョーさん、急げ。リニアレールが来たぞ。奴はあれに乗るつもりだ。
エド、車で先回りだ。メリルたちに連絡を。
わかった。メリル、デイブ、聞こえるか。
そんなに怒鳴らなくても聞こえるわ、デカ長。
ちゃんとモニターしてますよ。
今どこにいる？
生活エリアの B ブロックよ。
犯人を追跡中だ。星はリニアレールに乗るらしい。セントラルポート駅だ。次の駅で待機してくれ。
了解。5分で着くわ。
頼むぞ。
任せといて。面白くなってきたわね、デイブ。ボックスハウンド時代を思い出すわ。
ああ、僕ももうじきこのハンバーガーも食い終わる。
よし、奴を追いかけよう。行くぞ、ジョナサン、本部に上がろう。今なら奴に追いつける。
エド、乗車切符はどうする？
俺のポリスバッジが非接触切符に対応してる。
なるほど、ただ乗りの常習犯か？
俺にぴったりくっついていれば通り抜けられる。行こう。駅のホームだ。人が大勢いる。気をつけろ。
奴はどこだ？
改札は一つしかない。ホームか列車にいるはずだ。
奴の血痕もない。
Is this him? That's a woman. Looks like she just got off the train. Is this him? Nah, that's a passenger. Passenger. Local R-line train. It goes around the circumference of the colony. A linear rail train. Well, is he in there? Think he got on board? Shit. Yes. Just get on. We don't know if he got on or not. Yeah, but... Guys, I know, but... Did he go inside? The doors... This door's close to the turnstiles. Damn it. Oh, there you are. Holy... Youth.
奴はリニアレールに乗ったぞ。急げ、扉が閉まる。
Okay.
よし、ジョナサン。列車の最後尾に乗り込むぞ。警察だ！落ち着いて！
奴め、どこだ？
This is his blood. It leads to the next car. Look at all this. He must be losing a lot. We've almost got him. There's a window on the door. I don't see anyone who looks like him.
よし、次の車両へ行くぞ。警察だ！みんな落ち着いて！
何か妙だな。静かすぎる。
見ろ、血がここで途切れてる。奴はこの車両にいるはずだ。
This motherfucker's dressed like me. You sure about that? She looks kind of uncomfortable. Whatever, I guess we're not here for that. Hey, buddy! He's not wearing a helmet. He's got a coat on. This isn't him. Are you sure about that? More of his blood here.
奴の血だ。やはりここで途切れてる。ほら、痕跡を細工した跡がある。
This guy's wearing a bike suit. Maybe he's taken off his helmet? I think he was a little bigger than this.
おい、君。さっき男が入ってきただろ。君と同じバイクスーツを着た。
知らねえよ。俺は何も見ちゃいねえ。本当だよ。
妙に強調するな、こいつ。
You can see across beyond from here. He's wearing a coat. I guess that can't be him?
そこの君、バイク姿の男を見なかったか？
知らない。そこの男の子のことじゃない。
見てないんだな。
ああ、窓の外を見ていたから。
そんなはずはないだろう。この白い血は。
俺たちはこの血を追ってきたんだ。
俺は関係ない。死にたくない。ああ、死にたくない。お母ちゃん。
Look, he's pissed his pants. Ah, the Kojima special. It's him! Wearing a suit. Is he shaking? Alright. How about you, big man? Yeah, I know. I know. Wow. You don't have anything else to tell me? Not like he can fly or anything, he has to be somewhere.
君、バイク姿の男は見なかったか？構わないでください。お願いします。何を怯えてるんだ。俺たちは警察だ。安心していい。何でもありませんよ。疲れてるんです。
Look how pale. Look at how pale he is. Yeah, you're right. Maybe he's sick. How about you, Kanacho?
協力してくれないか。さっきこの車両に男が逃げ込んできたはずだ。
助けて。
助けて。けど変だぞ。
What's with these people?
彼が言ってることは本当か？何も見なかった？
ごめんなさい。
どうしたんです？怖がらないで。
助けてください。
We can't see his face.
あんた、俺たちの前にこの車両に来た男を知らないか？コートを取ら。なんだって？コートがどうした？コートを。いや、いいんだ。
They're all acting weird. Seriously, what exactly is going on here? That guy over there said something about a coat. But who have I not talked to? Salaryman?
バイク姿の男はどっちへ行った？
知らん。何も知らん。私は関係ない。
何か変だぞ、この男。
Every one of them is bananas.
ジョナさん、みんな様子がおかしいぞ。奴に脅かされてるのかもしれない。
You think?
つまり、奴はこの車両にいる。
奴のヘルメットはどこへ行ったんだろう。かさばるもののはずだが。
His helmet?
ジョナさん、あのヘルメット。奴はそこだ。どこだ？待ってくれ！撃つな！私の子供だ！バイクの男がその子にヘルメットをかぶせたんだ！何？男は左のコートを着たやつだ！左のコート？ジョナサン、やつは！くそ！やつは人間じゃない。普通ならくたばってるぞ。
急げ、次の駅に着いちまぞ。エド、すぐ追いかけよう。よし、ジョナサン、次の車両へ行くぞ。クリス。
ジョナサン、撃たないで、助けて。
ジョナサン、どうする？
サウスガーデンでございます。
駅に着くぞ。ジョナサン、まずい、駅に着いたぞ。
助けて。
殺してやる。
クリス、大丈夫か？
ええ、ありがとう。
ジョナサン、追うぞ。
待って、一人にしないで、お願い。
クリス、もう大丈夫なんだよ。
私、怖い。
ジョナサン、逃げられちまうぞ。
エド、ミリルたちに先回りするように連絡してくれ。
分かった。メリル、聞こえるか？サウスガーデン駅だ。奴が出るぞ。
オッケーよ、スタンバイしてるわ。
位置についてるよ、デカ長。
黒のバイクスーツを着てる大男だ。すぐわかる。
その星、私たちがいただくわ。悪く思わないでね。
奴は凶暴だ。用心しろ。ジョナサン、行くぞ。
行かないで、ジョナサン。
扉が閉まるぞ、ジョナサン。
クリス、しっかりするんだ。いいな。行くぞ、エド。
奴め、ホームを降りたようだ。あの男、すごい体力だな。
エド、見たか、奴の目は。瞬きしなかった。あの目、あいつだ。
お、メリルからの連絡だ。こちらエド、どうなった？
デカ長、星を追い詰めたら決まりの焦点よ。
よし、すぐ行く。無茶はするな。
通行人を人質に取られたわ。デイブ！
メリル、どうした？何かあったようだ。急ごう。
No!
デカ長、デイブが。
なんてこった。
デイブ！ジョナサン、デカ長、撃たれちまった。どうしたよ。人は殺さず最小限のダメージ。通用しなかった。
ああ、あいつには通用しない。
本当、嘘みたい。こんなことならあんたの言う通り防弾チョッキにしとけばよかった。
奴は
この店に人質を連れて入っていったわ。あいつ手に爆弾を持って。
ジョナサン、デカ長、あの男、あいつだよ。あのシューティング、あの動き。
奴か。
ああ、 AP 隊のレッドウッド。
デカ長、デイブを助けて。
俺、ホームへ行きたかった。ホームを見たかった。
デイブ。
メリル、いるかい？
ここよ、デイブ。
前から言いたかったことがあるんだ。俺、ハンバーガーより好きなものがあるんだ。誰にも話してないけど。
何？
君だよ、メリル。
バカ。
ずっと憧れてたんだ、君の匂い。
匂い？
土の香りがする。とうとう言ったぞ。これで思い残すことはない。
デイブ！
内に飛び込むぞ。いいか。
よし、せーの、それ。
撃たないでください。
奴はどこだ。
撃たないで。
大丈夫だ、警察だ。落ち着いて。
お願い助けて。
奴はどこへ。
Okay, I'm gonna save here. This is the hardest part of the game. This is without a doubt the hardest part of the entire game. Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and do it. Who is this woman? A customer? Probably the hostage Meryl was talking about. So where is he? Watch it. He could be hiding somewhere.
ここの店員？
いいえ、銃で脅されて。
男はどこへ行った？
裏口から。
裏口から逃げたんだな。
そうです。
くそ、エド、行こ
う。Where's the back exit? Over there to the right. Yes, but I see it. It's back there. It looks like he ain't here anymore. Come on, let's go after him already. Hold on, Jonathan. Her safety comes first. He's gonna get away again.
奥さん、怪我は？
なんとか。
大丈夫ですね。
ええ、いきなり外で捕まえられてここへ。
もう大丈夫だ。エド、さあ追いかけよう。
待ってください。
どうしたんです？
私。
ここにいてください。もう大丈夫。
何かありそうだぞ。奥さん、どうしたんです？
あの男、この店に爆弾を仕掛けていったんです。
爆弾だって？どこに？
本当か？冗談じゃ済まないぞ。
すぐ爆発するって、そう言えって。
本当だったら大変だ。
私の持っていたエレスのバッグに入れて、この中に置いていったのよ。
時間稼ぎだ。
どれだ？どのバッグだ？
怖くて見てなかったの。私にはわからないわ、こんなにあると。でも触れると爆発するって。
あんた自分のバッグだろ？見てわからないのか？
おろしたてだし自信ないわよ。
なんてことだ。ここは LS 専門店だ。これだけのカバンを一つ一つ調べてたら到底間に合わないぞ。奥さん、あなたのバッグはこれですか？
私見てなかったから。
自分のバッグだろ？
わからないわよ。どれも自分のに見えるもの。
Okay, just try to remember. I can't. You really don't know which one is yours? I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, she didn't see it, Jonathan.
じゃあ、これは？
勘弁してよ。自信ないわ。さっきも言ったけど、おろしたてだったのよ。
どうすればいい？
奴め、この間に逃げるか。
そう、とっさにしてはうまいこと考えやがった。
Okay,
どうする？このままでは。
コロニーに穴が開く。このブロックは全滅だ。
なんですって？私の家もこのブロックなのよ。
俺の家もすぐ近くだ。
爆弾処理班を呼んで全部のカバンを調べよう。
そんな時間はない。
何か方法があるはずだ。爆弾の入ったバッグは一つなんだ。
奥さん、よく聞いてください。あなたの持っていたバッグは本物の LS でしたか？つまりコピー品ではなく。
まあ失礼ね。私のバッグは本物よ。先週本店で買ったばかり。鑑定書もありますのよ。
よし、ジョナサン、わかるかもしれんぞ。爆弾の入ったバッグ。
どうやって？センサーでもあるのか？
この店はビヨンドで有名な LS のまがいもの専門店なんだ。
あら、これ偽物なの？
精巧なコピーなので、よくホームからの観光客が間違って買っていくみたいだ。苦情がよく出てたらしい。
そうか、本物と偽物を見分ければいいんだな。けどわかるのか？
俺にはわからん。鑑定士じゃない。それに製造番号が刻まれててもカバンの内側だ。外からは見えん。
あんたは奥さん？
わからないわ。買ったばっかりで印もつけてないもの。注意して見てたわけじゃないから。
ここの店員は？
ここへ入った時怖がって裏口から逃げてったわ。
警察には協力すまい。
万事休すか。いや待てよ、本物の LS のバッグってこのタイプのデザインは一つなんだろ？
そうだ。LS のバッグは全宇宙で一つのデザインしかない。そこが人気の秘密だ。年に一つのデザインだ。年を越すとカバンの型を捨てて新しいデザインに変える。
ということは本物のバッグがもう一つここにあれば、この中からそのバッグを見つけられるということだな。
ああ、ここにあるのはみんな偽物だからな。触れずに爆弾入りのバッグを選別できる。
その通り。本物のカバンがここにあればな。
どこにある？
けどこの間ごちそうになった時、確かアナが持ってたよな。誕生日のプレゼントにお前が買ってやったとかで。
ああ。
悪いがアナに連絡して今すぐここに持ってきてもらおう。江戸のうちこの近くだろ？
そうだが。
どうした？他にいい考えがあるのか？
気が進まない。アナは学校だ。
こんな事態だぞ。
それはそうだが。
江戸、ここが爆発すれば江戸のうちも危ないんだ。早く。
しかし。
江戸、連絡しろ。バッグは終わったら返す。
わかった。
どうした？
そのバッグではダメなんだ。
何を言ってる？
娘には言わんでくれ。本物の LS なんて俺の安給料では無理なんだ。
江戸、お前。
あのバッグこの店で買ったんだ。すまんジョナサ
ン。なんてこった。お前のつまらん見栄で死ぬところだった。コピーだと知ってて購入した場合も立派な犯罪だぞ。
すま
ん。どうするんだ、時間がない。
大丈夫よ。
メリル。
これ本物の LS のバッグよ。
メリル、どうしてお前が？
女らしくなれってデーブからもらってたの。私には似合わないからずっと車に積んでた。
メリル、ありがとう。
礼ならデーブに言って。
エド、再造。
よし、わかった。
Okay. All right, let me add it. Here I go.
いいか、ジョナサン。爆弾の入っているカバンを探すぞ。カバンは店内に全部で21個。うち1個が爆弾入りだ。これがメリルから預かった本物の LS バッグだ。このカバンと同じものが爆弾の入ったカバンだ。よく見て判断するんだ。ちょっとでも違うデザイン、柄、大きさのものは最初からこの店にあった偽物だ。偽物は動かしても大丈夫。
この中から偽物を除いていき、爆弾入りのバッグを残せば第一段階終了ってわけか。
そうだ。間違って本物を動かすとドッカーン。その通り。俺の命はジョナサンに預けたぞ。
エド、間違っても俺を恨むなよ。
恨む？お前がドジるとお前も俺もあの世行きだ。
俺はそれが気がかりだ。あの世くらいお前抜きでゆっくりしたい。
じゃあお前は地獄へ行けよ。俺は天国。
俺が地獄ならお前も天国へは行けまい？
死ぬも生きるも一緒か。
そういうことだ。じゃあ始めようぜ。
Okay. Oh. I'm gonna leave this one alone. It looks too... Wait. I'm leaving it alone. Wait. This is the one I've already... Oh, okay. So it's not showing me where my mouse actually was. What about this one? Holy shit, bro. Leave it. Remove it.
助かったか。ようやく一つ目だ。
Okay. Obviously.
助かった。これで二つ目だ。
まだまだ先は長い。頑張ろう。
Oh boy. Okay. How about this one?
助かったか。
Definitely.
助かった。
Oh god. Nerve-wracking. Nope.
助かったか。
Nope.
よかった。まだ生きてる。
I'm not gonna do it, but if you die here repeatedly, there's a funny fourth wall breaking Easter egg. Let's take a look at this one. Oh yeah, the symbol's different.
よかった。まだ生きてる。
It's lower.
助かった。
We're eliminating this one.
助かった。
Am I gonna regret it?
助かった。
Oh my god. I thought I was cooked. Alright. Obviously.
よかった。まだ生きてる。ようやく半分。
あと半分か。
Here it is. Oh, yeah.
助かったか。
Let's take a look at this one. Different color.
助かったか。
Oh boy. Obviously.
助かったか。
Oh.
助かった。
Oh god. I have to work on a video, so I gotta hurry this up. Okay.
助かった。
あともう少しだ。
Oh, yeah, I see a difference.
助かったか。
Okay, well, we're down. Shit, I don't know. I don't know, bro. Oh, Jesus. Leave it alone. Is it possible for me to save? No, I can't save. God damn it. Okay. Oh, yeah, they don't touch.
よかった。まだ生きてる。
We are down to these 3. Oh my sweet lord. Oh, I see a difference.
よかった。
Oh god. Oh god.
あとは2つを残すばかりだ。
Okay.
どちらかが爆弾入り。2つに1つだ。
50-50. Leave it. Oh god. Oh no. No, I don't want to have to do this again. Please. I have a 50-50 chance. I mean, I am scanning this with all my might, and I cannot... Wait, I see a difference! I see a difference!
助かった。一つだけ残ったな。あれが爆弾の入っているカバンか。かなり時間をロスしてしまった。急いで爆弾の処理作業をしないと。
さて、こいつが爆弾入りの高級カバン。解体にかかろうぜ。
やっぱり爆弾処理班の到着を待とう。素人の出る幕じゃない。
さっき時間がないとか言ってたのは誰だ？
いや、それはそうだが。
ダメよ。
メリル、どうした？お前も退避しろ。
応援も AP も爆弾処理班も誰も来ないわ。
誰も来ない？どういうことなんだ？
私たちはめられたみたい。 BCP にも連絡が取れないの。それにこのエリアすでに閉鎖されてるのよ。
エド、確か昔爆弾処理班にいたよな。俺と組む前に。
よしてくれ。30年も前のことだ。俺には無理だ。
で課長、やるしかないわ。奴はこのままここを吹っ飛ばすつもりよ。このまま待っても誰も来ないわ。これは罠なのよ。
エド、このエリアを救えるのはお前しかいないんだぞ。
分かった。分かった。俺は老眼だ。俺が指示するから、ジョナサン、お前が解体してくれ。
よし、メリル、残った付近の住民を避難させてくれ。この店の隔離も頼む。
メリル、その前にポリスカーから道具箱を取ってきてくれ。
分かったわ。2人ともいい男よ、とっても。
そういうセリフは助かってからにしてくれ。急げ。よし、道具は揃った。始めようか、エド。
まずはカバンを切断して爆弾部を露出させる。仕掛けてから逃げるまでにそれほど時間はなかったはずだ。カバン時代の仕掛けは考えなくてもいいだろう。
じゃあカバンを開けるぞ。
待った。振動センサーが起動してるかもしれない。面倒だがレーザーカッターでカバンの上部を慎重にカットするんだ。
分かった。教官の言う通りにする。
じゃあカバンを万一の場合に備えて冷却するぞ。
冷却したぞ、エド。
次は光センサーだ。白い光に反応する光センサーがあるかもしれん。部屋の明かりを消すんだ。
電灯を赤外線灯に切り替えた。
よし。カバンの上部を切断しろ。
行くぞ。切断した。エド、
開けるぞ。オッケー。慎重にな。
めでたくご対面。
ジョナーさん、見ろ。危ないとこだったぞ。左上の丸いやつ。
I have to change the renderer. Oh no. I did it. I'm gonna have to change the aspect ratio of this, and it's gonna be all pixelated. But I did it. You okay? Yeah, still here, right? This is just the beginning. Stay focused. Great. So what comes after the beginning? Next, we have to remove the plate covering the detonation device. Before we do that, we need to take out the vibration sensor on top of it. So this is the famous vibration sensor. Yeah, that square in the middle. It's magnetized, that's why it's shaking like that. Reminds me of that lady in my building. You have to be careful here. If the sensor touches any of the walls, it'll set it off. Any of the walls? Yep. What kind of sadistic fuck came up with this? Hideo Kojima. Grab the sensor with the pliers and drag it outside the plate. Just follow the path, nice and slow, okay? Once you've grabbed it, don't let go till it's outside. If you let go, the magnet will pull it to the nearest wall. Okay, hands of steel, hands of steel. Try holding your breath. I can't hold my breath that long. I was never good at swimming underwater. Yeah, well, neither of us will be breathing, period, if we don't get through this. Okay, the pliers work the same as before, right? Yeah, just take it easy. Don't get me wrong, there's things involved with editing and stuff that can be a pain in the ass, but I get what people mean when they say it's not a real job. I mean, shit. I consider myself very, very lucky. It's thanks to you guys I get to do this for a living. Okay. It's recording, right? Yes. Okay, go. Do it. Go. Oh, God. Okay. Uh-huh. Right. Oh, my God. No, it's this one. Okay, now we gotta cut the red one. Oh, I did it. I did it. I did it.
見ろ。止まったぜ。助かった。
ジョナーさん。俺の推薦付きで爆弾処理班に入れるぞ。
よせよ。まだ若いのに白髪だらけになっちまう。
止まってた30年間を取り戻せるぞ。浦島太郎のようにな。ようやく奴らに来たようだ。
まるで俺たちの出方をモニターしてたみたいだな。
デカ長、変なの。デイブの遺体が消えてるの。
救急班に運ばれたんじゃないのか。
私が誘導したんだもの。救急班が到着した時にはすでになかったわ。見て、あのエンプス血が流れてるわ。
あれはレッドウッドのゴダード。
とにかくレッドウッドの件は慎重に調べよう。 俺たちはどうやら孤立しているようだ。
Oh my god, please. I feel like a POW. I've been through so much. Maybe don't say that. Okay. Disc 3! Oh my god. Disc 3, bro! Holy shit. Act 3. Drug.
Bakamon! 君らは何様のつもりだ。数々の命令、規則違反、ポリスカーの破損、公共施設の破壊、器物破損、ビヨンド内での銃撃。一般市民18人が巻き添えを食って重軽傷を負っている。朝からひっきりなしに抗議の電話が鳴りやまない。BCP の機能がパンクしそうだ。エド、分かってるのか？この件は AP に任せろ。彼らのやり方がお前たちに合わんのはわかる。だがな、我々の時代は終わったんだ。次の世代の連中に任せてやれ。いいか、エド。お前はもう若くはないんだ。いつまでも逆らってる年でもあるまい。頭を冷やせ。もう少しでコロニーに穴が開くところだったんだぞ。
デイブには風穴が開いちまったぜ。
ジョナサン、君はもうポリスノーツでもなければ BCP でもビヨンズでもないんだ。過去にポリスノーツであったとしてもそれは昔の話だ。君はここでは観光客なんだ。ロレインのことでは君に同情はしている。しかしこの件は別だ。ジョナサン、これ以上君をかばいきれん。昔のよしみで甘くしてきたが、どうやら私の間違いだったようだ。今後ビヨンド内での銃の所持は禁じる。帰るまで BCP で預かる。
本部長、あの場合ジョナサンの発砲は。
エド、まだ自分の立場が分かっていないようだな。いいか、あと3年で十分な年金が下りる。めでたく定年だ。デカ人生に傷をつけることなく。エド、おとなしくしてるんだ。今度何か起こすともう私の権限では抑えきれん。君は30年間のデカ人生とポリスノーツの栄光を棒に振ることになるぞ。相手はあの徳川なんだ。
徳川のやり口ならよく知ってる。奴は間違いなく黒だ。
ジョナサン、分かってくれ。彼らと正面から戦うにはそれなりの勝算が必要なんだ。奴を追い込めるだけの証拠がなければ今の状況では君らに協力はできん。
ゲイツ、デイブがやられたんだぞ。あんたの部下だろう。
君らの腹立ちはわかる。だが私の立場も分かってくれ。上からの圧力も相当なものになってきているんだ。
立場がどうのこうの言ってる場合か。あんたの可愛い部下に裏切り者がいる。
またその話か。徳川のことならいざ知らず同じ仲間を疑うのはよせ。とにかくエド、命令だ。しばらく休養を取れ。家に帰って家族サービスでもしてやれ。ジョナサン、つまらんことを考えずにゆっくり観光を楽しめ。北条の件に関しては AP で捜査させる。何か分かったら報告しよう。いいな、二人とも。ジョナサン、命令に従わない場合はホームへ送り返すぞ。
証拠があればいいのか？あんたの首が飛ばないくらいの。
うん。証拠がつかめればな。だが勘違いをして勝手なことはするなよ。エド、明日までに納得のいく報告書を提出しろ。処分はそれからだ。以上。
Okay. Okay, view summary screen? Sure. Jonathan searches for Kinzo Hojo at the request of his ex-wife, Lorraine. It seemed his work with K9 got him involved in something much bigger. Having learned the truth behind K9 from Ishida, Jonathan and Ed encounter the biker again. They get into a car chase, followed by a shootout on the linear rail. Is Redwood the biker? What happened to Dave's body? Jonathan and Ed have new mysteries to solve, alone. I mean, we were straight up told it was Redwood. Alright, Chief.
まだ話があるのか。さっさと行きたまえ。
待ってくれ、ケイツ。質問ぐらいはいいだろ。
もう面倒を起こさないと約束するか。
約束する。
おとなしくするか。
する。
誓うか。
誓う。今日のところは。
相変わらずだな、ジョナサン。お前とは取引など通用せんか。で、何が知りたい？
Well, the biker. Right before Dave died, he told us Redwood was the biker. I saw that guy's eyes myself. I swear to you it was him. Redwood is an exemplary member of this unit. I can't imagine him being involved in something like that. So where is Redwood? He's away on assignment. I sent him to collect new IMP system chips from Tokugawa Heavy Industries earlier today. I'll question him when he returns. There should be the body of somebody connected to that biker inside AMM. The report only mentions Ishida's body. That's impossible. We shot a guy in a spacesuit in the moon corner. There have to be bullets, blood, and fingerprints all over the place, not to mention the bike. I didn't get any reports of that. I got into several gunfights with them. There should be bullets lodged in the walls, not to mention that in the train. There were, but with lift guns it's impossible to identify the gun from a bullet. What about the riflings? As you know, the moment a bullet leaves the barrel of a lift gun, a second explosion occurs, and that's what propels it. The gun doesn't leave a rifling mark on the bullet. That's why this kind of gun is so popular among criminals. Okay, what about the mosquitoes? Where did the mosquitoes at AMM come from? You figured out anything from their serial numbers? The mosquitoes which had collected around Ishida had originally been sent back to Tokugawa Heavy Industries from BCCH and various other hospitals on the colony because of malfunctions in their control circuits. However, Tokugawa are insisting they never received them. They say the whole thing was a slip-up on their side and they plan on conducting an inquiry to determine who is responsible. That's it? Even that by itself is causing an uproar. Blood? What about blood? The blood from the guy I killed should be there. As I mentioned, apparently the only blood they found belongs to Ishida. What about blood on the linear rail platforms on the train? I haven't heard anything about that. Seems like the blood we collected is all there is. What blood was that? Blood from the biker we collected at the scene. It appears to have come from him after he was shot. I'd suggest we have AP analyze that, but our hands are full at the moment. I guess you'll just have to get Victor to do it for you. We will. The bike? What about the bike that was used? Turns out it was stolen. The bike matches one on a stolen vehicle report filed by someone in OLA. Looks like it was smuggled here from home, but we didn't obtain anything from it that might lead us to the perpetrator, unfortunately. Okay, what about fingerprints? It's a museum, for Christ's sake. It gets thousands of visitors a day. It would be a nightmare trying to extract fingerprints for forensic purposes. Okay, so that's it? So there's nothing, not one single piece of evidence. That's just wonderful. Whatever happened to working a crime scene, Gates? Tokugawa are essentially the owner and operator of AMM. We can't inspect the crime scene until they give us permission. That's the way it works here. Tokugawa's goons might be tampering with evidence. I honestly don't think they'd do something like that, but they could if they wanted. God damn it. They're clever, they're thorough, and they've got the finances. This is their territory. Make a mistake, and they'll make you pay for it. Okay. Dave? What's happening about Dave? According to the report, when AP arrived on the scene, Dave's body was nowhere in sight. You're certain he died, are you? Yes. The whole thing's bizarre. It's not like he could just get up and walk away by himself if he is indeed dead. The blood set. We collected this at the scene yesterday. Any thoughts? Well, one thing's for sure. It does resemble the artificial blood APs use. Have Victor analyze it for you. So you admit it?
二人とも徳川を踏ん縛れるような証拠がない限り下手な考えは起こすなよ。わかりました。実を言うと徳川の AP 買収の噂はあるにはある。しかしだ、私の目が届く限り徳川の思い通りにはさせん。
Okay. Cheerio, Gates. This is rough. Let's go to forensics.
おお、ジョナサン、一暴れしたらしいな。わしはすっきりしたぞ。この BCP に来てから数年ぶりじゃ、こういうのは。
はしゃいでもらっては困る。うちの部下が一人殉職した。
そうか。じゃが、あんたらの取った行動はデカとして正しい。
ありがとう、ビクトル。
落ち込みなさんな。
Alright, Victor, you got questions. I'll try and give you answers. Well, let's show the blood sample.
ビクトル、あんたを俺たちの味方として頼みがある。この人工血液を内緒で調べてほしい。
おお、これはどこで？
デイブをやった星を撃った時のものだ。
なるほど。これを調べれば犯人は限定できる。
限定？人物は特定できないのか？
わかるのは人工血液の型、製造業者、製造バージョンだけじゃが、それで十分じゃ。こんな第一世代のもんを使っとるのは AP か軍かのどちらかじゃ。 AP のものであれば透析機と輸血データを照合すれば犯人は絞れるわい。もともと酸素濃度が低いところでの作業用に作られたもんじゃ。通常よりも酸素運搬効率がいいようにな。あの人工血液は常人の人肺機能では無理じゃ。
頼んだぞ。
少し時間がかかるがいいかな。わしもあいつら AP は好かん。年寄りをバカにしよって。それにあのカプセルの一件もあるしな。任せろ。今度は奴に内緒じゃ。
Okay. Ishida's autopsy. Tell us about the results. Actually, BCCH's pathology department will be performing Ishida's medical exam. BCCH? Why? That's the way it's been the past few years. I don't agree with it myself, but it has to do with removing and preserving organs for transplants. The results of all autopsies BCCH does are sent to AP. They don't let me touch them. It is unusual for them to do the autopsy even in cases like this, but they insisted. Might be to do with Tokugawa. So we've got absolutely nothing now. Well, I did see some VREs of the crime scene. Sorry? Virtual Recorder, a media device that recreates a location in virtual reality by simultaneously recording video, audio, and environmental data from various sensors and analyzing and compiling the data on a computer, originally used in planetary exploration and locating mineral deposits. The data, recorded on separate sub-devices, is linked in a virtual editor. This is called virtual processing. Going beyond simply recording 2D or 3D images, a virtual recorder simulates a location perfectly, including not just the materials objects are made of, but even smells, ambient temperature, and humidity. However, virtual processing requires a considerable amount of time even with the speed of computers available today. BBC has several virtual editors at its studios. Okay. Cool. Alright, well, what do you think? I shot and killed this guy at AMM who attacked us. Did you hear anything about that? No, first I've heard. Maybe he was sent to BCCH like Ishida? Did you learn anything from the crime scene VREs? Hard to say from just the VREs, but with the amount of blood I saw, I'd say Ishida's head was cut off after he was already dead. I don't think the mosquitoes are what killed him. He wasn't killed at AMM either. Kinda strange, but it looked like Ishida put up almost no fight at all when he was killed. Why do you say that? His body was too clean. I feel like I have not pointed out until now that NARC is Coca-Cola in MGS4. Normally, when someone is killed like that, you see clues on the body that point to homicide, defense wounds, like subcutaneous bleeding. Didn't look like he died instantly either. I won't be able to tell you the exact cause of death unless I can perform an autopsy on him myself before any discoloration of the body takes place. Okay. There's almost no doubt in my mind Ishida was killed somewhere else and taken to AMM afterwards. Who's in charge of a person's body here when they die? Beyond doesn't have a medical examiner system like most big cities on home. They've got it that way for the sake of organ transplants. Bodies are usually sent to transplant hospitals like BCCH for any post-mortem examinations that are required. If you wait too long to extract the organs after the examination, they spoil. As a forensic pathologist, I'm not exactly happy with that, but we are dealing with severe organ shortage. Those autopsy preservation laws you find in places on home simply can't be applied here. The use of artificial organs is still a long way down the road. Until then, medical legal death investigations will always take a backseat to securing organs. Oh god. How much longer are we from using artificial organs among the general public? They're using AP to look into the possibility, but the results aren't very promising. It seems it'll be too expensive and require a number of special facilities. It won't be happening anytime soon. Dave. Did you know Dave's body has disappeared? Really? I hadn't heard anything about it. I can't believe Dave's dead. Victor, I shot that guy over a dozen times and he still didn't go down. Is that even possible? Shot him with what? My recoil. You use hollow points? No, armor piercing. They exit the body. They're not like dum-dums. Well, if he's a heavy narc user, it's possible. And if he's using artificial blood, it wouldn't surprise me at all. You don't have to worry about blood loss for using artificial blood. But if you hit him with a number of rounds in one or more of his vitals, he'll be in some serious trouble. Good thing we picked up that blood. Suppose Redwood is the biker. If he is, he'd be in pretty bad shape right now. He may be a frozener, but he's still flesh and blood. Might even be dead. You tried checking all the hospitals to see if he's at one of them? Huh. We should know pretty soon if it's actually Redwood. What are you going to do when you retire, Victor? I love what I do. This is my life. You think I'm going to retire? This job and my research are everything to me. Even that's slowly disappearing. It's terrible. If only I was a little younger. That's sad. Alright, did I ask him everything I need to? Okay. I think. Let's go to Vice. We'll be back later, Doctor. You guys really look like hell. You okay, Meryl? Yeah, I'm hanging in there. Can't say it's gonna be easy, though. Oh, who put these flowers here? That's lavender I had shipped in cryogenic storage from home. The inspection plants have to go through with real pain in the butt, but they were Dave's favorite. That's sad. How are things going, Meryl? Any developments? Yeah, a couple of things, actually. Okay. Dave's whereabouts. Have you found out what happened to Dave? I checked with some informants and hackers, but everything leads to a dead end. Same as Hojo, gone without a trace. Why do you think they took Dave's body? You think he's still alive? I don't know, why would they feel the need to hide his body? I'll keep looking. I can't believe this has happened. I mean, what are you supposed to tell his family? Yeah, I know. Ishida? What's happened with Ishida? AP's handling the investigation, but they won't tell us anything. It's even worse than it's a Tokugawa employee. Oh, it's even worse that it's a Tokugawa employee. That's right, why don't you talk to Victor about the autopsy results? Actually, Victor won't be performing the autopsy. He said the body was sent to BCCH. BCCH? Why would they do that? AP recovered the body, but Tokugawa are demanding it be turned over to them. What about that biker? Looks like the bike was smuggled here from home, but I can't pinpoint a route. And the guy himself? He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Someone must have tampered with that area's data to cover for him. It's Redwood, I know it. I think so too, it's definitely him. But would it be possible to alter BCP data? It'd be difficult, but not impossible for someone here. Whoever he is, if that guy's scrubbing data himself, we've got some major problems. If the biker is Redwood, then where is he? Gates says that he's away on assignment. I'd be surprised if he could walk in that condition. He definitely isn't around here. He couldn't have survived what happened there anyway, though. Dave and I shot him 6 times. I got him 15 times. If that's the case, has his body gone missing too? He's probably dead, but I'll check every hospital to see if he was taken anywhere. Frozeners have to contact the government whenever they're hospitalized. There'd be a record of it. Victor felt the same. What happened with the crime scenes? AP's working both AMM and the bag store. I hear the ISPA is going to sue BCP over what happened to the coral. Oops. The owner of the bag store is on the run, so AP's closed it off. Meaning we're fresh out of options? Looks like it. Tokugawa have stepped up the pressure on BCP too.
あ、そうそう。ずっと引っかかってたんだけど、あのカバン屋でデーブがいなくなった時、負傷してたエンプスがいたでしょ。
両脇を抱えられていたゴダードか？あれは確かレッドウッドの木だ。
待て。ということは、奴は現場に。
違うわ。中に入ってたのは奴じゃない。エンプスの関節から血が流れてたのを覚えてる？赤い血が流れてた。
そうか。AP の血なら白だ。あの中にデイブを入れて運んだんだな。
なぜ？
それはわからないわ。
証拠は？
エンプスを調べればデーブのルミノール反応が出るかもしれない。私が調べるわ。
気をつけろよ。この BCP 内のどこまでが敵かわからないからな。
わかってるわ。
Okay. Things are tense as hell everywhere. No one's letting any information out. Alright, I guess that's everything.
いっそのこと、徳川製薬へ潜入してみたらどう？
俺もそれが手っ取り早いと思う。
本気か？
証拠さえつかめばこっちのもんよ。あそこにあるはずよ。
Alright, can we? It's the lobby.
エド、こうなれば強行手段に訴えるしかない。
メリルの言ってた件か。徳川製薬へ潜り込むという。
そうだ。あそこへ踏み込み、物を抑える。DDS の奥に工場があったろ。
そこにあると思うか？
なければお前の首はなくなる。俺も地球へ送還される。
おいおい。
大丈夫だ。必ずある。ガードマンが言ってたろ。サンプルは試作工場で作るって。物を握ればゲイツも腰を上げずにはおられまい。
それはそうだが。
Ready to head out? Let's go.
よし、徳川製薬へ向かおう。
念のため寄り道をしていこう。つけられてるかもしれん。
わかった。本部長なら見張りをつけてるかもしれん。一回りしてから行こう。徳川製薬だぞ。
この中のどこかにナークカプセルがあるはずだ。1セットでも発見できれば、それで奴らの犯罪を立証できる。
その代わり何も出なかった時は諦めるんだぞ。
必ずあるさ、この中に。さあ、矢探しだ。
Okay.
フロントだ。誰もいないな。
最初の物々しい警戒からすると嘘のようだ。
どっから始める？
どう考えてもあの奥の部屋が怪しいな。あそこを調べよう。
Oh, this reminds me a lot of Ground Zeroes when they just Skullface basically makes it really well. I don't want to spoil. You'll see. Only way for us to open this door is through its lock system. Well, let's use it. The magnetic lock system. It's advanced stuff. Way more advanced than the DDS room's lock. How are we gonna open it?
ロックシステムに ID を差し込んでみよう。
The ID card, right?
ID を差し込んで。おお、ジョナサン、扉が開いたぞ。しかし、これだけのセキュリティが ID だけで開くとは妙だな。
エド、気にしすぎだ。さあ、行こう。
Okay.
これは
黒結晶、ブラックポピーの栽培工場だ。
ついに見つけたぞ。定を決め。
ジョナサン、できるだけ多くの証拠を集めよう。
if you develop your mother base big enough, I forget which platform, but there's a platform where there's a section that it kind of looks like this.
まさしくナークの原料となるブラックポピーだよ。この実から取れる乳液でナークが作られる。
これが黒消し。それにこの葉、ロレインが持ってきたあの葉と同じだ。
遺伝子操作と品種改良を重ねた新種の黒消しだ。こんな黒消しは見たことがない。
No soil here. They're cultivating them hydroponically, meaning they can grow them in just a nutrient solution. They don't need any soil at all. What's more, Tokugawa led the field when it comes to hydroponics. Lead the field, sorry. Let's grab some for evidence. Wait, they're connected to laser sensors. See them sticking out the field? Touch anything and the alarm will go off. Son of a bitch. Look, but not touch. Okay. No need to rush things. Okay. What have I missed? Not using xenon grow lights. We should be using optical fiber to transfer sunlight here. Another room at the back. Looks like some kind of factory. That's a funny looking door. It's an automatic door built with intelligent materials. If the room temperature exceeds a specified degree, a group of shape memory alloy springs pop up and the door opens. Basically, the door opens to cool the room if it gets too hot. Lucky for us, the place is like a goddamn sauna right now. Okay. A walkway going around the poppy field. More fields up there, too. This looks like an auditorium. Okay, okay. Is this place automated? It looks like everything's controlled by a chaos system. Humidity, temperature, sunlight. It's all running totally by itself. They could minimize the number of people in the know and prevent human error. Look, they've even increased the carbon dioxide in the air to accelerate their growth. You could do multiple harvests a year under these conditions.
間違いない。ロレインから預かったあの消しの葉はここで作られたものだ。王女はここから持ってきたんだ。
まったくビヨンド内で堂々と黒消し栽培とはいい根性だ。消しの栽培だけでもかなりの重罪だ。
消し栽培だけであとは害虫か？そんなはずはない。僕へ行ってみよう。もっと面白いものがあるかもしれん。
Okay.
用心しろよ。ここが本当に徳川の消し工場だとすると、こんなに警備が手薄なはずがない。
分かった。何かあったらすぐに応戦できるぜ。
銃もないのにか。
いざとなれば江戸のを使うさ。
お前。
大丈夫だ。お前は当てにはしてない。射撃は俺に任せろ。
すまない。
気にするな。人にはいろいろあるさ。
よし、奥の部屋を見てみよう。これはまさにナークカプセルを作ってるところだ。見ろ、黒消しの実がナークカプセルになっていく。
Alright, I'm gonna save here right quick. Alright, so we go to disk control, load new disk. Disk 3. Cool. Alright, let's go. Nope. I'm gonna move this mic a little closer. Okay. Here we are. Here they're taking the heroin created from the morphine and combining it with the hallucinogen to make narc. You could say that's the secret behind narc. So by combining a natural drug, a synthetic drug, and a hallucinogen, they create something with both the addictiveness of morphine and hallucinogenic properties. That's what's so unique about narc, and also the scariest part about it.
Oh. 完成したナークカプセルだ。中身は空のようだ。
間違いない。ロレインから預かった あのカプセルだ。
ベルトコンベヤーで流されていく。倉庫で箱詰めされるんだろう。
Here they're placing the separated narc liquids in gelatin and turning them into capsules. And that's how they get their narc capsules. Yep. Then for the final step, the marks that identify the different capsules, the drug identification codes, get printed on. If this count is right, they're pumping out several hundred pairs of capsules a second. This also, you remember in, what is the oil field? Muffinda oil field in Phantom Pain, right? The bodies are floating in there, and it kind of, well.
さっきの消し栽培場で取れた消しの実がどんどん流れてくる。
何もかもが自動化されてる。
Here they're extracting the sap from the pods. It has certain alkaloids used for making drugs like morphine and codeine. Then, by drying the sap, you get opium. You can then isolate morphine from the opium. You still remember all that from narcotics? I got an award there, remember? So did you. What they're doing so far is the same process you'd go through to produce normal opium derivatives. Okay. That's you, okay. We need to be absolutely sure of what's going on here. Let's look around. Okay. Right. And this? Right. Okay. They're chemically separating narc into two. So you notice how, like, there are subtle changes to the way that the information is presented depending on what you just did? Like, it'll give you, like, a reference point back, so, like you just saw. I feel like that also is something they would develop more with Metal Gear Solid. I mean, that is the multi-process story in a nutshell. They get two capsule types as a result. And I don't know how I'm going to split this up, but in case you can go back to the other parts. I explained the multi-process story earlier in this playthrough and in the Snatcher playthrough, so I won't waste time going through it again. Okay, everything on Hojo CD was the truth. The separate capsules offer no narcotic reaction on their own. That's the trick.
まさにナーク製造工場だ。黒消しの栽培からナークカプセル製造まで。エド、ついに奴らの首根っこを押さえたぞ。
Gross.
さて、どうする？今処分するか？
帰ってゲイツに伝えよう。それから AP とここに踏み込むってのはどうだ？
本部長もこれを見れば目を覚ますだろう。
いくつかいただいていこう。
どうするつもりだ？
ゲイツへの手土産だ。行こう。というわけだ、ゲイツ。それがそのナークカプセル K9 だ。これで徳川をパクれる。
どうやって入った？
ノックして入ったとでも思うか？
お前たち捜査令状もなしに。
本部長、いいですか？奴ら堂々と黒消しをこのビヨンドで栽培して、その上ナークを密造してるんです。
ゲイツ、いいのか？奴らをこのまま野放しにしても。
間違いないだろうな。
間違いありません。この目で見たんです。
よし、分かった。徳川も年貢の納め時だろう。ご苦労だったな、二人とも。一緒に来るか？
もちろん。
ヨナさん、君の反動銃リコイルを返しておこう。特例だぞ、いいな。
分かってる。特別扱いは嫌いじゃない。
よし、鉛筆部隊 AP 全員第二装備で集合。徳川製薬へ踏み込む。
焦るな。俺はこの瞬間が一番好きなんだ。
おい、見ろ。レッドウッドだ。
奴は死ぬどころかピンピンしてるぞ。
なんてこと。
行くぞ野郎。
You could tell right over his eyes, hell.
徳川製薬に着いたぞ。
ゲイツ、ここがナークを密造している工場だ。
エド、ジョナサン、案内してくれ。
Okay, well.
ゲイツ、乗り込もうぜ。よし。
AP 対位置につけ。エンプス A 班は周りを固めろ。エンプス B 班は飛行ユニットを離脱。中へ入る。いいか、ジョナサン、エド、行くぞ。
おいおい、あんたたちなんだい、どうしたってんだ。
俺たちが観光見物ツアーの団体に見えるか。
BCP 本部長のゲイツ・ベッカーだ。この会社内を調べさせてもらう。
どうして？
黒消し栽培ナーク密造の容疑だ。
何のことだい一体。
捜査令状はある。ジョナサン、どこだ、案内してくれ。
This is the lock system for this door. Can you open it? No, I think you could only open it from the security booth right now. Alright, bro, open it. Listen, you. Now we want the truth. What do you guys think you're doing? What's that factory in the back for? What are you doing there? It's a factory for producing drug samples. You mean for producing narc. What are you talking about? You can't just throw around accusations like that. You've got narc stashed way back there, don't you? Yeah, we know all about what's going on. Don't bother trying to bullshit us. Are you guys crazy? Tell us the truth. What are you really doing back there? I don't have to answer your questions. We'll sue you for this. Okay. We'd like to take a look at your factory in the back. You can't do that. You need President Tokugawa's authorization before I could let you in there. Open that door this instant. I can't. Not by myself, anyway. Open that door, now! The lock system is different from the others. I can't make the decision to open it myself. But... oh, we probably couldn't open the door through the lock system right now. The guard system will have priority. Whatever you say. Look! You'd better cooperate. You're better off cooperating for your own sake. Our president won't stand for this. Do you realize what you're doing? You afraid of Sadawaki? I promise you we can protect you. Protect me? What can you guys do? You're nothing. Holy shit. What do you have to gain by standing up for Tokugawa like this? I don't know what you're talking about. I've got nothing to say to you. God. Come on, spill it. We saw everything ourselves. This is outrageous. You'll regret that attitude of yours. I'm not afraid of you guys. What the... okay. Take us to the narc factory. Now! I'm not afraid of you guys. Nothing to say. Okay.
わかった、徳川の犬め。少し手洗いがエンプスを使おう。ゴダード A 班、この扉を丁重に破壊しろ。了解。
待て。
誰だ。
徳川会長。
Oh, shit.
貞興、いいところに来たな。
また貴様たちか。ここで何をしとる。ゲイツ、早くこのバカどもを連れて帰れ。謝罪は後で聞こう。徳川、状況が変わってね。この扉を開けてもらおうか。何？ああ、BCP 本部長ともあろう者が、こいつらのようなチンピラに耳を貸すとはな。ゲイツ、今ならまだ間に合うぞ。どうする？何に間に合うんだ、徳川。BCP を舐めるのもほどほどにしろ。ゲイツ、私の恩を忘れたか？お前が今の立場にあるのは。
貞興、大口を叩けるのも今のうちだ。
徳川、ほら、BCP 発行の捜査令状だ。君の大切なナーク製造工場とやらを見せてもらおうか。ここを開けろ。ナークだと？ こりゃ参った。何のことだ？
とぼけるな、貞興。往生際が悪いぞ。
はあ、困ったな。わかった。斉藤君、扉を開けて差し上げろ。
でも、この奥には例の。
いいんだ。何もかも、ここの野蛮な連中に見せてやれ。
本当にいいんですか？
ああ、カモン。
わかりました。扉を開けます。
どうぞ諸君、入りたまえ。
ゲイツ、これだ。これが消しの栽培場だ。
何を言う。これが消しだと？
まだ白を切るのか、貞興。
落ち着け、ジョナサン。調べてみればわかることだ。ジョナサン、証明してやろうぜ。俺たちの勝ちだ。
あ、
これはジョナサン、消しじゃないぞ。すり替わってる。
ゲイツ、何があるだって？これが消しに見えるか？
ジョナサン、どうした？
これは我が社の極秘プロジェクトの地球環境対策として開発された人工波だ。炭酸ガスを普通の3倍も吸収するという画期的なものだ。エコロジーテロリストなどに知られると厄介なんで極秘にしてたんだよ。
そんな。
確かに4時間前まではここにあった。このどこかにあるはずだ。
ジョナサン、落ち着け。よく探してみるんだ。まだ結論が出たわけじゃあるまい。その通りだ。よく見てみよう。
Okay. Oh. If they've switched all these, they've probably switched the ones up there too.
違う。おかしい。消しはどこに行ったんだ？
きっとあるはずだ。探すんだ。
ない。消しがなくなってる。
本部長、確かにここにあったんです。
どうだね、我が社のエコロジー新製品は。気に入ってもらえたかね？
隠したな、貞興。
隠すも何も、ここには前からこの人工波しかないんだがね。
ジョナサン、奥の部屋を見てみよう。
そうだ、ゲイツ。奥の部屋を見てみよう。奥の部屋を見てくれ。奥にナーク工場がある。
その言葉、当てにしていいんだな。もちろんです。ここの消しはともかく、あの設備を短時間で隠蔽するのは不可能です。よし、奥の部屋に行ってみよう。あった。本部長、ここです。ここがナークの製造工場です。
どこがナーク工場だって？教えてほしいもんだ。ここのどこが？
ジョナサン、エド、気にせず説明してくれ。
Let me guess.
本部長、見てください。これがナークの製造過程です。
君ら頭がおかしいんじゃないのか？ここでは DDS のカプセルを作っているんだ。
でたらめ言うな、徳川。
どこにナークがある？さあ見せてもらおう。
あれ、消しの実がなくなっている。
ここに黒消しの実がたくさんあったんだ。
What's going on? Where's the narc? The pods are gone. Just totally gone. Where's the narc, Jonathan? Ed? The narc should be here, Gates. I don't care. Search whatever you want. You're wasting your time. Why are you so sure of yourself? Because I know there isn't any narc here. You're lying. This is where you make it. If we don't find anything, we'll have a serious problem on our hands. This is where they're making it. Go ahead, Gates. Search wherever you'd like. Look, you can see narc being made right here. What? Aren't you going to take a look inside? You mean... Go ahead, Gates. Search wherever you'd like.
これです。これが例のナークカプセルです。
バカを言うな。これは無重力下でも均等に溶解するというカプセル K9 だ。
もう少しまともな言い訳をするんだな。このカプセルの秘密は分かってる。
秘密だと？
ジョナサン見ろ、違うぞ。これはナークカプセルじゃない。目印がない。すり替わってる。
何？やりやがったな貞興。
それくらいにしておいたらどうだ？これ以上は冗談では済まされんぞ。それともまだ続けるか？
ジョナサン、エド、確かにここなんだな。
確かだ。ここに間違いない。
ゲイツ、捜査は済んだろう。さあ、この失態をどうしてくれる？
待て徳川、まだだ、まだ済んでない。おい AP 隊、お前たちこの中をくまなく調べろ。隅から隅までな。
了解。各班3回して工場内を捜査しろ。塩プ酸は各種センサーを使用しろ。
おいおい、会社の設備を壊さんでくれよ。
本部長、出ました。
どうした？何か出たか？
来てください。こっちです。
出たぞエド。行こ
う。男の死体です。
北条。どうしてここに北条が？
ガイシャは北条健三、ここの社員です。
急いで犯人の足跡、指紋、DNA 指紋を採取。
了解。エンプスの簡易アナライザーを使います。
どういうことなんだ？
隊長、死体に生活反応が見られます。殺害現場はここと見て間違いないでしょう。遺体の体温 34.3 度。ここの室温が高温ということを考慮しても死後4時間以上は経っていないと思われます。
レッドウッド、ここのビデオカメラに何か映ってるかもしれん。調べてみろ。
どうぞセキュリティ室へ案内しましょう。
扉やドアノブに付着していた指紋はルテニウム法による指紋検出により一致しました。
よし、 DNA 指紋の方はどう
だ？北条に付着していた毛髪および工場内に残されていた毛髪数本から DNA 指紋を検出。ポリモルフィズム法により一致。
よし、凶器は？
凶器はビヨンドでは珍しいリコイルです。弾痕検査をすれば立証できます。薬莢もありました。
BCP の記録にあるライフリングとの照合を急ぐ。
ゲイツ、こいつは何を言ってる？
ありました。ビデオカメラにも映ってました。やはり殺害時刻は4時間前。
よし、それでいい。
ここの警備員斉藤の証言も取れました。ガイシャとイングラムは今朝未明工場で言い争っていたそうです。
素晴らしい。パーフェクトだ。
ゲイツ、なんだ？何をしている？
よろしい、ご苦労。事件は解決した。本部長、どういうことです？ジョナサン・イングラム、君を北条健三並びに石田純、北条ロレイン殺害容疑で逮捕する。
逮捕？俺をか？
エド、君にも話を聞かねばならんな。ことによれば君も処分しなければなるまい。
貴様、はめたな。
やめろ、ジョナサン。正体を表したか、ジョナサン・イングラム。お前は4時間前ここで北条と言い争った。前妻であるロレインへの嫉妬心からその銃で北条を射殺した。今のようにそうやってな。
ゲイス、銃を返したのもそういうことだったのか？
同じようにロレインをホームで殺害。お前があの方の爆弾について精通していることはカバン屋での記録を見ればわかる。爆弾を解体したのはお前だからな。
あれは
裏付けも取れている。ロス市警から連絡があった。貴様の事務所から爆破用の起爆装置が見つかったとな。
起爆装置？
あの犯行に使われたバイクも貴様が密輸したらしいじゃないか。貴様が乗っていた ASL797 便に乗せてな。
まさか。
そして真相を知った石田までも消した。
ゲイツ、最初から。
おっと、動くと頭吹っ飛ばすぜ。
ジョナサン、このビヨンド内でそんな反動の大きい火薬銃を持っている者はいない。しかもライフリングの残る足のつく銃はな、見てみるがいい。AP も BCP の連中もみんな無反動銃、リフトガンだ。わからんか、北条はその銃で殺されたんだ。そんな銃を振り回しているのはこのコロニーではお前の他にはいない。
本部長、イングラムの銃と北条から摘出した弾とのライフリングが一致しました。
どうするジョナサン、この場で AP に射殺されたいか。くそ、イングラムを捕まえろ。話せ。君には黙秘権がある。話したことは証言として扱われおる。これ以降の証言は自分に不利に使われることがある。それに弁護士を接見する権利がある。弁護士の費用が払えない場合は感染弁護人をつけることができる。ジョナサン、おとなしくしておればよかったのだ。もう少し賢い男だと思ったが。
本部長、北条の ID カードと CD ロムを持っていました。よ
ろしい、証拠品だ。押収しろ。
それから北条夫妻の写真も持っています。
殺した人間の写真か。それも押収したまえ。
ケイツ、貞興、許さん。ジョナサン、
楽しかったぞジョナサン。久しぶりだ、こんなに笑えるのは。
まったくだ。昔のよしみであれほど忠告したのに貴様は本当に変わらん。
まったくバカな男だジョナサン。
連れてき。くそ、離せ。手間を取らせるな。
ジョナサン、
抑えろ。麻酔だ。パラライザーを使え。おやすみジョナサン。
Damn. Yeah.
ジョナサン、
君なのか。
私、あなたは変わらないわ。苦しめるつもりであの頃のまま。
俺にとってはつい昨日のことなんだ。
楽しかったぞジョナサン。
殺した人間の写真。ブレイン。
ジョナサン、ジョナサン、ジョナサン、ジョナサン、起きた？
カレン、ここは？
私の家よ。どう気分は？あなた12時間も寝てたのよ。
俺は一体今何時だ？あれ、時計がない。
ああ、腕時計ね。あれ、レンジ手錠に干渉したらしくて止まってたわ。
そうか、壊れたか。で、どうして俺はここに。そうだ、俺は奴らにはめられて逮捕されたんだ。
そうよ。BCP からホームの警察に送還されるところだったの。
それがどうして？
エドと BBC のスタッフと協力して脱獄させたの。あなたを取材中にテレビ中継車と護送車が高速で事故ったことになってるの。
脱獄？
やったな。
今あなたはビヨンドの有名人よ。テレビではあなたのことで持ちきり、30年間のジェラシーってね。指名手配されてるわ。
どうして俺をテレビ局が？
徳川の不正や悪行にはみんな嫌気がさしているのよ。私たちの番組では徳川の不正を何年も追ってきたの。今回の事件は徳川の尻尾をつかむいい機会だわ。スタッフが何人か入院しちゃってツケは大きかったけど。
よかった。 BBC はまだ奴らの手中にはないんだな。
そう、報道はあなたの味方。
よいしょっと。
大丈夫ジョナサン、エドから連絡あるまでゆっくりして。
Alright, I'm gonna save here. Okay. So, Karen, you really do look exactly like your mother, except for your complexion. They say the disease is progressing. Are you serious? Karen, yeah? Ask about her illness. How are you holding up? Not very well. They're suppressing the disease with drugs for now. I can't die yet. Not until I know the truth and put everything behind me. Are you in any pain? No, but I'm scared. I don't want to die alone. Have they still not found a donor? No. They said there might not be anyone for me on Beyond. Okay. Looks like Dad got me moved up. I'm so grateful for everything he's done. We're the only station that still talks about Beyond's drug problem to any degree. Tokugawa control the media too, do they? Most places, but not everyone. Not us. We can't just not cover a story like this, though. Looks like people are buying what they're saying about you. If we can just find some evidence, we should be able to clear your name. Yeah. We need to prove you're innocent, and that BCP's lying. The question is how? Oh, y'all didn't know I used to be an actor, huh? Have they still not found a donor? No. They say there might not be anyone for me on Beyond. Wait, we already read that one. Okay. Okay. What's this? Oh, my watch.
これ、あなたの電波ウォッチ。ひどいでしょ？
すっかり止まっているな。もともと80年も前の時計だし、車で逆さになったり酷使したからな。
直せないかしら？
難しいだろうな。骨董品だから。
局の小道具さんに頼んでみましょうか。もしかしたら。
いや、もう思い出をたどる必要はなくなった。俺とロレインもこれで。
そう。
I have a lot of things to say about this game, but I'm gonna hold off because we're running really long on this. Don't worry, I didn't see any listening devices. Can we go to the study? No. What's on the TV? I don't know if you want to sit down for this. Oh, great.
こんにちは。ニュースオーダーの時間です。 繰り返します。本日未明、連続殺人の容疑でホームへ強制送還されることになっていたジョナサン・イングラム容疑者を乗せた護送車が宇宙港へ向かう途中、 BBC のテレビ中継車との接触事故により爆発炎上。乗っていたイングラム容疑者は現在もなお逃走中、指名手配されております。この事故で BBC 局員数名が軽傷を負い、宇宙港線の上り車線は通行止めとなっております。また事件の重要参考人であるエド・ブラウン氏も消息を絶っており、 BCP では彼の行方を追っております。逃走したイングラム容疑者は産業エリアへ逃亡したとの情報があり、現在産業エリアへの道路は規制されています。なおイングラム容疑者は銃を奪って逃走しており、付近の住民には厳重な注意を呼びかけております。各検問所では BCP の指示に従ってください。容疑者ジョナサン・イングラムは元ポリスノーツとして BCP の基盤を築いたオリジナルコップとして知られ、今回の事件は関係者に大きなショックを与えています。それでは BCP 本部長のゲイツ・ベッカー氏の共同記者会見の模様をご覧ください。
私はイングラムとは旧友だった。ポリスノーツ以来の。今回のことは非常に残念だ。イングラムがここまで追い詰められているとは。私が力になってやればよかった。彼のことは私が同じポリスノーツとして責任を持って処置する。彼は今危険な状態にある。重度のナーク中毒者だ。おそらく正常な意識はないだろう。
BCP の記者クラブからの中継でした。以上、カレン北条がお伝えしました。
くそ、ゲイツめ、好き勝手に言ってやがる。これライブ？
いいえ、 CG 合成の偽物よ。私のアリバイを細工するために音声もバックも映像もみんな合成よ。私であって私じゃないの。誰も気づかないでしょうね。
ニュースそのものもでっち上げだしな。
Okay. You talked to the station a lot on that? No. She explained already. She doesn't. The hospital told me to always have my phone on me. If they find a match, the transplant coordinator will contact me. So I keep it with me at all times, just in case. Open up. Hojo's death. Karen, about Hojo. I mean, your father. I'm so sorry. See, it's hard for, I can't voice act for, Karen. I was prepared. No, I was prepared for the worst, but it's just terrible what happened to him. I guess I really am all alone now. Neither of them is ever coming back. Tell me the truth. How is my father involved in all this? Before I tell you that.
カレン、俺とロレインは憎しみ合って別れたんじゃないんだ。それだけは分かってほしい。
聞いてるわ。
ロレインは警察官という危険な仕事にずっと否定的だった。不規則な生活、いつ帰るとも知れん夫の心配をしながら、いつも彼女は一人だった。そのうちロレインはノイローゼになり、二度も自殺にした。
Oh my God.
知らなかった。
俺は彼女との生活を優先するためポリスノーツに志願した。当時はまさか選抜されるなんて夢にも思っていなかった。訓練期間中はヒューストンで幸せな1年間を送った。あの頃は夢のようだった。
That's where I am.
それがあの火星行きだ。彼女は俺を待ち続け、地球に戻った時にはもう俺たちの関係は。
どうして火星なんかに？
ロレインから逃げたかったのかもしれない。彼女の愛情が重くなった。
ひどい人ね、ジョナサン。
ビヨンド行きが確定した時、彼女は俺から去っていった。初めて彼女はさよならを言って。
なんとなくわかるわ、母の気持ちが。
Alright, and the truth. Your father was forced to develop DDS products for concealing illegal drugs. I see. I figured it was something like that. It's another victim of Tokugawa. He probably started selling narc with Ishida to scrape together money for your transplant. And then Dad was silenced. Just like Ishida. Your father, your mother, Ishida. They were all killed to keep the truth behind narc a secret. Tokugawa and Gates have been working together for goodness knows how long. My Imp's accident happened while we were separated. We never saw each other again until she came to my office that day. The time we spent together wasn't always the best. Wow. What about you and work? Andy, our news director, he's taking care of things for us. He said we should just stay put for now. Keeping an eye on you here while my evil twin tells the world you're a psycho. Is he a boyfriend? A long time ago, maybe. We're not seeing each other anymore. They're using an AI in place of me, so we should be okay. Only Andy and a small number of people at the station know about it. No one would ever suspect that's not the real you. Okay. Maybe now we can go to the study? Okay. I remember looking at this with Mom when I was younger. I didn't understand who these people were. That's what it's like at that age. That's cute. Looks like people are buying what they're saying about you. Have they still not found a donor? No. They said there might not be anyone for me on Beyond. Okay, I'm pretty sure I've read that 10 times. Okay. If even one of its parts is disturbed, the entire system collapses. Balance is crucial. If we started moving in the wrong direction, Beyond would lose its balance too. Death Stranding, obviously. We've already talked about that. Okay. Do you know how the shrimp survive in here? They're protected by the biosphere's order, I guess. No, it's more than that. How do they survive then? They support each other. That's why there has to be two, isn't it? Right. It's the most important element of any biosphere. Love. I miss hearing Dad play CDs. You could try listening to some music to help you relax. This one's... No. I like that one. You mind if we put this on? So Tappy worked on Metal Gear Solid until they figured out that he plagiarized the main theme of Metal Gear Solid from an old Russian composition. No, not at all. Alright. That was fun. Okay, so let's see, what do we do? They're comfortable for sleeping. Okay. We already looked there. Let me think. Karen? Ask about... No.
カレン、すまない。俺は君の家庭をめちゃめちゃにした。その上君までも巻き込んでしまった。
ジョナサン、言わないで。私あなたに会って分かった。今まで誤解してた。母のこと、あなたのこと。この時計見てたらあなたのことよくわかる。人の心って本当は時間も空間も関係なく通じ合うものなのかも。私、母の気持ちがよくわかるわ。親子ね、私たち。同じ人を好きに。
カレン。
私、あなたを。
カレン、俺はロレインの。
いや、もう母のことは言わないで。私を見てほしい。母の残像じゃなく、私自身を。
カレン。
ジョナサン、愛してるの。
カレン。
ジョナサン、私。
俺も愛してるさ、カレン。さ、電話だ。
はい、北条です。ああ、エド？ええ、いるわ。変わるわね。ジョナサン、エドからよ。
ああ、俺だ。エド。
おう、ジョナサンか。
いいタイミングだ。今回はエドに感謝するよ。
何かあったのか？
んちょっと気まずかったんでな。
どうだ、有名人になった感想は？
昔を思い出すよ。
そうか、そいつはいい。
で、今どこにいる？
BCP の近くの公衆端末だ。BBC のプライベート変換器を通した専用回線で話してる。盗聴の心配はない。
俗に言うタレコミ回線か。
こっちは大騒ぎだぞ、ジョナサン。俺も奴らに監視されていて身動きが取れん。メリルに動いてもらってる。
何か分かったか？
ああ、大体な。手短にしよう。何から聞きたい？
Still there? What is it? The NARC sales. It appears Hojo was supplying NARC to Ishida to sell at BCCH, just like we thought. Numerous large deposits were recently made into a joint bank account of theirs. They probably located buyers from lists Tokugawa had. Tokugawa wanted rid of them after he found out about it. I bet you Hojo tried to use that CD to blackmail Tokugawa. Why'd Hojo start doing something like that? Most likely to get money for Karen's transplant. Oh, like Breaking Bad. There are also levels of priority on the waiting list. Karen's level was upgraded last month. He must have handed out some bribes. I can't see someone like Hojo getting involved in something like that just for money. Well, Karen's an only child. She doesn't have any siblings. It's not easy finding a bone marrow donor for someone in that situation. But if it was just for money, that is pretty thin. So what about his accomplice? What was Ishida's motive? His is clear-cut. Money, and a grudge against Tokugawa. He wasn't very impressed with the way he'd been treated. Despite their differences, they were both after money. It was the perfect opportunity for both of them, though it doesn't seem like they were very close. What happened to all the poppies and capsules of the factory? We hacked the records of Tokugawa's shipping company. Not long after we left, a convoy of 20 trucks was sent over to Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. They just moved the operation somewhere else. They'll have cleaned out every last piece of evidence. The capsules were sold to users directly through BCCH's Pharmacy. 70% of the outpatients who bought from the pharmacy over the last several months have records for possession. As you'd expect, they didn't keep records of the transactions at the pharmacy. Users would pay by wiring money to a bank account Hojo and Ishida had prepared under false names. No one at the hospital would suspect anything, and they could do it all themselves. Unfortunately, we can't find any capsules anywhere. I doubt we'd find anything at the homes of buyers at this point either. Damn. It'll be hard proving anything without any capsules or poppies. These guys ain't stupid. They've taken care of everything. I went to AP to Tokugawa Control. Gates and Tokugawa have been in it together from the beginning. They must control virtually everyone in AP, not to mention Redwood. I got the results from that blood analysis, by the way.
例の白い血液の分析結果は？
ビクトルが分析結果を残していたよ。やはり AP の使用している人工血液だ。現在人工血液には3タイプあるらしい。待ってくれ、メモを読む。前世紀に開発されたフッ素化合物を主原料とした第一世代の人工血液。次に人間のヘモグロビンを遺伝子操作して作られる粉末タイプの第二世代人工ヘモグロビン。最後に今世紀に開発された完全に人工合成された第三世代人工血球の3つ。中でも白い赤血球の特徴を持つタイプは第一世代だけらしい。現在このタイプの旧人工血液は一般での使用は禁止されているとのことだ。使用許可が許されているのは一時的な血液の補給を目的とする軍や AP に限られるらしい。
使用者の特定は？
残念だがこの旧タイプには拒絶反応を起こすような表面構造を持っておらず血液型がないということだ。したがってレッドウッドとは特定できない。しかし奴の使用している血液タイプと同じものであるということは言えるわけだ。
Ask about. Victor never got around to checking the dialyzer data, but it was full of narc. Whoever he is, he's a real fan. The reason he keeps going like that comes from the analgesic effects of the drug. How was Redwood not injured after all that? He was. He was hospitalized under a false name. The story about him having gone to pick up new Imp's chips was bullshit. He probably hasn't fully recovered in such a short amount of time. Okay. Any ideas what happened to Dave? Mara looked into it like she was saying. She found Dave's blood all over Redwood's Goddard. They had to have carried Dave's body away in his Imps. Where do you think they took him? No idea. He's definitely not around BCP. The real question is, why would they want to hide his body? Okay. You think I'm safe here? Have they caught on to what's going on? Probably. Things went too well. They could always be planning to get rid of you some other way, one that doesn't draw any suspicion towards them. If this is part of a trap, why are they being so indirect? You're a terrestrial, meaning your trial would take place on home. You're not a beyond, so you couldn't be tried here. They'd use that lie detector that analyzes a person's P300 brainwaves in trials on home. They're probably afraid you'd expose everything. Wow.
何かいい手はないか。
選挙はかなり不利だ。物的証拠、状況証拠、証人、何もかもが揃いすぎてる。物的証拠として挙げられている VTR もうまく作られているよ。潜入した時撮ったお前の映像と北条の映像をうまく合成している。
このまま奴らの思うがままか。
いや、物的証拠になり得ないものが一つある。
それは
北条の死体だよ。ジョナサン、死体は嘘をつかない。いくら細工してもな。
北条の解剖所見は？
それが妙なんだ。石田の時と同じく BCP での解剖は行われていない。なぜか BCCH の病理へ回されている。
また BCCH か。
北条の死因に関してビクトルが気になることを言っていた。
Okay, it's a BCCH.
気になることって？
北条の死体には確かに生活反応もあり、死亡時刻は4時間前だったが、死因や遺体状態がおかしいと言っていた。
どういうふうに？
石田の時と同じく殺しのサインとなる皮下出血や防御創がどこにも見つからない。それに銃弾が必ずしも致命傷ではないようだ。死因は別にあると言っていた。
死因は別にある？
それからあの死亡推定時刻も怪しいらしい。通常4時間も経つと小さな筋肉が硬直していないとおかしいらしい。ビクトルは死体の VTR を見ただけだが、銃弾が撃ち込まれた時には すでに脳死状態にあった形跡が見られたらしい。
脳死状態だって？
脳死体の生命機能を維持するために投与される特殊な薬品による兆候があったというんだ。
それじゃあ北条はずっと以前に殺されていたというのか？
ああ、そういうことになるな。脳死体を使ったトリックだ。
ビクトルと連絡は取れないのか？
それがビクトルは北条の死体を解剖するとか言って BCCH へ出かけたまま帰らないんだ。連絡もない。何かあったに違いない。
じいさん無茶しやがって。
いいかジョナサン、 BCCH だ。あそこのモルグに北条の遺体があるはずだ。ビクトルのことも気がかりだ。どうやら俺はおとりらしい。わかるなジョナサン。少し危険だが BCCH 行くんだ。俺は泳がされてる。
分かった。奴らの相手を頼んだぞ。
あ、まずい。 AP の奴らだ。切るぞ。
エド、俺のベレッタは？
護送時に盗み出してカレンさんに渡したはずだが。
カレンに？
じゃ、切るぞ。
エドの言う通りよ。銃は私が持ってるわ。
カレン？
うかつだったわね、ジョナサン。覚悟なさい。
カレ
ン。そのまま受話器をゆっくりと置いて。
分かった。本気のようだな。
変なことを考えない方がいいわよ。銃の使い方くらいは分かってるわ。
どうするつもりだ？
そうね。こっちに来てキスしなさい。
カレン？
どう？びっくりしたでしょ？
本気だと思った。
はい、あなたの銃返すわね。
What the fuck?
BCCH へ乗り込むんでしょ？
カレン。
父の本当の死因を知りたいもの。私、そんなに長く生きられないの。だから時間を無駄にしたくない。
カレン。
あなたと一緒にいたいの。母の分まで。それに BCCH は私詳しいのよ。3日に一度は通ってるから案内できる。
あ
あ。ジョナサン？
大丈夫なのか？体の具合良くないんだろ？
悪くなっても大丈夫。病院へ行くんですもの。ね、ジョナサン。
納得いく説明だ。分かった。BCCH へ急ごう。
了解、探偵さん。
Sure. Oh, Act 4. Let's go. I'll stop here. And we'll do disc 3. Go. Sega. No. Act 4, organ.
BCCH に着いたわよ。誰もいないようね。
夜の病院はいいもんじゃないな。
怖いの？
ちょっとね。
弱虫。
いや、病院は苦手なんだ。ポリスノーツになるとき、体中を嫌っていうほど調べられたんだ。それ以来ね。
あの頃は誰でもが宇宙へ行ける時代じゃなかったものね。
君は大丈夫なのか？
私、生きたいから。生き延びたいから。検査も怖くない。
すまなかった。
Badass.
行こうか。
So obviously, if you've played the Zone of the Enders game, so they're also set on space colonies in a nod to Gundam And this game, of course. The door's open. That's the entrance to the emergency room. It's always open for obvious reasons. I see, you really do know your way around this place. Nice try, Ed. Employee entrance, he says. We can enter here.
彼、病院へ入るぞ。案内してくれ。
任しといて。ロビーよ。誰もいないみたい。こんな時間だものね。
彼、モルグはどこに？
確か地下にあるって聞いたわ。
Oh yeah, I want to point out, I noticed during the cutscene that Tokugawa, like the Snatchers, they have 2 of their secret lab, right? Because they were, essentially, because they were able to transform, I mean, not transform it, they obviously just sort of like in the old, what is it, the stereotype of the speakeasy during Prohibition, where you flip the switch and then it goes from a bar to, you know, just a soda fountain or whatever. Okay, let's go to the morgue.
さあ、こっちよ、ジョナサン。モルグは近いよ。足元に気をつけて。
暗い階段だな。何も見えない。
大丈夫よ。私についてきて。行くわよ。ここよ。この病院のモルグは。
真っ暗だ。何も見えん。
ジョナサン、どこかに電気のスイッチがあるはずよ。
わかった。手探りで探してみよ
う。Oh no. No, 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 no.
ん？
Okay.
何かスイッチのようなパネルがあるぞ。タッチセンサーか。
スイッチに光が灯ったわ。これでいくらかは見える。
なんだカレン、そんなとこにいたのか。全然わからなかったよ。
わざとらしいわね。
よし。どれが電気のスイッチだろう。
慎重にね。何のスイッチかわからないんだから。
Okay. No. A little hard to see in this light. Some kind of plastic thing.
よし。まずはこのスイッチからだ。落ち着けカレン。モルグに死体があっても当然だ。
私ダメ、こういうの。
いや待てよ。これダミーだ。よく見てみろ。
What?
あら、ほんと作り物ね。映画の特殊メイクなんかで使うものだわ。一度スタジオで見たことがある。
どうなってるんだこの病院は。
それにしても気味悪いわね。
北条の死体を探そう。
Okay. It's a container for transporting lunar materials. It's got the Tokugawa logo on it. What's something like this doing here? It's no good. It's sealed. The terminal for managing the bodies. Look, it's got a list of all the bodies that have been through here. This type of terminal is automated by 3D data codes. Let's see, there were 5 bodies sent to a number 7 factory on the moon today. We just missed them. They left here 5 hours ago. Where is this number 7 factory? Hold on, I'll check. Mare Imbrium, Plato Crater, Tokugawa Moon Plant. Why are bodies from beyond being sent to Tokugawa's moon plant? Plato? That's it! The Plato your father was talking about before he disappeared wasn't Pluto. It was the Plato Crater. What about my father's body? His name's on here. He was sent there today. So he isn't among the bodies here? We should check those bodies over there. This one's a dummy. 2. What about the others? Let's check this one. Same deal. Same deal. Okay.
なんだ、これも偽物だ。全部そうみたいだな。
変だわ。これだけのマンモス病院なのに死体がないなんて。それにビヨンド内の異常死体はここに運ばれてくるんでしょ。
しかもカムフラージュするためにダミーの人形が吊るしてあるっていうのはどういうことだ？
So like that terminal says my father's body's been sent to the moon? There's a window on it. Go see what's inside.
どれ中に何が入ってるんだろう。これはビクトル。
死んでるの？
いや、肌を見ろ。おそらく脳死状態のバイオモートだ。もう死んでるのと変わらん。
どうしてわかるの？
北条もそうだったらしいってビクトルが言ってた。それに人工呼吸器が埋め込んである。
誰がこんなひどいことを。
徳川だ。ビクトルは北条のことで何かを掴んだんだ。それで口を封じられた。
Poor guy. I gotta get him out of this. It's too late. He's already gone. Who knows? There still might be a chance. We don't know what could happen if we open this. Alright. It's a container for transporting lunar materials. It's got the Tokugawa logo on it. Maybe they didn't have enough room on the last flight. This will be going to the moon too, I'll bet. This is Victor's coffin. What do they plan to do with him on the moon? If what the terminal says is right, we'll have to go to the moon to find your father. We'll have to go to the moon to get my father's body back, won't we? Yeah, all these are dummies. Okay, so how the hell do we go to the moon? It definitely says the destination is the Tokugawa No. 7 factory, Mare and Bridium. In other words, Plato Crater. Well, this is going to take us there, so open it. Oh. Let him go. Nothing we can do for him now. Okay, that would have been really gross and weird. They're right there in a coffin. Okay. Okay, so how do we go to the moon? What am I missing? Some sort of storage container. I wonder what it's for.
よし。何があるんだ。近くへ寄ってみよ
う。What do we got? Oh.
移植用の臓器。
みたいね。気味悪いわ。
これはデイブの腎臓らしい。
デイブさんって？
BCP の刑事だ。エドの部下の。行方不明になっていたんだ。
どうしてここにそのデイブさんの腎臓があるわけ
？The kidney time of removal and donor compatibility data are written here. It's a picture of Dave. A diagram of the body. One of the kidney areas has been highlighted in red. This is a diagram of the organs that have been removed. Any red dots represent the ones they've taken out. And that's the Tokugawa logo, the 3 hollyhock leaves. What's his stamp? Ah, it's where it came from. Okay. And this one?
それじゃこっちのは誰のだ？見ろ。これは BCCH の石田の心臓だ。プレートにドナーのデータが記載されている。
Look, this one's the same. The heart's time of removal and donor compatibility data are written here. It's a picture of Ishida. Uh-huh. Oh, one of the eyes. Wow. Okay, they have the same factory stamp on them. Both of them had to have come from there, from Tokugawa's No. 7 factory on the moon, at the Plato Crater. Is Victor going to be sent to this No. 7 factory too? This is the Tokugawa logo. They've got it on this one too. Look at him, even sticks his damn logo on him. Amazing how they feel comfortable enough to do that. Okay. That's Ishida's heart. One of Dave's kidneys. Oh. So what do we do now? What am I missing? What's this dust? It's very fine. It's lunar regolith, I'm sure of it. These containers must have been sent here along with minerals from the moon. A special storage container for organs. Hey, that kind of looks like the thing that BB's in, this pod. From Death Stranding, I just realized. This container can store organs for long periods of time after their removal.
ジョナサン、何か音がしたわ。
誰だ。ジョナサン、撃つな。俺だ、エドだ。
エド、脅かすなよ。
悪いな、こっちも慣れんのでな、こういうところは。
つけられなかったか。
大丈夫だ、メリルが俺の替え玉をしてくれてる。
メリルも気をつけないと危険だな。
で、どうだった、北条の死体は。
それが変なんだ。このモルグには死体がないんだ。北条の死体も。あるのは偽物の人形だけだ。みんな徳川の月面工場に送られてる。
月面工場、それは妙だ。ビクトルは？
ビクトルならそこに眠ってる。手遅れだった。
なんてこった。じいさん、まさかじいさんもバイオモートに？
そのようだ。それにデイブの腎臓がその保存庫に入ってる。月から送られてきたことになっているが、デイブはすでに解体されていたんだ。
急がないと北条の死体も。唯一の物的証拠だからな、あの死体は。
エド。
ああ、すまないカレンさん。
二人とも月面工場に行きましょう。まだ間に合うはずよ。
月か、遠いぞ。
どうやって行く？
BBC の月取材用ライセンスがあるけど。
それじゃ目立ちすぎる。これでも指名手配の身だ。
俺に任せろ。煩わしい手続き不要のスペシャルツアーを知ってる。
カレン、君はビヨンドに残って情報操作を続けてくれ。月はまだ一般人には危険だ。
メリルに護衛させよう。しっかり頼む。俺たちがビヨンドにいるように細工してくれ。
分かったわ。なんとかやってみる。 BBC の CG チームに相談してみるわ。しばらくの間なら CG 合成でごまかせるはず。
ナークカプセルの件はほんのきっかけに過ぎんかもしれん。
石田の言っていたもっと恐ろしいことの意味か。
ビクトルはどうする？ここに置いていくのか？
俺たちで葬ってやりたいが、今はどうにもできん。
じいさん、すまない。
先生、必ず迎えに来る。とにかく月へだ。
Wow. It's a phenomenal game. Something about reading all this stuff out loud has made it... Oh, look at that. It's definitely made me get into it a lot more than I did when I played it by myself, weirdly enough. Oh, yeah. Act 5, Lunar.
1979年に作成された月協定に従い、月の天然資源は全人類の共同財産であり、というわけで徳川月面工場では月資源を国際法に基づき採掘加工し、ホームやコロニーへ供給することを目的としております。皆様の徳川へのご投資がこのように全人類に役立っているのがお分かりかと思います。紀元前ギリシャのルキアノスが月旅行の空想小説を書いてから、
うまく月面工場へ潜り込めたな。しかし株主見学ツアーとは考えたもんだ。だがサルバトーレに気づかれると大変だぞ。
大丈夫だ。宇宙服を着ていれば見つからん。
宇宙服なんて着るの何年ぶりだろう。
さあジョナサン、フェイスプレートの濃度を上げろ。音声出力も変調させておくんだぞ。
分かってる。石段のやり方なら。
しかし宇宙服を着るときぐらい タバコを離したらどうだ。
これがないと落ち着かない。
死ぬまで何かに頼って生きるつもりか。
エド。
まあいい。サルバトーレの話を聞こう。それとなく第7工事について探りを入れてみる。
本来なら船内服のようなラフな格好でご案内したいのですが、当工場は宇宙ホテルのような設備が整っておりません。1気圧に油圧されていますが、安全のために宇宙服は着たままでお願いします。それでは私だけ喋っていても退屈でしょうから、皆様からの質問を頂戴したいと思います。月面工場の全貌と各設備はここから窓越しに見渡せます。皆様のバイザー内のアイポイントセンサーと連動していますので、指示は目線でわかります。さあ、どなたかご質問は。
Those are solar parabolic mirrors for generating electricity. They provide a good chunk of the energy we use here. The moon takes about 27 days to orbit the Earth, so they operate for the 14 or so days of sunlight here, changing their angles according to the position of the sun. That's the MATS driver, a giant catapult driven by a linear motor. To put it simply, it launches payloads towards L2. That's Lagrangian? How do you say it? Lagrangian point? L2, at speeds of over 2.4 kilometers per second. That object that looks like a track is an acceleration rail that launches linear motor cars, also called buckets. The rail is almost 7 kilometers long. We're presently not using that factory for manufacturing purposes. Really? It's being used solely as a makeshift warehouse at the moment. None of interest there. Okay, if you say so. There's Salvatore. We can't let him catch it, so let's stay towards the back. And there's Earth, huh? The synchronization of the moon's sidereal rotation and revolution periods means that Earth is always visible from here. Being able to see Earth, or home as it's often called, is a comfort for those who work on the moon. That tank's used for storing substances such as liquid hydrogen and liquid nitrogen. So as somebody who's from Houston, we're very proud of our city's history in terms of the space race and all that. But obviously that's ancient history at this point. Is that Ed? No, these are Tokugawa shareholders. Must have a lot of free time if they can afford to come to a place like this. Where have I not looked? Ah, excuse me, can I ask a question? Yes, you back there. Nice to see someone finally has a question. Go ahead, ask anything you want. The moon. Oh god. No. The plant operations. There are numerous minerals found in abundance on the moon, such as ilmenite, for example. We mine and process these, and what we don't use here is exported to Earth and space colonies such as beyond. Nearly all the materials used to construct the plant have come from little resources. After processing, the minerals are exported via the mass driver you were looking at. In the interest of safety, please do not go near any of the restricted areas. The number 7 factory is particularly dangerous due to the contaminated material stored inside. On the moon, one day lasts about 1 month. This tends to upset humans' circadian rhythm, or our rhythm of life. This can lead to fatigue as well as bring about various changes in the body. You should try to maintain a regular daily schedule and stick to suggested sleeping hours while on the moon. Okay. The spacesuits you're all wearing are semi-hard extravehicular mobility units, or EMUs, made from materials such as aluminum alloys and stainless steel. That composition allows the suit's internal pressure to be set at 0.7 bar, thus reducing the depressurization time on spaceships and space bases. Okay. The moon, with its low gravity, ultra-low temperature, and high vacuum, sterile environment, allows us to manufacture made-on-the-moon drugs and other products with very high purity. The employees we have working here include computer engineers, geologists, astronomers, physicists, biologists, chemists, space medical scientists, doctors, architects, and security officers such as myself. We're all employees in the Tokugawa group. Am I able to actually... No need to feel shy, guys. Our windows are reinforced with 3 layers of 2-inch thick lead glass to help protect against the high levels of cosmic radiation here. Man, that model at the Tokugawa building captured every detail of the real thing. Break? It's being used solely as a makeshift warehouse at the moment. Nothing of interest. Doesn't use any liquid hydrogen. The materials are caught by a mass catcher at L2. We use the mass driver for the transportation of minerals excavated here. Alright. Let's keep talking. Factories. We have a total of 7 factories on the moon plant, numbered from 1 through 7. Each factory manufactures a variety of moon-related products around the clock. Number 7.
第7工場は何をやっているところですか？カタログにも載っていないんですが。
第7工場。さっきポインティングしてた工場のことですか。ああ、あそこは採掘した鉱石などをしまっておく倉庫だったんです。
あそこの露天掘りは枯れてるんでしょう。エニウムさんもね。
よくご存知ですね。以前の話ですよ。今は閉鎖されています。汚染廃棄物の捨て場になっています。今は第6工場までしか稼働していません。それはそうと、あなたの音声出力は少し変ですね。後で係の者に言ってください。
Sure thing. Okay. Certain areas I can't touch upon for confidentiality reasons. It's no longer being used for production. Even so, I'm unable to show you inside. You'll have to settle for looking at it from here. No need to feel shy, guys. Can we just go? Break. Wait. The insides of the factories all contain sensitive business information, so I'm afraid I'm unable to show you inside any of them. For instance, I'm sure you're aware that the very effective helium-3 purification process in use here is a patent of the Tokugawa Group. Okay. Okay, the moon's radius is 1,738 kilometers, or 1/4 of Earth's. Its average distance from Earth is 385,000 kilometers, and it orbits it at a speed of just over 1 kilometer per second. Its gravity is 1/6 of Earth's, and its mass 1/81st. As the plant contains sensitive business information, the use of cameras, video recorders, or virtual recorders is not permitted anywhere inside the facility. The plant's powered by solar energy as well as helium-3 nuclear fusion. We gather solar energy through the parabolic mirrors you were looking at. Helium-3 is almost non-existent on Earth, but it's found in relatively large quantities here on the Moon. We're able to produce 1 kilo of helium-3 from 100,000 tons of lunar regolith. Okay. An overly curious mind such as yours can be a dangerous thing in outer space.
ヨナさん、その辺でやめとけ。
何ですか？
いや。
とにかく第7工場は皆様にお見せできるようなものではありません。それに危険です。大事なお客様を危険な目に遭わせるわけには参りません。
Of course. This glass can't be broken with your bare hands. It isn't like what you see in them old sci-fi movies. Okay. Uh-huh. Huh. Okay. You may find them somewhat difficult to move in, but various parts like the arms, legs, and boots are made out of materials such as polyester and urethane resin. This recording? Yes. Which I think helps keep any real discomfort to a minimum. Also, the soles of your boots and the carpeting inside the plant are both covered with Velcro, making it easier to walk. Okay. It's located on the near side of the moon in the Plato crater. which is itself situated on the northern shore of Mare Imbrium, the moon's second largest mare. Mare Imbrium means Sea of Rains. The Plato crater is approximately 100 kilometers in diameter, with its smooth floor widely known as one of the darkest places on the moon. It's a considerable distance to the nearest base, so you could say we're pretty isolated here. The only way to get here is by LSM from a lunar orbit and space station. You've also been charged with overseeing various life science experiments. Since no organisms naturally exist here, there's no risk of contamination, and its vacuum environment also eliminates the possibility of a biohazard occurring. We carry out such non-production related operations under the watchful eye of the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. Okay. We have a little under 60 employees total. We're inspected by the UN twice a year. But apart from that, it's just us here. There are no intervening government organizations. It's been over 70 years since the first Apollo landed, and over 30 years since man returned to the moon and completed the first manned moon base, located in Oceanus Procellarum, or Ocean of Storms. Going by the 5-stage plan for lunar development proposed by German space engineer Dr. Kraft Echrich, we have finally arrived at the 4th stage as we attempt to expand manufacturing capabilities and improve the living environment on the moon. There are several theories in regard to the origin of the moon. The giant impact theory states that the moon is a result of a collision between celestial bodies. Then there's the fission theory, which says that the moon was once part of Earth. There's also the co-formation theory, which states that the moon was formed out of the same gas as Earth. Another theory, the capture theory, says that the moon was captured by Earth's gravitational pull. As of now, no theory has been proven correct. If development on the moon advances to the point where we can conclusively determine its internal composition, a definite answer should finally emerge. I'm gonna have to wrap up the questions in a minute. If a lunar city can be successfully completed, we'll be witnessing the birth of a new paradigm. However, development on the far side of the moon is a different story. At present, it's only used for such purposes as housed in radio telescopes. I really will have to stop the Q&A momentarily. To the far southeast, you will find Mare Tranquillitatis, or Sea of Tranquility, where astronauts Armstrong and Aldrin landed near the equator with Apollo 11. The footprints they left behind have been preserved and are now a famous tourist destination. Okay, it's currently daytime here. Temperature can rise as high as 123 degrees Celsius in sunlight and fall as low as minus 233 degrees in darkness. You're very interested in the moon, aren't you? Okay. To the west, you can see the beautiful Sinus Iridum, which translates to Rainbow Bay. Okay. I can assure you they're safe, covered with optical fiber. We can prevent any accidents resulting from wearing the metal before they occur. Your emus are also equipped with a urine collection device as well as a supply of drinking water, though the two ain't connected. Instructions can be found on your visor's HUD. Okay. The moon, its average distance from Earth is 385,000 kilometers and orbits it at a speed of just over 1 kilometer per second. Oh, I've already read this. Damn it. Can I go to the... I hope I've satisfied your curiosity. Unfortunately, that's about all the time we have. We'll need to be moving on now.
それでは徳川月面工場について十分ご理解されたことと思います。出発の時間です。次の LSM 便は1ヶ月先となりますので、お乗り遅れのないようにお願いします。またの機会にいい旅を。
LSM が月周回ステーションへ帰っていく。
これでもう帰れないぞ。アルキメデスクレーターまで歩いていくわけにはいかん。覚悟はいいな。
LSM が向こうに着くまで乗客のチェックはない。それまで俺たちは自由に行動できる。
やはり第7工場だ。あそこが怪しい。
さっきもサルバトーレの応対がおかしかったしな。北条の死体は第7工場に送られたことになっていたんだ。
さあ第7工場を調べに行く。中央案内所だ。閉めたぞ。誰もいないようだ。
Okay. Let's go.
おい、エンプスだ。なんでエンプスが月面に？
AP がいるってことだ。あれは月面用に改造されてるようだがな。
ますます怪しいな。民間の企業がエンプスを警備に使用してるなんて。何が閉鎖中の倉庫だ。サルバトーレのやつ。
It's the entrance to the number 7 factory. The door's closed. There should be a lock system somewhere. Here it is, the door's lock system. The same as the one at Tokugawa.
北条の ID カードはゲイツに没収された。
心配するな。俺が BCP からくすねてきた。
Good man.
ジョナさん、扉が開いたぞ。
A moon imps. It's called the Oberth. You must be able to pilot it without removing your spacesuit. Okay?
中に入るぞ。いいな。よし、中に入った。表のハッチを閉めるぞ。
さあ、正面の扉を開けるぞ。
待て。もう少しで減圧が終わる。OK だ、オールグリーン。何があるかわからん。ヘルメットはかぶったままで行こう。
賛成だ。顔を見られたくないしな。
扉を開けるぞ。これはバイオモートの山だ。
エド、ハードスーツに内蔵されているバーチャルレコーダーを回せ。ビヨンドへ帰って BBC へ渡す。
分かった。
エド、一体奴らは何を？
北条の死体を探そう。 VTR に収める。月資源を探査するときに使うものだ。ある程度の立証にはなるはず。ジョナサン、
デイブだ。
デイブ！
ほらエド、腎臓を摘出した跡がある。保護してあるが BCCH で見た腎臓を刈り取った跡だ。
刈り取った臓器は人工臓器が代役を果たしているようだ。
この状態でどこまで組織を生かせられるんだ。
普通脳死状態でほっとくと3日から4日後に心停止に至るんだが、昇圧剤、利尿剤などの延命剤の投与で心停止を引き延ばせるらしい。
残るは北条の死体はこれか？
脳死状態の死体だ。通常静死体、バイオモードとか心死体、ネオモードとか言われている。
脳の機能は停止しているが、人工呼吸器や生命維持システムで死体を生かしているんだ。それじゃあ北条の死体はこっちか。
These people were all young. They must be using the biomorts for preserving organs. What would they use Victor's bodies for? He's past the age limit for donation. No idea. Let's check out the other bodies. You think Hojo's really here? Looks like they're alive in there. Well, that's technically true. Their cells aren't dead after all. Where do you think Hojo's body is? That reminds me so much of what Big Boss says about Venom Snake when he's like, well, he looks awake now, you know? Okay, where is Hojo? Those bastards. Should we take a look at the ones in the back, too? I get the feeling it ain't gonna be any prettier. Where do you think Hojo's body is?
嫌な予感は的中した。なんてこった。幼児の死体まである。ひどいことを。
Look at them desecrating the dead like this. Babies. They've even got babies in these things. Hey, Death Stranding. Where do you think Hojo's body is? Look at them. Yeah. Let's check out the other bodies. Okay. Which body have I not? Are these life support machines? Yeah. These machines keep the bodies alive as biomorts. Oh, like Lisa in Death Stranding. Artificial respirators, hearts, lungs, kidneys. What do they call it? Oh man, brood? No. I'll think of it in a second. Each body is connected. Oh, still mother. Still mother is what they're called. Each body is connected to a life support system matching its specific needs, and it's all controlled by computer. If we disconnected these people would finally be free. How come you know so much about all this? It's not a hobby or anything. When Catherine got sick, I acquired it all naturally. That's right, I forgot. Sorry.
これは
あ
ジョナサン、あったぞ。北条の死体だ。
No kidding.
弾痕が直してある。ちゃんと縫合して。
見ろ。臓器が傷つかないようにわざと狙いを外して打ち込んである。ビクトルの言った通りだ。奴らは北条のバイオモートを使ってお前をはめたんだ。
手際がいいな。死体をトリックに使い、すぐさま回収してバイオモートとしてここに保管している。
ビヨンドを探しても見つからんはずだ。北条はここにずっといたんだ。
立証できるか？
VTR だけではどうかな。今の技術じゃ VTR の細工は簡単だからな。
細工ができるということは細工を見破る技術も進歩してるってことだ。
ああ、このバーチャルレコーダーは画像だけでなく各種のセンサーデータも同時に収録できるしな。
この映像は彼には見せられん。あのモニターは証券取引所のようだ。分かったぞ。徳川はビヨンドやホームからバイオモートをこの月に集め、全宇宙へ向けての臓器密売を行っていたんだ。
ここにあるバイオモートは商品である臓器や組織を保存する容器ってわけだな。
北条が行方不明になったのもデイブの死体が消えたのもバイオモートとして臓器密売に利用するためだったんだ。BCP で正規の死体解剖が行われなかったのはそういう裏があ
ったんだ。北条もデイブも商品のストックにされた。もうじきビクトルも送られてくる。
石田の言いかけたもっと恐ろしいことっていうのは臓器密売のことだったんだ。
俺たちは目先のことしか見てなかった。
奴らが隠そうと躍起になっていたのはナークの件ではなくこのことだったんだ。
その通りだ、ジョナサン。
誰だ？
しばらくぶりだな、ジョナサン、エド。こんなところで会えるとは思わなかったよ。
その声は？
そうだ、私だよ。ようこそお二人さん、月世界セレノスフェアへ。
サルバトーレ、貴様も徳川の犬とはな。
ここで何をしてる？
見ての通りさ。ホームやビヨンドからバイオモートを買い取り、ここで保存。我々の臓器配分ネットワークとリンク、電話一本で全世界への臓器提供を行っている。商品には専門の処理と加工を施してな。そのための専門医を抱えている。どこの国の政府機関もできないことを我々がしている。
臓器の密売用か。
ホームのマフィアや組織にナーコを提供する代わりに彼らから健康な死体をもらう。人身売買、誘拐、殺人、バイオモートの入手方法は彼らが決める。
地球で頻発してる幼児誘拐はこのためか。
君らが必死になって追っていたナークカプセルは単なる彼らへのサービスの一つに過ぎ。
腑に落ちんな。なぜ黒消しの栽培だけをビヨンドでする？ここで栽培すれば安全なはず。
いい質問だ。この月面では、ここでは黒消しは実をつけるのだよ。黒消しのような繊細な種の栽培は無理だ。重力生物学はまだ現象を説明することしかできない。
それでビヨンド内で栽培を。
サルバトーレ、自分が何をしてるか分かってるのか？
分かってるさ。慈善事業だ。誰もができないことを我々がやってる。もちろん金はいただくがね。宇宙開発の陰にはドラッグと臓器が必要だ。人類は宇宙環境に適応できない。漆黒の宇宙空間、あの孤立感。選ばれて訓練されたものでも頭がおかしくなる。ジョナサン、お前もよく理解できるだろう。薬なしのクリーンな宇宙旅行はせいぜいこの月まで
だ。だから許されるというのか。
たかが麻薬だ。我々は麻薬がなければ生きてゆけんのだ。そして降り注ぐ宇宙船、無重量。人体や遺伝子にさまざまな影響が出る。薬と同様、宇宙開発には臓器のスペアが必要なんだ。見ろ、このバイオモート。人類のスペア部品だ。宇宙開発で傷つき病んだ我々を救ってくれる。ここは6分の1時。バイオモートの保存にもってこいだ。ホームだと床ずれの心配がある。逆に無重量だと臓器の機能が弱る。まさに月は臓器保存に最適の地なんだ。刈り取った商品は加工した後に月資源に混ぜてマスドライバーで送る。
加工？
臓器移植といってもさまざまなケースがある。我々は必要な臓器を必要な状態に加工してすぐ移植できるようにしている。高齢者や感染症を起こしているバイオモート以外は全てここへ送られる。
じゃあなぜビクトルのような高齢者を？
バイオモートの利用方法は移植用臓器や血液の保存のみではない。北条やビクトルのような高齢者のバイオモートは希少なホルモンなどの生産や新薬開発用の実験体として使われる。若い女のバイオモートは人工子宮として子供を産むこともできる。もう代理母の必要もない。北条は特異的な血液型所有者なので血液の生産用に保存している。全世界に臓器が不足している。毎日のようにニュースではその話題だ。どうだね、宇宙医学のために十分なっているだろ。なあエド、お前も我々の臓器ネットワークの存在を知っていれば女房は助かったのにな。
キャサリン、
宇宙開発とドラッグ、そして将来的なドナーの欠乏、そこにいち早く目をつけたのが徳川だ。奴はこのことを30年前に予測していた。
救世主サルバドール気取りだな、サルバトー
レ。今から30年前、ポリスノーツとしてビヨンドへ派遣された時、徳川からこの計画を持ちかけられた。徳川、ゲイツ、そして私は徳川の財力とコネクション、さらに BCP を操作してビヨンドに君臨する策略を練った。その長期にわたる計画にはエドとジョナサン、お前らのような金と権力に欲のない道徳論者が邪魔だった。
まさかあの事故？
なんてことだ。
30年前のエンプス、 ユーリーの暴走事故。徳川の命令で私が細工した。事故後、救助活動を遅らせるようにしたのはゲイツだ。
あれが人為的な事故？
しかし貴様が生きていようとはしぶといやつだ。すでに我々の計画は成功し、システムは起動している。今となってはお前らがどう叫ぼうとびくともせんが、徳川を怒らせてしまったからな。始末せねばならん。
サルバトーレ、
エド、ジョナサン、悲しい顔をするな。お前たちを見送った後、すぐにでもお前たちの家族や仲間たちに会わしてやる。あの世でな。
しまった。マークやアナも。
お前らプラトークレーターの語源を知ってるか？
ギリシャ神話のプルトン。
そう、プルトンとは止めるものの意味だが、ギリシャローマ神話のプルトンは冥界の神、つまりあの世、ビヨンドのな。我々を象徴するにはぴったりの地名だ。そしてお前たちもこのバイオモートのようにここで眠ることになる。この死者と生者とをつなぐこのプラトーの地でな。
くそ、エド、ビヨンドへ戻ろう。
そいつに頼ってもダメだ。そこの腰抜けは銃が撃てないんだ。覚悟しろ。
バイオモート生命維持装置システムに異常事態が発生しました。
死んだ。ジョナサン、長居はできん。エンプスが来る。ここを脱出しよう。
どうやってここを出る？ LSM は来ないぞ。
いい考えがある。
聞きたくない。こういう時のお前の思いつきはろくなことがなかった。
マスドライバーだ。あれに乗ってここを出る。
やっぱりな。むちゃくちゃな考えだ。
それしか変える方法はない。ひとまずここを出て中央案内所まで戻ろう。さあ、ここから脱出しよう。
Alright. Well.
ジョナサン、気をつけろ。エンプスのコックピットが閉じてる。
は？
まずい。
Oh. Are you serious, bro? I'm dead. Fuck. Well, what the hell? Still recording, I hope to God. Okay, yes. I'll beat him this time. How
ジョナサン、気をつけろ。エンプスのコックピットが閉じてる。まずい。やったぞ、ジョナサン。
ひとまずな。
Okay, let's go. Wait, wait, wait.
よし、中央案内所に戻ったぞ。マスドライバーを探そう。
Isn't that it?
あれだ、あれがマスドライバーだ。あれを使って脱出しよ
う。OK。
ジョナさん、外へ出るぞ。わかった。よし、行くぞ。駆け足だぞ。いいな。6分の 1G だ。前傾姿勢をとって小刻みに歩くんだ。
俺も元ポリスノーツだ。うまくやれるさ。火星の3分の 1G よりは楽だ。
これがマスドライバー。ここから L2 のマスキャッチャーやバケットコーンへ向けて月資源を乗せたペイロードがマッハ 7.2 で射出されてる。
マッハなんだって。
秒速 2.4 キロに達した瞬間、レンジ誘導トルクによって 100G 近いブレーキがかかってペイロードは射出される。
100G だって？それじゃ俺たちは G で潰される。
大丈夫。大 G ショックポットだ。徳川の大切な臓器やバイオモートを運んでたんだ。安全なはず。
まさに棺桶だ。俺は遠慮する。
眠ってればちゃんと送り届けてくれるさ。
ゲート、よくそんなことが言えるな。いつから楽観主義者になったんだ？俺は鉛筆事故以来兵所恐怖症なんだ。
分かってるさ。今日で終わりにすればいい。
Okay, that's the mass driver's control tower. We can get in one of the pods from there. I can't do this, Ed. There has to be some other way. Jonathan, there is no other way out of here. You're just gonna have to deal with it. You go on without me. I'll stay here. Jonathan, there is no other way out. Just gonna have to deal with it. Okay. That's the guideway, the mass driver's acceleration rail. I can't ride in these kinds of things anymore. Trust me, it's our only way back. Buckets carrying minerals are being launched along the guideway. Get in the pod. Do it.
見ろ、あの鉛筆。
なんで月面に BCP でしか許可されていないゴダート型がいるんだ。
徳川は鉛筆の施設部隊を持ってるに違いない。
なんてこったら。けど反動がある。体を押さえてくれ。
ジョナサン、頼むぞ。
さすがは貫通だ。
新手だ。ジョナサン、撃て。やった。ジョナサン、第2波が来るまでに乗り込もう。さあ、ジョナサン。
Alright.
エド、本当に大丈夫だろうな。
ジョナサン、早く乗れ。
これに人が乗ったことがあるのか。
これから俺たちが乗るのさ。よ
くわかった。
行くぞ。G に備えろ。
やっぱりやめた方がよかった。
もう遅い。生きていたら L2 で会おう。
Okay. Not saying much at this stage because we're just flying through this. Alright. Act 6. BIOMORT.
ようやくたどり着いたな。あれから6日は経つ。
みんな無事だろうか。至急カレンに月でのバーチャルレコーダー映像とセンサーデータのリンクを頼もう。
BBC のバーチャル編集機を使えればいいんだが。
見張りはいないようだ。入ろう。
パパ、大変よ。
マークがどうした？
デカ長見て、これが今朝家に。
くそ、やつらマークを。なんてこった。
マークはどうなるの？
AMM は30周年記念のイベントでごった返してるわよ。
やつら俺たちを AMM へおびき寄せて公的に射殺するつもりだな。
今出て行ったら危険よ。彼らの思うツボだわ。
俺一人で行く。やつらマークに何かしてみろ。ただではすまん。
落ち着けエド。俺たちが揃って出ていけばマークも助からん。
じゃあどうするんだ。
いい手があるわ。
何？
テレビを使うの。
なるほど、テレビ中継車とはな。
AMM にも何台か回していたのを思い出したの。 AMM 内の数箇所にカメラをセッティングしてあるわ。これだと外に出なくても監視できるでしょ。 AMM のほとんどの場所はカバーできるはず。
ああ、それにこの無線があればな。エド、聞こえるか？
聞こえるぞ、ジョナサン。
メリル、聞こえるか？奴らを見かけたか？
いえ、まだ見てないわ。でも私服だとわからないわよ。
すぐわかるさ。奴ら顔色がない。
顔色ね。そうだ、カレンさん、気分はどう？大丈夫、平気よ。ちょっとは良くなったわ。
具合悪いのか？
ジョナサンたちが月に行ってる間に一度倒れて入院したのよ。大変だったんだから。
え？本当なのか？
いつものことよ。気にしてたら何もできないわ。私のことより今はマークちゃんのことよ。
ああ、そうだな。
ジョナサン、いたか？
エド、少しは落ち着けよ。
分かってる。マークを見つけたらすぐ教えてくれ。マークは俺の息子だ。
分かってる。
俺は
エド、しっかりしろ。時間はいくらでもあるけど結論を急ぐな。いいな、冷静にな。
分かった、ジョナサン。俺は月面コーナーを見張る。
エドは月には詳しいからな。
バカ言え。
私はロビーへ行くわ。じゃジョナサン、それじゃあこのモニターの使い方を説明するわね。
Okay.
AMM 内には合計8台のカメラがセットされているの。このテレビ中継車には中継モニターが4つしかないから同時に4箇所しか見られない。
それで
1台のモニターが2台のカメラから送られてくる映像を掛け持ちしてるわけだから、カメラを切り替えるときはモニターの上にあるカメラのボタン番号を押せばいいわ。見たいカメラナンバーを押すとそのカメラからの映像がモニターに出るわ。簡単でしょ。左上のモニターはロビーに置いてある1番2番のカメラを、右上のモニターはビヨンドコーナーに置いてある3番4番のカメラを、左下のモニターは月面コーナーに置いてある5番6番のカメラを、右下のモニターは探査コーナーに置いてある7番8番のカメラをそれぞれ映しているわ。
映像の違いは？
それぞれ偶数のカメラはロングの映像を映しているわ。
無線はどうやって使う？
エドかメリルさんの映っている画面をクリックすればいいわ。
分かった。
じゃあ始めましょう。
Okay, I'm gonna save here. I can't save. Shit. Isn't this Five Nights at Freddy's the same thing? It's another case of parallel thinking. The wide shot of the Beyond corner. Everything seems fine at the space corner. Ed doesn't see anything unusual. Nothing to report right now. I haven't noticed anyone suspicious. Huh? Oh!
ジョナサン、ビヨンドコーナーのモニターが消えたわ。
なんだ?
What the hell? Is it a problem on our end? Nope. Something's wrong with the feed. And one of you guys go look.
メリル、ビヨンドコーナーのモニターがおかしい。調べてみてくれ。
わかったわ。
Meryl's on her way to the Beyond corner. Alright. Just out of the Coral Hall. Wide shot. Huh?
メリル、どうした?
ジョナサン、誰かのいたずらよ。カメラにハンカチがかけてあったわ。
ハンカチ? いたずらにしちゃ変だな。
おとりかしら。
メリル、ロビーに戻っておいてくれ。
わかった。一回りしてから帰るわ。
気を抜くなよ。
私が気を抜くのは恋した時だけよ。じゃ。
それじゃあ大丈夫だ。
Okay. Okay. Ed, how are things?
カメラにハンカチがかけてあったそうだ。
ハンカチ？子供のいたずらだろうか。
エド、注意してくれよ。
わかった。
Okay. Okay. Ah!
あの男、あのバイクの男だ。
Okay, that's him. So now let's tell him. Where's Ed? Ed!
エド、いたぞ。
どこだ？
ビヨンドコーナーだ。メリルと連絡が取れん。エド。
わかった。ビヨンドコーナーへ向かう。
Okay, where's Meryl at? Come on, Ed. Oh, he's gone. Damn it. Now we're playing Where's Waldo. He disappeared. Hurry up, Ed, we're gonna lose him. Where'd he go? He's not showing up on the other camera either. Hey, Ed. Where is he, Jonathan? I lost him. You don't see him anywhere? No, I can't see him. He should be around there somewhere. Okay, well, I'll keep looking. Where are you? Meryl.
メリル、来たぞ。さっきビヨンドコーナーにいた。
見失ったの。
そっちに行ったかもしれん。気をつけてくれ。
わかったわ。
Okay. Wait a second.
マークだ。マークがいたぞ。それにこの宇宙服。 石田の着ていたものだ。
よかった。マークちゃん元気そうよ。
The guy in the spacesuit was marked. Alright.
エド、マークがいたぞ。ロビーだ。宇宙服の男と一緒だ。マークは無事か？無事だ。メリルをやる。罠かもしれん。いいな。そこで待機してろ。任せたぞ。
Meryl, get on it.
メリル、マークを発見。宇宙服の男とロビーにいる。急いでくれ。ロビーだ。
他には？
二人しか見えない。
分かったわ。ロビーへ向かうわ。
Alright. What? He's gone? Damn it. If we don't hurry, we'll lose him. Yeah, we've lost Mark. He might have headed your way. I don't see him here. Try looking with the cameras. Okay. Meryl. He's not showing up anywhere on the monitors. He isn't here, Jonathan. Damn it. Where is he? Ah!
いたぞ。探査コーナーだ。
マークも一緒だわ。
エド、メリル、二人とも聞こえるか？いたか？
え、どうしたの？
見つけたぞ。探査コーナーだ。探査コーナーへ急げ。
了解。探査コーナーですぐ行くわ。
俺も我慢ならん。探査コーナーへ向かう。
Ed, no. Don't do it.
待て、エド。マーク。エド、罠だ。後ろにレッドウッドが。
Oh, fuck.
ジョナサン、どこだ？見てるか？お前の目の前でこいつを殺してやる。
エド、危ない！エドー！くそ、やつらめ！
ダメよ、ジョナサン。
彼！
ジョナサン、マークは無事よ。早く救急車呼んで。デカ長が。
ジョナサン、あいつだ。あいつもグルだ。
ジョナサン、今度はお前だ。
ジョナサン、救急車を呼んで。ジョナサン、ジョナサン、どうしたの？ジョナサン。
Oh my god.
ジョナサン、ジョナサン。
No. Okay. Sure.
クリス、エドはどうなんだ？
手術はうまくいったみたい。でも意識が戻らないの。しばらくこの ICU で様子を見ないとね。
パパ。
デカ長、できるだけのことはやってみるわ。あとは祈るしかない。
クリス、エドが良くなるまでエドが入院してることは内密に頼む。担当医やナースにも漏らさないように言ってくれ。
分かってるわ。患者の命を守るのが医者の務めよ。
ジョナサン、パパ大丈夫よね？
アナ。
ごめんなさい。私がそばにいながら。
いや、アナ、俺がエドをこの事件に巻き込んだ。エドは嫌がってたんだ。
違うわ、ジョナサン。パパいつもジョナサンのこと言ってた。ジョナサンが帰ってきてくれたって生き生きしてた。あんなパパ見るの母さんが死んでから初めて。
エドがそんなことを。
私パパにうんと長く生きてもらいたい。 これまで私パパに苦労ばかりかけてきたもの。パパ、私のこと気にして再婚もせずに。LS のバッグの時だって私無茶な注文してパパを困らせた。
アナ、あれは。
知ってるわジョナサン。でも私嬉しかった。そんなに私のこと気遣ってくれるなんて。私はパパから本物の愛情をもらったもの。
アナちゃん、マークちゃん、パパは心配ないわ。私たちがきっと元気にしてみせるわ。
ミリュウ、あなたたちを頼む。カレンの容体を見てくる。どうですか、カレンは。
やっと落ち着いたところです。カレンさんの親族の方ですか。
いや、知り合いです。
彼女、とても危険な状態です。こんなに無理をしてあれほど安静にしていなければいけないって忠告してたんですが。
そうだったんですか。
私はカレンさんの主治医コリンズです。これまでカレンさんの治療を担当してきました。あなたどこかでお会いしましたか。
いや、人違いじゃないですか。
まあどうでもいいことですがね。ジョナサン・イングラムさん。大丈夫です。警察には言いません。心配しないでください。あのニュースが本当か嘘かなんてあなたやカレンさんを見ればわかります。
あなたは俺を信じるんですか。
医者というものは本来体のことだけではなく心の中までも診察できなければね。
ありがとう先生。
感謝するのならゴドウィン理事長にしなさい。我々は彼女に従っているだけです。それよりも彼女の容体が心配です。
I'm gonna save right quick. Okay, here we go. Load new disc. Disc 3. Alright. Sure. Asked to look for Kenzo Hojo by his ex-wife, Lorraine, Jonathan uncovers Tokugawa's secret operations during his investigation. Having gone to AMM to rescue Mark, Ed is shot and critically wounded by Redwood. Furthermore, Karen collapses from the effects of her aplastic anemia. Jonathan inquires about her condition at the hospital. Okay, we're getting near the end, guys. Karen. Her skin doesn't look good. It's so pale. Her anemia is quite severe. She has bruises too. Those are caused by her platelet count being so low. Yeah. Is it okay if we talk? Sure. Ask about Karen's illness. Karen has aplastic anemia. So obviously in Death Stranding, minor spoilers, I guess, about Fragile. She gets, pretty sick by the end of the game, right? Doing all those jumps. Karen has aplastic anemia. Basically, there's an abnormality in her bone marrow's hematopoietic stem cells, the cells that create new blood. And they aren't able to produce blood cells, and they aren't able to produce blood correctly anymore. Sorry. We almost thought she wouldn't make it for a while there. She's suffering from appendicitis, as well as several other infections because her immune system is virtually non-functioning. Her hemorrhaging hasn't stopped, and she's very anemic. That's why her face is so pale. We finished working on her appendicitis with a blood platelet transfusion and high doses of antibiotics, but she won't survive like this much longer. Please, doctor, save Karen. We will do everything in our power. Karen was saying a transplant is the only way to treat her, is that right? In her case, the only remaining option is a bone marrow transplant, and if we don't do it soon, it'll be too late. We give the patient radiation therapy before the actual transplant. If the patient isn't sufficiently strong enough for that, the prognosis generally isn't good. Karen was telling me about it. It's a complex procedure, isn't it? You can think of it as similar to a blood transfusion. We take bone marrow stem cells from a donor and transplant them into the patient's carotid artery. The operation takes about an hour. That's the easy part, relatively speaking. Before the transplant, we kill off all the recipient's bone marrow stem cells and white blood cells. We give them large doses of chemotherapy and expose their entire body to 7.5 gray radiation. It's not as dangerous as it sounds, generally speaking anyway. The problem is finding a donor with a matching HLA type. I keep hearing about HLA type. What exactly is that? As transplant science advanced, it was discovered that the primary cause of rejections had to do with the lymphocytes, a type of white blood cell. Specifically, one's human leukocyte antigen, or HLA type. In other words, if the HLA types match, the chances of the transplant being successful go up. So if the types don't match, you can't perform the transplant? Yes, that's correct. What are the chances of finding an HLA match? HLA types are genetically determined, so the odds of finding a match between non-blood relatives are extremely low. The rate of interracial and inter-ethnic matches is almost zero. Children inherit their HLA type as a combination of their parents' HLA types. The highest rate of success is between siblings, where there is a 1 in 4 chance they'll share the same HLA type. And just to be on the safe side, there also needs to be a match between minor histocompatibility antigens. If both of these match, the success rate of bone marrow transplants is about 70%. Is there no other way? Unfortunately, no. The only thing that can save Karen is a bone marrow transplant. Normally, it's possible to use a physiologically active substance such as interleukin-3 to increase a patient's stem cell count temporarily, but this wouldn't have any effect in Karen's case. That method is used in peripheral blood stem cell transplantation. It was developed in order to lessen the burden on the donor. So a transplant is the only option? Yes, only a bone marrow transplant will save her. Okay. Please save her. I should tell you, you should still prepare yourself for the worst. You can't touch her, just let her rest. Oh. I didn't mean in a creepy way. I forgot what game I was playing. Can't we talk a little more? What would you like to know? Is there anything else I haven't asked? They began in the 1970s, almost 70 years ago now. The transplant itself is fairly straightforward. The possibility of the immune system rejecting the new cells afterward is the problem. We need a donor whose HLA type matches Karen's.
それじゃあ、その HLA 型が適合するドナーは見つかったんですか？
これまでビヨンドの骨髄バンクを探しましたが、登録されている人の中にはありませんでした。しかし、これは違法なんですが、ビヨンドのデータをハックしたところ、カレンさんの HLA 型に適応するドナーが1人いました。ゲイツ・ベッカーという人物です。
ゲイツ？なんて皮肉だ。
知り合いですか？その人物に問い合わせをしたんですが、我々の要請に答えてくれないんです。
ゲイツ。
なんとかここへ連れてきてもらえませんか？
彼以外には？
患者には兄弟がいないですから。ですがごく稀に
何か
両親の HLA 型の一対が偶然同一のタイプである場合、ごく稀ですが親子でも一致の可能性はあります。ただ
カレンの両親はすでに死亡している。
はい、残念ながら。それに本当のところ
何です？
彼女の戸籍や遺伝データは我々には閲覧できないようになってるんです。
徳川社員の家族だから。
ええ、たとえ医師であっても徳川の許可がないとね。
Okay. Okay.
そうです。念のためにあなたの HLA 型も調べさせてください。
ああ、気休めだが。
すぐ終わります。この血液を用意してある個体を使って HLA の番号を調べるだけです。HLA 型の検査は約5時間ほどで終わります。実際に骨髄を抜くときは少し辛い思いをしますがね。そんなに心配しなくてもいいですよ。
今は採取した骨髄細胞を人工培養して5、6倍に増やすことができるようになりましたから、献血程度で済みます。
ジョナサン。
どうしたメリル？
ジョナサン、マークが星の絵を描いてくれたの。
どうしてもジョナサンに見せたいって聞かないのよ。それにこの子、病室にいたがらないの。
マーク、お前。
これがそうよ。この左側のバイクスーツの男はレッドウッドだわ。
右側が宇宙服の男か。これは？この花の絵は何だろう？
それが私も気になって、あの時現場には花なんてなかったもの。
花か。何の花だろ
う？もしかしてそれマークが好きなラベンダーの花かもしれないわ。
ラベンダーの花？あの時そんな花咲いてたっけ？
ジョナサン、一つ言っておきたいことがあるの。デカ長があの時どうして撃てなかったか。
どういうことだ？
デカ長は5年前マークの父親を彼の目前で射殺したのは知ってるわね。そのために銃が抜けなくなったのも。
ナーク中毒者だった元 AP のフローズナーだろ。
そうよ。そのナーク中毒者の名前はリドリー・レッドウッド。
レッドウッド？
現 AP のトニー・レッドウッドの双子の兄。人工授精した時期は同じだけど、受精卵を孵化した時期にズレがあるから年齢が違うの。
つまりあのレッドウッドがマークの叔父になる。マークにしてみれば本当の父親と見分けはつかない。
デカ長はマークの目前で引き金を引けなかった。5年前の事件とオーバーラップして。
この子の前で撃たれることがパパのマークへの謝罪だったのかもしれない。
エドはあの時何て言ってた？撃たれた時。
確かあいつもグルだ、騙されるなって。どういう意味かしら。
そうだ、マークの絵の意味が分かったぞ。
ねえジョナサン、分かったのね。誰なのこの宇宙服の男は。
ジョナサン、ガソルでその人物を指してみて。さ
あ。
そうだわ。彼女いつもラベンダーの香水つけてたもの。
まさかあのクリスさんが。
でもこのコロニーで香水つけてる人なんて他にいないわ。
しまった。どうして気がつかなかったんだ。
マークは知ってたのね。それで。
まずいわ。彼女デカ長の病室よ。
アナ、マーク、危ないからここにいろ。俺はエドの病室へ行く。クリス、よせ。エドを殺すつもりか。
いや、来ないでジョナサン。
クリス、どうして。
来ないで。それ以上近づかないで。飛び降りるわよ。
どうしてなんだ。
私こうするしか仕方なかったのよ。
誰に頼まれた。
徳川よ。エドをバイオモートに。ごめんなさい。
それじゃあ石田に代わって AMM におびき寄せたあの電話もクリス、あんただな。
あなたみたいなよそ者にはわからないわ。ビヨンドで生きていくには、宇宙で生きていくには、徳川に身も心も売るしかなかった。ここでは誰も徳川に逆らえないわ。両親に先立たれ、残ったのは多額の負債とこの病院だけ。こんな大病院なんとかやっていくには、徳川に取り入ってこびるしかなかった。私は 人として生きることを捨てたの。女の幸せも。
クリス。
それに私の息子のためにも。
息子だって？
あなたも見たでしょ、理事長室の写真。
あの子供の写真か。
モデル生命が危うくなったあの頃、私はもう一度マスコミの注目を浴びようと必死になっていたの。お金と政府の援助が欲しかったから。それで当時ビヨンドでも問題になっていたフローズナーの代理母に。
フローズナー？まさかそれがレッドウッド？
そうよ、彼は私が産んだ。でもあの出産時の感染事故で私は二度と子供を産めない体に。あの子が最初で最後の子供。
しかし奴は政府所有のフローズナー。
ええ、トニーは政府に取り上げられたわ。何度も裁判したけどあの子は取り戻せなかった。私に母親の権利は認められないって。徳川のそばにいればトニーのそばにいれる。私息子のそばにいたかった。
そのために人も殺すのか？
もう止められないのよ。私落ちるとこまで。
クリス、まだやり直せる。徳川やゲイツの悪行を、このビヨンドにはびこる悪を法廷で証言してくれ。今のままじゃあんたもバイオモートと変わらない。受け入れるだけじゃなく自分から行動するんだ。生きるってのはそういうことだろう。
できないわ、私には。
人の命を救うのが医者だって言ったじゃないか。ビヨンドの病気を、人類の病気を治してくれ、クリス。奴らに関して知ってることを全部証言してくれ。お願いだ。
私にそんなことできる？ビヨンドの病気を治すなんて。
あんたならできる。
私が。
クリス。
分かったわ。ジョナサン、すべて話すわ。何もかも。
これで証言台に立つ人間はいなくなったな。
レッドウッド！
ジョナサン、そろそろ決着をつけようぜ。俺たちは徳川ビルで待ってる。お前が勝てば本部長の小鼓も手に入るぞ。死ぬのは貴様の方だがな。江戸と一緒に臓器となって人様の役に立て。待ってるぞジョナサン。
許さんぞレッドウッド。
Okay.
デカ長は
まだ意識が戻らない。
ジョナサン、AP やエンプスが徳川ビルに集結してるらしいわ。
そうだ、俺を待ってる。
味方は一人もいないわ。ここではゲイツや徳川に逆らえない。 BCP の仲間に呼びかけたんだけど。
仕方ない。
みんな知らんふりしてるわ。相手が悪いって。ジョナサン、ビヨンドを出るしかないわ。
無理だ。カレンやエドは動かせん。
ダメよ。黙って殺されるつもり？誰も助けてくれないわ。
これまで俺は人生を逃げてきた。ロレインのことも。
何言ってるの？
やり残したことがある。ロレインとの約束。
ジョナサン、 ち目はないわ。
奴らを許せん。同じポリスノーツとして。
バカよ。ポリスノーツなんてもう過去の遺物じゃない。
ポリスノーツは俺の人生にとっては誇りなんだ。それにカレンを救うにはゲイツの骨髄が必要なんだ。
それが罠よ。ジョナサン、落ち着いて。
もう俺は冷静になれない。俺は戦
う。そう、分かったわ。私も手伝うわ、ジョナサン。病院での留守番は苦手なの。
メリル、預かってほしいものがある。
嫌よ、形見なんて。
タバコだ。
タバコ？
これまでの自分を君に預けておく。
分かったわ。
ありがと
う。うん。
徳川ビルか。行くぞ。
All right, here we go, guys. Go inside.
落ち着けよ、ジョナサン。落ち着け。行くぞ。
よく来たな、ポリスノーツ。歓迎する。死ね
手厚い歓迎だな。この先が大変だ。
Okay. Today's the end of all your bullshit propaganda. Wait, is this not supposed to happen? What's going on?
エレベーターに乗ったぞ。
Alright, can I save? No. This is what we used to work at before. Well, let's go. Back to the garden.
It's
all been leading to this. Oh. What the hell? Oh, shit.
死ね、ポリスノーツ。
レッドウッドか。くそ、じらすつもりか。よし、あとは歩いていくしかない。ここは駐車場か。奴らが潜んでいるに違いない。注意しよう。
I'm going to make a save state here because I am worried that it will crash as it has done before. So I'm going to change this to 2 and save it. Cool. I can't save, right? Nope. Alright. This is the 20th floor. 20 more to the garden. Okay. It's a van. Doesn't look like anyone's inside. Cars are securing the ground with magnets on the floor. That's pretty cool. It's a compact car. No one's in it. These are security monitors for the garage. They're not showing anything. The floor contains magnets that keeps the cars grounded in microgravity. That's why they say park so neatly.
おいジョナサン、どうだ？怖いだろ。
レッドウッドだな。
ああ。
ゲイツはどこだ？
本部長は40階のガーデンでお前を待ってる。だがお前はそこまでたどり着けまい。お前はこの鉛筆の性能を分かっちゃいない。
なら教えてもらおうか。
なかなか物分かりがいい。楽しもうぜジョナス。こんなゲームはめったにない。
Okay.
なんだと？
分かったかジョナサン。生きるか死ぬかではない。何分で死ぬかだ。頼むから簡単には死ぬなよ。行くぞ、ポイスノーツ。
That's hard.
Oh, やつめ、鉛筆を破棄したか。
Still can't save. Okay, I'm gonna make another save state. Redwood's blood. It's bleeding again. Well, let's go.
よし、おびき寄せるつもりだな。螺旋階段。やつは上か。
It's a spiral staircase. Sure do have a lot of stairs here. Damn it, I can't see anything from down here. Go up. He's waiting for me so he can pick me up. I can't just go rushing up there. Okay, can't see anything. There he is. Got him. Come on, Devin.
レッドウッド、奴め上のフロアに逃げたな。よし、30階へ上がるぞ。奴めどこへ隠れた？
This is Redwoods. He must be here somewhere. His blood leads to the back. No. Alright, I'll make a save state here even though I worry that it won't work if I need it, but 30th floor, only 10 more to the guard. What about that pillar, second from the back? He could be behind there. This is just like the linear rail station. The only place he could be hiding is behind one of those pillars. That's the pillar under the monitors there. Maybe he's there?
ジョナサン、聞こえるか？エドの具合はどうだ？あいつ俺を撃てなかったぜ。バカなやつだ。俺にとっちゃリドリーのことなんかどうでもいいのにな。
やはり仇を取るつもりじゃなかったんだな。
仇？笑わせるな。俺は自分のためにしか行動しない。誰が死のうと関係ない。ありゃ芝居だ。エドをいたぶるためのな。
なんだと？
俺に復讐心があるとすれば、むしろ貴様に対してだ。ジョナサン、俺をここまでハイにしてくれたのは貴様が最初で最後だ。
レッドウッド、どこだ？姿を見せろ！
ここにいる！ジョナサン、デイブの腎臓は俺がもらった。なかなか健康な腎臓だよ。もともとあいつに撃たれてダメになった。俺がいただいても文句はなかろう。
レッドウッド様、
どうだ？俺を倒せる自信がなくなってきただろう。クローズナーは不死身なの。ジョナサン、俺を黙らせたらどうだ？できないのか？
そう、また逃げられたか。よし、鬼ごっこは終わりにしよう。また螺旋階段か。やつめ弱ってきたな。やったか。よし、行ってみよう。レッドウッド、それまでだな。
俺は誰にも負けん。誰も俺を殺すことはできん。
お前だけは俺がやる。
俺の生死は俺が決める。 北条も北条のワイフもデイブもビクトルも皆俺がやった。悔しいか。俺が憎いだろう、殺したいだろう。レッドウッド、お前の殺したクリスは俺の母親だって言いたいのか。知ってる。誰も俺を殺すことはできないのさ、ジョナサン・イングラム。
残るはゲイツ、徳川。さあ、奴らのいるガーデンへ急ごう。
よく来たな、ジョナサン・イングラム。
どこだ？
ここだ。ここにいる。徳川はここにはいない。お前の相手は私で十分だ。
軍用鉛筆か。年を取ると厚着したくなるらしい。
何？まだわからぬと見えるジョナサン。お前のような古い人間の時代は終わったのだ。さあ、撃ってみろ。ほら。私が憎いのだろう。撃ってみろ。さあ撃って、私を殺してみろ。
バカめ！ここは無重量だ。反動の大きい火薬銃は使えまいて。何のためにここまでおびき寄せたと思う、ジョナサン。では私の番だな。遠慮なく行くぞ。
ジョナサン、急所は外した。30代の若い臓器は高く売れる。傷つけては徳川に申し訳ない。ゲイツ、ジョナサン、貴様らは宇宙開発のほんの表面しか見ていない。人類が大気圏外で生活するということは並大抵のことではないのだ。宇宙は我々にはあまりにも否定的すぎる。神は我々に宇宙へ出ていくだけの肉体を与えてはくれなかった。我々は48億年の時をかけて進化してきた。だが我々の科学は人類の進化スピードを追い越してしまった。我々は宇宙へ出るにはまだ早すぎる種だったのにな。
それと麻薬臓器密売とどういう関係がある？
宇宙時代の黎明期、人類は宇宙環境という大きな壁にぶち当たった。20世紀の終わりからすでに理論上の宇宙コロニー建造は可能だった。しかし問題は我々人間の側にあった。過酷な宇宙環境、
それによる人類の精神や肉体、臓器、遺伝子へのさまざまな悪影響。21世紀の半ばに入ってなお大規模な一般コロニーがこのビヨンドのみにとどまっていることで想像ができよう。結局我々はホームを離れては生きていけぬ。あらゆる生命活動は地球の重力に支配されているのだ。ビヨンドでは太陽風や宇宙船による放射線被曝の影響で肉体に何らかの疾患を持って生まれてくる子供たちの数が年々急増している。これまでの宇宙開発は放射線に関してあまりにも無防備すぎた。そして肉体だけではなく人の心にも宇宙は冷酷だ。無重量によるカルシウムや窒素の喪失、放射線問題はいずれ技術的に解決できるかもしれん。しかし精神への影響は今のところ何の手立てもない。今やポリスノーツの時代ではない。誰もが宇宙へ行ける。潜在的な精神障害の発生、長期間閉鎖拘束されることから来る妄想、幻想、そして逃れることのできない孤独。十分に訓練された者たちでも耐え難い苦痛だ。宇宙は第二の故郷とはなり得ない。宇宙は実利的利用や科学的研究のための場でしかない。我々全員がこの環境に適応進出することは過去の絵空事だ。これが今世紀の初めに科学者たちが出した結論だった。
その大きな壁をぶち破ったとでも言うのか。
貴様のような保守的な人間が宇宙開発を語る資格はない。人類には麻薬と臓器のスペアが必要なのだ。私は徳川と組み、奴の財力とコネクションを使い、この宇宙開発の矛盾を克服した。ここまで来るのに30年もかかった。30年だぞ。これからますます人類は宇宙へと出ていく。そうなればさらに過酷な環境と問題に直面するだろう。今に我々の取った決断と行動が賛美される時代が来るだろう。徳川も私も神がし忘れたことを代行しているだけだ。
ゲイツ、お前は神なんかじゃない。徳川に飼われている哀れな犬だ。
犬だと？飼い主も飼えるところもない野良犬が何を言う。いいか、このシステムは昨日や今日の思いつきではない。30年前ポリスノーツとしてこのビヨンドに派遣された時から慎重に築き上げてきたものだ。全てはうまくいっていたのだ。それはあの臆病者が、北条が規律を乱した。
北条が何をした？
奴は DDS の仕事から手を引こうとした。年寄りのわがままだ。それで徳川は北条に臓器密売の話を教えてやったのだ。娘を正規の骨髄バンクでは救えんが、徳川のルートなら可能性があるとな。
だが北条は怖くなった。
我々に逆らうとはもってのほかだ。しかしあの北条の妻がジョナサン、貴様の前妻だったとはな。
許さん、ゲイツベッカー。
許さん？許しを請うのは貴様の方だ。 臓器だけでもと思ったが跡形もなく始末してやろう。私の貴重な演説を貴様一人に聞かせるのはもったいなかった。まあいいだ。ジョナサン、覚悟しろ。
覚悟するのはお前の方だ、ゲイツ。
気でも食ったか。
ジョナサン、ざまあないけどよく映ってるわ。
なんだと、どういうことだ。なんだと、どういうことだ。なんだと、どういうことだ。なんだと、どういうことだ。
これは。お前貴様ら生かしておかん。死ねえジョナサン。
Oh, what? Oh,
くたばれ警官したい。
What the heck?
ジョナサン、カレンの骨髄のことだな。
もういいエド。ゲイツの腐った骨髄などいらんさ。
そうじゃないんだ、ジョナサン。
そこで止まれ。私を舐めるなと言っただろう。
徳川。
放送局は我々が抑えた。これが最後だ。諦めろ、ジョナサン。やれ。
動かないで。デカ長、みんな来てくれたわ。
あんたら見直したよ。あんたらは本物のポリスノーツだ。
バカな。何のつもりだ。
あんたももう終わりよ。このビルの周りは警官隊とマスコミが取り囲んでいるわ。デカ長。
We got him.
いいですか、ジョナサン。あなたの骨髄でカレンさんは助かります。頑張ってください。
Yeah, we're saving because I'm totally playing this part on my emulator and not just watching it. Oh, we go back to disc 1. So you see what I was saying about it's like the whole game is a circle. It's like you rotate and you come back to where you start. So it's like a self-contained world. It's kind of brilliant when you think about it. Epilogue. NAUTS.
昨夜、徳川グループ3代目、現徳川グループ総裁のジョゼフ・貞興徳川がナーク麻薬および臓器密売、殺人教唆の容疑で検察庁に送検されました。なお、爆発のあった徳川ビルプロップは現在ご覧のように折れ曲がっていますが、調査当局によりますと崩壊の心配はないとのことです。ビヨンドへの影響もありません。付近住民への避難勧告も解除されました。まるでこの支柱は今回の徳川グループを象徴するようです。この事件によりこれからの宇宙開発に大きな問題提起がなされたことになります。 CM に引き続き BBC ではこの事件の報道特番をお送りいたします。
これから忙しくなるな、エド。定年はお預けだが無理はするなよ。
ああ、気のいいところを見計らってやめればいいさ。ジョナサン。いや、いいんだ。これカレンから預かったものだ。機内で開けてくれ。
そうか。エド、俺もお前に渡すものがあるんだ。
なんだ。
これさ、見てみろよ。
これはマーク。俺の顔。俺の
エド、もう大丈夫だよ。マークはお前を理解してる。
ジョナサン、ありがとう。ありがとう。
エド、エド、話してくれないか。じゃあな、エド、元気でな。
ジョナサン、ここもいいところだ。こっちに残らんか。
いや、ここに俺の居場所はない。行くよ、エド。
そうか。
See you, old timer.
ジョナサン、ジョナサン、俺たちはいいパートナーだったよな。
ああ、最高の友達さ。
Hey girl.
ジョナサン、友達に忠告しとく。タバコはやめるんだぞ。
Give him here.
考えとくよ。
Oh, man. Alright, now for the big reveal. The very, very end of the game.
ということになります。BCP 上層部にまで及んだ徳川グループの汚職事件は今後の宇宙開発に大きな課題を残すことになりました。なお、徳川事件以来しばらく休養していた私、カレン北条も今日から元気に仕事に復帰いたしました。これからも変わらず頑張っていきたいと思います。応援してください。
コリンズ博士から全てを聞きました。私、なんて言ったらいいか。ありがとう。私はいつもパパのそばにいます。あなたの娘、カレン。推進、忘れ物よ、探偵さん。ママに叱られるわよ。
Oh, she fixed it. Oh, what a good daughter. Well, that is Policenauts. I hope you enjoyed watching it. I am sorry that for the ending we had to switch over to YouTube. I had an absolute great time showing you guys this game. My appreciation for it has grown immeasurably from doing this. Something about reading everything out loud. I just got really into the story, and yeah, I mean it's kind of a shame that they didn't get localized, but at the same time, it's like it's such a Japanese game that I think it'd be difficult to figure out how. Oh, AP Officer 2 was Hideo Kojima. Wow. What the heck? That's awesome. Well, I guess he likes to make Hitchcockian sort of cameos. So yeah. Oh, Yoji Shinkawa did help with the mech design. Alright. See, I thought so, but I didn't want to say so for sure. Wow. I mean, I could be biased. It could be Stockholm Syndrome, because I've been here struggling to get the simulator to run this full game fully, but I think it's just a masterpiece, man. And yeah, I mean, Snatcher was a great first, stride forward for the multi-process story, but with this game, they really created something new, something so experimental, so of the time in a way that it could only have come out, in the mid-90s, but for multiple reasons, right? But yeah, without this game, there would be no Metal Gear Solid, that's for sure, for like a million different reasons. Policenauts, I don't know. I hope I didn't go too far with the Arrogay stuff. I was just having a laugh. but obviously I would conduct myself differently if not in a, you know, stylized world or whatever where that's the name of the game. But yeah, I mean, it's just really good police fiction, and you can see the you know, the parallels between police being a science cop, which is basically what you are in this game, and being a special forces sort of spy, like in Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, and I mean the cinema, you know, the interactive cinema concept, Metal Gear Solid would just take it and run with it, right? And yeah, so I mean, it's just a phenomenal game. What a time for the medium. What a time for Kojima. I mean, I think it's debatable, you know, when Kojima really started to hit his stride, because to me they just keep getting better with every game. I know Death Stranding was controversial for a lot of people. They didn't like the new genre or whatever, the Strand type game. But I don't know. I think if you know Hideo Kojima, he's always tried to innovate entirely new genres with his games. He's always tried to be... I mean, really, it goes back to the post-punk movement, you know, like bands like Joy Division and New Order, that whole era, late 70s, early 80s, when music was moving into the, I guess, realm of digital for the first time. And that's what inspired Kojima, and in a big way. And yeah, so he's always trying to, as one of the best books on post-punk is called, rip it up and start again. You know, just create something new, forget the past, what about the future, that kind of thing. And that obviously has been at the heart of what I've been doing. Even though when you think about it, talking like that, it sounds very like tech company. It sounds very 1990s. So in a way, it's retro, because obviously the future hasn't been something good for a while. But I formed Futura Sound Productions hoping that we could create a day where the future wasn't a bad word anymore, and we could accept the future and just plan for it. But anyway, I guess Policenauts is sort of in that same vein, because it's all about the future of mankind and space and exploring, you know, what it would actually be like. Kazunoko Uehara, of course, is a name that you see come up again and again in Metal Gear Solid. Very important to the behind the scenes in terms of like making the game run. Wow. Scenario architecture, Kojima? Wow. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. So yeah, I mean, if you've seen Lethal Weapon, movies like that, I know we've already mentioned them, but it was a whole era. And the other thing I realized, you know, both Snatcher and Kazuki Muraoka, Tappy, yeah, all these people would work on Metal Gear Solid. These games are also kind of a callback to, you know, in that same era, there was like, I guess you call it like the NC-17 era of anime. You know, like Goku Private Eye, Shinjuku City Hunter, these kinds of like animes where you had like cop characters navigating a sort of seedy adult kind of world. I mean, I feel like, yeah, that's the au revoir that Snatcher and Policenauts really come from. But wow, man. Okay, so yeah, so Shinkawa also worked on the digital effects. I knew that much. Man, you guys did a fantastic job. An absolutely fantastic job on this. I can't praise it enough. I can't thank the localization team who did all of this as a labor of love. We would not be able to play this game in the West ever if there hadn't been a group that had, you know, done this. Yoshikazu Matsuhana is another familiar name. So yeah, thank you again to the people who localized this. Just a phenomenal job, and thank you all for watching it. Yeah, my favorite part, I mean, I love the whole game. I really like when you go to the moon, but honestly, the whole thing is just amazing. Except for the bomb part. That's just beyond troll. But, I almost want to applaud. Yeah, I think I might have Stockholm Syndrome a little bit. And of course, thank you to Konami for developing and publishing the game. Man, it's been quite a ride. I'll have to see how long this is going to be. It's going to be the longest video I've ever posted by far. But, I think that's it.
ビヨンドと地球は一続きだ。たとえどんなに離れていても、地球との関係は不変なんだ。子は親を踏み越えて成長していくが、離れるわけじゃないんだ。俺たちはいつも近くにいる。いつも見守っている。
Alright, well that does it. Like I said, I'll probably be playing Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake next, so until next time, boss.